Cain did not waste any time. He immediately ordered the 4 apprentice wizards under him to charge at Levi. Of the 4 apprentice wizards, 2 were high-level apprentice wizards and the other 2 were mid-level apprentice wizards. They were all from the Burning faction. They began their attack by shooting 4 small fireballs at Levi. Their attack looked very intimidating. Levi waved his viper wand and used undead bone armor to protect his body while moving. The speed of a level 10 blood beast allowed him to far surpass the speed of wizards who had not buffed themselves with spells. He dodged the fireballs one after another. He attacked one of the mid-level apprentice wizards with a soul flame. Since Levi wanted to pretend to be a member of the undead ship, he had to play the part thoroughly. Even when the Pan-Plane Wizard Council investigators came here in the future, they would label Levi as a member of the undead ship based on the remaining traces of his spells. As he evaded their assault, Levi muttered something. Recently, Levi had been cultivating Withering Ray to the maximum of level 4, and it was now much more potent than his water arrow. His Withering Ray glistened with gray light as it shot towards Cain, who was lying on the carpet. Cain sneered. He waved his magic wand, and a flame barrier formed around him, blocking the Withering Ray. How dare you? You dare to attack an official wizard. It seems like you are very confident in whoever is backing you. Cain quickly chanted and cast a spell while waving his wand. First ring spell, Fireball Technique. A fireball with a diameter of 2 meters flew toward Levi. Seeing this, Levi immediately ordered the Rock Trolls and Green Ghost Carter, who were hiding to the side, to come out along with Hell Strongman, his summoned creature. As soon as Green Ghost Carter appeared with Hell Strongman, Cain's expression changed. Cain chided Green Ghost Carter. Why did you people from the undead ship attack my son? You bully the weak. That's shameless of you, Tui. Green Ghost Carter naturally didn't reply. Cain the Fireplay Master realized that Green Ghost Carter's face was stiff. There was no trace of a living person's aura on him. It was evident that he was dead. Cain realized what had happened immediately. He exclaimed, "You actually killed Green Ghost Carter. How is that possible? Even I couldn't beat him." Cain the Fireplay Master knew how strong Green Ghost Carter was. It was because he had once fought the latter. Ultimately, the latter won by a slight margin, and Cain escaped death. Therefore, when Cain saw Green Ghost Carter, he subconsciously wanted to run away. Cain realized that the true strength of the person in front of him, who looked like a mid-level apprentice wizard, was far beyond his imagination. Cain wondered whether Levi was a second circle wizard who was deliberately hiding his strength and playing dumb to take advantage of him. If Levi could kill Green Ghost Carter and turn the latter into a puppet, Cain speculated that he might also be killed if he continued to fight. Thinking of this, Cain, who had just started battling and had not warmed up, began to retreat. He felt it would be more appropriate to lodge a complaint to the Wizard Tribunal. It was safer to let their members take action on Levi than to do so himself. As soon as the rock trolls appeared, they quickly tore through the defenses and bodies of the few apprentice wizards. The 6-meter-tall male rock troll was especially strong. The apprentice wizard's cantrips could not break through its defense. Its attacks instantly wiped them out. After killing the apprentice wizards, the rock trolls, Green Ghoul Carter, and Hell Strongman all charged toward Cain the Fireplay Master, who was about to escape. Cain was planning to fly away on his carpet. A wise man knew how to adapt to circumstances. He was escaping with all his might. He no longer wanted to avenge his son. How could his son's life be more important than his own? Levi would not let him escape. Green Ghost Carter used Hellfire Rain, a powerful first ring spell, to seal off Cain's escape routes. Unfortunately, the rock troll's strength was significantly reduced in the sea. They could not unleash many of their spells. If they were on land, the rock trolls would suffice to make Cain suffer. Levi chanted in a low voice, and the spell runes on the Ring of the Wind Spirit began to shine brightly. A cool breeze blew over Levi, protecting him. He rode the wind and chased after Cain. The speed of Cain's flying carpet could not match that of Levi's Ring of the Wind Spirit. Therefore, Levi quickly caught up. Levi held the Poseidon Trident in his hand. He flapped his blood wings and launched the trident from within the protection of the Wind Spirit's shelter. The trident shot towards Cain. Cain knew that he had to take this attack head-on, so he did not run away. The carpet protected him. The spell runes on it flickered, blocking Levi's trident. In the meantime, Cain had finished casting a spell while being protected by the carpet. The carpet spread open, and a massive fireball with a diameter of 3 meters suddenly formed and shot toward Levi. First ring spell, Big Fireball Technique. This was the trump card spell of the Burning faction. Levi commented, "You and your son are indeed from the same family. All of you like to use the Big Fireball Technique to attack people." He decisively activated Encirclement of Giant Demons, the first ring spell of the Giant Squid Ring. Dense water elemental energy gathered around Levi's body. 8 transparent water tentacles with suction cups wrapped around him tightly. At the same time, black scales appeared under Levi's robe. Although Levi felt that his solid-state black scales and flame body should be able to withstand the impact of this big fireball, he had always liked to play safe. Therefore, he did not hesitate to use the encirclement of giant demons. The big fireball exploded around Levi, and countless flames enveloped him. White steam rose from the sea's surface as if a small sun had risen from the sea. Kane's expression turned cold. The bracelet on his right hand lit up, and spell runes flickered. Kane was chanting a new spell. Facing such a strong enemy, he had to go all out. This bracelet was also a wizard tool. It could automatically attract and gather fire elemental energy around the spellcaster, increasing the power of the spells of the burning faction. There were also solidification spells on the bracelet. Kane had specially asked a craftsman to customize it to adapt to the environment of the endless sea. After all, in the realm of Azure Cloud, the fire elemental energy was far inferior to that of the realm of Crimson, where he was born. A fire snake coiled around Kane before flying toward the fireball. First ring spell, Fire Snake Dance. Kane had always been a steady person and would never underestimate his opponents. This was the reason why he managed to do well in the Ocean School of Thought's territory. Amidst the explosion's flames, Levi's most potent defensive spell, Encirclement of Giant Demons, was destroyed by the big fireball. Encirclement of Giant Demons had a B-grade defense. It could not withstand the attack of an A-grade fireball. The remaining flames spread over Levi's body. Levi immediately activated Frost Arm, Flame Body, and Black Scale simultaneously. Even with the fire resistance of Levi's flame body, he could feel the high temperature roasting him. He spat out a mouthful of crimson flames as if he were burping. Kane looked at Levi as if he had seen a ghost. He looked at the black-scaled Levi bathed in flames and said coldly, "Are you a lizardman or are you a legendary knight? Who exactly are you?" Kane mumbled, "I don't believe it. Did a legendary knight withstand my big fireball technique and fire snake dance? That is impossible." As a high and mighty wizard, Kane naturally looked down on knights. He despised even the rare legendary knights. Even though he had never met one in person, he still viewed the latter in contempt. In his opinion, a legendary knight might be able to fight an ordinary first circle wizard to a draw, but the former was definitely no match for him. He was a veteran wizard. He was Kane the Fireplay Master. Levi did not answer Kane's question. As he fell into the sea, his body was covered in flames and black smoke. Kane's face was gloomy as he looked down with a severe expression. He was ready to cast a new spell to deal the final blow to Levi. Kane reasoned that if this was the extent of Levi's ability, the latter was indeed no match for him. After all, he still had a trump card up his sleeve. From the looks of it, Green Ghost Carter's death was someone else's doing. Suddenly, a whirlpool formed on the sea, and a colossal creature jumped out. A terrifying water pillar shot out at the same time and attacked Kane instantly. Dragon King's Breath. Leviathan appeared out of the blue. Kane was struck by the sudden attack from the Dragon King's Breath. The spell runes on his robe flickered, barely blocking this attack. A figure wielding a trident stood on top of the Dragon King whale's head. Behind him, an evil spirit with 3 heads and 6 arms holding 9 swords appeared. Levi used the seawater to suppress the fire spell. With the help of Leviathan's thrust, he dashed forward in a flash. The 9 swords of his evil spirit swung and his trident tore through the air. Ice and fire dragons spiraled around his trident. It was a sight to behold. Die. Levi had been preparing for this attack for a long time. Kane shouted, "No, you will die. With this attack, no matter what legendary knight you were, you would definitely perish." Kane threw all caution to the wind. Fireballs appeared one after another as fire elemental energy gathered around him. A total of 5 large fireballs appeared in front of Kane. Second ring spell, Fire Fireball's technique. This was Kane's strongest attack, consisting of 5 large fireballs. Levi could not possibly avoid the large fireballs that covered the sky as they rained down. He felt a wave of intense heat surging toward him. The 4 rock trolls and Hell Strongman summoned by Green Ghost Carter all rushed forward. They tanked most of the damage from the 5 fireballs for Levi. The little rock trolls were burnt to charcoal in the flames and fell into the sea. Even the rock troll couple were heavily injured and fell into the sea. Green Ghost Carter's newly summoned Hell Strongman perished again. Green Ghost Carter's reputation in Hell had once again dropped. Levi utilized the living dead as meat shields. Black scales wrapped around his body as he was enveloped in flames. The frost arm protected his body. He activated the ostrich feet to leap off the ground. Relying on the 9 swords Usura, Levi broke through the aftershock of the flames and cleaved apart a path through the fire. With his trident in hand, Levi unleashed the golden cross slash to pierce through the carpet protecting Kane. Kane's expression changed drastically. The flaming carpet was his most powerful wizard tool. It served as his means of flight and defense. Even a first ring spell would hardly put a scratch on it. Kane thought, could a mere legendary knight break through my defense? What kind of skill is this? Damn it. His attacks don't resemble that of a knight at all. The Poseidon trident was indestructible and was made entirely of luminant gold. Levi was not worried about damaging the Poseidon trident. Rip, a gash appeared on the carpet. Kane had been steady all his life, but he had lowered his guard when facing Levi. Behind Levi, the 9 swords Usura slashed through the void with 9 swords. Crack. The defensive spells that Cain had layered earlier cracked one by one, unleashing burst after burst of light. Cain valued stability as much as Levi. He had also layered an assortment of defensive spells on his body. However, he would lose once Levi got close to him. Red Lotus blood explode. Where Levi's heart was, the Red Lotus seed erupted like lava from a volcano. It opened its bloody mouth, and burning Red Lotus blood flowed to Levi's limbs and bones. Levi's entire body turned red, and his blood vessels became lava passageways. Levi's body was like an active volcano that had erupted. He bathed in the flames, and his strength soared. His attributes skyrocketed. This was a combination of the 9 swords form and the Red Lotus form. Levi had only used the 9 swords form to deal with Green Ghost Carter. The 9 black gas longswords wielded by the 3-headed and 6-armed Usura evil spirit transformed into flaming longswords. The furious flames of the Red Lotus burned everything in its path. Break through. Levi stabbed out with the Poseidon trident, unleashing blinding light. The 9 swords brandished Red Lotus flames. The 9 swords Usura evil spirit completely tore apart Cain's defensive spells. Levi's Poseidon trident pierced Cain's heart, crushing it and creating a gaping hole in his body. The blood of the Fireplay Master splashed on the surface of the sea. Levi quickly looted Cain's possessions, while the Saint Scorpions devoured Cain's soul. He then embalmed Cain's body and buried it on the island. Levi did not dare to bring the corpse of a member of the Pan-Plane Wizard Council with him. If the Pan-Plane Wizard Council planted a tracking mark similar to that of Cain's son on Cain's body, then Levi would be courting death if he carried the corpse around with him. After his encounter with Cain, Levi learned to be even more cautious. There were too many strange spells in this world. He must not be careless. He planned to revisit this island after some time. If Cain's body wasn't taken away by then, it either meant that the Pan-Plane Wizard Council did not investigate his death or that they couldn't find his body. By then, the prosecution period would end, and Levi could turn Cain's corpse into a living dead. He would then have Green Ghost Carter and Cain the Fireplay Master as his left and right guardians. With the Rock Troll couple, Levi would be more than halfway to achieving his dream of assembling the 7 generals of the living dead family. When the time came, he would be almost invincible among those at the second circle. Following Cain's death, the tracking mark Cain left on Levi's chest completely disappeared. Levi inspected himself and found no other strange marks. He heaved a sigh of relief. He recalled the corpses of the rock trolls that had fallen into the sea. The adult rock trolls had a solid defense that could match his own solid-state black scale. Although they were injured after taking a big fireball head-on, they could still be used. The 2 small rock trolls had turned into piles of charcoal, so they were utterly useless. He sighed. He had wanted to reunite their family, but his plan was thwarted because of this damned Cain. Levi then took out the energy core from the dead Hell Strongman. He also erased all traces that might have exposed his identity as a legendary knight, leaving only some traces of the spell of the undead ship to mislead anyone who came searching for Cain. After doing all this, Levi changed his appearance and left on the Dragon King whale. Along the way, Levi took some long detours and changed his appearance many times to prevent being followed. In the end, 3 days later, he returned to the Grey Tower safely as Levi. After this battle, Levi had killed yet another experienced First Circle wizard. The path of a knight was promising. Levi managed to loot many items from Cain. He got 6,000 Ether stones, an amount which far exceeded any previous harvest. Cain the Fireplay Master was rich. This harvest was almost equivalent to Levi's harvest from exploring the Shadow Realm. Cain had earned a lot just by collecting tuition fees. It was no surprise that he had so much money. Rumor has it that he had come up with all sorts of excuses to collect tuition fees from his apprentices. He also often held lectures to earn money. There weren't many wizards from the Burning faction in the realm of Azure Cloud anyway. Even if Cain was teaching incorrect material, no one would know. Just like that, Cain swindled many people, earning a fortune in the process. Therefore, Manla was always worried about her daughter's tuition fees. Levi muttered, "Sigh, I wonder how Manla is doing." He suddenly remembered that since he killed Cain, Manla's daughter would have a problem going to school. However, he couldn't care less. The situation was unexpected. Levi had to do this to save his own skin. Besides Ether stones, he also found an offensive wizard tool on Cain, the Fire Snake Bracelet. This was a wizard tool in the shape of an Ouroboros bracelet. He could use the bracelet to cast the first ring spell, Fire Snake Dance. It should have additional uses, but Levi had yet to figure them out. Levi put it away for now, saving it for future use. He looked at the big hole in the carpet with a regretful expression. Cain's carpet was the most valuable wizard tool he had. It was the Flaming Carpet, a First Circle wizard tool. This flaming carpet was made from the fur of a particular precious First Circle sea beast. It had extreme defensive power and could resist the impact of ordinary first ring spells. It even had two solidification spells, Flaming Shroud and Fire Sky Dance, enchanted on it. One was a defensive spell and the other was a flying spell. In the Celestial Circle shop, this flaming carpet could be sold for at least 1,000 ether stones. Unfortunately, the flaming carpet had been pierced by Levi's Poseidon trident. However, it was not too heavily damaged. It could still be repaired, but perhaps only a specialized blacksmith could succeed in doing so. Levi could only put it away for now and see if he could find a way to repair it in the future. His final spoils from the battle were meditation art, spell books, and casting materials. The meditation art he obtained was the most common sun meditation art of the Burning faction. It was similar to Levi's deep sea meditation art and earth meditation art. All three of them were the most basic meditation arts, but they were also the most practical ones that had withstood the test of time. Compared to the sun meditation art that Levi had bought from the Celestial Circle shop, Kane's version was much more comprehensive. There were chapters with content suitable for apprentice wizards, first circle wizards, and even second circle wizards. This way, Levi did not have to worry about later stage training of the Burning faction meditation art anymore. Besides the books about cantrips he did not care about, Levi immediately noticed a few spell books he had dreamt of possessing for a long time. They were spell books for the Fireball Technique, Big Fireball Technique, and 5 Fireballs Technique. The first two techniques were both first ring spells but differed in strength. The last one was a second ring spell. If he did not have his living dead to tank most of the impact from the attack, he wouldn't have the confidence to block the 5 fireballs. The Burning faction focused on attacks. If Levi wanted to learn the Burning faction's spells, he would definitely learn offensive spells. He could learn defensive spells from the Ocean faction and the Earth faction. It was worth mentioning that Levi had also obtained a Crimson Scroll. This scroll was similar to the one Kane's son used, but the picture on this scroll was not of a big fireball, but 5 fireballs. It was a one-time use scroll consisting of a solidified second ring spell, which made it a second circle tool. It was a 5 fireball scroll. Spell scrolls were often expensive. After all, even apprentice wizards could unleash a second ring spell with a spell scroll as long as they knew the chant. They would not need to exhaust any casting materials or spell power to cast it. This was different from spells that were solidified on wizard tools. Users of the wizard tools still needed to consume spell power to cast the spells. If the user lacked spell power, they would fail to do so. Therefore, even if Levi obtained a second circle wizard tool, he could not activate the solidified spells on it. The production cost of a one-time spell scroll was very high. Besides the high cost of materials, the main contributor to its high cost was due to the production process, which consumed the creator's spiritual force. Making one or two was manageable. However, if a creator made too many, it would reduce their spiritual force instead of increasing it. The upper limit of their spiritual force would drop. In other words, a creator sacrificed their own cultivation to make the one-time spell scrolls. Therefore, official wizards would only create such tools to allow the people they truly cared about to protect themselves. After sorting the spoils of war from Kane the Fireplay Master, Levi had more than 10,000 ether stones. Levi exclaimed joyfully, "I spent so much money on this trip, but I returned with a profit. I have more funds than I can spend." However, he realized something after this battle. With his current strength, although he could deal with a veteran first circle wizard, the latter did not make it easy. There was still a risk of Levi losing, therefore he could not be careless. This was because these experienced first circle wizards had begun to grasp the second ring spells. If the latter were forced into a corner, they would forcefully use the second ring spells, which was a considerable threat to Levi. Levi muttered, "Before I become an official wizard, I still have to max out some breathing techniques to increase my self-preservation ability." He continued, "After sparring with Fist of the Empire, I'll have to go into seclusion for some time. Right now I don't lack anything. I don't lack money. I don't lack wizard tools. I don't lack meditation arts. I don't lack spells. I have enough of everything except cultivation. I wondered if the Pan-Plane Wizard Council would find out I killed Kane." Levi was still a little worried. He felt that if the Pan-Plane Wizard Council sent out mid-level or even high-level wizards to investigate this matter, they could find him with their spell abilities. As far as Levi knew, among the high-level spells, there was a spell that could even replay what had happened in a region recently. If someone who had mastered this spell was sent to investigate the matter, Levi might be exposed. Of course, this was highly unlikely. There were very few high-level wizards. They usually held high positions in the Pan-Plane Wizard Council and were busy with their own spell research or traveling between different planes. The Pan-Plane Wizard Council would not disturb such existences just because of the death of a mere first circle wizard. It was the same in the cultivation world. A sect would not send out an apotheosis patriarch to investigate the cause of death of a chi cultivation stage cultivator. Therefore, Levi decided not to be so paranoid. There was no use regretting a deed that was done. He would have been killed if he didn't kill Kane. He had already done his best to keep a low profile and be cautious. If he wanted to blame someone, he could only blame Cain's disappointing son for trying to harm him. After he reached this conclusion, Levi returned to his normal cultivation. In less than half a month, his weakened state after using the red lotus blood ended. At the same time, Levi had achieved a certain level of understanding of the sun meditation art he had newly obtained. His current cultivation speed was something he had not even dared to imagine when he first learned the deep sea meditation art. Levi. Sun meditation art, level 1000. Levi's speed of understanding a new meditation art increased continuously as the number of meditation arts he cultivated increased. His mastery of the dance of the fire god affinity talent helped too. Therefore, talent and proficiency were both crucial. It would be even better if he had supplements that could assist him in cultivating meditation arts. It was the year 1021 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, the month of flowers. It was time for Levi and Fist of the Empire to spar. So far, no one from the Pan-Plane Wizard Council had come to find him, which made Levi feel relieved for now. He made sure he was in peak condition before setting off. He went to a small island located in the uninhabited sea between the Gray Tower and the sighing sea breeze. The night sky was as dark as the water below, and the sea's surface was calm. The waves crashed against the rocks on the shore. Fist of the Empire sat patiently on a boulder on the deserted island. His imposing body seemed as stable as the boulder under his feet. He stood firm and unmoving as the waves hit him. The Dragon King whale broke through the waves on the sparkling sea surface in the distance. Whale Knight Levi stood majestically on its back. You have come. Yes, are you ready? Of course, I'm Emperor Mew, legendary knight and storm destroyer of the Tuva Empire. Do you have any legendary titles? Levi replied, I don't have legendary titles. I'm just a nobody. If I were to claim a title, I would be a supreme knight. By the way, aren't you of Storm's birth? How did you become a storm destroyer? That's a thing of the past. From now on, I'm no longer Fist of the Empire. I'm just Emperor Mew, the gravedigger of the Church of Storms. Speaking of which, the title of Supreme Knight is not bad. You and I are both the pinnacle of knights. I am not overstepping my boundaries by calling you a friend, right? Hahaha, of course not. I think that compared to friends, soulmates sound better. Soulmates. Yes, soulmates interesting. Soulmate, please enlighten me in this battle. Come on, our battle will be legendary. Levi stepped on the Dragon King whale and leaped dozens of meters onto the island. He was like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. Emperor Mew laughed out loud and pounded his chest. Rumble, thunder rumbled, and the sound of a war drum reverberated throughout the area. He stood up, and the island seemed to shake. The huge rocks under his feet shattered into pieces. Levi's body was covered in layers of black scales. He flicked his tongue and looked at Emperor Mew menacingly. The latter commented, Black scales. I have never seen such black gas in the Tuva Empire. Emperor Mew's expression was calm. Countless black fur appeared on the surface of his body. His back became broader and his chest became thicker. He transformed into a huge black ape. He explained, the breathing technique I cultivate is called the Saint Ape. Breathing technique. In ancient times, only the Red Lotus breathing technique of the Red Lotus family could compare to it. Since you have cultivated to the legendary realm, your breathing technique must also be famous. Emperor Mew, who was akin to a giant black ape, clenched his fist and punched back at Levi's black fist of scales. Levi did not want to reveal too many breathing techniques before Emperor Mew. After all, the latter was different from other enemies he had encountered. He understood the way of the night well. Thus, Levi had only used this breathing technique for now. He had been battling with the level 11 black snake breathing technique. The legendary clash was epic. Levi laughed loudly, his aura piercing the heavens. He said, Emperor Mew, you still don't understand. The quality of the breathing technique means nothing. All past glories will eventually be forgot. I believe you also feel it being a legendary knight is not the limit for us. I, Supreme Knight Levi, will never be satisfied with being a legendary knight. I want to surpass wizards with the body of a knight and be on par with the gods. Emperor Mew, I wish to establish an organization called the Twilight Knights. After this battle, I wish to invite you to join this organization. We can interact and improve ourselves together. So far, there are only 2 people in this organization, the Blood Knight and me. Emperor Mew, will you accept my invitation? The 2 muscular men were locked in a fierce fight. Levi had gradually acknowledged Emperor Mew. During the war, Levi had an idea. He wanted to establish a force entirely made up of legendary knights. He wanted to invite like-minded legendary knights to exchange their experiences and breathing techniques to seek more breakthrough possibilities. Very good, you're crazy enough to want to break through that legendary shackle. Levi, I, Emperor Mew, have acknowledged you. I will join the Twilight Knights. By the way, did you say that the Blood Knight is in this organization? Wasn't he dead? Can you bring me to meet him? He was my idol when I was young. Emperor Mew was in disbelief. As Levi exchanged punches with Emperor Mew, he said with a straight face, yes, the Blood Knight is also part of the organization, but he is in the human world now. Levi did not care whether the Blood Knight agreed to this or not. He would pull the latter into the team first. The title of Blood Knight was much more influential than Levi's title. Moreover, that old man would definitely be eager to join such an organization that promoted exchanges among legendary knights. Levi would inform the Blood Knight about this later. "All right, stop talking. Let's fight seriously. I'm going all out now," Emperor Mew said. His body expanded again. The violent ape shook the mountains and the earth, and his menacing fist swung toward Levi. Good punch. Levi's solid-state black scales clashed against each other, creating noise. The black-scaled fist and the furry palm collided again. The shockwave from their collision swept up the sand and dust on the island. Levi's defense was more robust, but Emperor Mew's strength was greater. Although Emperor Mew's attacks were fierce, Levi always managed to neutralize them. The two of them had their own advantages and disadvantages. It was difficult to determine who was stronger. However, Levi had yet to use the golden cross slash and the 9 swords form. Moreover, the later it was into the night, the special effect, favored by the night, gradually increased. When midnight arrived, Levi's condition would reach its peak. Until now, Levi had only been testing the waters with Emperor Mew. The two moved around the island, destroying everything in their path. In the vast, endless sea, the battle between the two legendary knights, which was a rare sight, was happening fiercely without an audience. This would be a dazzling and unparalleled battle in the human world. It was a significant event that could be recorded in the annals of history and praised by countless bards. Unfortunately, this was the wizard world. In the eyes of the proud, powerful, and busy wizards, legendary knights were insignificant. At this moment, Levi and Emperor Mew, who were struggling at the bottom of the wizard world, felt mutual appreciation. Even burly men like Levi and Emperor Mew were sentimental. The two insignificant yet legendary figures clashed repeatedly, but it was difficult to determine a victor between them. Levi could tell that Emperor Mew had learned a lot of breathing techniques, but they were all superficial, non-bloodline breathing techniques. It seemed that Emperor Mew also wanted to become an all-rounded warrior or surpass the level of a legendary knight by learning other breathing techniques. Unfortunately, Emperor Mew did not have the proficiency panel and could not break through the shackles of his bloodline. Therefore, Levi did not use the Red Lotus, Blood Beast, and other breathing techniques to bully Emperor Mew. It would be meaningless to bully a soulmate like that. The battle continued, and as the night grew darker, Levi's body became stronger and stronger under the special effect, favored by the night. He honestly didn't want to become stronger, but this passive effect was beyond his control. On the other hand, Emperor Mew was finding it more and more challenging to keep up. When it was almost midnight, Levi sighed internally. Then his fighting spirit rose and he laughed loudly. He did not put a lot of force into his golden ripple divine palm, but it still managed to deliver a solid blow to Emperor Mew. Emperor Mew flew backward, spat out blood, and fell into the sea. Levi noticed that Emperor Mew's blood seemed to be faintly golden. He did not say anything about it. Instead, he smiled and declared, "I won today's battle." Levi slapped the island with all his might with his golden ripple divine palm, which had reached its peak state under the effect of favored by the night. Crack, ripples propagated, and the ground cracked apart like spider webs as seawater poured in. The island was shattered. The winner of the legendary battle between Saint Ape Emperor Mew and Black Snake Levi was Supreme Knight Levi. 1. On a nameless island, Levi's aura was majestic and unfathomable as he stood tall and mighty. "I lost." Emperor Mew was not discouraged. He got up and came to Levi. The black fur on his body slowly receded, and his ape-like furry palm with sharp nails gradually turned into a human palm. "Are your hands your supernatural organ?" Levi asked. "That's right. Your supernatural organ is that snake's tongue, right?" Emperor Mew also asked. "Yes, fascinating." "Such supernatural organs are indeed rare," said Emperor Mew. "Do you know any other reliable legendary knights?" Levi asked. He had long had the ambition to find other legendary knights to collect all the techniques in the world. He would combine all the techniques and finally become a true supreme knight. Finding these legendary knights scattered around the world alone would be difficult. Therefore, Levi needed some help. He hadn't known Emperor Mew for long, but Levi felt that Emperor Mew was a pure martial arts maniac and was worth befriending. "No," Emperor Mew shook his head. "I've just reached the legendary realm. You're the only legendary knight I've met. Legendary knights are too rare," lamented Levi. "Oh right, this is the sword skill inheritance book I found on Golden Knight Gregor's lost treasure ship. As per our agreement, it is yours." Emperor Mew took out an ancient and derelict book. There were even traces of green algae on it. Levi could pick up the salty and wet smell of the sea from it. Emperor Mew sighed. This was the crowning achievement of Gregor's life. He earned his title of Golden Knight because of this powerful sword skill. It shouldn't be lost sitting at the bottom of a dark seabed. "Alas, I am not powerful enough to force you to use your sword skill." Levi accepted the ancient sword technique manuscript. Emperor Mew nodded. After that, Levi and Emperor Mew talked about their experiences as legendary knights on the island. They had a good time and were inspired by each other. By the time they finished chatting, it was already daybreak. The golden sun appeared on the horizon. It's time for us to leave. Levi used the Dragon King whale to bring Emperor Mew to the Azure ship before he left. He and Emperor Mew agreed to meet and spar once yearly to exchange their knowledge on the way of knights. Emperor Mew's Saint Ape breathing technique was a powerful breathing technique on par with the Red Lotus breathing technique. They were both strength-based. The Saint Ape was a powerful mythical creature. Legend had it that the Saint Ape had boundless strength and received the world's blessings. Mountains and rivers trembled at its breath. With a wave of its hand, the stars, the sun, and the moon dimmed. At Levi's current realm, he felt that every breathing technique, especially those of excellent or perfect quality, had unlimited potential to tap into. With the proficiency panel, he could cultivate the breathing techniques to their limits and break through the limits again and again. In the process, he attempted to break through the shackles of the legendary realm repeatedly. He wondered how Emperor Mew, Blood Knight Anderson, and the others could break through these shackles without the proficiency panel. Levi felt that their chances were slim. Assuming the breathing techniques continuously purified one's bloodline and continually evolved towards their supreme form, logically speaking, Anderson, who is a legendary knight from the Blood clan, should also be able to cultivate the Blood Beast breathing technique. Perhaps Levi could exchange his Blood Beast breathing technique for Anderson's breathing technique. Levi also noticed that Emperor Mew's blood was light golden. He had seen Emperor Mew bleed before, but it was not light golden then. Now that it had turned pale gold, there were only two possibilities. The first possibility was that after Emperor Mew advanced to the legendary realm, his blood changed due to the effects of the Saint Ape breathing technique. The second possibility was that Emperor Mew had inherited Golden Knight Gregor's legacy. Emperor Mew was somehow granted a part of the Golden bloodline through the latter's legacy. It was even possible that Emperor Mew was practicing the breathing technique of Golden Knight Gregor. Levi thought aloud. Let's say the conditions to advance to the legendary realm are possessing a supernatural organ and having a spiritual force that matches that of a mid-level apprentice wizard. If I want to break through the shackles of the legendary realm, perhaps I have to possess another supernatural organ, and my spiritual force has to match that of a high-level apprentice wizard. Levi was unsure. No one had told him how to advance past the legendary realm, so he could only figure it out himself. Levi muttered, neither Emperor Mew nor Anderson have the proficiency panel, so they can't surpass the limits of their breathing techniques. Therefore, according to the standards of the proficiency panel, Emperor Mew's Saint Ape breathing technique and Anderson's breathing technique should be at the limit of level 11. Levi speculated that to acquire a second supernatural organ, he might need to upgrade the Black Snake breathing technique to a higher level. Perhaps at level 12 or level 13, he could condense another supernatural organ related to the Black Snake again. He could also cultivate a second breathing technique to the limit of level 11 and acquire a second supernatural organ besides that of the Black Snake. Therefore, if Emperor Mew or Anderson wanted to break through the shackles of the legendary realm, they would have to cultivate another breathing technique to the legendary realm. From there, they could acquire a second supernatural organ. However, powerful breathing techniques were restricted to bloodlines. Unless they had fateful encounters, it would be challenging for Emperor Mew or Anderson to learn other breathing techniques. The breathing techniques that were not restricted by bloodlines were shallow. Levi had the proficiency panel, so he could merge other breathing techniques and forcefully raise the limits of these shallow breathing techniques. However, for Emperor Mew and the others, learning these shallow breathing techniques was a waste of time. Levi wanted to establish an alliance with legendary knights because he wanted to rely on their strength and connections to collect more and better quality breathing techniques. They could also exchange their ancestral bloodline breathing techniques with each other. Regardless of whether they could cultivate these techniques or not, they could use them as references. Of course, Levi had some selfish motives. He certainly coveted the breathing techniques of other legendary knights. However, he truly wanted to create a supreme path for knights. He had also fantasized about someday becoming the supreme leader and guide for all the knights. Powerful, loyal, and determined knights would back him. They would form their own Immite regiment. Like him, they worked hard on the knight's path and constantly strived to become stronger. One day, such a humble knight order would live up to its name, the Twilight Knights. They would instill fear in the rulers of the multidimensional plane and even the gods, bringing about their end. On the surface, Levi was just an ordinary, struggling wizard in the wizard world. In secret, he was the only light in the entire night world. Like the Black Snake with a candle, he would illuminate the path for others. Levi stopped his unrealistic fantasies and came back to reality. He returned to the 9th floor of the Grey Tower and took out Golden Knight Gregor's sword technique that Emperor Mew had given him. He flipped through the ancient book page by page, comprehending its characters and patterns. When he saw parts that interested him, he even practiced the technique with Frostmourne that he had reforged with luminant gold. Unknowingly, 3 days passed. Levi was utterly absorbed in his sword technique cultivation. Ever since he cultivated the golden cross slash to the peak of level 6, he also gained an understanding of the supreme spin. However, it always seemed just out of reach. He was enlightened now that he had comprehended Golden Knight Gregor's sword technique. Levi finally mastered the supreme spin. He laughed heartily and sang as he swung his sword. He thrust out Frostmourne. Countless air currents and ripples swirled at the sword's tip, which was shining with a golden light. It was like a golden sun that would never stop spinning. Its light was piercing and brilliant. Like a dragonfly skimming the water, Levi lightly tapped his sword on the training room's wall. Then the golden light spiraled on the wall. After Levi retracted his sword, the golden light did not dissipate, it continued to spin. Levi stared at it quietly. He muttered, "So this is the revolving force." Levi had applied only a little bit of revolving force. However, the force seemed infinite. The golden light continued to spin on the wall. It was like a spinning black hole, moving rhythmically as it drilled deeper into the wall. This sturdy wall, specially made for apprentice wizards to test the power of their spells on, was completely penetrated by the seemingly weak golden revolving force. Only then did the golden revolving power slowly dissipate into the void, leaving behind ripples. Levi speculated if I applied more force, this revolving force would have lasted longer and be even more terrifying. A black bird's eye peered through the hole. The black flame demonic bird was dumbfounded. It wondered, what is Levi doing? Levi used some snacks to appease the frightened black flame demonic bird. Only then did it calm down. Levi declared, "This is the golden revolving slash, the highest realm of the golden cross slash." Levi opened his proficiency panel. The golden cross slash's interface had already changed. Levi. Golden cross slash, level 7 maximum. Special effect, advanced vibrations, advanced waves, golden revolving slash. Golden revolving slash, an unparalleled technique. After exerting force, the revolving force will last for a long time. This special effect cannot be leveled up, but its power and endurance will increase as your strength increases. After nearly 20 years, this powerful sword technique created by Golden Knight Gregor had finally been comprehended by Levi to the highest realm, the golden revolving slash. The revolving force was even more powerful and magical than the ripple force. It was truly extraordinary. Golden Knight Gregor had managed to exceed the ordinary even though he was just a mortal knight. Levi could not help but think of Sir Fred. He lamented, "It's a pity that my comprehension took so long. If Sir Fred saw that I've mastered this supreme golden revolving slash, he would have been extremely gratified." This was his biggest regret. No matter what, achieving this breakthrough was a timely help to Levi, who desperately needed strength. Moreover, although the special effect of golden revolving slash could not be leveled up, its power was linked to his strength attribute. In theory, if he was strong enough, the revolving force could be sustained for an almost infinite amount of time. Yet a lone luminant gold, even the most formidable defense in the world, or even the world itself, would be destroyed by this endless revolving force. When he fought with his enemies in the future, Levi only needed to use golden revolving slash on his enemies, and he could escape. After a while, his enemies might be killed by the golden revolving slash. After the battle with Emperor Mew, Levi had nothing else to do. During this time, he had been cultivating in the Grey Tower in peace. Occasionally, he would help Ms. Marlene refine potions and do some apprentice work. The Tower Master had been in seclusion recently, and no one knew when he would develop that alchemy style. Ms. Marlene, a newly promoted second circle wizard, had become the acting Tower Master of the Grey Tower. During the month of flowing fire, Levi ended his cultivation when he heard that Manla had returned. He went to visit Manla, whom he hadn't seen for a long time, to discuss their future cooperation. He met Manla at the materials store in White Sail Alley. Beside Manla was a young girl who looked to be in her 20s. She was lovely, and her eyes resembled Manla's. She did not look well and was doing some chores with a dull gaze. Manla, long time no see, greeted Levi as he approached them. Manla looked sad when he saw Levi but still forced himself to smile. "Sir Levi, long time no see. I'm really sorry for leaving without having said goodbye." Levi asked, "It's fine. It's good that you're back. What happened? Why didn't you seek my aid? With our relationship, I would have helped you to the best of my abilities." "I don't like to trouble others," said Manla as he shook his head and smiled bitterly, "especially since this matter involves an official wizard who is my daughter's mentor." "Oh, what happened to your daughter's mentor?" Levi wondered if his daughter's incident had something to do with Cain, whom he had killed. Manla said, "Sigh, I truly regret what I have done. Cain, the Fireplay Master, the island master of Blackfire Island, is scum. I thought he was merely greedy for money and advocated the principle of equal exchange. I believed that he would teach my daughter responsibly if I gave him enough money. However, that scumbag didn't keep his end of the deal after receiving the money. Instead, he gave my daughter to his playboy son as a concubine without my daughter's consent. I'm so livid. My daughter disagreed, so he used spells to control her and locked her in the dungeon of Blackfire Island. His son did unspeakable things to my daughter. If it wasn't for one of his apprentices who accidentally discovered all of this and asked a good friend of mine to tell me about it, my daughter might have been dead right now. Manla looked at his daughter with a heavy heart. Levi was also furious. He said, "What a scumbag. It's a good thing that you saved your daughter. By the way, how did you save her? Cain is an official wizard." Manla took a deep breath and said, "With my strength alone, I naturally wouldn't dare go to Blackfire Island without a plan. I found the friend who introduced Cain to me. When that friend heard about Cain's behavior, he was also outraged. He asked me to seek the Apprentice Wizard Protection Association and let them investigate the situation on Blackfire Island first. After that, I should seek the Wizard Tribunal to judge Cain's behavior. I did just that." He continued, "I spent money establishing connections and finally persuaded the association to take action. However, after a long time, they didn't do anything. I had no choice but to find a way myself. I wanted to seek a wizard from the tower to help me. However, Marco and Mr. Tim had gone to the Star Tower to further their studies, and the Tower Master was busy with his research. Granny Marlene was the acting Tower Master in his place. Left with no choice, I went to Blackfire Island alone to rescue my daughter." Manla's face was bitter as he recounted the incident. "Just as I expected, Cain locked me up as well. Fortunately, I got to see my daughter. She was still alive. I thought that even though I couldn't save my daughter from the devil's den, at least I would get to die with her. However, to my surprise, investigators from the Bureau for the Unnatural Wizard Deaths of Star Tower came soon after. I learned from an investigator that this scumbag Cain had mysteriously disappeared for some time. He had been confirmed dead, but no corpse had been found. After going through the procedure, the investigators left. Before they left, they confiscated Cain's property on Blackfire Island. After investigating the truth of our imprisonment, they released us. We and the other apprentices of Cain went our separate ways. Blackfire Island is now surrounded by law enforcers from the Star Tower. No one is allowed to enter. They said that after the investigation, Blackfire Island will be auctioned off by Star Tower. This is the realm of the unbelievers, and I am a wizard. By right, I shouldn't believe in the gods. However, after I learned of Cain's death, I suddenly felt that Cain's sins must have angered the gods, which was why this miracle happened. I felt like I was dreaming. I was prepared to die but didn't expect to return safely." Manla finished recounting the incident in one go, and his expression gradually turned calm. Levi listened quietly and comforted him. "When I was in the human world, I heard a saying that a wicked person would be harassed by another of like ilk. Cain must have offended a lot of people. It might be that someone even more despicable than Cain took revenge for you." Levi analyzed, "Since you and your daughter have returned safely, you should stay in the Grey Tower and recuperate. Cain was just a mentor from the Burning faction. In the future, I'll help your daughter find another mentor. Besides, your daughter has triple affinity with earth, fire, and wind. There's no need to limit herself to the Burning faction. The Earth faction is good at defense, while the Storm faction is good at speed. These are both good attributes for a girl. If she runs fast enough, danger will never catch up to her." When Manla heard what Levi said, he was extremely touched. With tears and snot, he said, "Levi, you're right. My expectations for my daughter were too high. I wanted her to become the first official wizard in our family. Now that I think about it, even if she didn't become a wizard, living a peaceful life, mortal wouldn't be bad." Manla finally let it go and patted his daughter's shoulder. He introduced Levi to her. "Dora, this is the legendary knight I've been telling you about. Uncle Levi is also my friend." Dora must have been traumatized. Her face was still in pain as she stood there like a puppet. Manla sighed. "Dora, you have a very nice name," Levi said. "I'm relieved that you've returned safely. I am leaving now. I hope you can overcome this trauma soon and welcome a new life." Levi turned around and left, waving goodbye. Manla was in tears and he was overwhelmed by emotions. He could finally let it all out. After Manla calmed down, he suddenly realized a small bag was on the table. He opened the bag with a trembling hand. There was a total of 100 ether stones inside. After returning to the 9th floor of the Grey Tower, Levi's expression turned solemn. He learned some information from Manla's story. Things seemed to have progressed as he expected. He mumbled, "The Panplane Wizard Council is investigating Cain's death." The Bureau for Unnatural Wizard Deaths was an organization responsible for investigating the unnatural deaths of wizards. Levi did not know if the Bureau could find out that he had killed Cain. It had been 3 months since Cain's death. There were still 9 months left before the case would be dropped. If someone from the Bureau managed to piece the clues together during these 9 months, he would be in trouble. He wondered, "I have money now anyway. Why don't I just return to the human world for a year?" As far as Levi knew, a one-way ticket to the human world cost 2,000 ether stones. A round trip would cost 4,000 ether stones. Although it was expensive, Levi could afford it now. Let's wait a little longer. The sub-dimensional portal to the human world is in the Star Tower. It's too far away from here. I might encounter other dangers along the way. Levi dismissed the idea. So far, his spider sensing had not been triggered even the slightest. This was also why Levi was relatively at ease. If the people from the Bureau found out about the murder, they would definitely have malicious intentions towards Levi. Since his spider sensing didn't alert him of any danger, it meant that he should be fine. If his spider sensing issued any warning, Levi would immediately escape. After all, he had the Dragon King whale Leviathan, which allowed him excellent mobility. I'll be fine after these 9 months. It shouldn't be impossible to connect the murder to me, Levi comforted himself. Due to this sense of urgency, Levi cultivated even harder. Soon it was the month of Wheatfield. One day, a sea beast suddenly emerged from the sea outside the Grey Tower. The sea beast looked like a seahorse. Its strength was only at the level of a high-level apprentice wizard. On the back of the sea beast, 2 official wizards, a man and a woman, were resting with their eyes closed. They were both wearing the Star Tower's enforcer robes. When they reached the shore, the male enforcer chanted a spell, and a golden envelope flew out of his hand toward the Grey Tower. Written on the envelope was I, Callius from the Star Tower, hereby request access to the Grey Tower for official business. On the 7th floor of the White Tower, Tower Master Herman frowned as he looked at the golden envelope. He was familiar with such envelopes. The Tower Master called Ms. Marlene over and said, "Enforcers from the Star Tower. What are they doing here? Marlene, I'm busy and can't meet with them. Go and welcome them." "All right, Tower Master." Marlene came to the shore and welcomed the enforcers. "May I know who you are looking for?" she asked. The enforcer, who called himself Callius, said, "Manla and Dora are apprentice wizards here, are they not? We have something to ask them. We will leave after we are done." Marlene knew who Manla was. He was once her apprentice, after all. All right then. According to the law, she could not intervene in the Star Tower's investigation. They were to be allowed free rein. "It's okay. We'll cooperate with your investigation," replied Marlene as she smiled confidently. The official wizards in Grey Tower had always been well behaved, and the apprentice wizards under their command were unlike other organizations who were always thinking about causing trouble. They were all a group of law-abiding, good citizens. Levi was especially obedient. On the 9th floor of the Grey Tower, Levi was still cultivating, completely unaware of what was happening outside. So far, his spider sensing did not pick up any abnormalities. Meanwhile, in the materials store in White Sail Alley, Manla and Dora were facing the 2 enforcers. The male enforcer waved his wand, and a soundproof barrier was formed. Manla and Dora looked confused. They didn't know what these enforcers were up to. Could their visit be related to Kane's death? Callius said with a smile, "Hello, Mr. Manla. I'm Callius, a Star Tower enforcer. This is my colleague, Claris. The 2 of us have come because we have some questions to ask you. You don't have to be too flustered. You just need to answer truthfully. Don't lie to us. Believe me, we can tell if you're lying." 5. Manla said, "All right, Lord Callius. I will tell you everything I know." Callius nodded and began his inquiries. Levi was still cultivating when the 2 enforcers finished their questioning and left the Grey Tower. As the sea beast rode the wind and waves, the 2 enforcers chatted. Callius sneered. "Manla and Dora have already agreed to testify against Kane the Fireplay Master from Azure Fire Alliance. Humph, those outsiders from the Burning faction are playing tricks in the realm of Azure Cloud." Kane was a member of this alliance. Now that Kane's scandal is known far and wide, I want to see how the Azure Fire Alliance will deal with this matter. "Yeah, by the way, did the Bureau discover the cause of Kane's death?" Claris asked. Callius replied helplessly, "No. We can only confirm that Kane is dead through the Soul Jade, but we can't find his body. Ordinary investigators wouldn't be able to find anything in the Endless Sea. Those people from the Azure Fire Alliance have joined forces to put pressure on us, claiming that we don't respect the rights of the minority groups and that we're too perfunctory in investigating Kane's death." Claris sneered when she heard that. "Humph, they dare make such claims. These people don't know how busy we are right now. Recently, more and more dark wizard organizations have appeared all over the wizard world, not just in the realm of Azure Cloud. There seems to be a mastermind behind the scenes. What manpower do we have to spare to investigate the cause of death of a Burning faction wizard? Moreover, Kane was a complete scumbag. In my opinion, no one will mourn his death." The 2 enforcers left the Grey Tower while exchanging their opinions on this issue. Levi only found out about the enforcers' visit a month after they left. He had been engrossed in cultivation during this period and tried his best to improve his strength. After he came out of seclusion, he went to look for Manla and learned about this from the latter. Levi thought, interesting. It seems like there is a feud between the Star Tower and the Azure Fire Alliance. In the beginning, this organization was quite normal. However, as time went on, things changed. They constantly sought benefits in the name of protecting the interests of the minority. Although the Star Tower was unhappy with this organization, they could not do anything. After all, they were all members of the Pan-Plane Wizard Council. There was no need to make things awkward. Moreover, the Burning faction was one of the largest factions in the realm of Crimson. The Burning faction had slightly more seats than the Ocean faction on the Panplane Wizard Council. Levi was relieved after knowing that the two law enforcers were only here to ask about the crimes Cain had committed against Dora and the other apprentice wizards. It had been so long, and they still hadn't found out who was behind Cain's death. It would be even harder to do so as time went on. The probability of him being caught was not high. Levi then began his regular cultivation. There weren't many breathing techniques he could cultivate right now. The only ones he could cultivate were Blood Beast, Red Lotus, and Undying Bird. Therefore, he could spare some time to work on his cultivation as an apprentice wizard. Currently, he had mastered the 4 major meditation arts. He had mastered Level 2 Deep Sea Meditation Art, Level 2 Night Crow Meditation Art, Level 2 Earth Meditation Art, and Level 1 Sun Meditation Art. He cultivated the Earth Meditation Art and the Sun Meditation Art the fastest due to the effect of the Elemental Affinity talent. This was especially true for the Earth Meditation Art. He was close to breaking through to Level 3. Levi wanted to become a high-level apprentice wizard as soon as possible. That way, he could learn more cantrip. He could also break through the limit of Black Devil Blade and advance to Level 4. After his Black Devil Blade reached Level 4, his 9 swords form should also grow stronger. This was the fastest way for him to increase his strength. Throughout the second half of the year 1021, Levi did not step out of the Grey Tower. Now that Manla had returned, with Levi's help, he and his daughter Dora had gradually overcome their trauma. Levi and Manla continued to work together, and Manla also found some breathing technique inheritance diagrams for Levi. Apart from inheritance diagrams focusing on strength and speed, Levi was surprised that Manla had found him an excellent grade breathing technique focusing on endurance and a shallow grade breathing technique focusing on perception. The breathing technique focusing on endurance was called the Hunchback Dragon Breathing Technique. Levi knew of one other such breathing technique. It was the Dragon Breathing Technique of the Jade Royal family. The breathing technique was inspired by the Emerald Dragon, a beautiful and elegant green dragon from myth. The royal family's breathing technique was of perfect grade. On the other hand, the Hunchback Dragon breathing technique was slightly inferior to the one the royal family had. It was similar to the Black Snake breathing technique before the latter broke through its limit. From the descriptions of myth and legend, Levi felt that the Hunchback Dragon should be a type of giant dragon, but he did not know if it was pure blood or mixed-blooded. It was called a Hunchback Dragon because it had a hump on its back that was similar to a camel's. Levi looked at the description of the breathing technique and could not help but reveal a strange expression. He muttered, "I feel that, like the blood whale breathing technique, cultivating this Hunchback Dragon breathing technique will allow me to grow an extra organ." Currently, Levi had a whale sac that was born from the blood whale breathing technique. This organ was similar to the supernatural organs knights acquired after they became legendary knights. However, unlike the supernatural organs, Levi acquired the whale sac without cultivating the technique to the legendary realm. Like the blood whale breathing technique, the Hunchback Dragon breathing technique would cause him to have a hump on his back. The function of the hump was similar to that of the blood whale sac. They could both store a large amount of energy. The slight difference between them was that the hump could absorb and store a portion of the enemy's attack power and momentum during battle. Then, the knight could unleash the power stored in the hump back to their opponent. Therefore, Levi did not hesitate to learn the Hunchback Dragon breathing technique. After all, he had the special effect of 1,000 faces. Even if he grew an ugly hump, he could conceal it with his special effect. Levi inspected the secret medicine of the Hunchback Dragon breathing technique, and it was as he had imagined. The main ingredient was the blood of Earth Dragon, one of the few creatures in the human world with the blood of the Dragon clan. He could replace it with the blood of the Dragon King whale Leviathan. Levi plotted, "Although this is cruel to Leviathan, there's no other way. I have to milk it. In the future, I'll give it more delicious food to nourish it. I can also find it a wife in the future to produce a nest of baby Dragon King whales for me to extract blood from." Other than the Hunchback Dragon breathing technique, there was another breathing technique focusing on perception called the Black Jellyfish breathing technique. It was only a shallow grade breathing technique that could be cultivated to level 4 at most. Levi looked at it and felt that this breathing technique was similar to the man-face spider breathing technique. After he cultivated the Black Jellyfish breathing technique to its maximum, he could use it as a material to break through the limits of the man-face spider breathing technique or the night owl breathing technique. The two breathing techniques Manla found were pleasant surprises for Levi. It was the month of beginning of the year 1022 of the Holy Brilliance calendar. It had been almost a year since Cain's death, and so far, no one had come to investigate Levi. Levi was certain that the authorities did not put much effort into investigating Cain's death. They probably just sent a few low-level enforcers to put on an act and go through the process. After the period of prosecution ended, the case would be closed. He planned to return to the island after a while. If Kane's body was still there and no one touched it, he would turn Kane into a living dead. If the body had disappeared, then Levi would forget about it. After obtaining the black jellyfish breathing technique, Levi quickly maxed it out. He gained a special effect of beginner vibrosensing from doing so. There was no second special effect. Levi did not hesitate and used both the black jellyfish breathing technique and the night owl breathing technique to advance the man-face spider breathing technique. Perhaps it was because the man-face spider breathing technique and the night owl breathing technique were both peak level 6 breathing techniques. After the night owl breathing technique was merged with the man-face spider breathing technique, the latter underwent a considerable change. Levi. Human-faced owl breathing technique, level 6 140,000. Special effect, advanced perception, spider sensing, favored by the night. On the 9th floor of the Gray Tower, Levi looked at the proficiency panel and pondered. Previously, when he fused the breathing technique, he had used low level to fuse it with high-level ones. He had never fused it with anyone of the same level. The man-face spider breathing technique and the night owl breathing technique were both at the maximum level 6. Their levels should be about the same. When Levi fused the night owl seed with the human-faced spider seed, he felt the night owl's struggle. It seemed that it was more challenging to fuse at the same level as the high-level fusion. The two evenly matched breathing technique seeds were unconvinced and fused with each other. In the end, a strange seed appeared in Levi's heart, seed of the human-faced owl. In the legends, there was no such thing as a human-faced owl, so this should be considered a mutation. The human-faced owl had a human face and was covered in the black feathers of the night owl. At the same time, 8 spider legs extended from its back. The spider legs were covered in fine bristles. It looked like a stitched monster. Regardless, Levi's fusion was considered a success. The human-faced owl breathing technique had a total of 3 special effects. Spider sensing came from the man-faced spider, which was equivalent to inheriting it. It was not much different from before. Favored by the night came from night owl, and it was the same as before. The newest advanced perception was a combination of the man-faced spider's advanced vibrosensing and night owl's advanced hearing. Advanced perception, a special ability born from fusing the similar characteristics of the man-faced spider and night owl. Combined with advanced vibrosensing's minute subtlety and advanced hearing's large range, the current perception range is an area with a radius of 1,000 meters with you as the center. Previously, the range of advanced vibrosensing was only dozens of meters. Now, it has suddenly expanded to 1,000 meters. This improvement is too great. Levi was pleasantly surprised. The effect of this mutation fusion was surprisingly good. When advanced perception advanced to top perception, the range might be even larger. In Levi's opinion, the current advanced perception was equivalent to a low-level cultivator's sense. With him as the center, Levi could sense every movement of the Gray Tower's apprentices within a 1,000-meter radius, except for some isolation spells. Levi could sense the movements of the birds and beasts in the forest. He closed his eyes, but he could feel the entire world. Levi could sense that he was omniscient and omnipotent. He even thought that he was God. Coupled with the Black Snake's message and advanced perception, Levi could not only track and lock onto the enemy, but also predict many attacks from afar, such as the casting movements of wizards and so on. From there, he could directly dodge them, making his actual combat ability even more abnormal. However, the secret medicines that were originally used for the man-faced spider breathing technique or the night owl breathing technique can't be used alone now. I might have to combine these two breathing techniques with secret medicines and develop a new secret medicine alone. A new question occurred to Levi. For Levi, who was both a high-level pharmacy apprentice and a grandmaster of breathing techniques, these should not be difficult. Moreover, even without the secret medicine, it was not difficult to cultivate the breathing technique to level 7. Apart from the birth of the breathing technique, Levi had also cultivated the humpback dragon breathing technique to level 8 in the past half a year. Levi. Hunchback dragon breathing technique, level 8 100,000, special effect, transcendent endurance. With a thought, the flying fish robe on his back bulged up. Levi took off the robe and could feel that there was a slightly bulging back like a camel on his back. His back was covered in scales. This was the hunchback dragon's hump. It could be used to store a huge amount of food energy, which was much higher than the upper limit of the blood whale's sac. Apart from that, it could also absorb the force that the enemy transmitted to it and store it temporarily before bouncing it back to the enemy. This effect was highly suitable for battle. Levi's strength was greatly enhanced. He went straight to the coast. He found the dragon king whale Leviathan resting on the surface of the sea. In order to facilitate his harvest, Levi was now supplying the dragon king whale with sea beast meat that was as nutritious as high-level apprentice wizards. Just buying sea beast meat for this guy would cost a lot of gold coins. After all, Levi was too busy and did not have the time to catch sea beasts for this fellow personally. Therefore, he directly asked Manla to purchase large amounts of sea beasts for him from the Blackcell Wizard Market. Levi's breathing techniques required Leviathan's blood or ambergris as secret medicines, such as the black snake, red lotus, and the hunchback dragon. Naturally, Leviathan was treated like a king. In addition to providing the secret medicine, Leviathan was also Levi's training partner. After all, Leviathan was a first circle transcendent creature and was very resistant to beatings. Levi made a perverted request. Leviathan had no idea what its master was up to. In its understanding, it could not contradict the man in front of it. Otherwise, he might have taken that sledgehammer and hit himself in the head. It really hurt. Therefore, Leviathan refused at first. Levi said again, "Don't be afraid. I won't blame you. Just come at me." Leviathan finally made up its mind. It snorted and spewed out a column of water, as if to say, "This is the first time I've heard such a request in my life." Leviathan split open the sea and rushed towards Levi like a speedboat. He pushed his hands forward and used the solid-state black scale to protect his body. Boom! The shockwave dispersed the nearby sea. The first circle transcendent creature that weighed dozens of tons slammed into Levi's palm with terrifying brute force. Levi was sent flying. He looked calm in the air. A part of the Leviathan's power flowed through his arms, his chest, and into the hump on his back. That domineering power kept spinning and swimming in the camel's hump without stopping. Then Levi landed gently on the ground. He stepped on the seawater and shot out. The force in his hump began to flow back. He pushed out his right palm in an ordinary manner. It collided with the Dragon King Whale Leviathan that was charging over again. This round, at the same time, Levi's body was sent flying. The Dragon King Whale Leviathan's body was also knocked out of the water. Boom. Leviathan wobbled on the surface of the water. It did not understand why its master's power had increased so much in such a short time. Levi threw back his head and laughed. This camel hump was too useful, not to mention the basic function of storing food and fat. Just the two effects of shock absorption and recoil were enough to be called true supernatural organs. This hump could absorb a portion of the force, which had the effect of reducing the force. At the same time, this force would circulate in the hump and eventually bounce back with Levi's body. However, this hump could only absorb a portion of physical attacks and could not have any effect on some spell attacks. But even so, this was already abnormal enough. This hunchback dragon breathing technique is very powerful. In the future, it can be my main endurance-type breathing technique. When I reach the maximum, I can integrate the blood whale into the breakthrough. His transcendent endurance had been stagnant for a long time, and his battle with official wizards was getting weaker and weaker. This hunchback dragon breathing technique was a timely help to him. It was not difficult to reach the maximum of the hunchback dragon breathing technique. He would be done in half a year. He sparred with Leviathan. He happily returned to Grey Tower. During this period of time, in order to quickly increase his strength, Levi was very tense when dealing with possible dangers. He relaxed slightly and went to Marlene's side to help refine the potion and rest. His pharmacy was about to reach level 7. After level 7, he would be a true official pharmacist. He only needed to refine a first circle potion under the notarization of the Pharmacist Association to obtain the official pharmacist status. Moreover, he could sell his potions through the official legal channels to earn money. After he gradually made a name for himself, earning money was not too difficult for a first circle pharmacist. Moreover, with the help of the first circle pharmacist's potions, Levi's wizard cultivation would be smoother. Previously, Levi had even thought about whether he should create another weapon-making inheritance. After all, he had a foundation in forging. However, after thinking about it, he decided to forget about it for the time being. There was no need for him to make everything himself. If he needed a wizard tool, he could just buy it. Levi was naturally more at ease making potions himself. The Tower Master was still studying his alchemy style. Levi felt that if the Tower Master could really figure it out with this alchemy style, he might be able to become a scholar of the Pan-Plane Wizard Council. By then, the status of the Grey Tower would definitely rise. For a faction led by a scholar, the other factions would think about it before causing trouble. Offending a scholar was equivalent to offending the Pan-Plane Wizard Council. Was it worth it? On the Pan-Plane Wizard Council's side, the treatment of scholars was completely different from that of ordinary official wizards. According to the law, the death of the lowest level 1 scholar was for a full 10 years. It could be seen how much the Pan-Plane Wizard Council valued the scholar. Days passed in such a mundane routine. Holy Brilliance calendar year 1022, month of Germinal. A full year had passed since Cain's death. In the past year, other than the 2-star tower law enforcers who came to question Manla and Dora, no one else had come to the Grey Tower. From Levi's point of view, he should have escaped the law of long arms. This made him heave a sigh of relief. It seemed that he did not need to escape back to the human world. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Levi did not want to return to the human world. That would definitely drag down his wizard cultivation. Moreover, the ticket to return to the human world was really expensive. It was enough to buy a few top-grade first circle wizard tools. A ticket of 2,000 ether stones would cost 4,000 ether stones. For most ordinary wizards, even official wizards who could afford this. Therefore, senior sister Winnie told Levi from the beginning not to think about returning to the human world. Let's wait a little longer. In half a year, we'll go to the island where Cain is buried to take a look. In his heart, he still wanted to turn Cain into a living dead and keep him as his Trum D card. A month later, on a dark and windy night, Levi and Emperor Mew held a team-building event on an uninhabited island on the first anniversary of the establishment of the Twilight Knights. The content of the event was nothing more than exchanging the cultivation experiences and comprehensions of the legendary knights, drinking and chatting. Both of them had learned a lot. At the end of the event, Levi and Emperor Mew had a spar that only determined who was stronger and who was weaker. In the end, Levi still won, which made Emperor Mew admit defeat. Emperor Mew couldn't help but sigh. They were both legendary knights, but the difference between them was still huge. He also advised Emperor Mew not to give up the cultivation of wizards. Although legendary knights like them were not talented, with their perseverance and temperament, as long as they did not give up, they would have a chance to become official wizards in the future. Once he became an official wizard, his lifespan would be 200 years. That way, Emperor Mew would have more time to break the shackles of a legendary knight and break through himself. Emperor Mew agreed. He felt that what the leader said made sense. Besides, with a wizard's research ability, he might really be able to find a way to become a legendary knight. In particular, there were life schools of thought in the wizard world that were proficient in School of Mutation, Bloodline Studies, Modification Studies, and Monster Studies. It was possible to break through the bloodline restrictions. After organizing the team with Emperor Mew, he returned to the Grey Tower to continue his cultivation. Defeating Emperor Mew was not something to be proud of. Levi knew very well that without the proficiency panel, his current achievements would most likely be inferior to Emperor Mew's. He had to work harder and make use of his advantage. It felt good to cheat for a while, but it felt good to cheat all the time. Holy Brilliance Calendar Year 1022, Month of Flowing Fire. A higher-up of the Star Tower had bombarded a burning faction, Wizard from the Azure Fire Alliance. He had violated many laws of the Pan-Plane Wizard Council and required the Azure Fire Alliance to conduct a thorough self-examination of its members. Otherwise, some members of the Azure Fire Alliance would be expelled and driven back to their hometowns. All their properties in the realm of Azure Cloud would be confiscated. This wizard from the Burning faction was the Fireplay Master Cain, who had been dead for more than a year. Poor Cain, he died with a grievance. Not only did no one really investigate the cause of his death, but after his death, the Star Tower even dug up old scores, making him a tool for the various factions to scheme and fight for power. No matter what, this situation was a good thing for Levi. Holy Brilliance Calendar Year 1022, Month of Wheatfield. The Star Tower was going to hold a public auction on the Black Fire Island. However, the Black Fire Island was covered in earth fire. Further, Cain, the original owner of the Black Fire Island, had died for no reason. Therefore, in the realm of Azure Cloud, which was basically filled with ocean faction wizards, no one had been bidding for this small island. Although he wanted to own his own island, he was only an apprentice wizard. Even if he had the money to participate in the auction, there was a high chance that the Star Tower would not give this island to an apprentice wizard like him. Moreover, it was quite good to be in the Grey Tower now. With the Tower Master and the other powerhouses in charge, it was much better than the Black Fire Island. His idea was to buy an island from the official channel of the Star Tower after he became an official wizard and be the island master. Of course, he would not leave the Grey Tower. He would only build his own secret base outside the Grey Tower. There were some things that Levi could not do in the Grey Tower. It was more convenient to have his own territory. For example, it was very inconvenient to use the living dead summoning spells from the School of Death or nurture an army of Saint Scorpions in the future in the Grey Tower. In the end, after 3 price reductions, the Black Fire Island finally dropped to the price of 5,000 ether stones. No one participated in the bidding, and it was sold out just like that. The Star Tower had no choice but to temporarily set aside the Black Fire Island and send someone to guard it, waiting for the fated person to come and buy it. In the Endless Sea, other than those very small mini-islands, all the famous islands were businesses of the Star Tower. Although there were some good uninhabited islands in some dangerous sea areas, transcendent creatures were everywhere there. Ordinary wizards would be courting death if they went there. Occasionally, he would inquire about the outside world. Most of the time, Levi paid no attention to the outside world. He followed his own pace and patiently cultivated his experience. He wanted to become a high-level apprentice wizard this year. Holy Brilliance Calendar Year 1022, Month of Northern Wind. The human world, Evernight Kingdom. The Snow Queen and the Goddess Knight Elsa were lying on the bed, gritting their teeth. Sweat drenched the female legendary knight's loose robe. Her strong and beautiful muscles bulged as she looked down. On the other side of the bed, an old woman in an ice god robe was anxiously waiting for all of this. This old woman was a head priest of the Church of Snow. She was here to deliver Snow Queen Elsa's child. Queen, use more strength. It's about to come out, the old woman urged. Elsa frowned and kept exerting strength. Even with her willpower as a legendary knight, she could not bear the pain of giving birth. The price to pay for the birth of a saint was really huge, Elsa thought to herself. In the end, this pain lasted for a full day. Elsa was already exhausted, and her sweat drenched the entire bed. The fetus in her womb was finally born. The ice head priest was holding the fetus. It was a crystalline baby girl that seemed to be carved from ice crystals. On the baby's forehead, there was a six-pointed snowflake symbol. After the baby came out, she did not cry or make a fuss. She opened her eyes, and snowflakes spun in her pupils. On this day, the huge statue of the snow goddess in the plaza of the snow capital city emitted a dazzling blue light that shot into the sky. In the sky above the snow capital city, it was snowing heavily. Snowflakes fell on the human world, announcing the birth of a saint. Countless citizens of the Evernight Kingdom braved the blizzard and headed to the Snow Dynasty to pay homage to the god in their hearts. The saint descended and traveled the mortal world to deal with the calamity of this increasingly intense dark wave. Since ancient times, the battle between the gods of the astral world and the rulers of the multidimensional plane had never stopped. In the Tulip Hill, Flower City, Andrew, who had completed Levi's assessment this year, was playing chess with Anderson again. To the long-lived blood clan like them, playing chess was a good way to kill time. Suddenly, a beautiful owl landed on the castle wall. Anderson and Andrew said in unison, "Good morning, Miss Eve." The owl transformed into a cold witch with a small storage bag in her hand. "Letter from the Grey Tower. Delivered. Miss Eve, don't be in a hurry to leave. Drink some good wine here," Anderson said with a smile. "Sorry, I'm very busy." Miss Messenger transformed into an owl and left. The two blood clan members looked at each other. "Quick, quick, quick, open it and see what your master wrote," Anderson urged. Andrew opened it silently. Inside was a letter and a breathing technique inheritance diagram. Andrew opened the letter and read it silently. Andrew kept the letter after reading it. Master asked Andrew to search for the Van Helsing family and the Duncan family's inheritance in the human world according to the clues he mailed. As a member of the Blood Clan, he had some understanding of the Van Helsing family, but he definitely didn't know as much as Elder Anderson. "Elder Anderson, have you interacted with the Van Helsing family or the Duncan family?" Andrew asked. Anderson seemed to recall something. "I've basically never come into contact with the Duncan family. It was only after I became a legendary knight that I learned some secrets about the Van Helsing family. This family is called the family of vampire hunters. Their heritage is very long, much longer than the history of the Emerald Kingdom. When I came into contact with the Van Helsing family, their family was no longer left with only one vampire hunter. His name was Dai. Dai was a rare genius of the Van Helsing family. His cultivation talent was close to the ancestors of the family. He mastered the power called seals and cultivated it to the highest realm. It was a power infinitely close to that of a wizard. I fought with Dai and we were evenly matched. In the end, he saw that I was different from the ordinary blood clan, so he stopped. The two of us fought and became good friends. Later on, because of our identities, I didn't interact much with Dai. I continued to be my blood clan, while he continued to be a vampire hunter. The last time I heard about Dai was in the Shining Tavern. Dai had trespassed the forbidden area of the church's heavenly mountain and tried to steal the church's treasure. He was killed by the guardian of the church's heavenly mountain. At first, I thought that he wanted to steal the church's sealing sacred objects. Later on, I found out that what Dai wanted to steal was the remains of the previous saint. Anderson recalled the past. If Andrew hadn't suddenly asked, he would have buried these things in his mind. He had lived for a long time and had seen a lot, so he had a lot of memories. He had to learn to bury some memories. Andrew said, "The remains of a saint, are there any more? I thought that thing had long disappeared." Anderson said, "I think so. I'm not sure either. After all, saints are also divided into many generations. Didn't the various churches claim that their saints have appeared recently?" Andrew stopped talking. The clues given to him by his master did not mention any information about Dai. They were all clues about the four great families that were older than Dai. Many of them had lost their value with the passage of time. From the looks of it, the legacy of the Van Helsing family might be with the church, not to mention the Duncan family, the monster killer, Heavenly Mountain. Sigh, if it's here, then there's basically no hope for this inheritance. Andrew shook his head in his heart. Heavenly Mountain was a forbidden area of the Church of Holy Light. It was the place where the church communicated with the Heavenly Father. On Heavenly Mountain, there were many sealing sacred objects that had been passed down from the church since ancient times. This was a land of miracles. It was also the place where the first saint of the Church of Holy Light had fallen. The so-called 7 Knights of the Sky also came from here. Of course, in Andrew's eyes, this was a lie to ordinary knights and mortals. After all, there were a total of 7 orthodox gods on this continent. The Heavenly Father was only one of them, and each family had their own opinions. When Andrew was wandering in the East Pole Empire in his early years, he also received another version of the origin of knights there, the great and supreme king of 10,000 dragons. He used his dragon scales and gold to forge the iron bones of a knight, his dragon blood and soil to forge the body of a knight, his dragon saliva and gems to forge the discerning eye of a knight, and finally, he used a passionate dragon breath to bestow the soul of a knight. All in all, every church had its own origins. They were self-centered in their own country. Andrew felt that the church's actions were flattering themselves. Of course, although the church's habit of bragging had been around for a long time, if what Knight Anderson said was true, then if there were still traces of the Van Helsing family's inheritance that Master was concerned about, there was a high chance that it was in Heavenly Mountain. Even though Andrew was almost a legendary knight, he did not dare to go to the Heavenly Mountain. He planned to continue searching for other possibilities in the mortal world and find all the other clues given by his master. If it really didn't work, he would tell his master about the news of Heavenly Mountain and let him decide. As for the second thing that his master had instructed him to do, it was related to Anderson. Elder, Master asked me to tell you that he has advanced to the legendary Knight realm and established an organization called the Twilight Knights. He wants to build a knights group that is full of legendary knights, and you, Elder, are the vice commander. Huh, Knight Anderson was dumbfounded. He was playing chess and sleeping at home. How did he suddenly become the vice commander of some knight group? This kid, however, the ideals and goals of the Twilight Knights are exactly what I want. I'll try being the vice commander, Anderson said. By the way, Elder, Master asked me to give this to you. He said it might be useful to you. Andrew handed the breathing technique inheritance diagram to Anderson, who took it. Blood Beast breathing technique. Holy Brilliance calendar year 1022, month of winter. Endless sea, gray tower. As early as half a year ago, Levi had developed a new secret medicine for the breathing technique. The effect was not bad. A month ago, Levi had cultivated the breathing technique to the maximum. Level 7, his special effect Advanced Perception had been upgraded to Top Perception, and the range of his perception had become wider, twice as wide as before. Levi only needed to break the limit one more time to upgrade Top Perception to Transcendent Perception. However, the perception-type breathing technique could only be chanced upon by luck. He could only leave it to fate. Now that he could find 3, it had far exceeded Levi's expectations. In addition to the limit of the breathing technique, Levi had also made a major breakthrough in his sorcery. On the Klein crystal, Levi's spiritual power was revealed. Spiritual force, 11. Maximum spell power, 107 points. After Levi's continuous efforts, the Earth Meditation Art had successfully entered Level 3 and was ahead of the Deep Sea Meditation Art and the Night Crow Meditation Art. Levi. Earth Meditation Art, Level 3, 110,000. This meant that in terms of spiritual force, Levi had already advanced to the level of a high-level apprentice wizard. He now had 10 spell slots. No matter which school's meditation art stepped into the spiritual force category of a high-level apprentice wizard, it would not affect the unlocking of new spell slots. However, Levi had the highest realm in the Earth Meditation Art. If he learned the meditation arts of other schools, his power would definitely be inferior to the Earth School of Thought. Levi planned to learn a cantrip from the Earth School of Thought to defend himself against the 5 new spell slots. He already had his eyes on this cantrip. That was the most powerful defensive cantrip of the Earth School of Thought, Stone Skin. Although the name was unattractive, its advanced spell was the famous First Circle Rock Body. Stone Skin and Rock Body were both passive defensive cantrips. They were directly solidified on a wizard's body, which was equivalent to directly modifying the body's strength. As long as they were attacked, like the official wizard of the undead ship who was killed by Levi, they would automatically protect their bodies without casting spells or chanting. After all, even though this active defensive spell had a stronger defense, the cooldown time for each spell was too long. It also required chanting and casting. Before each battle, one had to carefully calculate the number of times they could cast the spell before making a move. If they encountered a very fast enemy, there was still a possibility of being interrupted. Therefore, they might as well solidify the spell on their bodies, making it more convenient to use it. The stone skin technique could also complement his solid-state black scale. The black scale was above, and the stone skin was below. Among the storage items of the official wizard he killed, there was a cantrip spellbook for stone skin. Levi immediately began to learn. The solidification of the stone skin technique was similar to a craftsman solidifying a spell on a wizard tool, but the operation was not that complicated. In any case, he had to construct the spell model first before he could proceed to the next step of cultivation. With the special effect of Earth Pulse and Levi's 5 cantrips, he was already familiar with constructing spell models. The spell model construction this time was completed in 3 days. 3 days. After that, Levi prepared the casting materials for the solidification of the. 3 days. 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 3 da Stone skin technique, such as stone snake scale powder, earth fruit shell, pyroxene powder, stone lizard blood, and so on. He felt that the solidification of the stone skin technique was similar to knights using breathing techniques and secret medicine to modify themselves. Perhaps when wizards designed a spell back then, they might have referenced the cultivation method of knights. In just a few days, the stone skin technique had completed the preliminary transformation of Levi's skin. He used a small knife and stabbed his arm with the sharp tip of the knife without using the solid-state black scale. In an instant, a faint green light that was like a green rock circulated around Levi's body, and spell runes flickered in it. Stone skin technique success. At the end of 1022, after the 5 maximum cantrips insect controlling technique, flower fairies, Dew, Withering Ray, Water Arrow, and Tidal Grasp, Levi finally mastered the 6th cantrip. This meant that he had officially stepped into the ranks of high-level apprentice wizards. He put on the sun-patterned magic robe sent by the Grey Tower. This magic robe was ordinary clothes. At most, the material was better. There were no solidification spells on it. It was similar to the school uniform in his previous life. When Levi did not get the flying fish robe, he had been wearing his school uniform in the Grey Tower. Then he had worn the frost giant armor under his school uniform. However, now that the frost giant armor was damaged, Levi temporarily put it away and was not in a hurry to melt it. After dissolving it, there would only be more mithril. It was not of much help to Levi now. The frost giant armor was made by Witch Gullwig of the School of Ice when she was in the human world. This witch was a legendary figure in the wizard world. In less than 1,000 years, she rose like a comet. It allowed the originally weak School of Ice to become glorious again. Hence, Levi felt that the armor was made by such an expert. If he kept it, it might be able to play an unexpected role. The White Tower, on Marlene's side. Levi was wearing a brand new robe, and Marlene looked gratified. Not bad. With your talent as a child of chaos, you can become a high-level apprentice wizard. I can imagine the hard work you've put in. Just like what the Tower Master said when you first came in, don't be discouraged just because you're a child of chaos. Talent as a wizard is important, but it can't determine everything about you. It can't define your future. Many of the powerhouses in the Pan-Plane Wizard Council have grown up with ordinary talent. Yes, teacher, I will work harder in the future. I won't let you and the Tower Master down, Levi said solemnly. After learning that he had advanced to a high-level apprentice wizard, Marlene called him over. As my pharmacy apprentice, I should have given you a gift after you advanced. However, I don't have anything good here, so I'll give you the formula for the first circle potion. I hope you can advance to an official pharmacist soon. Marlene solemnly handed a memory slate with the formula to Levi. This formula is useless to me now, but to you, if you can successfully refine it, it will be very beneficial to your cultivation, Marlene added. In the future, when he became rich and stronger, he must not forget his teacher's kindness to him. Returning kindness with kindness, repaying hatred with hatred, being happy with gratitude and enmity, one could enjoy life to the fullest. It's fine. It's not easy for me to meet such a talented apprentice. Naturally, I won't let you bury it, Marlene said. After chatting with his teacher for a while, he learned that the Tower Master was still in seclusion and seemed to be at the most critical moment. He could only hope that the Tower Master would succeed and advance to the 3rd circle as soon as possible to guard the Grey Tower. That way, he would be able to resist the threat of Whale Song Island. After bidding farewell to his teacher, Levi went to Mr. Marco and Mr. Tim's room. The 2 teachers also gave Levi full affirmation of his progress. In addition to these teachers, the other apprentices and senior sister Winnie also sent their congratulations to Levi. Regardless of whether the congratulations were sincere or not, Levi was in a good mood. He also felt a greater sense of belonging and recognition towards the Grey Tower. Ever since the Holy Brilliance calendar entered the wizard world in 1017, Levi had gone from a low-level apprentice wizard to a high-level apprentice wizard, and from a grand knight to a legendary knight in nearly 6 years. From an unknown rookie to a still unknown rookie, the only thing that could be considered a topic of conversation was his identity as a legendary knight. However, for wizards, such a topic would only be fresh for a few days. Now in this sea area, everyone had long forgotten about Levi, the legendary knight. This was exactly what Levi was looking forward to. He wanted to become stronger in a low-key manner and develop quietly. After Levi finished reading the contents of the memory slate, he could not help but be shocked. The formula recorded on the memory slate was an extremely precious meditation supplementary potion formula, the 1st circle potion Sleeping Demon's Deep Dreamland. For short, it was called the Sandman Potion. This was a meditation supplementary potion, suitable for 1st circle and apprentices. The value of this prescription was incomparably precious. Meditation supplementary potions were strategic potions for many large organizations because this meant the difference in the cultivation speed of wizards. In small wizard organizations, meditation supplementary potions could only be used by official wizards because the output was too little. and it was impossible to give them to apprentice wizards. The official wizards of the Grey Tower only managed to realize the freedom of meditation supplementary potions after Marlene became a second circle pharmacist. Due to the high price of raw materials, this potion could not be popularized among apprentices, and the apprentices who refined it could not afford it. Even the Grey Tower, which had second circle pharmacists, had such a scarcity of meditation supplementary potions, let alone other wizard organizations. It would be fine if he was a child of the elements or other highly talented people. His cultivation speed would not be too slow. For example, Levi's Earth Meditation Art and Sun Meditation Art cultivation speed were not bad. However, if he was a child of chaos, he basically had no chance of becoming an official wizard. His talent was not good to begin with, and he did not take drugs. How could he become an official wizard? It was just like playing games. He was unlucky to begin with. If he didn't spend money, what was the point of playing? Levi's deep sea meditation art was an example. This meditation art was clearly the first to be learned, but it was overtaken by the Earth meditation art later on. Until now, it had yet to reach level 3. This made Levi realize how painful it was to not be able to take pills without talent. If he could refine the Sandman potion, his wizard cultivation speed would rise to another level in the future. According to the description of the prescription, the Sandman potion could increase the meditation efficiency of an apprentice by 50, and the meditation efficiency of a first circle wizard by 10. For a second circle wizard, it could only increase their meditation efficiency by 1. For middle-level and high-level wizards, it was completely ineffective. 50. That's equivalent to reducing my cultivate experience time by half. Levi was excited. He had just broken through to level 3 of the Earth meditation art. Without the help of the meditation potion, even with Levi's talent in Earth Pulse, it would take him at least 5 years to cultivate to the maximum of level 3 and prepare. If Levi could continue to consume the meditation art potion, he would be able to cultivate the Earth meditation art to the maximum of level 3 in 2.5 years, and then try to break through to become an official wizard. This gap was still very obvious. He wanted to become an official wizard before he turned 40. That way, he would have 160 years to become a second circle wizard and break through the shackles of a legendary knight to explore a new realm. Of course, the medicinal materials needed for such a heaven-defying potion were naturally not easy to find. However, Levi had obtained a lot of rare potion materials in the Shadow Realm some time ago, so he had extracted and collected a portion of them. The remaining potion materials might be difficult to gather in the Blacksail Wizard Market, so he would expand the range and go to other markets in the other sea areas to search. In any case, Levi was rich now. The most important thing now was to convert the money into actual combat power. Levi immediately went to the ingredient shop and gave Manla a list and some hard work fees. He would have to trouble Manla to use his connections to help him collect as many potion ingredients as possible. As for himself, he also began to cultivate his pharmaceutical skills to level 7. Holy Brilliance Calendar Year 1023, Month of Vitality. Miss Messenger sent an email from the human world. After he opened it, Andrew sent it to him. In the storage bag were some breathing technique inheritance diagrams. Unfortunately, the breathing technique inheritance diagram this time did not contain the kind that Levi wanted. For example, the giant iron crocodile clan's breathing technique. The last time he wrote a letter, he asked Andrew to help him keep an eye out. However, Andrew replied that after the rebellion in Montenegro Mountain, the iron crocodile family, which had also followed Montenegro Mountain to rise up, was directly exterminated by the royal family after the rebellion subsided. Their family's breathing technique inheritance diagram was also missing. It might have flowed into the royal family's treasury. Therefore, Andrew asked Levi if he wanted to infiltrate the royal family's treasure vault. With his identity as a member of the Blood Clan, he should be able to do it. When the time came, all the treasures of the royal family would belong to Levi. Andrew was really brave. He was even more reckless than he was back then. He actually wanted to rob the king's treasure vault. He thought about it and decided to let Andrew rest for the time being. He did not want to implicate Andrew, a useful agent of the human world, for the giant iron crocodile's breathing technique. It would not be worth it. Other than that, Andrew also brought some clues about the Van Helsing family, according to Knight Anderson's speculation. It was very likely that the Van Helsing family's inheritance had fallen into the hands of the Church of Holy Light and was sealed in the Heavenly Mountain. Heavenly Mountain was an important place for the Church. Many important things were sealed on Heavenly Mountain. No one knew what level of powerhouse was guarding the Heavenly Mountain, because since ancient times, no one who trespassed the Heavenly Mountain, even a legendary knight, came back alive. Once everything involves the Church, it will be a little troublesome. It's not fun to cause trouble at Heavenly Mountain. Recently, all the major churches announced that their saints had arrived. Levi thought that he probably did not have the ability to cause trouble at such a special time. Even if Levi had the strength to flatten the church, it did not mean anything. That would instead anger the heavenly father of the astral world, even. Legendary wizards chose to avoid contact with the 7 orthodox gods. This meant that even with the current strength of the Pan-Plane Wizard Council, they could not guarantee that they could withstand the anger of the orthodox gods. Levi was not even a first circle wizard. He was just a small fry who had been practicing for 2.5 years. It was better not to court death. Forget it, let's wait for the right time. Now that the dark wave has revived, the human world is experiencing a huge change that hasn't happened in thousands of years. Even the church might not be able to sit still and transcend the world like in history. Because of the changes of dynasties in history, the rise and fall of families are basically matters of the mortal world. It's very difficult to have an impact on a giant like the church. However, the revival of the dark wave this time is different. The power of other powerful existences from the multidimensional plane is infiltrating the human world and fighting against the gods. Therefore, the various churches have no choice but to quickly declare that their saints are about to descend to appease the people and deal with the upcoming disaster of the dark wave. If a powerful dark wave creature attacks Heavenly Mountain one day, I'll see if I can take the opportunity to fish in troubled waters. Levi temporarily suppressed his thoughts about the Van Helsing family's inheritance. In any case, he now had the dance of the fire god and the earth pulse. This attack and defense were completely enough. There was no need to forcefully pursue the affinity of the 4 elements. In the end, Andrew's letter also mentioned that after Knight Anderson received the breathing technique inheritance diagram that Levi had sent back, he began to cultivate in seclusion. He seemed to have realized something. Knight Anderson asked Andrew to thank Levi on his behalf. He also asked Andrew to send a breathing technique that he had obtained some time ago as a gift in return. He hoped to have some reference for Levi's breakthrough to legendary. He found the breathing technique inheritance diagram in his storage bag. After seeing the name of this breathing technique, he was stunned and revealed a helpless smile. Black whale breathing technique. This breathing technique evoked Levi's memories of the human world. It reminded him of the days when he was still a little bird and cultivated desperately under the shadow of the terrifying Duke of Montenegro. Perhaps without the pressure from the Duke of Montenegro, Levi would not have become a legendary knight so quickly. After entering the wizard world, although Levi would occasionally encounter some enemies, he had never seen an enemy like the Duke of Montenegro, who posed a huge threat and pressure to him. The black whale breathing technique was a perfect grade strength breathing technique. Although Levi had many strength-type breathing techniques, the only perfect grade ones were the red lotus breathing technique and the black whale breathing technique. The black whale was the emblem of the Montenegro mountain family. In myths and legends, it was also known as the swimming dark whale. Legend had it that these giant whales roamed the void for their entire lives, using the endless multidimensional planes and even the astral worlds as oceans. On the black whale, there was a huge piece of land. On it was a country called the Montenegro Mountain Empire. This was a country on the whale's back. The people of the Montenegro Mountain Empire would never leave the whale's back for the rest of their lives. They worshipped the black whale as a god and worshipped it as their master. They called it the Whale Lord. This was also the source of the Duke of Montenegro's family name. The Duke of Montenegro wanted to build a fantasy Montenegro mountain empire, but unfortunately he failed. Now the Montenegro mountain family had been completely wiped out. Even the breathing technique inheritance diagram had somehow fallen into the hands of Knight Anderson. After going around in circles, it was still obtained by Levi. The secret medicine of the black whale breathing technique was not difficult to find. The stronger the whale blood, the better. In the human world, the narwhal was the main creature, but in the wizard world, Levi could not help but look at the dragon king whale that was spraying water by the sea. In any case, Leviathan was the one who was injured. After obtaining the black whale breathing technique, Levi had mastered it. The upper limit of this breathing technique was high, and there was a lot of potential to be exploited. Therefore, Levi naturally could not give up. Holy Brilliance calendar year 1023, month of Germinal. Cain had been gone for 2 years. Levi, the lawless maniac, was still at large. This undoubtedly disappointed dead Cain and his son. After 2 years of waiting, Levi felt that it was time to turn Cain into a living dead. However, in order to be more stable, Levi decided to wait for a period of time to prevent himself from being fished by the investigators. In any case, he had already waited for 2 years. What harm was there in waiting for another half a year? After half a year, his strength would increase a lot. It would not be too late to. Levi calmed himself down and continued to wait. In the White Sail Alley's ingredient shop, Manla was busy finding a lot of ingredients for Levi to refine the Sandman potion. In return, Levi gave Manla some ether stones as compensation and asked Marlene to help Manla's daughter contact the only Storm faction wizard in the Sighing Sea Breeze. This wizard belonged to the Storm faction, so he did not have many apprentice wizards under him. In addition, Dora's triple affinity talent was already very good, so the two sides hit it off immediately and happily accepted Dora as an apprentice. Marlene recognized this wizard's character, and the sighing sea breeze and Grey Tower had a good relationship. Both sides were helping each other, so Manla could rest assured that Dora was cultivating there. Now that his daughter had found a good place to go, his collaboration with Levi was booming. Manla was also in good spirits. As Manla's friend, Levi was happy to do this. Holy Brilliance calendar year 1023, month of flowers. Levi and Emperor Mew held their second team building event. Levi still won the final match, but Levi could feel that Emperor Mew's strength had improved compared to a year ago. A faint golden light appeared on his body with every move he made. It was as if Emperor Mew's blood was not red but golden. Emperor Mew's resistance and defense were also gradually becoming stronger. This further confirmed Levi's guess. Of course, there was another possibility. Emperor Mew was a descendant of Golden Knight Gregor. Everyone had their own opportunities, so Levi stopped making wild guesses. In any case, no matter how strong he was, he had the proficiency panel. When the time was right, Levi and Emperor Mew would exchange breathing techniques and learn the breathing techniques of the Golden Knight and Emperor Mew. From Emperor Mew's performance, it was obvious that the breathing technique of a Golden Knight was defensive. It was exactly what Levi needed. At that time, when he cultivated this breathing technique to level 11 and fused it with his Black Snake breathing technique, he might be able to mutate a very awesome breathing technique. Levi was looking forward to this day. Holy Brilliance calendar year 1023, month of harvest. Cain had been gone for 2.5 years. In this harvest season, Levi's path of cultivating experience had also yielded huge gains. As for the wizards, Levi's sixth cantrip, Stone Skin Technique, had been cultivated to the maximum level 4. Levi's defense was one of the best among the passive cantrips. With the Stone Skin Technique stacked under the solid state black scale to protect him, Levi felt much safer. Moreover, cultivating the Stone Skin Technique to the limit would also be helpful for Levi to learn the advanced version of the spell Rock Body in the future. In terms of meditation art, the Deep Sea Meditation art was steadily advancing to level 3. The Burning Faction's Sun Meditation art was about to reach level 3. It was about to surpass the Deep Sea Meditation art, which made Levi rather helpless. He was probably a fake apprentice of the Ocean School of Thought. If only that wizard Ron had assigned him to the Burning Faction or the Earth Faction. In addition to the path of wizardry, Levi had also gained a lot from being a knight. After cultivating the newly obtained Black Whale breathing technique to level 8, a new transcendent power was born. Level 8 transcendent power did not add much to the current Levi. After the Black Whale breathing technique reached level 9, transcendent power would advance further and be of true use. In addition, the Hunchback Dragon breathing technique and the Undying Bird breathing technique had both been cultivated to level 9. After level 9 of the Hunchback Dragon breathing technique was the maximum. Levi. Hunchback Dragon breathing technique, level 9 maximum, special effect, Dragon Spine Gas. Level 9 Hunchback Dragon. The original Transcendent Endurance had been upgraded to a new special effect, Dragon Spine. Dragon Spine, as a powerful dragon clan, the spine of a hunchback dragon contains endless power that will never be exhausted. Black gas converges on your spine. You have a trace of the endurance of a hunchback dragon. With the circulation of the hunchback dragon breathing technique, black gas kept emerging from Levi's body. The black gas passed through Levi's body and finally converged on Levi's girder, which was his spine. This made Levi's spine look like a pitch-black pillar. It was terrifying and demonic. Levi took a deep breath and exhaled 2 long streams of white smoke from his nostrils. His back protruded like a dragon's back. If one looked from behind, one could vaguely see a huge black pillar penetrating Levi's back. This was the dragon's spine. Levi estimated that his endurance was at least twice that of Transcendent Endurance. Originally, Levi's Transcendent Endurance was already powerful enough. Now that he had transformed into a dragon's spine, his endurance in battle would become even more abnormal. He could only be described as inhuman or a monster. The Hunchback Dragon breathing technique was very powerful. Levi did not hesitate. He immediately integrated the Blood Whale breathing technique and the few shallow-level breathing techniques he had obtained into the Hunchback Dragon breathing technique, allowing it to break through the limit. After the Blood Whale breathing technique merged with the Hunchback Dragon breathing technique, Levi noticed that the Blood Whale's sac did not disappear. It was still in his body. This organ born from the Blood Whale breathing technique had now become a part of Levi's body. Together with his internal organs, they formed Levi's internal organs. This was good news for Levi. Levi could now live for 3 years without eating. It was the benefits that these 2 organs brought him. It basically eliminated the possibility of Levi becoming a lunatic knight. After the 9th level of the Undying Bird breathing technique, Levi was even more surprised. Undying Bird Breathing Technique, Level 9 11,235 150,000. Special Effect, Blood Ember Gas, Resurrection. Blood Ember, the black gas from the undying bird, fills your body, strengthens your blood, strengthens your physique, and reconstructs your body. Your physique has undergone a complete transformation. Broken limbs have regenerated and bones have turned white. It's not a legend. A Level 9 Undying Bird actually had such a powerful special effect. It was worthy of its name. Levi finally understood why the family behind this breathing technique had been destroyed. It was because this breathing technique was too powerful and heaven-defying. Broken limbs regenerated and bones grew new flesh. This ability was comparable to a mid-level spell, but it came from a mortal breathing technique. Such an existence was definitely a huge threat to the church. The Blood Ember special effect continued to evolve. How strong would his physique be? Beheaded and reborn, reborn from a drop of blood. Immortality. In short, there were endless possibilities. Perhaps the Knights could help Levi realize the path of immortality that he sought. After all, the Undying Bird was known to be an undying existence. The second special effect of the Undying Bird breathing technique was even more abnormal. Resurrection, where the ashes dance, the fire will also grow endlessly. When your body is fatally injured, it will forcefully replenish your breath to prevent you from dying from excessive injuries. However, it is ineffective against destructive attacks. This special effect can't be upgraded, but the effect will increase as your realm increases. Simply put, this special effect was a destructive blow as long as Levi's head was not chopped off in an instant, or his bones were shattered and his body disintegrated. With the special effect Resurrection, Levi would be able to keep his last breath. It was equivalent to installing a famous sword. Then, Levi could use the powerful recovery power brought by the Blood Ember to accelerate the recovery of his injuries and return to his peak state in a short period of time. It was similar to the turtle breathing technique in some novels. It was simply a life-saving divine skill. After half a year of hibernation, Levi's strength had increased again. Especially after level 9 of the Undying Bird breathing technique, his strength had undergone a qualitative change. Cain had been dead for 2.5 years. Everything should be settled now. He felt that it was time to turn Cain into a living dead. After packing up, he rode on Leviathan and changed his appearance before setting off. He searched for the coordinates. When he was close to the island where Cain was buried, he got off the Dragon King whale and asked Leviathan to wait for him in the deep sea. He swam over. He relied on the black snake's message to perception from afar. He could still sense Cain's aura. Cain was still buried on this island, which relieved Levi. It seemed that those people had not found Cain's corpse. Levi carefully swam towards the island. When he was 2 kilometers away from the island, he used his advanced perception to investigate the situation above. Not a soul. No one's been here since I left. Levi was fully armed and protected by the solid-state black scale. The stone skin technique flickered with a green light below, ready to activate the defensive spells and flying techniques in the wizard tool at any time. However, it was obvious that Levi's worries were unnecessary. In the end, Levi dug Cain's body out. Because of the embalming, Cain's corpse did not rot. Instead, it looked lifeless and expressionless. He carefully checked Cain's body inside and out. It was exactly the same as before he left. There was no difference. There was no mark. Then he inserted a core of the undead into Cain's mind. Cain's deep black eaves, which had been silent for a long time, opened and flickered with a green light. After Levi's experiment, Cain, who had become a living dead, had no problem using first ring spells like the big fireball technique and the fireball technique. Unfortunately, he could not use the powerful second ring spell. Regardless, the living dead of a first circle wizard greatly enhanced Levi's strength in this sea area. In the end, Levi didn't dare to delay and put Cain's corpse into the giant squid ring. This was a storage ring that Levi had specially used to store various corpses. Levi's strength had increased greatly, but he had not advanced to an official wizard. In this wizard world, he had not left the novice village. Now that he had gained a lot in terms of breathing techniques, he had to work hard to become an official wizard. He returned to the Grey Tower and obtained all the ingredients that Manla had collected for him from the ingredient shop for the Sandman potion. Manla was very efficient and completed Levi's mission in just half a year. Of course, there was still no news of the Grey Naga's tears that made Naga's blessing. Levi had already expected this. This kind of ingredient for potions to break through realms was rare to begin with. Even if it occasionally appeared on the market, it would definitely be taken away by some old pharmacists with more channels and resources. It would not be Levi's turn at all. This was equivalent to the Foundation establishment pill in the cultivation world. The supply could not meet the demand at all. As long as it appeared in this sea area, it would definitely cause a bloodbath. However, there was still some time before he became an official wizard, so Levi was not in a hurry. As long as he could refine Naga's blessing before his meditation art reached the maximum level 3, it would be fine. After the last month of special attacks, Levi had cultivated his pharmaceutical skills to level 7. During this period, there were no obstacles or shackles. According to his judgment, level 7 was the realm of an official pharmacist. Therefore, he could start trying to refine the first circle potion. He now had about 60 portions of ingredients for the Sandman potion. This had cost Levi 3,000 ether stones and more than 60,000 gold coins. The cost of refining the Sandman potion was shocking. Ordinary official wizards could not afford 3,000 ether stones, and this was only the raw materials. If one potion was refined into a potion, it would cost at least 150 to 200 ether stones on the market. There were only 5 wizards who could refine the Sandman potion in this sea area, including Levi. The potions made by Teacher Marlene were all prioritized for their own use. The rest were bought by the tower and would not be traded on the market at all. It was the same for the official pharmacists of other organizations. Therefore, very few Sandman potions were sold in the Blacksail Wizard Market, and the Celestial Circle shop usually did not sell them. Levi did not immediately start refining the Sandman potion. He had just stepped into the official pharmacist realm. If he refined the Sandman potion now, the success rate would definitely not be high. In order not to waste the materials that he had painstakingly collected, Levi could only use some first circle potions with a lower cost to practice. For example, the first circle red and blue mana potion. The cost of these potions was relatively low, and the cost of refining one potion was only about 1/20th of the cost of the Sandman potion. Just the practice time alone took Levi 3 months and cost him more than 1,000 ether stones. He had refined enough first circle red and blue mana potions for official wizards to use for a long time. In the past 3 months, Levi had no choice but to pause his cultivation of some unimportant meditation arts and breathing techniques for the sake of pharmac, such as the deep sea meditation art and the black whale breath-ins. Technique, he calmed down and focused on his pharmacy profession. Levi's level 7 pharmacy proficiency had increased by 1/5 in 3 months. He estimated that after level 8, he would be a senior first circle pharmacist. Level 9 should be a second circle pharmacist. The current him could already achieve a success rate of 80 with a simple first circle potion. The consumption rate among first circle pharmacists was already very low. Levi felt that now was the right time. He did not want to trouble Ms. Marlene. Otherwise, with Marlene's skills, she would definitely succeed in refining the Sandman potion, and the quality would be better. Marlene handed the formula to Levi so that Levi could improve independently and become a first circle pharmacist as soon as possible, instead of being Marlene's apprentice. Levi also needed to continuously increase his proficiency by refining these potions, so that he could step into the ranks of a first circle pharmacist or even a second circle pharmacist as soon as possible. However, before preparing to refine the Sandman potion, Levi still went to find Marlene and told her that he had broken through to become an official pharmacist. He was also prepared and planned to try to refine the Sandman potion. He wanted his teacher to teach him some experience skills in refining the Sandman potion. This made Marlene excited for a while, because Levi was the first and only official pharmacist she had personally taught. This also meant that there were 2 official pharmacists, Marlene and Levi, in the small second circle organization of the Grey Tower. If not for the fact that the Tower Master was in seclusion, Marlene would have shared this joy with him immediately. Marlene directly gave Levi the notes she had accumulated from her experience, skills, and mistakes when she was refining the Sandman potion. Levi paid a symbolic 500 points. The true value of such a notebook was far from what 500 points could measure. However, in order to prevent the points from depreciating too much, the tower would periodically take back a portion of the points in the hands of apprentices in various forms. With Marlene's help, Levi's success rate in refining the Sandman potion increased significantly. When he was ready, he locked himself in the pharmacy room on the 9th floor of the Grey Tower and prepared to go into seclusion for a period of time. Levi took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Good luck. If you fail once, you will throw away 50 ether stones and 1,000 gold coins. This is not alchemy, but burning money. 1. In the pharmacy room on the 9th floor of the Grey Tower, green flames slowly heated the crucible. The liquid in the crucible began to boil gradually. White steam rose and bubbles appeared. Levi patiently followed the refinement method of the Sandman potion and carried out all the procedures in an orderly manner. Bright heart pollen, root of crone, soul returning grass, sleeping beauty leaf, he processed the ingredients one after another and put them into the crucible. Levi recited the corresponding pharmacy incantation as he refined them. Zawa Ludo Makabaka. As the complicated syllables were blurted out, the pot of turbid medicinal soup began to glow with a green light. Beads of sweat had already appeared on Levi's forehead. It seemed that refining a first circle potion was even more strenuous than fighting a huge battle with Emperor Mew. A potion like the Sandman potion was also relatively difficult in the first circle. It took a long time to refine, and the refinement process was also quite cumbersome. Just the pharmacy incantations involved were more than 10. To refine such a potion, there were a total of 8 stages. Every stage was very important. There could not be any mistakes. Once there was a mistake, all the materials would be wasted and they would have to start all over again. Fortunately, Levi had already trained his pharmaceutical skills and had Marlene's notes. Therefore, although it was his first time refining, Levi's refinement process was quite smooth. An hour later. Pharmacy proficiency, plus 128. Levi looked at the green potion at the bottom of the crucible. It emitted an intoxicating fragrance that made one want to fall asleep. Haha, I succeeded on the first try. This is a good start. Levi took out the potion bottle he had prepared in advance and put it away. He obtained a portion of the Sandman potion. He rested for a while and drank some red potions to replenish his spiritual force and stamina. Refining potions consumed a lot of spiritual force. Therefore, starting from the third circle potion, one had to have the spiritual force of a third circle wizard or above to refine it. Otherwise, it was impossible to successfully refine it. Levi wasn't afraid of fatigue if he had to rely on brute force. However, his spiritual force was average. With his current mental strength level as a high-level apprentice wizard, he could at most refine the Sandman potion twice or thrice a day. For the second refinement, Levi believed that he had followed the entire process and steps of the pharmacy without making any mistakes. It was no different from the first refinement. However, inexplicably, the second refinement failed. Pharmacy proficiency plus 65. Sigh, why did I fail? There goes my 50 ether stones. I didn't make a mistake. Levi sat there and recovered his spiritual force and physical strength. He looked at the failed medicinal dregs in the crucible and began to doubt his life. In the blink of an eye, 50 ether stones were gone. His heart ached so much that he could not breathe. Levi could not figure it out no matter how hard he thought about it. He could only drink the bottle of Sandman potion to calm himself down. Fragrance rushed into his mouth, nose, and throat. Gulp. Levi drained his glass. He quickly began to meditate. He first finished circulating the Earth meditation art and realized that it was indeed as described. The proficiency increase of the Earth meditation art was more than twice the original. A bottle of Sandman potion could last for about a week. During this period, there would be a continuous weakening process. On the first day, the effect would be the best, and then it would weaken continuously. On the 7th day, the effect would be very weak. In general, Levi's efficiency in cultivating the meditation art would be about 1.5 times higher than when he was not taking drugs. The next day, Levi was in high spirits and continued to refine. He was not afraid of failure. It was very difficult for a first-circle pharmacist to achieve 100 success. He felt that the reason why he failed yesterday was firstly because he was not proficient enough, and secondly because his mental strength was insufficient. After all, this was a first-circle potion, and he was only a high-level apprentice wizard. If his mental strength was high enough, the success rate of refining this potion should be much higher. Or rather, if his pharmaceutical skills were cultivated to level 8, he should be able to achieve the same effect. In short, the success rate of the pharmacy and the quality of the potion were mainly related to the following 3 points: the quality of the raw materials, the level of spiritual force, and whether the pharmacy skill was superb enough. The quality of the ingredients was not something Levi could decide. After all, it was already good enough that he could find the ingredients for the Sandman potion. Levi was not qualified to be picky. His spiritual force was nothing more than to quickly improve his wizard cultivation. As for his pharmacy proficiency, he needed to continuously refine potions and summarize his experience to increase it. After understanding all of this, Levi was no longer bothered by the failure rate. As long as the final success rate was more than 50, he would be satisfied. In the following days, Levi stayed at home to refine alchemy and cultivate. On the new year of the Holy Brilliance calendar in 1024, Levi took pills to cultivate as he concocted pharmacy. Finally, he finished refining all the Sandman potions. Levi's level 7 pharmacy proficiency soared again. After reaching half, it slowly decreased. In the end, the success rate of the 60 sets of ingredients was about 70. The success rate far exceeded Levi's expectations. As his pharmacy proficiency increased, and with his constant summary and trial and error, the consumption rate finally decreased. Moreover, the quality of the Sandman potion had also improved slightly. On the first day after taking the potion, Levi's meditation efficiency was actually more than 3 times that of normal. In the end, the overall efficiency of this potion was about 1.8 times, which was higher than the effect mentioned in the prescription. In the end, more than 40 portions of the Sandman potion were produced. After consuming 1 portion, the effect could last for a week. It was almost enough for Levi to cultivate for half a year. After taking the pills, Levi's experience in the four meditation arts increased significantly. The deep sea meditation art had finally broken through to level 3. Levi, an apprentice of the Ocean School of Thought, had finally gotten his job. It had not been easy for him to come all this way. A few months after the third level of the Ocean meditation art, the Sun meditation art and the Night Crow meditation art had also stepped into Class 3. It had to be said that taking drugs was awesome. Levi looked at the proficiency panel with satisfaction. It was neat and tidy with all the level 3 meditation arts. This way, it looked much more comfortable. After level 3 of the Sun meditation art, Levi chose his 7th spell. That was the classic small fireball technique. Although this name sounded a little trashy, like a skill that only canon fodder characters in online novels would use, but Levi knew that among the cantrips of the Burning faction, the small fireball technique was the best. This was called the simplicity of the Great Tao, returning to simplicity. Levi did not intend to learn Burning School of Thought cantrips, but now that he had Kane's complete Burning faction legacy, he felt that he could learn the small fireball technique, which had a complete path to advance. Small fireball technique, big fireball technique, 5 fireballs technique. This set of spells would be Levi's main Burning faction attack spell. It was said that there was a path of advancement after the 5 fireballs technique until the famous legendary sorcery, Eternal Blazing Sun. It was said that the creator of this spell, Wizard Edmund, had once used this legendary spell to kill a powerful ruler of the multidimensional plane. Hence, he was called Blazing Sun God Wizard Edmund. With the casting materials stored by Kane, Levi did not have to worry about his cultivation experience for the time being. The path of cultivating the small fireball technique was very smooth. Coupled with Levi's Dance of the Fire God's special effect, half a year later, Levi cultivated this cantrip to the maximum level 4. The power was not bad. With a small fireball technique, the core area of the explosion could actually blow up a few of his solid-state black scales. This was too terrifying. It almost broke the defense of Levi's solid-state black scale. Other apprentice cantrips would not be able to break Levi's defense. The defense of the solid-state black scale was comparable to a top-notch first circle defensive spell. This way, Levi's offensive spells included the Water Arrow, Withering Ray, and Small Fireball technique. They were basically enough. The Water Arrow was mainly used to deal with the assessment in the Grey Tower. In the future, the offensive spells of the Death faction and the Burning faction would be Levi's main focus. At that time, with Withering Ray in one hand and Small Fireball technique in the other, wouldn't that be wonderful? In terms of spell defense, he had Stone Skin technique and Tidal Grasp. Coupled with his miscellaneous wizard tool, this cantrip alone was the best among official wizards aside from being a knight. If Levi had his wizard tool, he would be able to protect himself even if an official wizard came. He could escape with the help of the wizard tool. After all, other than the pot of equal value and the broken flaming carpet, Levi only had 5 first circle wizard tools. Many official wizards only had one, and some who had just advanced might not even have one. With the Ring of the Wind Spirit, the Giant Squid Ring, the Flying Fish Robe, the Green Gloves, and the Fire Snake Bracelet as the system, the wizard tool's solidification spells combined defense, control, attack, and escape techniques. They were very comprehensive. In terms of spells, they were also developing in the direction of polygonal wizards. During this period of time, Levi had also figured out the function of the Fire Snake Bracelet. It was to increase the power of his Burning faction's spells. Of course, it was only limited to spells below the first circle, but it was still quite good. With the Fire Snake Bracelet, the power of the small fireball technique truly reached the power it should have. Otherwise, in this sea where the fire element was thin, the power of the small fireball technique was actually only so-so. Levi stood out among the apprentice wizards, but he was not satisfied with the current situation. Without becoming an official wizard, he was still an ant. As long as Levi became an official wizard, he would at least be a bigger ant. Looking at the border of the Grey Tower, becoming an official wizard was already a high-end combat power. With his knight skills, Levi could do whatever he wanted under the second circle. With the help of the Sandman Potion, this day would not be far away. Time passed peacefully and Levi cultivated in peace. In a distant, foggy sea, the undead ship floated quietly in the fog. The ghost fire on the ship flickered with a demonic light. It was sinister, terrifying, and dark. It would always be the main theme here. The 3-headed hell lizard lay lazily on the deck. Beside it, Demon Harland opened his eyes, and black demonic flames burned fiercely. In front of the undead ship, a sea beast that was more than 10 meters long and looked like a giant toad slowly emerged from the surface of the sea like a small island. This made the 3-headed hell lizard involuntarily open its eyes. As a second circle transcendent creature, it felt a trace of threat from this huge toad. This was a transcendent creature as powerful as it. The huge toad opened its bloody mouth. In its mouth, an old man in a whale-patterned robe stood upright, looking energetic. Morpheus, did you and your dark frog bring any good news? Demon Harlan said, as if he had been waiting for a long time. Harlan, how are your injuries? Morpheus asked. With the potion Angus gave me, I've almost recovered. That damned Herman is too despicable. He doesn't care about ethics. It's clearly a personal grudge between us, but he secretly called the people from the Star Tower over. Otherwise, how could he have severely injured me? Harlan couldn't help but curse. Let me tell you a piece of good news. I learned from the Star Tower that the sea beast tide that happens once every 500 years is about to appear again. This time, the sea beast tide will sweep through the most violent area in the past 2,000 years. The entire endless sea might be affected. Harlan, this is our chance, Morpheus said. The legendary sea beast tide. I really want to see it with my own eyes. The last time there was a sea beast tide, Harlan had not even been born. You'll see soon. In the dangerous sea areas that the wizards aren't involved in, the countless sea beast armies, the transcendent creatures hidden in the deep sea, and the true natives of the endless sea, the sea race experts who hate the Star Tower are about to appear. I wonder how many wizard organizations will completely disappear this time. Morpheus sneered. He was not worried. He was a third circle wizard and was extremely powerful. He was the overlord of this sea area. He was enough to shelter his whale Song Island and tide through the sea beast tide safely. In addition, the upper echelons on his side had secretly reached a strategic cooperation with the upper echelons of the Sea Clan. The Sea Clan would probably not attack Whale Song Island. Therefore, Whale Song Island only needed to deal with the sea beast army that could not communicate. Harlan's expression changed slightly. Then he said, sure, but you have to tell the other dark wizard organizations that if they want to make a huge profit, they have to listen to my commands. Morpheus nodded. Of course. With your strength alone, you can't fight alone without a unified dispatch. I'll make you the person in charge of this operation. You only need to report to me. The second circle wizards of the other dark wizard organizations will be under your command. If the operation goes smoothly, by the time the sea beast tide retreats, there won't be many wizard organizations left in the sea area. At that time, I can apply to the Star Tower to buy all the territories of these wizard organizations at a low price and integrate them into the territory of Whale Song Island. You don't have to hide all day long in my territory. The big shots behind me will naturally think of ways to erase the records left behind by your undead ship in the Panplane Wizard Council, or you can go to the underwater prison of the Abyss City for a few years. You can come out and be a new person after reading the newspapers and playing chess. There are also our people in the Abyss City. You won't be mistreated. Harlan did not say anything. These were all things that he had discussed with Morpheus beforehand. He had had enough of being a dark wizard. The game of cat and mouse that had lasted for more than 100 years had tired him out. He wanted to clear his name and live in the sun. But before he could clear his name, he had to do something. Kill Herman, destroy the Grey Tower. Otherwise, his thoughts would not be clear. Star Sea. A towering black tower towered into the clouds. Surrounding the tower were floating buildings that were like stars. They surrounded the black tower in a rhythmic manner. From time to time, some wizards in starry robes would fly in and out of these buildings with flying spells, enter the towers, or head to other places. In the sea around the tower, there were many small islands scattered across the boundless blue sea. There were all kinds of wizard towers on almost every island. This was the Star Sea, the core area of the realm of Azure Cloud, and also the most prosperous area. The towering Star Tower was the Star Tower, the manager of the realm of Azure Cloud, and one of the members of the Panplane Wizard Council. Most of the wizards in the realm of Azure Cloud were proud to enter the Star Tower and become law enforcement officers. His enthusiasm was no less than that of the civil servants in Levi's previous life. After becoming a law enforcement officer of the Star Tower, he could have his own island near the Star Sea and build his own wizard tower in the place where the water element in the realm of Azure Cloud was the most abundant. The speed of meditation and spell cultivation here was not something that the border areas could compare to. In addition, the Star Tower would also give the law enforcement personnel Ether Stones every year so that they could basically carry out their own wizard research in peace. At the same time, the law enforcement personnel would also buy wizard tools, potions, casting materials, and so on from many official places like the Celestial Circle shop. Therefore, after the first Tower Master of the Grey Tower, Sulman became a third circle wizard. He directly handed over the inheritance that he had painstakingly built to Wizard Herman, who had just stepped into the second circle not long ago. He went to the Star Sea and passed the assessment of the Star Tower to become a member. Under the Star Tower's headquarters, there were various organizations that were in charge of the administration of the wizards in the Endless Sea area, judicial management, and other matters. The Sea Beast Monitoring Station was an inconspicuous organization under the Star Tower. This organization would only appear to be extremely important at special times every few hundred years. That was the Sea Beast Tide that only happened once every 500 years. Currently inside the Sea Beast monitoring station, one after another, official wizards were busy. They were the observers of the Sea Beast monitoring station. They were in charge of calculating the reproduction of sea beasts in various parts of the endless sea. The situation this year was not optimistic, so these observers were all frowning. The chief of the Sea Beast monitoring station, a third circle wizard, was listening to the report of the observers with a solemn expression. Chief, according to the data from the various monitoring stations, apart from a few sea areas, be it the outer or inner regions, the number of sea beasts has reached the peak of the past 2,000 years. The threat level of this sea beast tide is level 3. Level 3, the station master muttered to himself. According to the classification of the Sea Beast monitoring station, the danger level of the Sea Beast tide was divided into 3 levels. Level 1 Sea Beast tides were basically small-scale battles. Most wizard organizations could safely survive them. Basically, in areas with dense sea beasts, they could be born once every 100 years. As for the level 2 sea beast tide, it was a little dangerous. If they did not make sufficient preparations, some weak wizard organizations might be destroyed by the sea beast army. As for level 3, it was basically equivalent to a natural disaster. After the last level 3 tide in the endless sea, nearly 7 of the wizard organizations had been flattened and turned into dust in history. There was also a special sea beast tide above level 3. In the history of the ocean school of thought, there had only been one such occurrence, and it was also the earliest one. At that time, the wizards of the ocean school of thought first stepped into the realm of Azure Cloud and arrived at the endless sea. They found that this place was extremely suitable for their cultivation, so they decided to use this place as the headquarters of the ocean school of thought. The arrival of the wizards naturally aroused the dissatisfaction of the natives of the endless sea, so the wizards and the sea beasts of the endless sea fought for survival space in a long civil war that lasted for 1,000 years. This battle had established the dominance of the wizards in the endless sea. The sea creatures and sea beasts of the endless sea could only gather in some remote sea areas and the bottomless abysses that covered the endless sea. Many sea creatures had even become slaves of the wizards. The slave trade between schools had once prospered, and many sea creatures were sold to other schools at a high price as slaves or experimental subjects. This completed the original capital accumulation for the establishment of the Star Tower. It was only when the Pan-Plane Wizard Council was established to officially ban this slave trade that the situation improved. In that civilization war, nearly a third of the wizard organizations were destroyed. However, the destruction contained a new life, after experiencing the waves of sea beasts again and again. The Pan-Plane Wizard Council was surprised to discover that after every sea beast tide, all the wizard organizations and wizards who survived could improve further. The speed of theoretical change and technological development of the ocean school of thought in the wizard world would also suddenly increase for a period of time. Therefore, after the power of the wizards continued to grow, the Pan-Plane Wizard Council did not mobilize the high-end forces of the entire wizard world to completely destroy the sea beasts and the sea clan and kill them. Instead, after a long period of exploration, the time of the sea beast tide would be changed to about once every 500 years. It was equivalent to man-made control of the number of sea beasts and sea creatures, forming a virtuous cycle. This way, not only would it not cause any major blow to the wizard faction in the endless sea, but it would also allow the wizards under the protection of the Pan-Plane Wizard Council to be constantly vigilant. They would use pressure as motivation, constantly innovate, change, and become stronger. Only in this way would the Magi be able to be ready to fight and maintain their courage when facing the invasion of the gods and powerful existences from multiple dimensions in the future. Under the deliberate cover of the Pan-Plane Wizard Council, most wizards did not know about this hidden history. Therefore, the station commander, who was familiar with this secret history, said calmly next, "We'll borrow a messenger from Owlery to send a message to the wizard organizations in the various regions of the Endless Sea. At the same time, we'll temporarily terminate the flights of the Azure ships in the various regions. We'll also remind the headquarters that at this critical moment, there might be some dark wizard organizations with ulterior motives, and some speculators with ulterior motives trying to disturb the normal order and take the opportunity to cause trouble. The rest will be left to the headquarters to make their own decisions. Holy Brilliance Calendar Year 1024, Month of Germinal, Grey Tower, Blood Beast Breathing Technique Proficiency plus 256. Blood Beast Breathing Technique has advanced to level 11 maximum. Following the notification of the breathing technique, Levi's Blood Beast Breathing Technique had finally reached the legendary realm. Blood Beast Breathing Technique, Level 11 Maximum, Special Effects, Blood Wings Solid State, Blood Contract, 1,000 Faces. Blood Wings Solid State, Bat Wings Condensed from Black Gas. You have obtained a speed comparable to that of the primary Blood Clan. You have obtained the ability to fly. As long as there is sufficient black gas, you can fly for a long time. With a thought, two blood-colored tumors suddenly appeared on Levi's back. The smell of blood filled the tumors and spread out. Then, threads of veins that were like cicada wings appeared and folded. Finally, blood-colored bat wings with a wingspan of 6 meters appeared behind Levi and filled the entire small room. And what does it feel like to become a blood clan? Levi couldn't help but mock himself. Back then, Anderson even asked Levi if he wanted to become a blood clan. Levi didn't think much of it at the time. He didn't expect the old man to be a prophet. After the legendary maximum of the blood beast breathing technique, Levi was now half a member of the blood clan. Batwing's blood contract, changing appearance, these were all the signature abilities of the blood clan. No matter what, I can finally fly. I'll go to the surface of the sea to test my current flying ability. Levi immediately rode the Dragon King whale to an uninhabited sea. Take off. Levi laughed happily and spread his blood wings. Then the two large tumors on his back, his developed chest muscles, and other core muscles began to exert strength. Just like the flight of birds or bats, using wings to fly required extremely exaggerated and powerful pectorals to flap their wings and take off. If it was an ordinary person or an ordinary knight, even if they grew a pair of wings, they would not be able to fly. Levi, on the other hand, was different. His chest muscles were extremely well developed. If he were to unleash his full strength, even the Japanese ladies with E-cups in his previous life would have to admit defeat in front of him. At this moment, Levi flapped his blood wings and took off. He gradually rose higher and higher from the surface of the sea, and Leviathan became a small thing under him. He flew to 1,000 meters in the sky. Although he could still fly up, Levi did not continue to fly high in order to prevent himself from being attacked by some transcendent creatures. From his initial unfamiliarity to his continuous practice, his speed was faster than before. With his full strength, he jumped about 200 meters in a breath. If he was faster, he would reach the standard speed of sound in his previous life. Of course, such extreme speed could not last too long. It would consume a lot of black gas, and stamina, the blood beast seed, would he exhausted in 15 minutes at most, and that was under the condition that Levi had transcendent endurance. Levi estimated that other legendary knights would only be able to fly for less than 3 minutes. If it was a normal flight speed of 100 meters per second, Levi tested it. The blood beast breathing technique should be able to last him for about an hour. This is what it feels like to fly. Levi could not help but feel excited. As a person, to be able to fly in the sky without relying on transportation and rely on his own flesh and blood, what an unbelievable scene. Even wizards needed to use spells to fly, which was completely different from Levi's. Leviathan flew excitedly into the sky while Leviathan chased after Levi. It was not until his blood beast seed was about to die that he landed on Leviathan and ate some potions and food to recover his strength. After obtaining the ability to fly, my life-saving ability has become even stronger. Coupled with the wizard escape technique that comes with the wizard tool, I can directly transform into a foreign world and run. Other than the blood wings, the blood beast breathing technique also produced supernatural organs. However, Levi could not understand this supernatural organ. He looked inside his body. There was a pile of twisted and squirming things in the constantly trembling blood whale's sac. It was a blood-colored band that coiled around it. It looked like a plate of blood intestines. There was a small crack in the blood intestine, and the other end seemed to be connected to Levi's blood whale's sac. What the hell? Because the parts of the legendary organs were randomized, Levi was puzzled for a moment, not knowing how to use this thing. This was what Levi called the blood intestine. At first, when it sprouted in Levi's blood whale's sac, Levi thought it was a tumor. However, he felt that with his physique, it was unlikely for it to grow. As the blood beast breathing technique continued to advance, this tumor became bigger, longer, and thicker. Moreover, every time Levi ate food from the blood sac, it would be digested and absorbed by this tumor. Fortunately, Levi had given birth to a new hump as a storage organ. Otherwise, this damned blood intestine would be like the roundworm in Levi's stomach, parasitizing the blood sac and snatching Levi's nutrients. If it wasn't for the fact that it was Levi's legendary organ, he might have cut off the blood intestine. Now that he had advanced to legendary, Levi could feel the pulse of life in the blood intestine that had fused with him. Every time his heart beat, this blood intestine would tremble. Levi knew that this was indeed his organ. It was not some strange parasite. With a thought, the blood intestine extended out of the whale's sac like a long blood-colored snake. Then it freely shuttled through Levi's meridians and blood vessels. When the blood intestine shuttled through his body, it seemed to have turned into a blood-colored fog. "Come out and let me see what you are," Levi muttered to himself. Then the blood intestine followed Levi's esophagus and kept moving forward until it reached Levi's throat. Blood mist surged and condensed into a blood-colored tentacle-like thing in Levi's mouth. Then the tentacle kept extending and drilled out of Levi's mouth. Levi's mouth was wide open. This scene was extremely strange. A wet blood-colored tentacle stretched out from Levi's mouth and continued to extend. In the end, the blood-colored tentacle actually extended for a full 20 meters before stopping, like a red thread worm dancing in a stream. Then the end of the tentacle slowly turned around and came in front of Levi. Levi looked at him quietly. The fissure on the tentacle suddenly opened up, just like the venom. It was filled with dense rows of teeth, which reminded Levi of the mouthpart of some terrifying fish he had seen in his previous life, lamprey. Did I give birth to a mutant? Levi thought. The tentacle tore through the air like a long whip, emitting crackling sounds. Not far away, a turtle swayed past, and then the tentacle seemed to have found its target. He suddenly exerted strength and whooshed. With a flash of blood, the end of the tentacle pierced through the turtle's hard shell and pierced into the turtle's heart, beginning to suck. In the blink of an eye, only a dried corpse was left of the turtle. Levi felt that his body, which had been exhausted from overusing the blood beast seed, was beginning to recover some of its strength. Absorbing blood to recover my strength. This reminded him of a famous spell in the life school of thought. Second ring spell, Vampire Touch. This was a spell that imitated the abilities of some blood clan. It could absorb the enemy's life force through spell attacks to recover one's injuries and physical strength. His supernatural organ clearly had such an ability. In that case, I'll call this supernatural organ the Vampire Touch. He felt that the Vampire Touch could not only absorb blood to recover energy. With a thought, the Vampire Touch quickly retracted into his body and then lay dormant in the blood whale's sac. He raised his palm and ordered the blood clan to come out. Then, the blood mist spread out from his palm and condensed into a lamprey mouthpiece filled with sharp teeth. It swayed and twisted in midair. It can come out from any part of my body, not just in my mouth. Because the blood clan touch is in my body, it can turn into mist at will. After coming out, it will turn into a physical body. He tested it. As expected, no matter if it was his palm, fingers, stomach, back, or even some strange and tricky corners, the blood clan could crawl out. Now, let's test the hardness of the Vampire Touch. Although the turtle's shell just now was hard, it was just an ordinary object. Next, let's see if it can penetrate the scorpion-tailed turtle's defense. If it can, then the Vampire Touch itself is an unexpected and extremely sinister method to deal with the enemy. At the thought of this, Levi went to the sea further away and found a scorpion-tailed turtle. When he saw his target, he waved his hand and the Vampire Touch broke through the air like a long whip. The scorpion-tailed turtle's shell, which could withstand most cantrips, was pierced by the Vampire Touch. When Levi saw this, a smile appeared on his lips. Blood-colored tentacles twisted around his body, and his aberration-like mouth revealed a strange smile. The feeling of becoming stronger is really not bad. On the surface of the sea, strong winds blew and huge waves piled up. A high-level apprentice wizard-level rock-scaled fish was swimming well. Suddenly, a blood-red lightning bolt plunged into the sea. The next moment, a scarlet tentacle wrapped around the rock-scaled fish and arrived in front of Levi. This Vampire Touch is really convenient to use. You can prick it wherever you want. You can even use it as your wizard's hand. He had killed many sea beasts with the Vampire Touch. He gave some to Leviathan, some to the Saint Scorpions, and the rest to the Vampire Touch. His stamina quickly recovered. Interesting. With this supernatural organ, I can save a lot of potions. After Levi's test, the strength and penetrative power of the Vampire Touch should be at the level of a first circle attack spell. In any case, a high-level apprentice wizard's defensive cantrip would definitely not be able to defend against it. Even an official wizard would definitely be pierced through the heart by the Vampire Touch if they were caught off guard by Levi's approach. I'm walking further and further down the path of not being a human. It's so difficult to be a human. Levi sighed. Right now, I'm already a legendary dual-path blood beast and black snake. My strength should be above ordinary legendary knights. After all, I only need one supernatural organ to be called a legendary knight, and I have 2 supernatural organs. I also have the solid-state black scale defense, which is comparable to a grade of first circle defensive spell, and has greater mobility than a first circle wizard. I've achieved the ability to fly with my body. I'm stronger than ever. However, I still don't have the feeling of breaking through the shackles of legendary, the feeling of real qualitative change in strength, or the confidence to be on par with a second circle wizard. Although this dual-path legendary and double supernatural organ had made me stronger, it still couldn't be called breaking through to legendary. As for how to break through to legendary, it would depend on how the breathing technique developed after breaking through level 11. The black snake represents the extraordinary legendary defense, and the blood beast represents the legendary speed that is comparable to the blood clan. What I lack now is Red Lotus's legendary power, the hunchback dragon's legendary endurance, the human-faced owl's legendary perception, and the undying bird's legendary physique. In addition, the giant, the black whale, and the ostrich mountain were all paths of power. When I have time, I'll deduce them all to be legendary. Under legendary power were differentiations: Red Lotus, giants, ostrich. Mountain and the black whale could be stacked. The torso, arms, legs, and the unknown strengthening parts of the black whale were combined into a defense system of legendary power. Then he had to collect defensive breathing techniques to break the limit for the black snake as soon as possible. As long as he kept breaking the limit, he would definitely be able to break through to legendary. It was just a matter of time. Although I'm still in the legendary realm, I'm no longer a legend in the ordinary sense of the word. I should change my name and call it the legendary two-dimensional state. Levi called his current two-dimensional state because he had reached legendary in the 2 dimensions of strength and speed. If the red lotus breathing technique reached the legendary level in the future, it would be the legendary 3-dimensional state. In the end, all 6 attribute dimensions would reach the legendary level and become legendary 6-dimensional warriors, which would be the legendary 6-dimensional state. Based on Levi's current understanding of breathing techniques, none of the breathing techniques in the world could escape these 6 dimensions. However, they might be refined in the same dimension. For example, there might be different focuses under the power dimension. They were essentially the same. Therefore, theoretically, the legendary 6-dimensional state should be the strongest legendary form in the world before breaking through the shackles of legendary. It could be called complete legendary, and the previous ones could be considered incomplete. In Levi's opinion, if he could reach the legendary 6-dimensional state, he might be able to fight a second circle wizard even if he hadn't broken through the shackles of the legendary realm. If one counted the spiritual force dimension and divided cultivation into 7 dimensions, then apart from the legendary knight's 6 dimensions, the most crucial, most important, and most promising aspect was naturally the spiritual force that wizards relied on. By relying on spiritual force, wizards could construct spells and cast spells, doing all kinds of strange things that knights could not imagine. Therefore, according to the 7 knights of the sky of the Church of Holy Light, the most important god's wisdom was obtained by Sauron, the ancestor of wizards, who created the wizard system. Levi had learned about the history of wizards and knew that the church was trying to flatter him. However, from this, it could be seen that spiritual force was undoubtedly the most powerful attribute. It was the cornerstone of human beings that could go against other powerful races. Although his spiritual force was strong, it did not mean that the other 6 dimensions were weak. As long as he stacked the other 6 dimensions, he could rely on quantity to cause a qualitative change. He didn't believe that a complete legendary knight in the 6-dimensional state couldn't fight against an ordinary second circle wizard. Since there was a proficiency panel, Levi had to reach the top in all 7 dimensions. This way, Levi would always be invincible among his peers. Of course, the complete legendary body was still legendary and had yet to break through the shackles. From Levi's point of view, the legendary realm was a realm where mortals could not accurately understand the realm of legendary knights, so they used the vague and inaccurate word legendary to describe the realm of knights. As long as a knight's strength reached the peak of the maximum of mortal knowledge, they would be labeled as legendary, similar to the Grandmaster in wuxia novels. In fact, it was the same for wizards. For the strongest wizards who had surpassed the 9th circle, they were collectively called legendary wizards. However, there were definitely different differences between legendary wizards. It was just that there were too few legendary wizards now, so it was impossible to form an effective regional ratio. Therefore, Levi believed that the 3 realms of quasi-knight, knight, and grand knight could be summarized as one realm, which was mortal knight. It was similar to the Haoshan realm in some online novels in his previous life. Only peak-level grand knights could barely touch the threshold of transcendence, but that was all. The beginning of the legendary knight was the beginning of the true extraordinary path of knighthood. The attributes of a certain dimension exceeded the limits of the mortal world, and it had shocking power, unparalleled speed, the physique of limb regeneration, and so on. It also gave birth to inhuman supernatural organs. Therefore, it was more appropriate to call a legendary knight a blood-awakening knight. It meant that the blood of an ancient existence was awakening. Without a doubt, the knights began to become inhumane. They relied on the thin bloodline power in their bodies, using breathing techniques and secret medicines to constantly awaken the supernatural organs in their bodies and sublimate their bodies in order to infinitely approach the end of this path. They constantly evolved towards the existence represented by the inheritance diagram of the breathing technique. Those existences were the black snake with a candle, the fire beast red lotus, the frost giant, and the blood beast. They might be demigods or powerful existences in the multidimensional plane. They all had one thing in common. They were not humans. The path of a knight was a path from human to inhuman. It was a path to awaken one's power and bloodline. The breathing technique was essentially the evolutionary technique. This was the sorrow of the path of knights. Putting aside the spirit, the body of flesh and blood was ultimately weak, and there was a maximum of manpower. As a human, Levi had to admit that if he wanted to become an ultimate creature, he was destined to not be human. Therefore, wizards chose to use the meditation art to open the door to spiritual force cultivation and open up the path of spiritual awakening. They relied on knowledge and wisdom to obtain extraordinary spells. Moreover, wizards succeeded and walked out of a prosperous path. Grand wizards were comparable to demigods, and legendary wizards had already made the rulers of the multidimensional plane and even the gods wary. This was the right path. However, for some reason, the path of a knight might be due to the bloodline of a knight, or it might be due to other external reasons. In the end, legendary knights were only comparable to first circle wizards who had just left the novice village. He sorted out the future path of knighthood and found that there were still many things he could do. Lu Man was far away in her cultivation, so she could slowly search for it. He rode the dragon king whale and went further into the sea to hunt some sea beasts. Firstly, he wanted to stock up on more food for Leviathan and the sacred insects. Secondly, he could also eat. During the process of hunting sea beasts, Levi realized that there were more sea beasts in the territorial waters around the Grey Tower than usual. Levi had found many high-level sea beasts that were rarely seen. In the deep sea, Levi even sensed a first circle extraordinary sea beast passing by through his advanced perception. He wanted to go to the deep sea to catch it, but Leviathan kept urging him to leave. It seemed that Leviathan sensed some kind of danger, and Levi's spider sensing seemed to have a faint sense of danger. What's going on? Logically speaking, there shouldn't be a first circle transcendent sea beast in the territorial waters of this Grey Tower. Sea beasts were usually afraid of wizards and were unwilling to have conflicts with them, especially these first circle and above supernatural sea beasts. Many of them had extraordinary intelligence, so most supernatural sea beasts at the first circle and above lived in dangerous sea areas that wizards did not step foot in. They rarely came to the territory of wizards. This made Levi feel that something was amiss. He felt uneasy as if a storm was brewing, and the faint sense of danger from spider sensing kept reminding him. Forget it, let's go back first. Levi, who had just broken through to legendary and had not been happy for long, returned to the Grey Tower in a hurry. Just as Levi was about to cultivate to the official wizard realm in one go and come out of seclusion, he found apprentice wizards gathered on the bulletin board of the White Tower's hall. Some looked solemn, some were nervous, and some were excited, as if something big was about to happen. Levi also went over to take a look. After reading it, his expression remained the same, but his heart tightened. A sea beast tide. Levi had some understanding of this in the Wizard General Education course. He knew that it would only be born once every 500 years. The last time the sea beast tide appeared, the Grey Tower did not even exist. Moreover, according to the information he had received before, under normal circumstances, as long as wizard organizations and wizards were prepared, they could tide through the sea beast tide. Therefore, Levi did not pay much attention to it at that time. Since those first circle wizard organizations were able to pass through smoothly, it meant that most of the sea beasts were below the first circle. They would not pose any danger to him. Even if a second circle sea beast appeared, the Tower Master and the others would be there to take care of it. If that didn't work, Levi would escape with Leviathan when the organization was in danger of being destroyed. If Ms. Marlene and the Tower Master were willing to go with him, he would sneak back to the human world with them. By then, he might even be able to reimburse the ticket to the sub-dimensional portal. When they arrived in the human world, they would hide for a period of time before returning after the sea beast tide passed. In short, they fled back to the human world. From the description of the announcement, this sea beast tide was no small matter. It was actually the strongest level 3 beast tide in 2,000 years. Junior brother, the sea beast tide is coming soon. Have you stocked up on cultivation resources? In the future, the sea route will be closed, and we won't be able to leave the island at will. For a long time to come, we'll have to guard the Grey Tower and protect the inheritance of the Wizard Tower. Winnie suddenly appeared beside Levi and asked with a gloomy expression. He hadn't seen Senior Sister Winnie for a long time. Senior Sister seemed to have become prettier and more feminine. No, have you all stocked it up? I'm not ready yet. Levi was speechless. Why did even wizards like to stock up on things when they encountered trouble in the alternate world? He almost thought that he had not transmigrated. No, Sai, who would have thought that this wave of sea beasts would be level 3? I wonder if our Grey Tower can survive it. After all, this is the first time we encountered a sea beast tide since our organization was established. Senior Sister Winnie was very pessimistic. With the Tower Master and Ms. Marlene here, I don't think it's a problem. If we can't defend the 2-second circle powerhouses in this area, the other wizard organizations won't be able to either, Levi comforted. He was not confident, but he felt that he could protect himself with his own means. Junior brother, there's probably less than a month until the first beast tide. Accompany me to the Black Sail Wizard Market to stock up on something, Winnie said. Is there nothing in the White Sail Alley? Levi asked. Winnie rolled her eyes at Levi and then said helplessly, it's all gone. "Senior sister, why don't you go by yourself? I've been a little busy recently." Levi thought for a while, touched the back of his head, and said embarrassedly, "All right, then I'll go with the other apprentices." Junior brother, remember to store something. Winnie looked at Levi and said in a low voice. Then she left unhappily. After the other apprentice wizards had left, Levi used a complete piece of high-level sea beast meat to extract a large bucket of snake blood with the consent of the white snake Jorman. The snake blood of a second circle transcendent creature was a good material to refine the black snake's secret medicine. It could only be chanced upon by luck. Moreover, this snake blood itself contained the dragon clan's bloodline. It could also be used as a superior substitute for the earth dragon blood. Although Levi's black snake breathing technique had reached its maximum, he would still draw a little blood every 2 months to stock up. In the years he had been in the Grey Tower, he had stored nearly 20 barrels of snake blood, which was the same as wine. Jorman nodded and watched Levi walk away. With the physique and huge size of the second circle white snake, Levi could draw a bucket of blood every 2 months without affecting it at all. Most importantly, the white snake had sensed the majesty of many superior beings from Levi, so it had always been obedient. Levi returned home, opened all the storage bags he had stored, and began to count the things inside. Ordinary sea beast tides could last at least a few months or a year. Since it's a level 3 tide, it might last for 3 to 5 years. The logistics transportation in the endless sea would definitely be affected in the future. He really had to hoard more things. I need to hoard more things than other apprentice wizards, because not only do I need to hoard the things of apprentice wizards, but I also need to hoard the things of knights. I need to prepare both sides. Levi immediately began to sort out what he needed to stock up on this time. As for knights, the breathing technique inheritance diagram and the secret medicine ingredients were the most important. There was no need to prepare anything else. As for wizards, they needed to prepare many things: casting materials for the spells they had mastered, casting materials for the seals, materials for the Sandman potion, materials for the red, blue, and green potions, and even more spell books. As for the wizard tools, Levi had more than enough. Levi still had about 10,000 ether stones. Among the ingredients listed above, other than the ingredients for the Sandman potion, the other ingredients were not very expensive. With Levi's financial resources, it was not a problem for him to hoard them for 3 to 5 years. Levi was well prepared. He rode on Leviathan and set off. To Levi, even if a sea beast tide came, with Leviathan's help, he should not be completely trapped on the island. However, he was used to being steady. After thinking about it, it was better to stock up. As for Manla, Levi had already asked him about it. He no longer had any supply channels at hand. Therefore, Manla had no choice, and Levi had to do it himself. In the White Tower, Marlene continued to patiently develop her potion. The Tower Master told her that he would come out of seclusion in less than half a year. By then, he would be a third circle wizard. Now that the Tower Master was at the most critical moment, he could not be distracted. Therefore, he asked Marlene to lead the other wizards and apprentices, as well as Jorman, to guard the Grey Tower well. If they encountered a crisis, they could use the token left behind by the first Tower Master to contact him. He was now working in the Star Tower, so he should be able to provide some help. As long as he could hold on for half a year, after the Tower Master reached the third circle, it should not be a problem for him to tide through the wave of level 3 sea beasts. In this endless sea region, the water element was thin, and the sea beasts that were born were generally weaker. Basically, third circle transcendent creatures were at most. Therefore, even if a beast tide came, the probability of a third circle transcendent creature appearing was not high. With the strength of Marlene and Jorman, these 2 second circle transcendent creatures, they should be enough to guard the Grey Tower. However, this was not necessarily the case in the deeper inner sea region. The water element there was even richer, and transcendent sea beasts with third circle or even fourth circle transcendent sea beasts might appear. The appearance of such a sea beast was a destructive blow to a low-level wizard organization. In history, there were many wizard organizations that had been destroyed by such transcendent sea beasts. Other than the sea beasts, the Tower Master also told Marlene to be careful of the dangers of the sea beasts. These intelligent humanoid races were more dangerous and cunning than the sea beasts. Currently, the Grey Tower was more prosperous than ever. There were 2 second circle wizards guarding it, but it was slightly weaker when it came to first circle wizards. Marco was a senior first circle wizard, and Mr. Tim was an ordinary first circle wizard. Other than that, Levi was the only one who could be considered a first circle wizard. Although Winnie and the other high-level apprentice wizards were about to become official wizards, they didn't have the supplementary potion to advance by force. With their aptitude, it was hard to guarantee the success rate. Marlene was slightly worried. Other than the sea beasts and the sea clan, the undead ship might also take advantage of the sea beast tide to cause trouble. That demon Harlan would definitely not let this matter rest. He had just advanced to the second circle, and had only mastered 2 second ring spells at the moment. His strength was definitely inferior to that old ghost Harland who had stepped into the second circle for a long time. Marlene only hoped that the Tower Master would make a breakthrough as soon as possible so that he could take charge of the Grey Tower. The Grey Tower, Whale Song Island, and other organizations were located at the edge of the outer ring of the Endless Sea. The water element here was much thinner than the inner ring of the sea, but there were still many sea beasts living in the dangerous sea that no one stepped into. Various sea beasts appeared on the surface of the water from time to time. There were even some sea beasts that could fly in the air. For example, sea fish like the six-eyed flying fish could fly up into the sky and dive into the deep. These sea beasts had reproduced without interference for hundreds of years, and their numbers were increasing. This sea area could no longer bear the burden. They gathered together and prepared to attack the territory of the wizards. They wanted to take back the homes that originally belonged to their ancestors and use monstrous waves to destroy the wizard tower. Among these sea beasts, there were some strange humanoid creatures. Most of them looked like strange people with fish scales or carapaces. There were also some strange creatures. For example, some of them had a human upper body, 8 legs, and a black horn in their hands. There were also yellow humanoid creatures with densely packed holes all over their bodies that looked very horrifying. There was also a red muscular giant with a body that was red and full of demon-like muscles. It looked like it could kill a supernatural sea beast with a punch. These creatures were all members of the Sea Clan. They were intelligent humanoid creatures, born transcendent creatures like the Blood Clan. The Sea Clan was a general term that included hundreds and thousands of races and tribes. Overall, according to the extraordinary biology of wizards, they could be divided into 4 groups: the Crustacean Clan, the Scales Clan, the Fur Clan, and the Mollusks Clan. Of course, other than that, there were also some very small groups. The birth of the Sea Clan could not be verified. According to the research of some wizards, the Sea Clan should be a failed product on the path of some sea beasts evolving into intelligent creatures. Therefore, they retain many characteristics of sea beasts. In short, this race was born with the same intelligence as humans. Not only did they have some innate spell-like abilities, but some of the wise people of some races were also powerful spellcasters that had been passed down from generation to generation. They had mastered the same spell power as wizards and could even communicate with their gods. There were as many as 1,000 people in this Sea Clan. They belonged to the same Sea Clan and were led by the lord of the sea region, the Deep Sea Baron, Baghdad. The Deep Sea Baron was a 7-meter-tall giant in a gorgeous green robe. He was sitting on a coral throne on the head of a second circle extraordinary sea beast. His muscles were so well developed that even the legendary Knight Emperor Mew would feel inferior to him. Between his palms and toes were webbing. He had a huge mouth of the abyss that was as exaggerated as the venom. Inside were sharp and fine teeth. He spoke in the language of the sea race with a loud voice. Many years ago, those evil existences called wizards invaded our home. These hateful foreigners expelled our ancestors to those small, cramped, and barren sea areas. For tens of millions of years, our ancestors have fought endlessly with these foreigners for generations. They failed again and again and stood up again and again, because we are unwilling. What flows in the blood of every member of the sea is the noble bloodline given to us by the Supreme Lord Sea God. Baron Deep Sea gave a speech of encouragement before the battle. He shouted, "We are born of the sea, the children of the sea god. This place does not belong to those despicable foreigners. The high priest, spiritual leader of the Sea Clan of the Endless Sea, has received the sea god's oracle. The sea god told us he has ended his long slumber since ancient times. He already knows the suffering of his children. He will make those wizards pay the price. Citizens, the sea god has awakened. Pick up your weapons and fight to take back our homeland. Let our descendants live freely in this sea. Free all of our people enslaved by evil, selfish, and greedy wizards." All the members of the Sea Clan raised their arms and shouted, their blood boiling. They hid behind the giant beasts in the sea, and some even controlled the beasts to move towards their destinations. The sea beast tide had begun. On Blacksail Island, after leaving Leviathan in a distant sea region, Levi transformed into the Duke of Montenegro and went around to collect resources. The Blacksail Wizard Market was completely different from before because of the news of the arrival of the sea beast tide. Many stalls had closed. Wizards who were affiliated with organizations retreated to their respective bases. Against the sea beast tide, it would be easier to survive with the help of their organizations. As for nomadic wizards, they also employed various methods to seek refuge. Some took shelter in deeper parts of the island, while others accepted the recruitment of First Circle wizard organizations or official wizards. They temporarily became members of these organizations. While enjoying the organization's protection, they were also responsible for its safety. Some speculators took advantage of the stock hoarding before the sea beast tide to sell some materials at high prices. Levi bought a few items he needed from the stalls. He then went to the Celestial Circle shop and other shops to stock up on 2,000 or so ether stones worth of materials, including various potions and casting materials. Unfortunately, there was not much time. In addition, these shops had just encountered a wave of panic buying, resulting in him being unable to collect all the materials for the Sandman potion. In the upcoming Sea Beast Tide, he would have to survive on the Sandman potions he had previously refined. As for spell books, Levi did not find anything he wanted, so he did not buy anything. Besides the breathing technique inheritance diagrams, Levi had stored almost everything else he needed. He had an idea and set up a sign at the port. The sign read, "Buying breathing technique inheritance diagrams at a high price." This was where most people passed by, either to board ships or head onto the island. Not long after, a burly, low-level apprentice wizard approached Levi and asked suspiciously, "Are you really buying breathing technique inheritance diagrams?" "Of course," replied Levi. "I have a breathing technique inheritance diagram here. It's a breathing technique passed down from my ancestors. If you offer me a reasonable price, I'll sell it to you." After the brawny man finished speaking, he carefully took out a piece of parchment. Levi glanced at it and found that it was actually an excellent grade strength breathing technique called the Green Elephant Breathing Technique. Although he did not lack strength now, he would need it in the future. "I'll offer you 2 ether stones or 2,000 gold coins, whichever you choose," Levi said. "I want the 2 ether stones," answered the brawny man without hesitation. Soon, Levi completed his first purchase of the day. After that, Levi collected a few more breathing technique inheritance diagrams. They were all of shallow grade, but there was a defense breathing technique and a physique breathing technique, which put Levi at ease. He had bought several breathing technique inheritance diagrams, and most of the people in the Blackcell Wizard market had left. Only a few people still remained. "I should head back," said Levi as he prepared to leave and return to the tower to take refuge. Suddenly, he discovered that there seemed to be a dispute in the distance. One of the parties involved in the conflict was members of the Grey Tower. Levi hesitated for a moment before deciding to go and take a look. If it were in his power, he would not watch members of the Grey Tower get bullied. Levi changed his appearance so no one would recognize him. He pretended to be a spectator and stopped in front of the shop. The shop was called White Tower Store. This store was one of the Grey Tower's businesses in the Blackcell Wizard market. It usually sold potions and materials commonly used by apprentice wizards and occasionally sold items for official wizards. It was second only to the Celestial Circle shop and Whale Song here in the market. 2 parties were now standing at the shop entrance, their hands on their magic wands. One group consisted of apprentice wizards and market enforcers from the Grey Tower. The other group were the apprentice wizards and enforcers from Whale Song Island and other miscellaneous forces. Levi also noticed that senior sister Winnie was also present. She looked at the person opposite her in anger. "Hurry up and open the door. Why can't we buy things? I am Quinn, and I am not leaving until I buy things here today," said a high-level apprentice wizard from Whale Song Island. He was also the team leader of a small team of market enforcers. Like I said just now, during this special period, according to the Grey Tower's protocol, the materials in the shop are not for sale for the time being. All of them will be brought back to the organization. "I hope everyone can understand," explained the owner of the White Tower store, who was sweating profusely. Quinn sneered, "That's none of my concern. I demand you to be in business today. As a Blackcell Wizard market enforcer, I, Quinn, order you to open this store. How could you be so selfish? Right now, everyone should unite to overcome this crisis together. Does the Grey Tower only think of yourselves? No wonder your organization is getting worse and worse." A bystander seconded, "Yeah, how selfish of you. You're a bunch of exquisite egoists." "Exactly. I'm speechless. It's not like we are asking for the goods as charity." Some people from other forces also echoed their sentiments. These were all actors found by Quinn. When he retorted, "Quinn, was it? You claim that our Grey Tower is selfish, right? Then why don't you tell us why Whale Song suddenly closed today? Could you have moved all the supplies back to Whale Song Island last night? The last time I visited Whale Song Island, you tried to court me with an arrogant attitude, but I rejected you. Are you still holding a grudge over that incident? Fortunately, I didn't agree to date you." Winnie revealed a cold smile as she stood in front of the nervous owner of the shop. She was one of the most outstanding apprentices in the younger generation of the Grey Tower, other than the freak Levi. She grew up in the Grey Tower and felt a sense of belonging. She would never allow anyone to insult her organization like this. She also knew Quinn. He was an outstanding apprentice of Whale Song Island. Quinn was stunned as he cursed her internally. His face turned beet red and he did not know how to retort. Mustering his resolve, Quinn instigated the crowd, saying, "Everyone charge in. During this crisis, it is our right to buy goods. Don't worry. On behalf of the Blackcell Wizard Market Law Enforcement Team, I declare that charging into this store will not violate the order of the market. Who dares do so?" Winnie took out her wand and was ready to attack at any moment. The other apprentices of the Grey Tower were also worked up. Even a female apprentice like Winnie dared to confront the enforcers. They naturally had to make their stand and uphold the reputation of the Grey Tower. Levi watched the proceedings calmly to the side. In his opinion, these apprentice wizards were like a group of children in an ivory tower fighting for the honor of their class. Although childish and naive, their dedication to the Grey Tower was commendable. How quaint of them, thought Levi, revealing a playful smile. The apprentice wizards from both sides began to fight. They unleashed all sorts of cantrips that Levi deemed non-lethal. He felt he was watching a group fight between high school classes. The Grey Tower's side lacked numbers. Soon, Winnie and the other apprentices were repeatedly pushed back, and some were injured. However, the apprentices of Whale Song Island didn't dare to kill them. After pushing the Grey Tower's apprentices aside, they rushed into the White Tower store and began raiding it. Levi silently observed everyone from a corner. He noted down who was involved in the raid and what they took. For these people to dare to lay their hands on the Grey Tower's property in broad daylight, Levi knew that someone was backing them. He sneered internally. He wanted to see who was behind this. The apprentices of the Grey Tower watched helplessly as the raiders rushed into the shop and ransacked the place. Despair loomed over them. Some of the apprentices even cried. Winnie's eyes were red. She was injured in the battle just now. Her wounds were excruciating and her face was pale. An apprentice wizard said, "Winnie, calm down. They have the advantage in numbers. We should go back and tell the official wizards in the tower about this." Winnie replied, "We need these supplies to survive the sea beast tide." "So we found out about the tide too late. Otherwise, we would have moved the supplies in the shop away long ago." "It's okay, Winnie. I've already secretly stashed away the important things in my storage bag," whispered the shop owner. Soon the White Tower store was emptied. Even all the sea beast meat had been taken. Levi wondered why the raiders took the sea beast meat. After the sea beast tide, there would undoubtedly be no shortage of sea beast meat. Quinn looked at Winnie with a mocking expression. "I hope the Grey Tower will survive the sea beast tide this time. Miss Winnie, we'll meet again after the calamity." After saying this, Quinn snorted coldly and swaggered away. Winnie's expression was ugly. Alas, she could only helplessly watch them leave. A strange thought flashed through her mind. If only junior brother Levi had come with me. I want him to crush Quinn's head with his hands. Amidst the crowd, Levi's figure had long disappeared. In the dark alley, Levi flicked his snake tongue and tracked the oars of the raiders. A Whale Song Island apprentice was leaning against the wall, happily counting the spoils he had just obtained. Suddenly, something pierced through the wall. A crimson tentacle suddenly appeared and pierced through the apprentice's robe. Before the apprentice could react, the tentacle had already grabbed his heart. He soon became a dried corpse and was devoured by a swarm of Saint Scorpions. On the other side of the wall, the crimson tentacle slowly retracted into Levi's palm. A silent, one-sided massacre had occurred in the Blacksail Wizard Market. It didn't take long for Levi to conclude his massacre. He looked at the large pile of items in his storage. He mumbled to himself, "I still have one more target, Quinn." He went to the residence of the Enforcement Union President, which is the territory of the official wizard Ceacus. Levi was calm. When he passed the White Tower store, he found that the apprentices had already closed the shop and were walking towards the port with Winnie. He watched Winnie and the others leave with a calm expression. He went in the opposite direction and dashed towards Ceacus' residence. Then he flapped his wings and turned into a crimson light. He soared into the sky and hid among the clouds. He looked at the Enforcement Union below and flicked his tongue. His blood-red tentacles danced wildly in the strong wind high in the sky while he hissed. He seemed extremely demonic. Ceacus was the manager of the Blacksail Wizard Market and a First Circle wizard from Whale Song Island. According to the information Levi had received, Ceacus was only an ordinary First Circle wizard. He was insignificant compared to Green Ghost Carter and Kane the Fireplay Master. Levi plotted, "I should take advantage of the chaos caused by the Sea Beast Tide and make Whale Song Island lose an official wizard. I haven't forgotten about the feud in the Shadow Realm." At the residence of the president of the Enforcement Union, Ceacus looked at Quinn with a smile. Ceacus commented, "Well done. The people from the Grey Tower should learn from this experience. During this crisis, this kind of wizard organization that only thinks about themselves is destined to be unable to survive in the wizard world. We can survive in the Sea Beast Tide only by uniting and facing the enemy together." "Yes, Lord Ceacus. Those people from the Grey Tower are too ignorant," replied Quinn. Ceacus said, "We are also preparing to retreat. The Blacksail Wizard Market might be abandoned in the next year or two. Let's return to the island first. By the way, the murderer who killed Kolo hasn't been found yet, right?" asked Ceacus, suddenly remembering something. "We have been having a hard time doing so, my lord." Quinn looked troubled and continued, "We've been investigating for a long time, but we haven't found any leads." "Forget it then. You don't have to continue investigating the case," Ceacus ordered. Quinn nodded, looking relieved as if he had been pardoned. Ceacus looked back at the Enforcement Union. He had collected a lot of resources in the Blacksail Wizard Market over the past few years, enough for him to become a senior First Circle wizard. Therefore, if everything went smoothly, he would never return to this place. He would take advantage of the sea beast tide to cultivate in Whale Song Island in peace. "Let's go," he said. "All right, Lord Caecus." Quinn only managed to take a few steps forward when a bloody shadow suddenly swooped down from the sky like a peregrine falcon. A loud bang could be heard and dust filled the air. A tall, imposing figure descended from the sky, crashing directly into Caecus' small courtyard. The landing smashed countless floor tiles and sent dust flying. "Cough, I think I stepped on a bug." Amidst the dust, Levi's figure appeared. He shook his head and looked down at the half-meter deep pit beneath his feet where a pile of flesh and bones had splattered everywhere. Quinn was dead. Caecus panicked and thought, what kind of monster is this? How dare it trespass into the Black Sail Enforcement Union? Even as an official wizard, he could not tell what kind of monster this was. It had wide blood wings, a snake tongue, ferocious black scales, a burning body, arms covered in frost, a tall back, and a pair of bizarre legs bent like a bow. The next moment, the monster turned into a bloody shadow and charged towards Caecus, bringing a bloody storm with it. Caecus quickly used Water Shield to defend himself. At the same time, he used a first ring spell, Sailfish Arrow, to attack the monster. The monster did not dodge. The sailfish arrow exploded on the monster's body. The beast was unharmed. The monster rushed directly towards Caecus. At the same time, green vines appeared under Caecus' feet and wrapped around him tightly. Levi unleashed the first ring spell of Green Gloves, Green Vine Love, Golden Revolving Divine Palm. The invincible revolving force instantly caused the water shield to distort. A moment later, the water shield shattered. Levi grabbed Caecus' neck and stabbed the vampire touch into Caecus' heart from behind. With a gentle pinch, Caecus died immediately. His eyes were filled with fear and disbelief, and he died with his eyes wide open. Looking at the lifeless Caecus in his hands, Levi was stunned. He is really weak. Levi tilted his head and pondered, did he really die? Just like that. Levi was stunned. He could not help but sigh. Levi had not fought for a long time after advancing to the legendary two-dimensional state, and he had yet to encounter a decent enemy. He originally wanted to have a good fight with Caecus. Who would have thought that Caecus would die on the spot? Levi even felt little difference between killing Caecus and a high-level apprentice wizard. He scolded himself, saying, "It's definitely not because I'm too strong. An ordinary first-circle wizard is just too weak. I can't be proud. In a Xianxia novel, I would have merely killed a chi cultivation noob." Levi warned himself to be patient. After releasing the sacred insect and letting it devour the soul of Caecus, he swiftly swept up the spoils of war. He then placed Caecus' corpse into his storage bag and left. Caecus was of average strength, and Levi was not interested in making him a living dead. However, if he could not find a better replacement in the future, Levi would put Caecus on the list of the 7 generals of the living dead family. After all, Caecus was an official wizard. The sea beast tide was about to begin. Caecus was a godsend. Levi wondered what goodies he had in his storage bag. After Levi arrived at the Grey Tower, he left Leviathan in the sea. He could not bring this big guy ashore. When the sea beast tide arrived, he would just let Leviathan blend in with the enemy. With its strength, it should be able to protect itself in the sea beast tide. When Levi returned to the Grey Tower, senior sister Winnie and the others had yet to return. Levi planned to give Marlene the supplies from the White Tower store and let her distribute them. Nothing was valuable among the items, so Levi was uninterested in them. Levi briefly explained what had happened to Marlene and omitted some details that he did not want others to know about. "You killed Caecus?" Marlene asked in surprise. Levi smiled and replied, "Yes, ma'am. He sent people from Whale Song Island to rob our store. Since the sea beast tide is coming, I thought it wouldn't be strange for an official wizard to die during this period." Marlene laughed. She said, "You brat, it's fine, don't worry. If something happens, I'll let the tower master handle it." It's indeed time to teach those people from Whale Song Island a lesson. You may leave. Levi returned to his home on the 9th floor of the Grey Tower. Later, Levi saw that senior sister Winnie and the others had also returned. He paid no heed to other affairs. He opened Caecus' storage bag and checked his loot. Winnie brought the other apprentice wizards to the 3rd floor of the White Tower after getting permission from Ms. Marlene. Ms. Marlene was wearing glasses and studying an ancient potion formula she had just obtained. Winnie and the others stood at the door silently with their heads lowered. It was only when Ms. Marlene put down her work that Winnie spoke up. Her eyes were red, and she sounded like she was crying. She reported, "Granny Marlene, White Tower store was robbed by the people from Whale Song Island." Another apprentice commented, "Yes, those accursed bandits are shameless. Granny Marlene, we could not let the Grey Tower be humiliated by Whale Song Island. As wizards, we would rather die defending the honor of the tower." The apprentices all chipped in. They got worked up and were ready to start a war with the wizards of Whale Song Island. Granny Marlene looked at these chattering little fellows and felt her head ache. She said helplessly, "All right, go back to your respective rooms. A kind-hearted soul has already sent back those supplies." The apprentices were dumbfounded. They had just been robbed not long ago. The raiders should still be out there at large. How could the supplies that had been raided be sent back? Winnie also had a strange expression. She had some idea who this person was, but it seemed implausible. She asked Ms. Marlene, "Who is this kind soul?" Granny Marlene shook her head with a smile and said mysteriously, "Perhaps in the future you will find out." She then said, "All right, let's disperse. Winnie, take a few apprentices and help Mr. Marco prepare the island's defenses. While you are at it, arrange for people to strengthen the coastline patrol. Advise the mortals in the town to move closer to the Grey Tower. When the sea beast tide arrives, I will activate the defensive array of the tower to protect everyone. Everyone, get ready and get yourselves to peak condition. We have a long and fierce battle ahead." Although the other apprentices were confused, they remembered the upcoming sea beast tide and did not waste any more time. They followed Granny Marlene's arrangements and went to their posts. On the 9th floor of the Grey Tower, Levi had already finished counting the loot from Caecus. His harvest had completely exceeded his expectations. 3,800 ether stones. This was beyond Levi's expectations. Although Caecus was extremely weak, he had been earning a lot of money through dirty means from the Blacksell Wizard market. As a result, Levi now had more than 12,000 ether stones. I'm generating more income even though my expenses have increased. Even with so much money, I can't exchange it for materials for the Sandman potion. What's the use of having so much money? Levi lamented as he smiled bitterly. His current wealth was something that very few First Circle wizards could match. Apart from the ether stones, there was also a large amount of casting materials and stacks of neatly arranged small boxes in Caecus' storage bag. Levi opened the small boxes and saw they all contained precious herbs and potions. Next to the small boxes, there was a diary. Levi looked at it and saw that it was written by Caecus. It was a record of the people who had given him gifts. 1 3-leaf dead soul grass, First Circle potion material, worth 20 ether stones, gifted by Hulin from Gloomy Store. Concentration potion, First Circle potion, worth 180 ether stones, gifted by Bald Hands of the Valink gang from West Street. The list went on and on. Levi read through it and was impressed. Caecus collected so many things over a decade while serving as the president of the Blacksell Wizard Market Enforcement Union. Levi was at a loss of words. He applauded Caecus for his ability to do so. Judging from the list of gifts received by Caecus, the gifts in these boxes alone were worth 4,000 ether stones. The most valuable item was the concentration potion. There was no lack of good herbs among the gifts. Some of them were even materials for refining the Sandman potion. Unfortunately, he was still missing a few ingredients. Caecus was not a pharmacist. After he obtained these materials, he was not in a hurry to sell them. Unfortunately, he did not live long enough to enjoy his spoils. Levi took out the concentration potion. Concentration potion, refined by Grim Walter, pharmacist registered with the Pharmacist Association. Effects: assist in meditation and enhance spirit. Levi thought this concentration potion is also a First Circle meditation supplementary potion. Its effect is similar to my Sandman potion. Unfortunately, Caecus didn't have the prescription. Otherwise, I could research it further. However, Grim Walter is not a pharmacist from this area. Levi put away the concentration potion. He planned to sell it in the future. Although this potion was legally certified by official channels, Levi did not use it out of caution as he could make similar potions himself. These gifts and the ether stones made Caecus richer than most First Circle wizards. Next was a spell book. 3 spells were recorded on it, all of which were first ring spells. The 3 spells were Sailfish Arrow, Water Shield, and Water Prison. Aside from Sailfish Arrow, Levi had already acquired the other 2. Other than that, there were also some abandoned magic wands. There were no wizard tools. In a corner, Levi found a nautical chart. He scanned the parchment. He mumbled, "This is a map of a part of the outer ring of the Endless Sea." On the parchment, Levi saw a vast ocean and coordinates. Some islands were marked on it. This is the Grey Tower. According to the shape of the islands drawn on the map, Levi immediately found the island where the Grey Tower was located. Then, based on the location of the Grey Tower, he roughly deduced the location of Whale Song Island, Sighing Sea Breeze, and other islands. A place in the corner of the nautical chart, far from the Grey Tower, caught Levi's attention. It was labeled the Lost Pan's Labyrinth. Pan's Labyrinth. Levi had no recollection of such a term. Could it be the ruins of an ancient wizard organization? Levi recalled that a long time ago, Nas had invited him to explore the ruins of an ancient wizard organization, but he had rejected the invitation. He had always thought that Nas was lying to him. There might actually be some ancient wizard ruins that had yet to be discovered by other wizards in this region. The ancient wizard ruins were like the Shadow Realm. For wizards, they were a huge treasure trove. There might be ancient spell books, meditation arts, ancient herbs, wizard tools, potions, and so on in the ruins. Of course, exploring the ruins was risky business. There were strange and dangerous mechanisms, evil spirits, bizarre arrays, and even some transcendent creatures or alchemy puppets that had been forgotten in these ancient ruins. Levi wondered, could Pan's labyrinth have something to do with the gods? That seems unlikely. Based on Levi's understanding, true gods were generally powerful existences like the 7 orthodox gods of the astral world. Of course, there were also some tribes and civilizations that viewed powerful transcendent creatures as their totems and gods. However, gods like these were plentiful. Even the great ice ape king that Levi had subdued in the human world could be considered a god of the mountains to some extent. He decided, saying, let's put this aside for now. When I am more powerful in the future, I can go there and take a look. He then put away the map. After counting his spoils, Levi continued to cultivate. There should still be some time before the sea beast tide arrived. It was challenging for him to quickly achieve breakthroughs in his breathing technique and meditation arts. However, he was on the verge of breaking through to level 4 of the Black Devil Blade. Levi would become more powerful with the level 4 Black Devil Blade. 4 powerful second circle dark wizards were gathered on the undead ship in the foggy sea. They were Melanda the Bone Witch from Bone Forest, Sarok the Bloodthirsty Wizard from Blood Sea Vortex, Elins the Spider Witch from Sea Spider Lair, and a powerful second circle nomadic wizard, Pinaz the Lost Wizard. Bone Forest, Blood Sea Vortex, and Sea Spider Lair were famous dark wizard organizations at the edge of the Outer Ring. Because they were good at hiding, the organization's headquarters were also quite tricky to find. The dark wizards from these organizations had always been at large and would occasionally emerge from hiding to wreak havoc. However, after the rise of the undead ship, these 3 dark wizard organizations gradually became inactive. Under the leadership of the Third Circle wizard Morpheus, the leaders of these dark wizard organizations came together to plot some scheme. As for the Lost Wizard, although he was only an ordinary Second Circle wizard, he had mastered the knowledge of powerful arrays. Rumor has it that he had inherited the knowledge of arrays from an ancient array wizard. Array wizards were even rarer than pharmacists and weapon craftsmen. The difficulty and resources required to become an official array wizard were even greater than that of pharmacists. Relying on arrays, he had escaped the pursuit of the Star Tower's enforcers many times. Once, he had even defeated someone stronger than himself. He killed an enforcer, a senior Second Circle wizard, with an array he set up. Therefore, as an extremely rare array wizard, Morpheus also invited him to participate in this operation. Demon Harland laughed sinisterly and said, "Everyone, I believe Morpheus has informed you, so I, Harland, will not waste any more time. I will lead this operation. To not spread our strength too thin and be defeated by the enemy one by one, I want everyone to work together with me. Our first target is the Grey Tower. After we destroy the Grey Tower, we'll continue to destroy the next faction. However, we are not in a hurry to act yet. We still need to wait for a while. We are in the shadows now, and the advantage is ours. Moreover, we have an alliance with the Sea Clan. We can let those simple-minded fellows of the Sea Clan take the lead and wear down the enemy's strength. When the enemy has run out of ammunition and food, we can swiftly deal them the killing blow." In his previous battle with Herman, Demon Harland had been severely injured. This time, Harland had the advantage of the Sea Beast Tide, Pinaz's array ability, and the help of the other 3 Second Circle wizards. With such a lineup, Harland was going to win for sure. On the sea, black clouds loomed over the city, and a storm swept across it. The terrible weather made the already depressing atmosphere even more demoralizing. The Sea Beast Tide was fast approaching. The apprentices and wizards were all prepared. On the Twin Towers, some spell runes could vaguely be seen flickering. These spell runes were all connected to form a complex array. A blue barrier could faintly be seen covering the area within a mile of the Grey Tower, forming a semicircular barrier over it. Runes flickered on the surface of the barrier, and light flowed around it. It was very mystical. This was the Second Circle array, Blue Ocean Shelter. It was the most precious legacy left behind by Salman, the first tower master. Using ether stones as fuel, it drew in the power of the water element from the surroundings to form a powerful protective barrier to resist the enemy's attacks. This array was part of the Twin Towers. Back then, Salman had treated the Twin Towers as his own, so he had naturally put a lot of effort into protecting them. It was said that Salman had spent tens of thousands of ether stones to hire an array wizard to build this array. It took 2 Second Circle wizards half a year to build it. Blue Ocean Shelter would only be used when the Grey Tower was in grave danger. This was because the array would consume more than 100 ether stones daily. With the Grey Tower's size, it could not hold out for long. If it were to resist attacks and operate at full power, the amount of ether stones consumed would increase exponentially. This array was enough to block most first-ring spell attacks. It could also block second-ring spell attacks, but it could not last long because it would consume too many ether stones to do so. The apprentices looked at the huge array curiously. It was their first time seeing such a scene, and they were in awe. Inside the White Tower, Marlene also looked at this scene and felt a little emotional. This array was last used during the war between Second Circle Wizards of the Grey Tower and the Undead Ship. If possible, Marlene never wanted to see this array activated again. She looked around inside the barrier. The mortals on the island had all set up temporary tents within it. They followed the wizard's orders, performing physical labor and building simple fortifications. Although these constructs were probably useless against the sea beasts, it was better than nothing. Some strong mortals or knights also armed themselves and were ready to fight anytime. The apprentice wizards maintained order within the enchantment, and some people were on the lookout for the arrival of the enemy. Marco was carefully checking every corner of the array to see if there were any weak spots. Mr. Tim was explaining to the apprentices about sea beasts. On the 9th floor of the Grey Tower, Levi opened his eyes. Behind him, a 5-meter-tall black shadow appeared. The black shadow's head touched the ceiling. It was the Nine Swords Usura evil spirit. The current Nine Swords Usura was more tangible than before. Its figure was also taller, and its 3 heads were more lifelike. On its 6 arms, there was an additional ribbon that wrapped around its arms and body. It was like Nezha's armillary sash. The ribbon danced around its body. Levi could feel the Nine Swords Usura was even more powerful now. It could flatten the twin towers with a single strike. This made Levi smile. He muttered, "My Black Devil Blade has reached level 4. Levi. Black Devil Blade, level 4 235 20,000. Level 4 was not the limit of the Black Devil Blade. He could still continue refining it. Black Devil Blade was a technique that cultivated both Levi's physical body and spiritual force. Levi estimated that to break through to level 5 of Black Devil Blade, he first needed to acquire the spiritual force of an official wizard. He put away the Nine Swords Usura. He put on his robe and went out of the tower. Everyone had been busy preparing for the sea beast tide. He had used his points to take leave because he wanted to train in seclusion. Now that the Black Devil Blade had broken through to level 4, as a member of the Grey Tower, he couldn't just sit in his room and wait. He had to do something. An apprentice wizard greeted him as soon as he exited the tower. "Hello, senior brother Levi." "Hello, junior brother." Levi smiled and walked towards the White Tower. Ms. Marlene had something to discuss with him. On the 3rd floor of the White Tower, Marlene saw Levi and said, "Has your seclusion ended?" "Ms. Marlene, what do you need me to do next?" asked Levi as he nodded. "You do not need to do anything yet," Marlene said. "Our tower is currently lacking in first circle combat power. You, Marco, and Tim are the pillars of the tower. You should not waste your energy in the early stages of the sea beast tide. You will fight when we encounter first circle transcendent creatures that make landfall. The 3 of you only have one mission, preventing the first circle transcendent creatures from attacking the array. Of course, I'll also join the fight when needed. However, I have to prevent the second circle transcendent creatures and the people from the undead ship from causing trouble, so I'll have to rely on you guys." "All right, I understand," replied Levi. Marlene asked with a smile, "How is it? Are you confident in dealing with first circle transcendent creatures? After all, you're just a high-level apprentice wizard. It will be a little difficult for you to deal with first circle transcendent creatures. The tower has always treated you as a first circle wizard. We have worked you too hard. After this sea beast tide ends, I'll ask the tower master to give you some rewards. I'll get him to give you at least another first circle wizard tool." Levi answered, "There shouldn't be any problem. I've dealt with Leviathan before. Ordinary first circle transcendent creatures shouldn't be a match for me. The Grey Tower has taken in a child of chaos like me and treated me so well. It's only right for me to show my gratitude to the tower now. That's good. If it proves too difficult, don't push yourself. Just hide in the array," said Marlene. "All right. Right, Ms. Marlene. How long can the Blue Ocean shelter last with the reserves in the tower?" asked Levi. Marlene answered, "If no first circle transcendent creatures attack the array and accelerate its consumption, it should be able to last for more than 3 years. However, if there's external interference, then the situation looks bleak. All right, I will not let any first circle transcendent creatures get close to the array." Levi nodded and left. His black snake's message allowed him to sense the movements of the sea beasts on the nearby coastline while he was in the Grey Tower. He could sense everything inside the barrier with his advanced perception. Once any of the transcendent creatures got close to the barrier, he would kill them with the methods of a knight. Now was not the time to hold back his strength. He had to protect his life first. Since Levi had chosen to stay behind and fight against the sea beasts with the Grey Tower, he would do his part seriously. Since the task assigned to him was to guard the array, Levi did not waste any time wandering around. He returned to the 9th floor of the Grey Tower and used the last bit of time to cultivate his breathing techniques. To cultivate meditation arts, one had to enter a meditative state. In this state, Levi was unable to sense the outside world. Even if sea beasts were invading, Levi would not know. Moreover, the earliest he could achieve a breakthrough in meditation arts would be next year. Without Naga's blessing, Levi's chances of becoming an official wizard were slim. He preferred to focus on things that he was confident in. Therefore, he decided to stop wizard training for now and tried to catch up with more breathing techniques before the sea beast tide. Just like that, Levi sensed the situation outside while cultivating breathing techniques in his room. Among the breathing techniques he was cultivating, his level 10 Red Lotus was 1/3 of the way to level 11. Hunchback Dragon was at level 9 and was not far from level 10. Undying Bird was still far from reaching level 10, and the Black Whale breathing technique was also almost reaching level 9. Besides that, Levi was also cultivating some shallow breathing techniques to break through limits. Levi focused on reaching level 10 with the Hunchback Dragon breathing technique as soon as possible to improve his endurance drastically. Time flew by, and half a month passed. He had yet to achieve any breakthroughs in his breathing techniques. However, he was getting closer to breaking through to level 10 of the Hunchback Dragon breathing technique. Levi was forced to stop cultivating his breathing technique. He sensed that the Dragon King Whale was humming a nervous whale song. This was the Dragon King Whale's warning that an enemy was approaching the shore. Levi immediately descended from the tower. "Junior brother Levi, what's wrong?" Winnie asked when she saw Levi's serious expression. She had a feeling that the kind soul that aided her last time was Levi, but she had no proof. In Winnie's opinion, Levi was shy and introverted. On the surface, he rejected her invitation to shop with her, but behind her back, he silently protected her and did good deeds anonymously. Levi said, "It's fine, I'm going to the beach to take a walk. You guys just stay here and keep watch." "Why don't I?" Winnie wanted to go with him, but Levi left before she could say anything. Left with no choice, Winnie went on with her own business. Levi hid somewhere by the coast. With his black snake's message, he could sense the auras of many unfamiliar sea beasts approaching. He muttered, "The first wave of sea beasts has already arrived, and there are quite a few first circle transcendent sea beasts among them." This enormous sea beast tide was indeed different. This was only the first wave, and first circle transcendent sea beasts were already hidden within. Usually, the first wave of the sea beast tide would not have such high-level sea beasts. Weaker sea beasts would serve as cannon fodder first, depleting the wizard's reserves and overall strength. Finally, they would use the first circle or second circle sea beasts as trump cards to attack the wizard tower. However, the sea beasts were not holding back in this wave. "The situation is urgent. I should go and inform the tower to make preparations." Levi turned around and went back. He entered the tower and shouted, "My Dragon King Whale senses the sea beast tide approaching. There are first circle transcendent sea beasts among them. Everyone be prepared. Many sea beasts can make land and fight. Don't think that you'll be safe staying on the island." Immediately, Mr. Marco and Mr. Tim rushed over. "Levi, how many first circle transcendent sea beasts are there?" Marco asked. "I'm not sure, but there might be more than one. Let's get ready and kill the first circle transcendent sea beasts before they get close to the barrier," Levi said. "Okay, let's get ready to set off," Marco said. Tim turned around and said to the apprentices, "The three of us will be responsible for dealing with the first circle transcendent sea beasts. Remember to clear out the low-level sea beasts that approach the array. Teachers, let us go too. We can help," said a high-level apprentice wizard. Marco rejected him coldly, saying, "You'll only hold us back if you follow us. Levi is a legendary knight and he's strong enough to protect himself. Can you do the same? Can you defeat Levi's Dragon King Whale? Defending this tower is also part of our victory." The high-level apprentice wizard blushed. As an elite among the apprentice wizards of the Grey Tower, he originally wanted to use this opportunity to show off. Unfortunately, he was mercilessly ridiculed by Marco. "That's right, senior brother. Let's defend our home," advised the other apprentices. In the end, under the envious and worshipful gazes of the apprentices, Levi and the two teachers headed toward the shore with looks of determination. About 10 miles from the Grey Tower, a 13-foot-tall, thin Blue Sea clan member stood on the back of a first circle orca sea beast. He had an octopus-like head and wriggling tentacles around his mouth. His lower body consisted of 8 slender tentacles that formed his limbs. Each tentacle held a sharp bone knife. He was a warrior of the Mollusks clan. He was the Siren swordsman, Percival. He was the vanguard of the invasion of the Grey Tower. The 8-legged sea demons were all experts in using swords. Their 8-blade sect technique was superb, and they were second to none among the Sea Clan. As one of the most experienced swordsmen, Percival had killed many human powerhouses with the 8-blade sect technique since his debut. After all, the 8-legged sea demons were born with great flexibility and speed. No human could compare to them in terms of the number of weapons they held. Percival's father was Blade King Vandro, one of the 4 great generals of the Sea Clan under the command of Baron Deep Sea, and was equivalent to a human second circle wizard. He told Percival to be careful this time because he had heard of a human legendary knight in the Grey Tower. Percival should never underestimate a legendary knight. When his father was young, he had almost lost his life to a legendary knight. Although that legendary knight was a woman, her extremely violent swordsmanship was capable of parting the sea waves and splitting sea beasts. Percival's father could still remember her vividly. Percival sneered, "Humph, I will prove to my father that I am not weak." This young and powerful siren swordsman was ready to use his eight-blade sect technique to end the life of the legendary knight. As the army of thousands of sea beasts led by three first-circle transcendent sea beasts charged towards the island, Percival sat proudly on the back of the orca and watched everything with cold eyes. Suddenly, he saw three figures on the shore. They seemed to have been waiting for a long time. On the shore, Mr. Marco's expression was solemn. He said that eight-legged sea demon is powerful. I'll deal with him and his mount. Tim, you deal with two of the first-circle transcendent sea beasts. Levi, you deal with the other one. Levi nodded in agreement. His spider sensing warned him that the eight-legged sea demon was a great threat. This meant that the strength of this sea demon was equal to that of an experienced first-circle wizard. This was Levi's first time fighting against the Sea Clan, so he did not dare to be careless. He had to eliminate these first-circle existences quickly to relieve the pressure on the gray towers array behind him. Many sea beasts rushed out of the water when they got to shore. Sea beasts was a generic term used by wizards to refer to everything living in the endless sea. Among these sea beasts, some could not leave the sea. They could only wait by the shore and surround the island, completely cutting off supply lines to the wizard tower. Some of the sea beasts rushed ashore. Their huge bodies and numbers seemed to make the island tremble. Levi, Marco, and the others had no choice but to avoid these sea beasts temporarily. They couldn't waste their energy on them. They had to deal with their targets first. Marco chanted a spell while holding a wand. A wizard tool in the shape of a knight's sword surrounded him. He directly engaged in a fierce battle with Percival. Levi found his target, a giant sea snake that was 60 feet long. It was a first-circle sea beast, a blue-patterned sea snake. This venomous sea beast had two spell abilities, Toxic Mist Barrier and Venomous Fang Drill. It flicked its tongue and charged at Levi as soon as it came ashore. Levi was also hissing with his snake tongue. Black scales covered his entire body, and his face was ferocious. Levi commented, "Not bad. The blood of a first-circle transcendent snake can be used as my secret medicine." Boom! The blue-patterned sea snake and Levi collided. The hump on Levi's back was surging with power. The terrifying force pushed Levi and the sea snake back. The sea snake did not expect Levi to be so powerful. It activated its spell ability that it had been charging up for a long time. A large area of poisonous fog engulfed Levi. If an ordinary wizard were unprepared, the poisonous fog would corrode their body and turn them into pus. However, a trident flew out from the fog the next moment and pierced through the blue-patterned sea snake's neck. Levi's body was covered in the light of golden protection. The black scales on his body closed, sealing his 7 orifices and blocking all the poisonous fog. Then his body dashed forward and grabbed the trident in the blue-patterned sea snake's neck. A terrifying power surged forth, and Levi's body continued to expand. He activated his frost arm and flame body. Rip, followed by a tearing sound, the blue-patterned sea snake was immediately torn apart by Levi's trident. Its internal organs were scattered all over the ground, but it was not dead yet. Levi brandished his trident and sliced the giant sea snake into pieces before storing them in the storage he had prepared beforehand. The corpses of first-circle sea beasts were all treasures. If it were not for the fact that the current conditions did not allow it, Levi would have turned these sea beasts into living dead. After swiftly dealing with the first-circle sea beast, Levi noticed that Mr. Tim was fighting with 2 first-circle sea beasts. For the time being, neither side had the upper. He was not in danger for now. On the other hand, Mr. Marco, a veteran first-circle wizard, was actually on the brink of losing to the 8-legged swordsman. Mr. Marco was sweating profusely. He had never encountered such a powerful enemy since he became a veteran first-circle wizard. He felt that even if he forcefully used a second ring spell, he might not be able to deal with the other party. This swordsman was too strong. The swordsman was proficient in using his 8 specially made bone knives. Many of Mr. Marco's spell attacks were destroyed. Moreover, the other party's attacks took a lot of work to deal with. Those tentacles could extend and contract at will, making it difficult for Mr. Marco to read their movements. I have no choice. I have to use a second ring spell. I wonder how the array is holding up. Mr. Marco was about to use a second ring spell, but Percival didn't allow him to do so. Percival laughed wildly. As he attacked, he used the common language of wizards and mockingly said, "Haha, I didn't expect wizards to be so weak. You are nothing but a bunch of weaklings before my invincible 8-blade sect technique." The 8 blades spun, and Percival became a whirlwind of blades. He broke through the waves and headed straight for Marco. Tim was anxious and eager to rush over to help, but he was now occupied with 2 sea beasts and could not do anything. He glanced at Levi, who had been fighting the sea snake just a moment ago. The latter had long disappeared. Marco's wizard tool flew out, trying to resist the attack of the 8-legged swordsman. With a bang, the wizard tool was sent flying and the spell runes on it dimmed. It was broken. Marco was in despair. He started chanting a second circle spell when a large hand suddenly appeared and grabbed him, forcefully interrupting him. Clang. Accompanied by the sound of metal colliding, the 8 bone knives from the siren swordsman seemed to have hit something hard. A strong, stalwart figure holding a trident blocked the attack of the siren swordsman. The shockwave shattered the solid black scales on Levi's body, but they regenerated. Which tribe are you from? Why did you block my attack? Percival was confused. The sea demon before him had a tall body and a towering back. He was covered in black scales, and flames engulfed his body. He stood on bird feet, and his ice-blue frost arms held a trident, the weapon most favored by Sea Clan experts. Percival thought, why does this trident look so familiar? It looks like the one that the Baron has lost. Percival didn't want to entertain such nonsense. His expression was solemn as he waved his 8 bone knives and attacked in an unstoppable manner. I don't care which clan you are from. If you dare to get in my way, you will die, Levi sighed. He did not expect himself to be so ugly that the members of the Sea Clan treated him as their own kind. This was before he even used his blood wings and vampire touch. As a human being, this was simply a great humiliation. Levi was enraged. Raging flames burned on his body. He held the trident in his hand, and the power of ice and fire formed over the trident. He attacked the Sea Clan expert. 8-blade sect technique, 8-fold star slash. Percival's 8 bone knives seemed to overlap, transforming into a terrifying greatsword that slashed toward Levi. Levi sneered. Behind him, the phantom of the 9 swords Usura suddenly appeared. A 15-foot-tall black evil spirit stood behind him. It had 3 heads and 6 arms, each holding a sword. Its black ribbon fluttered in the wind and had an extraordinary aura like a god had descended. The 9 swords Usura had the Buddha's compassionate expression, the Yaksha's evil smile, and the Vajra's angry eyes. 81 black blades appeared around the body of the 9 swords Usura, buzzing like flying swords. Usura's swordsmanship returned to origin. Attack. This was the latest move of the Black Devil blade that Levi had developed after reaching level 4. The black blades shooting out were similar to the ones once unleashed by Nameless. Crackle. Percival barely managed to block this wave of attacks. The black gas that managed to sneak past his defense broke through his mucus protection and pierced into his soft body, instantly causing him to be injured. At the same time, the 9 swords Usura brandished 9 indestructible black longswords and slashed toward him. Boom! The 9 swords Usura directly shattered Percival's greatsword. Percival exclaimed, 9-blade sect. Percival's expression changed drastically. He thought his 8-blade sect was already beyond incredible, but this monster in front of him had one more sword than him. Levi rushed forward. He had long wanted to test the power of the level 4 Black Devil blade. Now was the perfect opportunity to do so. In front of the 3-headed, 6-armed evil spirit, Percival revealed a look of determination as he waved his 8 tentacles in all directions. 8-blade sect technique, 8-direction disillusionment. This was his strongest move. Even his father, a Sea Clan general, had praised this move. He was confident that he could block the sword of this 3-headed and 6-armed monster. The 8 blades struck out, and the seawater exploded in all directions. Blade light that could destroy everything swept out, injuring many sea beasts. The sea was covered in blood. Levi swung his trident and unleashed the golden revolving slash. The 9 swords Usura behind him did the same thing. The light of the golden revolving slash lit up like 9 stars on the 9 swords. This was the second new effect that Levi had developed after the Black Devil blade reached level 4. Levi could control the 9 swords Usura to execute the same sword skill as himself. The 9 swords form combined with the golden revolving slash. 9 golden swords. Boom! Percival was sent flying by the sword attack. 9 lights drilled bloody holes in his body and head. These 9 lights pierced through his flesh and churned his organs. It was as if they would never stop. This scene was bizarre. In horror, the heavily injured Percival sat on the orca and prepared to escape. However, Levi had unleashed his crimson tentacle and pierced through Percival's heart, devouring his blood. Percival's eyes gradually dimmed, and his life aura began to dissipate. He died on the spot. A famous swordsman of the Sea Clan had fallen. Levi immediately went forward and collected Percival's corpse. The golden revolving slash also dissipated. Levi returned to his original form. He didn't damage the corpse of the Sea Clan expert too badly because he wanted to turn it into a living dead. This person was powerful. He could suppress Mr. Marco, meaning his strength was similar to Cain and Carter's. He could be included in the ranks of the 7 generals of the living dead family. With the troll couple, Cain, Carter, and this Sea Clan swordsman, Levi had gathered 5 members for his 7 generals of the living dead family. Levi returned to the shore. Marco had just helped Tim settle the battle here. One of the 2 first circle sea beasts saw that the situation was not good and immediately ran back into the sea like the orca. The other was killed on the spot. Are you all right? What happened just now? Did you minor in the modification studies of Life School of Thought? Marco recalled Levi's terrifying appearance just now. He looked very much like some wizards from Life School of Thought. Those people like to transform themselves into terrifying monsters. I'm fine. It's just a small side effect of being a knight. "Don't worry, I'm not a monster," assured Levi as he smiled. Marco did not say anything. "Be careful. Don't let strange powers contaminate your mind," warned Tim. He and Marco did not know much about legendary knights, so they did not realize that legendary knights had such inhuman, extraordinary characteristics. They were worried for Levi out of good intentions. Levi replied, noted, "Let's head over to the array. I wonder how the situation is over there." After saying that, Levi rushed toward the towers. The first wave was already so difficult to deal with. This sea beast tide was even more difficult than Levi had imagined. When Levi and the rest returned to the Gray Tower, hundreds of sea beasts were attacking the barrier outside the protection of the Blue Sea. On the ground, there were sea beasts' corpses everywhere. Blood flowed like a river. These sea beasts charged towards the barrier fearlessly. Most of these sea beasts were controlled by the Sea Clan. The Sea Clan was born with the ability to communicate with sea beasts. They only needed to tarnish the dark and evil wizards before these simple-minded sea beasts. These sea beasts would become their weapons of war. As for those who were not bewitched, because of the instincts of most sea beasts, they followed and attacked the territory of the wizards. Many rare sea beasts could be seen in the sea beast tide. From the looks of it, with the protection of the Second Circle Array, the Blue Ocean Shelter, and the protection of apprentice wizards, it was not a problem to resist the first wave of sea beast tide. Not only that, but a total of 9 alchemical creatures were also constantly attacking the sea beasts. These were the alchemical guards refined by the Tower Master. Basically, they all had the strength of high-level apprentice wizards and used ether stones as energy cores. Levi, Marco, and the others could not help but heave a sigh of relief. "Marco, you're back. How's the situation over there?" Marlene asked. "There's a Sea Clan expert and 4 First Circle sea beasts," Marco said with a serious expression. "What? The Sea Clan's experts came in the first wave?" Marlene was somewhat surprised. Logically speaking, these Sea Clans were the last to appear. Now there were already so many First Circle sea beasts and even Sea Clans in the first wave of warm-up. Marlene suspected that the Star Tower's calculation of the danger level of this sea beast tide was wrong. This wasn't level 3, but might be above level. But Marlene, don't worry. 2 of those First Circle sea beasts escaped and 2 were killed. The Sea Clan expert was also killed. "We still have to thank your disciple," Mr. Tim said. Levi, Marlene muttered. Levi smiled and said, "It was only with the cooperation of the 2 teachers that I was able to kill the enemy." Next, Levi and the 2 official wizards joined. The remaining low-level sea beasts from the first wave of the sea beast tide. Half a day later, they were all cleaned up. In short, he relied on the protection of the array barrier. As long as the barrier was not broken, the apprentices could use long-range spells to attack those sea beasts without any scruples. When they were tired, they could change to someone else to take over. They could go back and meditate to recover their spiritual force or drink red and blue mana potions. Levi had killed dozens of sea beasts by himself. If he released his living dead, killing these sea beasts would be even easier. However, things related to the School of Death were more sensitive in the Gray Tower. Levi did not want to use them. After all, the undead ship belonged to the School of Death. In the end, when the first wave of the sea beast tide retreated, the apprentices panted, and some even fainted from exhaustion due to their spiritual force. In terms of endurance, these apprentices were far inferior to legendary knights like Levi. Even First Circle wizards were not as good as Levi. Levi looked for some sea beast materials that he could use on the corpses of these sea beasts and collected them. He didn't want the other sea beast flesh and blood and handed them to the tower as a reserve for this period of time. During the sea beast tide, there was no shortage of sea beast corpses. Levi's sacred insects were about to vomit from eating too much. Thousands of sacred insects were eating until they were round and unable to move on the ground. Levi was afraid that they would stuff themselves to death. These insects were completely ruthless eating machines. They basically ate non-stop. Other than sleeping, they ate most of the time. Although Levi did not deliberately choose to raise the Saint Scorpions, they were much better than when he first took over. After all, these guys ate the worst sea beast meat and often devoured the flesh and souls of knights and wizards. Compared to the food they ate in the Scorpion family, they ate much better. Even high-level apprentice wizards would have a hard time dealing with these 1,000 sacred insects. The shells of the new generation of sacred armor scorpions were too hard. Ordinary cantrips couldn't hurt them at all. Besides, they could bite those defensive spell fields, just like the black gas that bit the Grand Knights. There was almost nothing they couldn't bite. Levi estimated that if this metamorphosis continued, even if there were more Saint Scorpions, such as tens of thousands of Saint Scorpions, even official wizards would be terrified and flee when they saw them. However, his insect controlling technique was only at level 3, so he could not control so many Saint Scorpions. Therefore, he had been controlling the number of Saint Scorpions and did not dare to breed too many. After he became an official wizard and learned the sacred insect touch, he could officially embark on the path of the School of Insects insect control. At that time, a legend about the old demon insect might have been born in this sea area. After the first wave of sea beast tide ended, the wizards and apprentices did not dare to slack off. They hurriedly went out to clean up the battlefield and cleaned up all the sea beast corpses. At the same time, they dealt with the second wave of sea beast tide that could arrive at any time. Levi looked at the blue light screen and returned to his home to rest. After fighting for so long, Levi was a little tired and needed a good rest. However, the blue ocean shelter is indeed useful. It's a pity that the inheritance of arrays is too rare. There are 5 official pharmacists in the sea area, but not a single array wizard. Levi sighed. Arrays were a comprehensive knowledge that integrated many subjects of wizardry. It was also the most difficult knowledge. The resources and time required to learn it were extremely high. Not to mention the sea area, even in the entire endless sea, there might not be many array wizards who were proficient in arrays. Outstanding array wizards were usually nurtured at a special price by some large factions. The array wizards were also firmly controlled by these factions as strategic weapons. Levi wanted to learn arrays, but even a clever woman could not cook without rice. He did not even have the inheritance knowledge of this array, so how could he learn? If the array was used well, it would be very useful for him to build his own base on the island or build his own wizard tower. Levi no longer fantasized about what he did not have. Instead, he took out the corpse of the Sea Clan swordsman from his storage bag. This Sea Clan swordsman lay paralyzed on the ground like a huge octopus. On each of the 8 tentacles of the octopus, there was a sharp bone knife. The bone knife was made from the bones of an unknown sea beast. Although the workmanship was crude and primitive, it was not damaged when it collided with Levi's luminant gold trident. It even broke Wizard Marco's weapon. This was Levi's first time meeting the Sea Clan, so he was naturally very curious. He went to the library of the White Tower and found an ancient book that had been covered in dust for a long time, the Sea Kingdom Records. This book recorded a lot of knowledge about the Sea Clan. Levi checked the books and found that this octopus man was a warrior of the Sea Clan called the 8-legged Sea Demon. Only the experts of the Sea Clan could be called warriors. Their strength was basically about the same as a first circle wizard. Above them were the Sea Clan generals, the Sea Clan barons, and so on. The social structure of the Sea Clan was similar to a kingdom in the human world. Small lords and big lords were divided into layers, and eventually led by the so-called 4 emperors of the Sea Clan. In short, according to the description in the books, the Sea Clan should have been a very powerful race in the past, but they gradually withdrew from the stage of history because of the arrival of wizards. In the Endless Sea, there were 4 largest Sea Clan groups that occupied the 4 sea areas in the north, south, east, and west, and established 4 powerful Sea Clan empires. The rulers of these 4 empires were called the 4 emperors of the Sea Clan. What shocked Levi was that the 4 emperors of the Sea Clan actually had the strength of a high-level wizard. Is the Sea Clan so strong? A high-level wizard was a realm that was extremely far away from Levi. In fact, even a third circle wizard was far away from Levi, let alone a high-level wizard in the 6 environments. High Priest of the Sea Clan. The High Priest's status was similar to the Pope of the mortal world, and her followers were all the Sea Clans in the Endless Sea. The High Priest of the Sea Clan was the spiritual leader of all the Sea Clans in the Endless Sea. This was because in this era, only the High Priest of the Sea Clan could receive the oracle of the Supreme Sea God. Sea God, Levi frowned slightly. To be crowned as a god by such a powerful Sea Clan, this Sea God should be in the realm of a 9th circle wizard, which was also the so-called demigod. However, Levi thought about it. If there was really a Sea God, he should not be worried. Even if the sky collapsed, there would be a tall person to hold it up. This sea beast tide was the same as before. They would definitely be able to survive it. However, there would definitely be some sacrifices, as long as it was not him or the Grey Tower. Atlan Empire. This was the Sea Clan Empire in charge of the southern region of the Endless Sea, and the Grey Tower was in the outer ring of the southern sea region. The Atlan Emperor was a supreme expert of the Mollusk's clan, the 8-armed demon emperor. It seemed that he was similar to this Sea Clan swordsman. They were both octopus people, but the 8-armed demon emperor was of the royal bloodline, while the Sea Clan swordsman was only an ordinary Sea Clan. Interesting. There are actually so many races in the Endless Sea. Levi sighed after reading the ancient book. Then he searched the body of the Sea Clan swordsman and finally found a storage bag that looked like a conch. There were many shiny gold coins in this storage bag. It seemed that the Sea Clan also used gold to trade. On these gold coins was engraved an indomitable 8-armed giant that emitted monstrous demonic flames. The giant's head was covered in dense flesh tentacles, and there was a pair of fleshy wings that covered the sky. It must be one of the 4 sovereigns of the Sea Clan, the 8-armed demon emperor. In addition to these gold coins, there were also thousands of ether stones. It was possible that this Sea Clan had snatched them from other wizards. Suddenly, Levi found a portrait in the corner of his storage bag. It was a portrait of a valiant female knight wearing a gorgeous cloak and silver armor. She was holding a greatsword that did not look like a woman's and riding White Unicorn, Flower Knight. Why does this sea clan have a portrait of the Flower Knight on them? Levi was puzzled. This was completely unrelated. Levi had heard of the Flower Knight in the human world, in The Shining Tavern. There was also the 100 Flowers wine in the name of the Flower Knight. Levi thought that this legendary knight had died because the Flower Knight's name seemed to have been passed down for hundreds of years. But now, it seemed that the Flower Knight might not be dead. Perhaps she came to the realm of Azure Cloud and became a wizard. Levi was confused. In fact, Percival's father Vandro had once suffered a great loss under a female legendary knight. This female legendary knight was Flower Knight Alina. After suffering a loss, Vandro couldn't forget about the Flower Knight, so he drew this portrait based on his memory and placed it in his bedroom to admire it every day. This silly son of his was determined to avenge his father and take this portrait away. If he met the Flower Knight one day, he would clear the name of the Eight Blades sect. After that, he died at Levi's hands. Originally, with his intelligence, he did not think that there was anyone in the Grey Tower other than the two Second Circle wizards who could defeat him. Soldiers against soldiers, generals against generals. The Second Circle wizards would definitely guard against the powerhouses of the Second Circle on his side and would not dare to make a move rashly. Even if they did make a move, they might not be able to stop him. However, he happened to bump into Levi, who had just reached the 4th level of the Black Devil Blade, and his strength had increased greatly. With the combination of 9 times to 1 and the 9 golden swords, he instantly killed Percival. Knowing that the Flower Knights might also be in the realm of Azure Cloud, Levi was tempted. He wanted to recruit the Flower Knights into his Twilight Knights if he had the chance. This way, all the Old Masters' Knights would have female knights. In the following month, the second Sea Beast tide did not come, which gave the Grey Tower a chance to catch its breath. Levi also took advantage of this period of time to cultivate crazily. Just like when he faced the Duke of Montenegro, he felt that pressure again. When Levi cultivated crazily, the outside world was already in chaos. It was just the first wave of the Sea Beast tide, but in this sea area, 2 First Circle wizard organizations were flattened, and 2 more islands became ownerless. After the Sea Beast tide, they would be taken back by the Star Tower for auction. Under normal circumstances, the Pan-Plane Wizard Council would not activate the investigation procedures for ordinary First Circle wizards who died during the Sea Beast tide. This was because there was no need. Many wizards would die during every Sea Beast tide, and this was all within the acceptable range of the Pan-Plane Wizard Council. Although this was very cruel, to a certain extent, the Pan-Plane Wizard Council also treated the Sea Beast tide as a trial for all the wizards in the Endless Sea. Survival of the fittest. This primitive and violent elimination method was also the most effective. A huge organization also needed to be changed regularly. Otherwise, with the strength of the Pan-Plane Wizard Council, it was impossible for the Endless Sea to have the so-called Sea Beast tide. But so far, the dozen or so Second Circle organizations in the sea area had safely passed the first wave of the Sea Beast tide. Everyone was nervously waiting for the next wave to arrive. On Whale Song Island, Morpheus' expression was cold. Just a month ago, the sole jade of their organization, Caecus, shattered. He specially sent people to Blacksail Island to take a look, and saw that the Blacksail Enforcement Union had already been razed to the ground by an extremely violent force. There were also traces of various sea beasts crawling on it. As for Caecus, he had already disappeared without a trace. It was obvious that he was dead. He had either been devoured by the sea beasts or his corpse had been destroyed. Although Caecus was not very strong, he was still an official wizard of Whale Song Island. At its peak, Whale Song Island had 12 official wizards. Now there were only 10 left. They lost 1 person in the Shadow Realm exploration, and now they lost another person in the Sea Beast tide. Morpheus did not think that the sea beasts had killed Caecus. After all, Caecus was a First Circle wizard. In such a first wave of Sea Beast tide, it was enough to protect himself. Morpheus seriously suspected that it was the wizards of other organizations in the sea area who had killed Caecus. Among them, the most likely one was the Grey Tower. After all, the legendary Knight of the Grey Tower had caused Whale Song Island to suffer a great loss in the Shadow Realm, and he was still at large. Thinking of this, Morpheus sent a message to Harland. He could not let the legendary knight go during the attack on the Grey Tower. Regardless of whether he did it or not, he just had to kill him. At the bottom of a dark sea, there was an ancient and strange underwater castle. The castle was located in a hidden underwater canyon. Its entire body was chiseled from an underwater mountain peak. It stood towering and was very spectacular. This was Beach Castle, Baron Deepsea's mansion. After the mobilization, Baron Deepsea returned to his castle and sat high on his coral throne. In front of him was a thin and tall sea clan member with 8 tentacles. This was the Blade King, Vandro, one of the 4 generals of Beach Castle. He was a powerhouse of the Mollusks clan and the father of Percival. Baron Deepsea had a total of 4 generals under his command. In addition to the mollusk, there was also the crustacean clan's Ghost Claw Butcher, Jin, the Mollusk Clan's Yellow Flash Bob, and the Mollusk Clan's Red Devil Parker. These 4 generals were all second circle wizards. 3 of them were commanding the Sea Clan and sea beasts to invade the Wizard Island. Only Vandro stayed by Baron Deep Sea's side because of his status as a military counselor. "Vandro, why are you looking for me?" Baron Deep Sea suddenly asked. "Lord Baron, my good-for-nothing son, Percival, is dead. I want to personally lead a team to avenge him," said Vandro coldly with a gloomy expression. Not long ago, he had sensed the news of his son's death through the soul jade left behind by his son. He did not expect his son to die on the battlefield at the front line so quickly. Before Percival went to the battlefield full of confidence, old Vandro reminded his son again and again not to underestimate the enemy. No matter what, he had to come back alive. However, he did not expect that the last time they met, it had already become a farewell between father and son. "Vandro, I understand how you feel now. However, this is wartime. No one dies in war. Even if my son dies on the battlefield, I won't be surprised. Everything has to be considered for the revival of the Sea Clan. You are the most important person by my side. I need you to stay here and help me plan and command the entire army. Now that the war has just begun, it's unwise for you to go to the battlefield and expose yourself to the enemy. By the way, which wizard organization did your son go to?" Baron Deep Sea asked. "Lord Baron, he went to the Grey Tower," said Vandro. "I know. When the time is right, I'll personally lead the army to the Grey Tower. I can destroy a mere second circle wizard organization with a single slap." Baron Deep Sea's mouth was full of sharp teeth as he laughed wildly. Holy Brilliance calendar year 1024, month of the furnace. A few months had passed since the first wave of the sea beast tide. During this period of time, no first circle sea beasts appeared in the subsequent sea beast tide. They were all low-level sea beasts that charged towards the wizard tower fearlessly. With the second circle array barrier, although the sea beast attacks were fierce, they survived without any mishaps. But correspondingly, the consumption of ether stones worried Marlene. It had been a few months since the sea beast tide. After experiencing such a dense sea beast tide, there were still countless sea beasts rushing over like a tide. The Grey Tower was like a lonely boat in a storm that could capsize at any time. As there was no first circle, Levi spent most of his time cultivating the breathing technique on the 9th floor of the Grey Tower, apart from hunting some low-level sea beasts. After his constant efforts, the Hunchback Dragon breathing technique had already reached its maximum, and the Black Whale breathing technique had also broken through to level 9. Levi. Hunchback Dragon breathing technique, level 10 maximum, special effect, Dragon Spine Liquid. Black Whale breathing technique, level 9 347 150,000, special effect, Whale Back Gas. Levi's burly body was supported by a dragon spine that seemed to be made of thick asphalt. The power contained in it was endless and vast. The endurance effect of the level 10 dragon spine was significantly improved compared to before. It should be 3 times that of the level 8 transcendent endurance. This allowed Levi to transform into a tireless war beast in the following sea beast tide and tear apart even more sea beasts. After the peak of the level 9 maximum of the Black Whale breathing technique, transcendent power finally transformed. Whale Back Gas, the back of the swimming dark whale can carry mountains, rivers, seas, and all living beings. The black gas gathers on your back and strengthens the strength of your back. This was the special effect of the whale back. The giant strengthened his arms, Red Lotus strengthened his core torso, Ostrich Mountain strengthened his legs, and the black whale strengthened his back. Levi's back was wider and thicker than before. Demon-like muscles were knotted on it as black snakes entrenched on it. The middle of his back bulged slightly. This was the back of a whale. It was angular, broad, and powerful. He could feel that the surging and vast power on his back had nowhere to pour out. Therefore, he leaned against the wall of the practice room like an iron mountain. He only used 2.5 of his strength. He was afraid that if he used any more strength, the wall would explode. Boom, the walls trembled. FCK Iron Mountain. No, it should be called Whale Mountain. Levi gave this move a nice name. My strength has increased again. I will be able to face the sea beast tide more easily now. Now that the Hunchback Dragon has reached its maximum, it will be difficult to break through the limit in the short term. The only ones that need to cultivate the breathing technique are Red Lotus, Undying Bird, and Black Whale. Levi heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at himself in the mirror. Black Scale, Frost Arm, Ostrich Feet, Flame Body, Whale Back, Dragon Spine, and Blood Wings. In addition to the Hump and the Blood Clan members' tentacles poking out of his chest, 9 different monster characteristics appeared on Levi's body. Powerful, that is, beautiful. Levi's expression was as calm as an ancient well. With a shake of his body, all these characteristics dissipated and he returned to his original appearance. With the 1,000 faces, as long as Levi wanted to be handsome, he could become a handsome uncle like the Earl of Silver Mountain at any time. However, that would be meaningless. Whether he was handsome or not was something that only foolish mortals would care about. Levi only cared about whether his fists were strong enough and whether he could survive in this world dominated by gods, powerful existences, and wizards. He walked out of the Grey Tower and saw the exhausted apprentices resting, taking pills to recover their strength and spirit. During this period of time, everyone was tense and did not dare to let go. Even Levi was the same. He learned from Ms. Marlene that the Tower Master would come out of seclusion next month. At that time, the Third Circle wizard Herman would be able to make a brilliant appearance. However, only a few official wizards and Levi knew about this. The apprentices were still in the dark. Hearing this, Levi was completely relieved. Third Circle wizards would definitely survive this sea beast tide. He wondered what the Tower Master would become. The Third Circle has a lifespan of 500 years. In the human world, it's enough to witness the destruction and rise and fall of many families. Levi sighed. Although he had advanced to Legendary, he didn't know how much longer his lifespan had been enhanced by Legendary. This was because the path of knights was not like wizards. There was already a complete systematic theoretical system. The number of life extensions per ring was calculated by generations of wizards. However, in the history of the Seven Kingdoms, those who could become legendary knights were as rare as phoenix feathers and killen horns. Many of these legendary knights died before they could live to the end of their lives. There was no communication between legendary knights at all, because under normal circumstances, there was only one legendary knight in an era, and it was very difficult to have more legendary knights. Therefore, Levi did not know how long a legendary knight could extend his lifespan. However, it should not be difficult for a legendary knight to live for 200 years without illness or disaster. However, Levi was not sure if the lifespans of legendary knights and wizards could be stacked. Therefore, Levi had always calculated his lifespan based on the lifespan of a wizard. However, it was still too early to worry about this. Levi was not even 40 years old yet. He still had a lot of time to break through. In less than a year or two, Levi would be able to become an official wizard. At that time, he would truly embark on the journey of becoming a wizard. Levi patrolled the island and killed some remaining sea beasts. He even went to the place where Leviathan was hiding to take a look at it. Leviathan was safe at the moment. It was sleeping in an underwater cave all day. Levi was relieved. With Leviathan around, he could run away with the bucket at any time. 3 days later, another wave of sea beast tide swept over. There were no transcendent sea beasts either. In the end, with everyone's combined efforts, they managed to resist this wave of sea beasts. However, Levi could feel that after more than half a year of fierce fighting, everyone was physically and mentally exhausted. Even Levi himself was a little numb. Although they were all low-level sea beasts, there were too many of them and they caused a lot of trouble for the Grey Tower. The Ethos Stone reserves of the Grey Tower were also decreasing at a visible rate. The second circle array had been open for half a year and was burning money every moment. However, they didn't dare to let go. Once they did, it would take a lot of time for the array to be activated again. By then, the sea beasts wouldn't be able to make it in time. Without the protection of the array, that apprentice wizard would definitely not be able to withstand hundreds or thousands of sea beasts for long. In the outside world, some wizard organizations were not as lucky as the Grey Tower. The second circle wizard organization Mangrove Cottage was destroyed under the attack of the Sea Clan's experts. The Mangrove Cottage was a second circle wizard organization that was even older than the Grey Tower. It had been established for more than 500 years, and this organization had even experienced the previous sea beast tide and successfully survived. It was also possible that this organization had experienced it before, so they did not take this sea beast tide seriously. In order to save Ethos Stones, this organization persisted for a few months. After sensing that the frequency of the sea beast invasion had decreased, they removed the array barrier. Soon, 2 Sea Clan generals led the Sea Clan and the Sea Beast army to flatten this organization. The leader of the organization, the second circle wizard Mangrove Sage, was killed on the spot by the 2 Sea Clan generals. As the first second circle organization to be annihilated in the Sea Beast tide, this was undoubtedly a wake-up call for the other second circle organizations. With the lesson learned from the Mangrove Hut, the other organizations no longer dared to save money. The arrays were activated all day long, and many of those organizations without arrays had been flattened. Countless people had been displaced and fled on the sea. However, without ships and sea beast mounts, how long could these people last on the sea with just spells? The sea was the home ground of the Sea Clan and the sea beasts. In short, this sea beast tide had dealt a heavy blow to the Magi in this sea area. On Whale Song Island, under the round-the-clock protection of the second circle array Azure Sea Curtain, the Whale Song organization, which had 10 official wizards and hundreds of apprentice wizards, stood tall. So far, there were no casualties. Morpheus' heart was cold as he watched these weak organizations being destroyed one by one. If it weren't for the Pan-Plane Wizard Council, these organizations wouldn't have the right to share this sea with me. The law of the jungle is the truth, Morpheus thought. Holy Brilliance Calendar Year 1024, Month of Harvest. the disaster of the sea beasts continued. In the entire endless sea, more than 100 wizard organizations might have been destroyed in half a year. However, this was nothing compared to the huge number of wizard organizations. Moreover, most of these destroyed organizations were first circle and second circle low-level wizard organizations. Only in the inner sea region of the Endless Sea had a few third circle wizard organizations been destroyed. In short, these casualties were all within the expectations of the Pan-Plane Wizard Council. The true big shots of the wizard world did not care about these trivial matters at all. They were concerned about the overall situation of the entire wizard civilization. However, to the low-level wizards of the Endless Sea who were unaware of the decisions of these big shots, if they could not survive this sea beast disaster, the price was to lose their organization and even their lives. At the end of the month of harvest, Levi received a piece of good news from Ms. Marlene. The Tower Master Herman had come out of seclusion and reached the third circle. The seventh floor of the White Tower, he finally saw the Tower Master Herman, whom he had not seen for a long time. Rather than a person, the Tower Master looked more like a spherical monster. Levi did not have the right to say that about the Tower Master. After all, he was a Sea Clan bastard who was despised by the ugly eight-legged Sea Clan experts. The Tower Master had turned into a metal ball with a diameter of about 3 meters. The metal ball was made of mithril, and it gave off a heavy metallic aura. There were all kinds of rivets embedded in it, and spell runes flickered on the surface. Levi had no idea how much time and effort the Tower Master needed to collect so much mithril. It was obvious that the Tower Master had been waiting for this day for a long time. He had almost completely become an alchemical creature, not a human. Marlene watched all of this speechlessly. Although she had expected this day to come, it was hard to explain how the Tower Master had completely given up on his human form and turned into a ball. Suddenly, a hole appeared in the middle of the metal ball, and the Tower Master's head popped out. His neck was also an alchemical prosthetic made of mithril, and it could extend and extend freely. The parts on it were like the body of a centipede. A bald old man's head at the end of the metal neck arrived in front of Levi and Marlene like a long snake. "Marlene, Levi, long time no see. I'm relieved to see that you're doing well." The Tower Master showed his yellow teeth and smiled. "Even your heart and skull have turned to metal. Why don't you turn your big yellow teeth into metal?" Marlene complained. The Tower Master circled around them and smiled. "There's no more luminant gold. Otherwise, I would have changed my teeth into a pair of luminant gold shark teeth. That way I could have bitten Harlan's head off." After the Tower Master finished speaking, his mouth enlarged as exaggeratedly as the mechanical aliens, revealing what looked like a cannon inside. Then he closed it again. Levi found it funny. The small gray tower actually had a monster in the sense of the Tower Master and himself. One was an alchemy creature, and the other was a night monster. "You seem to be in a good mood." "How does it feel to advance to the third circle?" Marlene asked. "It's all right. It's different from how my teacher felt when he advanced to the third circle. I didn't advance to the third circle through conventional wizardry. I transformed myself into an alchemical creature. To be precise, I'm a third circle alchemical creature with a wizard brain controlled by the brain. When I master the soul transfer technology of the School of Death, I'll upload my soul and consciousness into a soul box similar to a Lix and replace my brain with a second energy power core other than alchemy. At that time, I might have the same long lifespan as a Lick and advance to the fourth circle, but it will take a long time to prepare," said the Tower Master. Levi clicked his tongue. The Tower Master was walking further and further down the path of an alchemist freak. Levi admitted that he could not do that. "You don't feel any discomfort. You're not going to become an alchemy maniac, are you?" Marlene asked. She didn't expect the Tower Master to be so unsatisfied that he wanted to change his brain to an alchemy brain. By then, even if he succeeded, would he still be the Tower Master? After the Tower Master said that, he opened the top left corner of his spherical body, and a heart jumped out of it. It kept beating and making a cuckoo sound, like an ancient alarm clock. The stone heart could be vaguely seen on the heart, but there were all kinds of alchemy tubes and runes flashing on it. The huge energy contained in it flowed in the Tower Master's complicated and precise alchemy body. Levi could not help but laugh when he heard the cuckoo. He did not expect the Tower Master to have such a mischievous side. Marlene rolled her eyes at the Tower Master. "In that case, what do you plan to do next? The sea beast tide is still in progress. As I said before, I won't show my face. Based on my understanding of Harland, he won't let go of any opportunity to add insult to injury. I have a feeling that Harland will definitely take this opportunity to cause trouble, so I'm going to wait for him and give him a big surprise." Heh, maybe Harland is also waiting for an opportunity to give me a big surprise. The Tower Master rolled around on the ground and smiled happily. It was very funny, and Levi felt like he was looking at a funny emoji from his previous life. "Understood. We'll guard it well. When ordinary second circles come, Jorman and I should be able to resist them. Marlene sighed and bid farewell to the Tower Master. The Tower Master stopped Levi before he left. It's my duty. The Grey Tower and the Tower Master gave me the chance to become a wizard. Everyone has taken good care of me. It's my duty to do these things, Levi quickly said. Do you want to learn alchemy? The Tower Master suddenly asked. Levi's expression did not change, but he was suspicious. Did the Tower Master want to pass him his alchemy legacy too? I can't do it. I'm not very talented, Levi said. What's there to be afraid of? I'm also a child of chaos. Didn't I also become a third circle cultivator? The Tower Master asked. But you've turned yourself into a metal lump, Levi complained in his heart. He did not want this to happen. I can see that your talent is not as simple as you seem. I also have some understanding of the path of knights. To be able to become a legendary at your age, your temperament and perseverance are not something that ordinary people can reach. In some cases, those legendary knights with wizard talent, no matter how talented they are, their final achievements will not be too low. Besides, although you are a child of chaos, you have only been in the tower for less than 10 years, but you have advanced from a low-level apprentice wizard to a high-level apprentice wizard. At such a speed, even the triple affinity can't compare to you. Therefore, wizard talent is nothing. I can tell that you can definitely become an official wizard. No matter what kind of opportunity or luck you have, I don't care about these processes. I only care about the results. I believe that you can become an official wizard. If you want to learn alchemy, you can come to me. Alchemy doesn't require you to transform your body. You can also make some puppets to help you fight and make groceries. Of course, there's no free lunch in this world. Although I'm not as rigid as some wizards who insist on the so-called principle of equal exchange, I still hope that if you have any achievements in the future, you won't forget the Grey Tower, Granny Marlene, and the others who provided you with a little help when you first entered this world. The Tower Master smiled. Yes, I understand. Let's talk about it when you become an official wizard, said the Tower Master. All right, Levi nodded. With the Tower Master's permission, he left the White Tower. Why did the Tower Master suddenly want to teach me alchemy? Is he trying to turn me into an alchemical creature and turn me into his puppet or possess me? Of course, it's also possible that the Tower Master really likes my potential and wants to invest in me before I grow up. I can only say that he has good taste. Levi's imagination ran wild. The former was too much of a conspiracy theory, and the latter was more likely. He did want to learn alchemy, but his time was limited. The most important thing was to break through the shackles of the legendary realm and become an official wizard. Therefore, he could only put aside alchemy, which required time and money. Regardless, now that the Tower Master was out of seclusion, the Grey Tower, which had a third circle combat power, was almost guaranteed to survive the sea beast tide. Livy heaved a sigh of relief, and his tense nerves relaxed a little. However, the sea beast tide was not over yet. It was impossible to relax completely. Levi still cultivated the breathing technique every day, hoping to advance to the legendary six-dimensional state as soon as possible. At that time, he might have the combat power comparable to a second circle wizard. Days passed. The rest of the people in the Grey Tower did not know that the Tower Master had come out of seclusion. They were already numb to the sea beast's attacks. After the Mangrove Cottage, another second circle wizard organization, the Sea Serpent Tower, was flattened by the Ghost Claw Butcher and the Yellow Flash. This was the first time the Sea Clan had displayed their terrifying strength in front of wizards. The leader of this second circle wizard organization, which only had one second circle wizard, was killed directly. This made the other wizard organizations in the sea area start to panic. The Sea Clan had displayed too much strength this time. Coupled with the countless sea beast armies, all the wizard organizations were afraid that they would be the next to be attacked. The Sea Clan seemed to be targeting the weaker sorcerer organizations that only had a second circle leader. Forces like the Sighing Sea Breeze and the Grey Tower, which had 2 second circles, had not been attacked by the Sea Clan's generals so far. The wizards could naturally tell that the Sea Clan was defeating them one by one. When all the armies gathered in the end, they would go and bite the hard. However, even if they knew about the enemy's scheme, the wizards could not do anything. They could not abandon their wizard tower. Furthermore, without Azure's ship, they could not help each other and interact with each other. Compared to defending the wizard tower and fleeing on the vast sea in a panic, it was even more dangerous. This was the tragedy of low-level wizard organizations. Many of them were treated as abandoned pawns by the Pan-Plane Wizard Council and became unlucky people in this endless sea trial. Holy Brilliance calendar year 1024, month of northern wind. Compared to the chaos in the realm of Azure Cloud, the world was rather peaceful. In the Evernight Kingdom, the Snow Saint gradually grew up under the care of the church. As the mother of the saint, goddess knight Elsa rarely saw her daughter after she was born. The head priest's attitude towards her seemed to become colder and colder. Elsa's rationality told her that the saint was not her daughter. She was just a vessel for him to descend into the mortal world. However, when she thought of the feeling of being a mother when she was pregnant, she could not stop herself from crying. This pain and suffering did not last long before Elsa disappeared. The Queen of the Kingdom of Darkness, the Saintess, and the Goddess Knight Elsa had mysteriously disappeared on a cold night. At first, the church tried to hide this matter. It was not until Elsa's loyal guard, Knight Cater, leaked this matter to the outside world that the world learned of this shocking news. The queen was missing. After that, Cater was beheaded for spreading rumors. Some people guessed that he had been killed by the snow demon, while some conspiracy theorists guessed that he had been killed by the church. There were also rumors that Elsa was taken away by an old man in a black robe with magic. In short, there were many different opinions, but one thing was for sure: there was no longer a queen in the Evernight Kingdom. The Church of Snow could only let the head priest temporarily regent and wait for the new king to take over. Compared to the chaotic Evernight Kingdom, the Emerald Kingdom was much quieter. The policy of recuperation allowed the aftereffects of the war in Montenegro Mountain to gradually recover, and the aristocrats also gradually recovered. It was the same for the royal family. However, after the White Horse Night, no more brilliant knights were born in the royal family. Some prophesied that this was the end of the Jade royal family, which meant that the kingdom's fortune was approaching. In the near future, there would be a change in the world. The era ruled by the Emerald Dragon was about to come to an end. Only the Church of Holy Light stood aloof and watched the changes in the world coldly, quietly waiting for the birth of their saint. In Flower City, which was full of spring all year round, Chess Master Anderson and Lost Chess Venerable Andrew were playing chess again. As the owlery in the realm of Azure Cloud had temporarily stopped its mailing service, Andrew couldn't send the breathing techniques that he had collected recently to Levi. In the entire Emerald Kingdom, the breathing techniques that were easy to collect had almost been collected by Andrew. The remaining ones were either with the nobles, the royal family, or the church. Therefore, Andrew sent people to other distant countries to search for more breathing techniques. However, due to the long journey, the efficiency was definitely not as high as before. As for Anderson, he had successfully cultivated the blood beast breathing technique that Levi had given him to the Night Realm some time ago. With his current realm and his long lifespan, it was only a matter of time before he cultivated the blood beast breathing technique to the maximum of the 9th rank. As for whether he could break through the limit like Levi, it was hard to say. It was too boring to stay in the human world. All he could do was play chess with Andrew or chat with some old Blood Clan members' friends. Anderson suddenly had the urge to head to the realm of Azure Cloud to seek refuge with Levi. However, considering that Levi was not an official wizard yet and might not be able to protect himself, he thought for a moment and decided not to cause Levi any trouble. He might as well do his job as the vice commander of the Twilight Knights and go to the human world to see if there were any hidden legendary amites so that the Twilight Knights could grow stronger as soon as possible. How powerful was a knight group made up of all legendary knights in the human world? Holy Brilliance calendar year 1025, month of beginning. The Sea Beast Tide had been going on for almost a year. Another Second Circle Wizard organization was taken down by the Sea Clan. So far, 3 weaker Second Circle Wizard organizations had been destroyed in the sea area where the Grey Tower was located. As for the First Circle ones, there were even more of them. This was an absolute disaster, and the Sea Beast Tide still showed no signs of ending. However, the wizard organizations that survived so many Sea Beast attacks were tough people. After encountering many obstacles, the Sea Clan's experts seemed to have stopped for the time being and started to discuss their next plan. The few dark wizard organizations that were hiding behind the scenes were still waiting for the best opportunity. Harland was already rubbing his palms together, ready to teach that damned Herman a lesson. Once the defense of the array of the Grey Tower was broken, when both the Sea Clan and the Grey Tower suffered heavy losses, Harland would lead these Second Circle wizards into the Grey Tower and give that old dog Herman a big surprise. In the Grey Tower, the apprentices were all exhausted, and many of them were injured. In the previous Sea Beast attacks, some Sea Beasts found a weak spot in the array. With the help of First Circle transcendent creatures, these Sea Beasts rushed in and caused a lot of trouble. Although these Sea Beasts were finally dealt with, the losses were enormous. Then Marco and Mr. Tim personally guarded this weak point, and the situation improved a little. During this period of time, Levi had killed quite a number of Sea Beasts. In his house, there was a warehouse that specialized in storing storage bags. These storage bags were filled with all kinds of Sea Beast materials that Levi needed. These materials could be used to refine potions or cast spells in the future. Under normal circumstances, it would be very difficult to find these Sea Beasts. However, during this period of time, these Sea Beasts were delivered directly to his door. To a certain extent, Levi had benefited from this misfortune. It would be even better if a Sea Beast like the Grey Naga was sent up. He was still thinking about his First Circle potion, Naga's Blessing. On this day, in the secret room, Levi finished cultivating the Red Lotus breathing technique. He spat out a long stream of red smoke that burned the walls black. Red Lotus breathing technique, level 11. Levi muttered to himself. He was in a good mood.
Levi,
Red Lotus breathing technique, level 11 maximum, special effect, flame body solid state, red lotus blood. After transforming into the solid state flame body, Levi's body was covered with a layer of armor that was as hard as lava. Scarlet cracks spread on it, and one could vaguely see the hot lava blood flowing in it. Levi's body erupted with even stronger power. This was the power of a level 11 red lotus that could compete with Emperor Mew. This meant that Levi had entered the legendary three-dimensional state. After obtaining legendary defense and legendary speed, Levi obtained legendary power, the legendary Knights of the Three Paths. Levi didn't dare to say that there would be no one else in the future, but it should be unprecedented. The flame body not only improved his strength, but also his resistance to burning faction spells. Levi didn't need to use the solid state Black Scales defense. Normal burning faction cantrips couldn't burn Levi. Only the small fireball technique could burn Levi in his flame body state. He felt that if he met Kane and Carter again, it would be easier to kill them than before. Even if he faced the Second Circle Nightmare Knight, Levi would be able to last longer. After all, the Second Circle creature did not have any spell-like abilities other than being strong and resistant to beatings. In short, after the Red Lotus breathing technique advanced to level 11, Levi's strength increased again. After the legendary Red Lotus breathing technique, a legendary organ was born, compared to the Black Snake's message of the Black Snake breathing technique in the Touch of the Blood clan of the Blood Beast breathing technique. The location of the legendary organs was much more normal this time. The legendary organ now was the heart, one of the most important organs in the human body, the core of the blood circulation system. Levi's heart was completely different from before. Previously, Levi was still a flesh and blood heart, but now, Levi's heart had turned into a magma heart similar to the stone heart. The surface of the heart was emitting a scorching aura, making Levi's chest always warm. If it wasn't for the flying fish robe, Levi's heart would have ignited the ordinary robe in no time. At this moment, the powerful heart was beating. "I'm burning up." Levi grinned as he felt the heat in his body. With the beating of his heart, Levi's heart was like a huge furnace, boiling Levi's blood. Mysterious and powerful energy filled Levi's entire body. This state was similar to the state when Levi ignited the Red Lotus blood special effect. Levi's strength and explosive power had increased a little, and there were no aftereffects. This was a normal increase in strength. Although the effect was far inferior to the Red Lotus blood, it was good for lasting, and there were no aftereffects. Levi's current strength should be more than twice that of the Red Lotus. Breathing technique before the maximum. With the enhancement of the burning Red Lotus blood, his strength would reach an extremely terrifying level. Apart from that, there was something special about the magma heart. With a thought, more and more scorching aura gathered at the furnace of Levi's heart, turning his heart into a small volcanic crater. The energy contained in it grew larger and larger, as if it needed to be vented. Levi left the gray tower and left the barrier. He found a place with no one around and suddenly opened his mouth. The burning power in his heart kept expanding, burning, and reacting. Finally, it reached the critical point and seemed to have an outlet. Boom! A red flame flow as thick as a bowl gushed out of Levi's mouth. Wherever the flame flow passed, all the trees were burnt and broken. Even a huge rock in front of him was blasted apart by the red flame flow. Burp! Livy burped and exhaled a scorching, turbid breath that smelled strongly of sulfur and gunpowder. He looked at everything along the way that was destroyed by the red flame flow and could not help but fall into deep thought. "I'm used to it." In the end, Levi sighed helplessly. He actually used his mouth to expel a breath that only creatures of the Dragon clan would have. This was the most obvious effect of the legendary organization of Levi's heart. Levi had the ability to breathe out spells. He named the legendary heart Red Lotus Furnace and the breath Red Lotus Breath. The power of the Red Lotus Breath was even stronger than Levi's Seal of Flame, which meant that the Seal of Flame could basically be removed from the stage of history. Levi felt that this move should not be much weaker than the Big Fireball technique. However, the Big Fireball technique had a larger explosive range and a wider range of damage. The Red Lotus Breath had a longer range, and its power was more concentrated. In general, each had its advantages and disadvantages, and could complement each other. However, the power of the Red Lotus Breath could be enhanced with the continuous advancement of the extraordinary heart. It could grow. If one day Levi could become a real Red Lotus beast, the power of the breath would probably be feared by even legendary wizards. At Levi's current level, it would take a long time for Red Lotus to gather its energy for a second breath. Thus, when and how to use this powerful killer move would require precise calculation and analysis. Levi's Black Snake's message licked his lips and silently returned to the tower. Now, the Red Lotus breathing technique was also at the maximum level 11. With Levi's current strength-type breathing technique, it was enough for him to immediately break the limit of the Red Lotus breathing technique and advance to level 12. After some thought, Levi temporarily stopped breaking the limit of the red lotus breathing technique. This was his first time breaking the limit of level 11, and he did not know what would happen next. He had to be more cautious and break the limit of his black snake first. After the black snake broke the limit, he would decide if he should break the limit of the red lotus breathing technique. Next, Levi only needed to cultivate the undying bird breathing technique and the black whale breathing technique. He wanted to try his best to push all his breathing techniques and livers to their limits before the peak of the sea beast tide arrived. Holy Brilliance calendar year 1025, month of flowers. Originally, this should be the time for the members of the Twilight Knights to form a team. However, because of this sudden sea beast tide, Levi and Emperor Mew were trapped in their own organizations and couldn't come out, so this matter was dropped. He knew that with Sighing Sea Breeze's strength, it shouldn't be a problem for him to tide through this sea beast tide. Although the other party didn't have a third circle wizard, they had 2 second circle wizards guarding them. As long as he wasn't particularly unlucky, it shouldn't be a problem. As a legendary knight, Emperor Mew could survive the pursuit of the Church of Humanity, so it shouldn't be a problem for him to survive. It had been a year since the sea beast tide broke out. The entire endless sea seemed to be covered in a layer of gray mist. In the following period of time, Levi led the apprentice wizards to repel another wave of sea beasts' invasion. His undying bird-breathing technique had also successfully reached level 10. The gas blood ember had been upgraded to liquid blood ember. Levi's physique was much stronger than before, and his self-healing ability had improved slightly. Every time Levi used the blood ember special effect, red ashes would fall to the ground with the wind, turning into sparks. It was very strange. Holy Brilliance calendar year 1025, month of flowing fire. Due to the many high-intensity invasions of the sea beasts, the consumption of ether stones in the second circle array increased day by day. The entire Grey Tower was about to reach its limit. A month later, the second circle array finally stopped working. The Tower Master asked Ms. Marlene to close the array, leaving only 10,000 ether stones for the last moment. Grey Tower was not the only one. The other wizard organizations were also at the end of their rope. Even the third circle wizard organization, Whale Song Island, was about to collapse. Although the people on Morpheus had secretly reached an agreement with the Sea Clan that no Sea Clan would attack Whale Song Island, the location of Whale Song Island was relatively close to the inner sea region, and the water element was more concentrated. Therefore, the strength and number of sea beasts that were not under the control of the Sea Clan, they were also less optimistic than the border regions like Grey Tower. In Beach Castle in the Deep Sea, Baron Deep Sea sensed the current situation and revealed a satisfied smile. It had been a long time since the Sea Clan had been so proud. Vandro had also sharpened his 8 sabers. In the year Long Sea Beast Tide, the power of those wizard towers was about to be completely exhausted by the sea beasts, so it was time to end this. Vandro, call the other 3 generals and go to Whale Song Island with me, Baron Deep Sea said with a strange smile. Lord Baron, didn't you say that the Duke has reached an agreement with the people behind Whale Song Island? Vandro thought that according to the plan, they should attack the other second circle wizard organizations. He didn't expect the Baron to actually want to attack the local tyrants in this area. Heh, what does the Duke and the others reaching an agreement have to do with me? It's already very kind of me not to send troops to attack Whale Song Island in the past year. I've already had enough of these arrogant big shots plans. Do you think our Sea Clan can really reach an agreement with the wizards? Vandro, humans love to kill people after they have outlived their usefulness. It's human nature to go back on their word and be cunning and greedy. The second circle organizations that have been able to resist until now are all tough bones. They more or less have their own trump cards behind them. If we attack those second circle wizard organizations one by one and consume all our living strength on them bit by bit, I'm sure that Morpheus will fight behind us and take the opportunity to finish us off so that Whale Song Island can rest easy in this sea area. After a year of invasion by sea beasts, the defense of Whale Song Island was at its weakest. I had to get rid of the person who was the most dangerous to me in this sea area. Only then could I eliminate the other organizations without any worries. Morpheus and the others could betray wizards and humans, and they could betray the Sea Clan even more. I never believed a single human. I only want to do what I want to do. As for the Duke's plan, that's the Duke's own business. As long as I don't do anything that goes against the Empire and the Sea God, he can't do anything to me. Prepare the army. The target is Whale Song Island. After we destroy Whale Song Island, our next target will be the Grey Tower, Baron Deep Sea said. He had made ample preparations for this day. Vandro thought for a moment. What the Baron said made sense, so he went to gather the troops. In another area of the sea, Harland, who felt that the time was ripe, also led the other 4 second circle wizards towards the Grey Tower on his 3-headed hell lizard. It's time to end our grudges, Herman. This time, you're doomed. Grey Tower. Levi, who was cultivating on the 9th floor of the Grey Tower, suddenly felt uneasy. He looked at the hair on his arm and it stood on end. This sense of danger was much stronger than the previous waves of sea beast attacks. At that thought, he went into the sea and found Leviathan, who was sleeping soundly. He told Leviathan to be ready to take him away at any time. Levi then went to the third floor of the White Tower and found Ms. Marlene. "Teacher, I think we should open the array. The night's breathing technique that I cultivate can predict some dangers. I can feel that danger is approaching our gray tower," Levi said. Marlene was slightly surprised. As far as she knew, only some spells of the School of Prophecy had this ability to predict fortune and misfortune. However, Levi had always been reliable, so Marlene did not hesitate to discuss this with the Tower Master. In the end, when the apprentices saw the array barrier light up again, they knew that something big had happened. Marlene appeared in the square and said, "Everyone, the final battle might be coming. We've been holding on for more than a year. I hope everyone can pull themselves together and hold on until the end. There will be a fierce battle next. As long as we survive this crisis, our organization will be stronger." Marlene didn't say anything else. The simpler her words were, the more everyone could sense the seriousness of the matter. Levi continued to cultivate the breathing technique. He wanted to improve himself before the danger arrived. He prepared everything he could and adjusted himself to his peak state so that he could welcome the arrival of this fierce battle. A few days later, when the sense of danger reached its peak, Levi greeted Marlene, the Tower Master, and the others before secretly leaving the Gray Tower. He did not plan to deal with the enemy in the tower. He wanted to take advantage of Leviathan's advantage and sneak into the back. When the enemy was fighting the Tower Master, he would use his specialty as a legendary knight to deal heavy damage to the enemy, of course. If the enemy was too strong, it would be easier for Levi to escape. In short, everything depended on the situation of the upcoming fierce battle. With Levi's legendary knight body, although he could not swim in the sea like a fish in water like the Sea Clan, it was not a problem for him to hide in the mouth of the Dragon King whale and wait for an opportunity among some sea beasts. Here we go. The sense of danger brought about by Levi's spider sensing had reached its peak. Under such circumstances, it meant that the person who was hostile to him had already arrived. The other party was definitely a second circle existence. Otherwise, the spider sensing would not be so strong. That's strange. Logically speaking, I don't have any enemies in the Sea Clan. Could it be that those fleeing sea beasts complained to the elder of the Sea Clan's swordsman that his elders came to kill me? While Levi was thinking about the Dragon King whale's words, the Black Snake's message had already sensed 6 powerful and unfamiliar auras approaching. Levi and the Dragon King whale were lying dormant in the deep sea, not daring to make a sound. Every breath was enough to make Levi's spider sensing instinctively sense danger. This meant that these 6 auras were all second circle existences. 6 second circle existences, why don't we just run away? Including the Tower Master and Jorman, the Gray Tower only has 1 third circle and 2 second circle existences. Teacher Marlene is dealing with 1, Jorman is dealing with 1, and the Tower Master is a third circle. Can he fight 4 people at once? Levi was a little suspicious. Although there was indeed a qualitative change between a third circle and a second circle, he wasn't sure if a third circle could defeat 4 second circles. The difference in numbers was too great. Other than that, there were also some auras of first circle existence among the enemies. However, there were not many of them. The most important and dangerous ones were those second circle existences. Levi had never seen these second circles before, so there was no information about these people in the Black Snake's messages database. Otherwise, Levi only needed to look at their auras to know who they were. When those dangerous existences entered the range of Levi's more detailed top perception, Levi realized that only one of the 6 second circles was suspected to be a sea beast. The rest were all humans. He knew that Harland had always wanted to get rid of him. He had repeatedly ruined Harland's plans and had become a thorn in Harland's side. Let's wait and see. If it really doesn't work, I can only run away. Although I'll be letting the organization down, I have to consider my own life. Levi decided to observe the battle situation first. If he could fight, he would do his best to prevent the Gray Tower from being destroyed. On the surface of the sea, the 3-headed hell lizard flapped its bone wings and arrived at the shore of the Gray Tower with green flames. Above the 3-headed hell lizard, the 5 second circle wizard's demon, the spider witch, the white bone wizard, the bloodthirsty wizard, and the lost wizard looked ahead of them with indifferent expressions. The witch Marlene and a giant frost white snake coiled on the shore were blocking the way. Marlene, where's Herman? Did that old ghost escape and abandon you? Demon Harland was in high spirits. He had never felt so refreshed before. Including the 3-headed hell lizard, there were a total of 6 second circle existences on their side. Even if the other party included Herman, there were only 3 second circle existences. 6 against 3. With his advantage, how could Harland lose? Needless to say, to be safe, he even brought the second circle array wizard, the lost wizard, with him. Harland, I didn't expect you to dare to come back. You were beaten up by the Tower Master and abandoned your armor like a stray dog. How dare you come back and bark? if Herman didn't call the enforcers, how could he be my match? There's no point in saying more. Since that old thing Herman doesn't dare to face me, Harland, I'll kill you and that white snake and flatten this gray and white tower. Heh. Harland laughed wildly. Everyone attack. Don't underestimate the enemy. All of you attack. After Harland finished speaking, he impatiently waved his magic wand and sent streams of hellfire at Marlene. The others also crossed the sea with 8 immortals, each displaying their own abilities. Elins, the spider witch, was a beautiful woman. She used to be an apprentice wizard of the First Circle Wizard Organization. When she accidentally discovered that her senior sister had received the inheritance of a sorcerer from the School of Insects, she had evil intentions and directly plotted to kill her senior sister. Then she took the inheritance away. She herself was hunted by the wizard organization and eventually disappeared without a trace. When she finally returned, she was already the leader of the dark wizard organization Sea Spider Hut and had left behind the terrifying title of Spider Witch. The Spider Witch raised a group of top-notch low-grade Zergs and was ranked 111st on the School of Insects Zerg list. It was called Red-Face Sea Ghost Spider, which was the reason why the Spider Witch had made a name for herself. The Spider Witch took out a bag that seemed to be woven from spider webs. This was her bug house, and there were thousands of red-face sea ghost spiders in it. Go, cuties, kill all the people on the island, the Spider Witch chuckled. The den self packed blue and red spiders that were as big as a human head all entered the seawater and seemed to merge with the seawater. These spiders quickly attacked the enemy. As the best among the low-grade mutated insects, if thousands of red-faced sea ghost spiders swarmed forward, ordinary official wizards would be devoured in an instant and die from the poison. Even second circle wizards would fail if they were not careful when facing so many mutated insects. Jorman looked as if he was facing a formidable enemy. He flicked his tongue and a cold aura of frost began to spread. As a second circle transcendent creature, Jorman had mastered many spell-like abilities. At this moment, he spat out frost and his breath almost froze everything in front of him. The seawater was also frozen, and some of the red-faced sea ghost spiders hiding in it were also frozen. However, these guys were very resistant to grass. Under such extreme cold, they did not die. Instead, they kept struggling on the ice. Terrifying red poison flowed out of their fangs and could actually melt the ice. These red-faced sea ghost spiders shuttled on the surface of the sea and spat out white threads. As they moved quickly, they weaved a white spider web that covered the sky and trapped Jorman in it. At the same time, with a furious roar, the 3-headed hell lizard rushed over and pressed white snake Jorman to the ground. 3 different lights emitted from its 3 heads. However, Jorman was not afraid at all. Blue light shone brightly on its white scales. Second circle spell ability, ice arrows. Ice arrows that were far more powerful than the water arrow shot out from its body. As a powerful second circle dragon clan mixed blood, Jorman's light golden eyes were filled with killing intent. He was furious. His slender and powerful body directly broke through the spider web and wrapped around the 3-headed hell lizard, killing it. While the 2 second circle beasts were fighting, Marlene and the Spider Witch also began to bombard each other with spells. Harlan's expression was gloomy. He no longer cared about the situation on this side. He called the lost wizard the Array Wizard. He wanted to personally flatten the Gray Tower and find Herman to kill his enemy. One of the White Bone Wizards went to help the Spider Witch, while the other followed Harlan to find Herman. Marlene was obviously powerless against the Spider Witch and the White Bone Wizard, but she did not panic. She only needed to try her best to resist the 2 second circle wizards for a while. Next, the real highlight was the Tower Master. Levi, on the other hand, stayed put. The battle had just begun, and the Tower Master had yet to appear. He was not in a hurry to attack. After all, the Tower Master would not put Ms. Marlene in danger. If Levi attacked an enemy like the second circle wizard, he would only have one chance to attack. If he missed, he would use his blood wings to escape. Otherwise, if the second circle wizard was prepared, his life would be in danger. The Tower Master was the most important person in this battle. He wondered if the third circle Tower Master could withstand the attacks of so many second circles. Harlan brought the bloodthirsty wizard and the lost wizard to the second circle array aggressively, but they were stopped outside. This kind of large-scale protective array was specially used to protect the wizard tower. Other than the members of the wizard organization who had already recorded a trace of spiritual force into the core of the array, no one else could enter or leave freely. Hee, you're hiding in the array, aren't you? Pinaz, break this array, Harlan said. The lost wizard had a confident look on his face. Countless rays of light swirled in his eyes as if he was analyzing the structure of this array. Then he said calmly, the protection of the Blue Sea is considered a very good second circle array. However, I have already seen the gap in this array. There is no need to forcefully break the array. We will rush in through the gap. Second circle reversal, 3. As expected of an array wizard, Morpheus did the right thing by inviting you here. It saved me a lot of trouble. Harlan laughed and was in a good mood. With the help of 2 second circle wizards, killing Herman was a piece of cake. Soon, he found the weak spot of the array. Marco and Mr. Tim were guarding. A motley crew, how dare you stand in my way? Die. Harlan almost instantly cast a first ring spell, Soul Flame. A simple first ring spell was even more powerful than Green Ghost Carter under Harlan's abundant spiritual force. Boom. Marco and Mr. Tim barely blocked the attack before retreating. Harlan was different from the White Bone Wizards. They were all ordinary second circle wizards, while Harlan was a senior second circle wizard. Therefore, his target was Herman, who was also a senior second circle wizard. Harlan did not care about the others at all. The 3 second circle wizards all rushed into the array, and spells flashed inside. In an instant, the square in front of the Grey Tower was in chaos. The attacks of the apprentices were so weak in front of these second circle wizards that they could not break through the defensive field of their second ring spells at all. Herman, come out, face me. Do you only dare to be a coward in the tower now? Harlan shouted. With the formation master of the lost wizard, Harlan was fearless. Suddenly, something fell from the sky through the gap in the array. The earth trembled and dust filled the air. After the dust dissipated, a huge metal ball blocked the way. Immediately after, chains that seemed to be made of mithril and luminant gold suddenly shot out from the metal ball. These chains danced wildly with complicated alchemy runes on them. The second ring spell of the School of Alchemy, Chain Whip. There was a loud slap. The second circle defense field of the bloodthirsty wizard instantly distorted and was about to shatter. This made the bloodthirsty wizard's expression change drastically. Alchemical creatures, chains wrapped around the bloodthirsty berserk sorcerer and bound him. In the metal ball, a bald old man stuck his head out and opened his mouth like an alien. An alchemy cannon appeared in his throat, and the end of the cannon shone, as if a terrifying attack was brewing. Boom! A violent white light shot out like a laser cannon. The bloodthirsty wizard's defensive field, which was already unable to hold on, was directly shattered by the white light spat out by the bald man. The upper half of the bloodthirsty wizard's body was directly blasted away. Harlan, my old friend, we meet again. The bald old man smiled, the gun barrel in his throat still smoking. You're Herman, you're not human anymore. Harlan's expression changed drastically. Damn it, if Harlan had known this would happen, he wouldn't have been human anymore. Herman descended from the sky and instantly killed the bloodthirsty wizard. Although the other party was only an ordinary second circle wizard, he was also a second circle. How could the defensive field that belonged to a second circle be shattered in an instant? There was only one possibility. He had advanced to the third circle. This is impossible. How could you advance to the third circle before me? Harlan went crazy. He had fought with Herman for more than 100 years. It could be said that in this world, apart from himself, he knew Herman the best. He spent all day on the ship researching how to deal with him, kill him, find his weakness, and start an arms race with Herman. The third circle was the sign that low-level wizards had become intermediate wizards. The difference between the third circle and the second circle was much greater than the difference between the second circle and the first circle. It could be said that even if all the people he brought this time came, he did not have the confidence to defeat Herman. And now, the Bone Wizard and the Spider Witch were still fighting with Marlene and the White Snake outside. Pinaz, I'll restrain him. Use your array to trap him. Harlan knew that the key to dealing with Herman was the array wizard, Pinaz. This was because only an array could defeat the strong. The ball that the Tower Master had turned into kept changing and reforming like a super beast. In the end, it turned into a violent mountain gorilla, but the bald old man's head looked a little funny. All kinds of second ring spells landed on this alchemical creature, but they were all blocked by the defensive field formed by the complicated alchemical runes. Moreover, this alchemical creature was made of mithril mixed with luminant gold. It was expensive to build, and the quality was not something that those cheap brass refined goods could compare to. These second ring spells could not stop the advancement of the alchemical beast at all. Boom, the earth shook. Harlan summoned a nightmare knight on a flaming warhorse and charged at the alchemical beast. The next moment, the nightmare knight that was crushing Levi was sent flying by the alchemical beast. Its bones were broken and it fled back to hell. This was the difference between a third circle and a second circle. The first third circle spell that the Tower Master had solidified for his alchemy body was the most classic and powerful third circle passive defensive spell, Steel Burning Protection. With this third circle defensive spell protecting his alchemy body, he would be invincible. Even if he didn't have any spell abilities, he could still rely on this iron lump to tear apart an official wizard. However, alchemical beasts were not only strong in defense, but their attacks were also not weak. There were a total of 5 powerful second circle alchemy cannons installed in the body of the alchemical beast and the throat of the Tower Master. As the large pile of ether stones in the fuel cabin burned, pillars of light blasted at Harlan. Harlan used more summoned creatures to restrain the Tower Master while dodging frantically. Even so, he was still shot firmly, causing him to lose half his life. the black magic fire in his head dimmed. In just a few minutes, he felt that he could not hold on anymore. Marco and Mr. Tim were relieved to see that the Tower Master had completely crushed Harland. They hurried to the seaside to help Ms. Marlene. Only official wizards could intervene in a battle of this level. Even apprentices would die if they came. The array of the lost wizard was already prepared. Rays of light flew out from his body and shot into the ground. In these lights were gear-like discs embedded with ether stones. On the discs there were incomparably complicated spell runes. This was the array that he was going to use next. It was called the array board. The array board quickly surrounded the Tower Master and Harland. Then Pinaz chanted some complicated incantations, and all kinds of light surrounded him. Beams of light shot out from the discs and connected together, forming a complicated rhombus-shaped array on the ground. The second circle array, see Demon Cage. Suddenly, 8 thick tentacles made of water elements rose from the 4 corners of the array pattern. These tentacles waved and formed an unbreakable barrier, trapping the Tower Master and Harland inside. Pinaz, what do you mean? Why are you trapping me inside? Harland's expression changed drastically. His black demonic flames were almost withering under the Tower Master's destruction. Without another word, Pinaz put down his strongest second circle trapping array and quickly flew out. He did not even have time to put away the array board because if he did not leave now, he would not have a chance. Damn it, this damned Harland. The information is wrong. This Herman isn't a second circle at all. He's a third circle. Only Pinaz, who was a second circle cultivator, knew the difference between a second circle and a third circle cultivator. As a senior first circle wizard, he could barely cast a second ring spell. It was just that his spiritual force had been severely injured, and there was still a chance for him to recover in the future. However, a senior second circle wizard could not cast a third circle spell. There was only one consequence if he forcefully cast it. His spiritual force would be burned irreversibly until his entire soul turned to ashes. Then, his soul would dissipate and he would die completely. From this, it could be seen how big the gap between the second circle and the third circle was. Although Herman did not enter the third circle through the orthodox path and only modified himself into an alchemical creature, his strength was definitely not something he could match. Pinaz knew that if these wizards who came here did not run away quickly, there was only one outcome, and that was to be killed by Herman one by one. Thinking of this, he did not tell the others about the actual situation and directly used all his strength to escape from the sea area. Letting these people stay here could still hinder Herman for a while. As expected, with a roar, Demon Harland's desperate and sorrowful roar sounded. Die, Herman, fall into hell with me. It's worth it for me to die with you, ha ha ha. A terrifying aura condensed in the sky above the gray tower. In the sky above the island, blood-red light spread, as if a gap had been opened in hell. Vaguely, a 10-foot-long palm reached out from the crack, as if it wanted to come out. At the end of the crack, a ferocious-looking red-faced giant ghost with goat horns seemed to be impatient to descend here. Accompanied by an extremely indignant roar, Harland's entire body burned into a black flame. The Tower Master opened his mouth and sucked all the black flames into the ball before closing it. The red clouds in the sky gradually receded, and the cracks gradually dissipated. Fortunately, I haven't finished casting the spell yet. Even if this guy burns all his mental power, he still has to summon the hell creatures of the third circle. Although he was not very afraid of that big guy, the gray and white towers would definitely be gone if a war broke out on this island. After solving the problem here, he immediately chased towards the surface of the sea, when the white bone wizard and the spider witch saw the tower. Master, their expressions changed drastically. They felt that Harland was dead. Obviously, he had been killed by this monster. Immediately, the two wizards cast spells to leave the battlefield and were about to slip away. This is not a place where you can come and go as you please. The Tower Master sneered and dragged the 2 second circle wizards and the 3-headed hell lizard into the battlefield. It was 1 against 3. Jorman, Marlene, and another person lost wizard Pinaz. He's an array wizard with strange methods. Go after him and deal with him carefully. I'll deal with him here. Jorman and Marlene nodded and quickly chased after him. Pinaz traveled 100 miles in one breath. Then he hid on an uninhabited island among the reefs and used a simple first circle invisibility array to cover himself. Second circle reversal, 5. Phew, I'm finally safe. Damn it, my array disc also landed in the gray tower. I suffered heavy losses. Morpheus lied to me. Herman has already advanced to the third circle. Fortunately, I escaped quickly. Pinaz hid in the reef to recover his spiritual force. The second circle array Sea Demon Cage was the strongest trapping array he had mastered. Even a third circle powerhouse would be trapped in it for a short while. If the array had not bought him some time, Pinaz would not have been able to escape. Of course, at the same time, the consumption of spiritual force by this second circle array was also extremely terrifying. Pinaz had just mastered it not long ago, so he did not dare to run around now, afraid that he would be caught. At that time, he would be at his wit's end. Although the array was powerful, the consumption of spiritual force was far from what spells of the same level could compare to. In any case, Harland had his first circle array, the shadowless maze array, to conceal his aura and figure. He was confident that unless other wizards of the third circle or above passed by, no one would be able to detect that he was hiding 50 kilometers away from the Grey Tower. I'll hide here for a few days to recover my spiritual force. I'll escape after the storm is over. Pinaz was glad that Harland, that fool, bought him some time. Otherwise, even if he was an array wizard, it would be difficult for him to escape without being prepared. Sure enough, just as Pinaz had expected, when the second circle wizard, Marlene, flew over here, she did not notice that there was a person hiding in the reef. This made Pinaz heave a sigh of relief. He drank a bottle of potion and began to meditate to recover his spiritual force. Under the surface of the sea, Jormung's slender and white body swept past. Jormung's snake tongue sniffed. He could vaguely sense that person's aura was in the sea in front of him, but he could not see that person. This made Jormung a little anxious. At this moment, Levi stuck his head out of the Dragon King whale's mouth and waved at Jormung. Jormung understood and immediately swam down. Jormung, do me a favor. I know where that person is. Levi revealed a strange smile and flicked his tongue. He had been following the fleeing second circle wizard all the way here. With the black snake's message, Levi had completely locked onto that person's figure until that person hid his figure and aura on the island. However, the other party was a second circle wizard after all, so Levi did not dare to make a move. He lingered here and waited for an opportunity until Jormung arrived. He should know some kind of concealment spell. Jormung, let's join forces and kill this enemy, Levi said. As a second circle transcendent creature and a mixed blood of the dragon clan, Jormung was very powerful. With Jormung's help, Levi felt that there was still a chance to deal with this person. Jormung nodded. He also felt that the enemy was in the sea not far away, but his snake tongue was not as useful as Levi's, so he could not accurately locate the enemy's range. Very good. Next, you go and restrain him head-on. He's on the reef on the right side of the island. You can directly use an area of effect spell-like ability to attack the island indiscriminately. He will definitely come out. After he comes out, the two of us brothers will cooperate and kill him in an instant without giving him any chance. Levi smiled sinisterly. He was not confident in dealing with a second circle wizard, but with the powerful Jormung, it was not a problem. The man and the snake made a plan. Then Jormung quickly swam towards the island. On the other side, Levi hid in the mouth of the Dragon King whale, ready to let Leviathan send him up at any time and give the enemy a fatal blow. When Jormung was about 5 kilometers away from the island, the expression of Pinaz, who was hiding in the array, changed. He sensed a powerful aura coming through his detection spell. It was the white snake. Yes, he should be just passing by like Marlene. My aura is completely concealed. Even if this transcendent creature's perception is sharp, it shouldn't be able to discover me. Pinaz comforted himself. At the same time, he wondered if he should escape. However, after some thought, he decided to wait. He didn't believe that the white snake could discover him. What Pinaz did not know was that Levi had already locked onto his location through the black snake's message. Even if he hid his aura through the array and disappeared from Levi's perception, it was useless because Levi could sense where his aura disappeared. Once Pinaz moved away from the array, his aura would leak out again and be sensed by Levi again. Jormung soon arrived at the island. He was very obedient to Levi. Without saying a word, he directly released an indiscriminate icy breath at the island reef. Ice spread and froze the island inch by inch. Hiding in the shadowless maze array, Pinaz thought that he was safe. His expression changed. This damn furless beast, how did it know that I was here? Or was it pretending to test me? That's impossible. When I escaped, I used perception, but no one followed me. Although he was hesitant, when the frost covered this place, Pinaz still flew out. His movements were very fast, and a second ring spell blasted towards Jormung. Jormung's snake body was covered in a spell-like ability, Frost Armor, which blocked the second ring spell attack. The giant snake swung its tail and directly swept through 1,000 troops, and Pinaz immediately dodged. Pinaz did not dare to continue fighting for fear that the enemy would catch up to him. As he dodged the giant snake's attack, array items that looked like small flags spun and danced around him. He wanted to use the second circle array, Swarm Shark Dance, to kill Jormung and end the battle quickly. At this moment, a figure turned into a bloody light and shot out. The crimson flame scroll in Levi's hand was torn apart, and 5 big fireball techniques that emitted scorching heat and were like small suns quickly appeared and blasted towards Pinaz without any blind spots. Second circle spell, 5 fireballs technique. As soon as he came up, he used the second ring spell that he had always been reluctant to use. Boom, boom, boom. 5 fireballs exploded in succession, and the sea was lit up. There was nothing that a big fireball technique could not solve. If there was, then he would fire 5 consecutive shots. The 5 fireball divine sect was the most awesome. The most classic second ring spell of the Burning faction, which was known for its unparalleled attack power, was naturally powerful. Pinaz had nowhere to hide. There's a second circle wizard, and he's from the Burning faction. Pinaz was shocked. He was confident that he could defeat the White Snake, but if there was a second circle wizard, he would definitely not be able to defeat it. Pinaz's swarm shark dance array was interrupted by Levi halfway. He had no choice but to stop and deal with the sneak attack from behind. Behind Pinaz, a tall and burly monster with a black scale flame body, frost arm, ostrich feet, blood ember, whale-back dragon spine, and blood wings flew over. This monster grinned wildly and flicked its tongue. The red lotus blood burned fiercely, causing the monster's aura to rise to an unprecedented peak. It was Levi in the legendary three-dimensional state. Behind him, he had 3 heads and 6 arms. His Dharma form was solemn, and black belts fluttered. The 5-meter-tall 9 swords Asura evil spirit suddenly appeared, and above the 9 swords, the 9 stars appeared again. 3-dimensional legendary plus red lotus blood plus 9 golden swords. This should be Levi's strongest state in history. Other than the favored by the knight, all other states were effective. In the face of a powerful second circle wizard, Levi only had one chance to attack. He could only succeed and not fail. Ever since the great battle began, he had been lying dormant until now. He had been enduring silently all this while, waiting for this kind of opportunity to slash out his most sublime sword strike. At the same time, a scorching breath mixed with flame flow gushed out of Levi's mouth and arrived instantly. Red lotus breath. The scarlet flame breath directly hit the back of Pinaz, who was fighting with Jorman. The defensive spell of the second circle robe on Pinaz automatically protected his body, blocking red lotus breath. Apart from the defensive field of the second circle, as a second circle wizard, he naturally had other defensive means. However, what followed was the 9 swords Asura's brilliant, 9-star chain, and the 9 golden swords that burned red lotus. Slash. After the gorgeous attack, the robe was torn apart and the spell runes dimmed. Flesh and blood splattered on the sea. Second circle wizard, lost wizard, Pinaz, die. On the sea, Jorman shook his head. He put the second circle wizard's broken corpse into his storage bag and picked up the wizard's storage item, as well as the strange small flags and plates scattered on the sea. He discovered that there were all kinds of spell runes on these seemingly inconspicuous flags and plates that he could not understand at all. Could this be something used for arrays? Levi was also uncertain. However, that array was a large-scale array specially customized for wizard organizations. It was definitely different from this kind of array. No matter what it was, Levi put everything away in his storage bag. Then he rode the Dragon King whale and returned to the Grey Tower with Jorman. At this moment, Ms. Marlene had returned. The battle with the Tower Master had ended. As a third circle powerhouse, it was only a matter of time before he dealt with the 3-second circle dark wizards. Marlene blamed herself. She hadn't caught that damned lost wizard and let him escape. It's all right, Marlene. After all, that person is an array wizard. He's proficient in arrays, so it's still very difficult to kill him. Even I was trapped by his array for a long time. The Tower Master comforted Marlene, who looked a little depressed. Sai, if we kill this second circle dark wizard, we can apply for more bounties from the Star Tower after the Sea Beast Tide passes. Although there were very few casualties in the Grey Tower during the Sea Beast Tide this time, in order to activate the large-scale costly array, the stockpile of ether stones was almost depleted, which was fatal to a wizard organization. The daily expenses of the tower required ether stones. In addition, the official store that opened the wizard market nearby was closed because of the Sea Beast Tide, so the Grey Tower lost its source of income. The small amount of ether stones earned from the apprentices was obviously not enough. It's fine. Just Harland alone is worth 20,000 ether stones at the Star Tower. In addition to the 3-second circle wizards, this is a bounty of 50,000 ether stones. Moreover, there are quite a number of ether stones in their storage bags. I've roughly calculated that these ether stones are almost enough to make up for our losses during this period of time. Harland was someone who knew how to provide help in times of need. At the most critical moment, he sent warmth to the Grey Tower. Fortunately, the Tower Master had already expected this. He had already figured out Harland's tricks, so he did not expose the fact that he had directly advanced to the third circle. Otherwise, with Harland's personality, he would definitely not come unless he became a third circle. In the end, Levi and Jorman returned to the White Tower. Levi went to the White Tower and placed the second circle wizard's corpse and storage bag in front of Marlene and the Tower Master. "This is Pinaz, did you kill him?" Marlene exclaimed in disbelief. Levi shook his head and said with a bitter smile, "I've been following this person and know where he's hiding. I cooperated with Jorman and killed this person. How could I kill a second circle wizard? I only launched a sneak attack." Marlene heaved a sigh of relief. If Levi had killed a second circle wizard by himself, and a wizard who was proficient in arrays, it would be unbelievable. Originally, Levi wanted to secretly take this person's storage bag for himself, but he realized that he could not open the spell restriction on him at all. Therefore, after some thought, he decided to hand it over to the organization. Besides, Levi was worried that the Tower Master and the others would communicate with Jorman and find out that he had secretly hidden the spoils of war of a second circle wizard. That would not be good. It would lose the most basic trust between people. He believed that the Tower Master and Ms. Marlene would deal with the spoils fairly, so he decided to do that. Another second circle dark wizard's head. I should be able to exchange it for 10,000 ether stones at the Star Tower, Marlene said. The Tower Master thought for a moment and said with a serious expression, forget about Pinaz. Don't spread the news of Pinaz's death. Just the few of us will emo. Pinaz is different from the others. He is an array wizard and has always been the focus of the Star Tower. This is because the Star Tower is also very concerned about this person's array inheritance. Of course, we can't give such a precious thing to the Star Tower. It's priceless and should be controlled by our organization. Unexpectedly, this person was really a rare array wizard. After seeing the power of arrays, Levi was indeed obsessed with arrays. Now that he had the chance to learn about arrays, he naturally would not reject it. To be honest, if not for Jorman, Levi would not have dared to kill the second circle wizard. It was also because of Jorman's frontal suppression that Levi had the chance to launch a sneak attack. The Tower Master immediately opened Pinaz's storage bag. Levi estimated that there were tens of thousands of ether stones inside. As expected of a second circle array wizard, he was really rich. Then there were various arrays of different shapes and sizes. These were the cores of the array. Levi had also given the array flags of the second circle Shark Frenzy array to the Tower Master. He was too far away from the second circle. Instead of letting himself be covered in dust, he might as well increase the strength of the tower. In the end, the Tower Master found an ancient-looking book. The book was very thick and made of an unknown material. On the cover was a strange triangle with a blood-red eye, the Book of Cipher. The Tower Master flipped through it and showed it to Marlene and Levi. Levi took the book. The blood-red eye suddenly opened its bloodshot eyes and stared at Levi. Levi ignored the one-eyed man. These were just some evil interests and tricks of wizards. They did not mean anything. He also roughly glanced at it. As expected, this was a book that recorded the inheritance of arrays. The value of this book was immeasurable and could not be measured with ether stones. However, after he finished reading the book, he realized that it was incomplete. The Tower Master seemed to have noticed Levi's confusion. He said, obviously, what Pinaz obtained was only a part of the inheritance of this array master named Cipher. I looked at it, and it should be some basic knowledge of arrays and first circle arrays. A low-level second circle array without any knowledge above the third circle is not of much help to me. However, Marlene and Levi, if you have time, you can learn it and learn the second circle array. If you are prepared in advance, there are few opponents of the same level. Marlene and Levi nodded, and the Tower Master continued. The knowledge of arrays also involves a lot of alchemy, crafting, and ancient spell runes. Levi, if you want to learn arrays, you'd better come to me to supplement your knowledge of alchemy, said the Tower Master. All right, Tower Master, I'm still focused on becoming an official wizard. I can learn about arrays and alchemy after I break through, Levi said. You can't ignore potions, Levi, Marlene reminded him helplessly. Of course not. Potions are my major. I only need to dabble in the rest. This way I can deal with array wizards more easily in the future, Levi said. That makes sense, said the Tower Master. In the end, the Tower Master offered Levi 1,000 ether stones as a reward. Levi could not refuse and accepted it generously. Levi left the White Tower and let the Tower Master and Ms. Marlene take their time to count the other spoils of war. Apart from the Lost Wizard, he did not contribute much to this battle, so he was not qualified to participate in the distribution. It was already a pleasant surprise that he was able to obtain the inheritance of the array. Third circle wizards are really too powerful. They are on a completely different level from second circles. If first circle wizards have a reasonable combination of spells, have enough trump cards, and are well equipped, they might be able to compete with second circle wizards. Then it's almost impossible for second circles to challenge third circles. Therefore, first circle and second circle wizards are only low-level wizards. After the third circle, they will be intermediate wizards. In the entire Star Sea, they will be a big shot. He never expected that the Tower Master could defeat so many enemies by himself. This made him even more eager to become an official wizard. The battle with these dark wizards had made Herman, a third circle powerhouse, appear out of the blue. The apprentice wizards who were kept in the dark all revealed happy smiles. Everyone's hearts, which had been in suspense all this time, were completely relieved. With such a powerful Tower Master in charge of the Grey Tower, the Grey Tower's strength and status in the sea region would skyrocket, and it would be on par with Whale Song Island. Apart from the fact that the number of official wizards was weaker than Whale Song Island, the Grey Tower was also considered a third circle wizard organization in other aspects. Holy Brilliance calendar year 1025, month of Wheatfield, an even more important piece of news spread in this sea area. A month ago, a Sea Clan lord, Baron Deepsea, led 4 powerful Sea Clan generals, thousands of Sea Clan members, and many sea beasts to attack Whale Song Island. The Sea Clan lord displayed extremely powerful strength and shattered the defensive array of Whale Song Island with a single punch. Then the Sea Clan and Whale Song Island engaged in a bloody battle. In this battle, the Sea Clan's strength crushed Whale Song Island almost unilaterally. With the cooperation of the 4 generals, Baron Deepsea killed a second circle wizard and pharmacist Angus from Whale Song Island, severely injured the third circle wizard Morpheus, and killed more than half of the official wizards and apprentice wizards on Whale Song Island. Just as the Sea Clan was about to completely take down Whale Song Island, a mysterious fifth ring wizard descended on Whale Song Island with a spatial teleportation scroll and saved Morpheus at the critical moment. Then he used a fifth ring spell and killed more than half of the Sea Clan. However, Baron Deepsea was indeed unusual. He and the 2 surviving Sea Clan generals actually escaped under the noses of the fifth ring wizards. After this battle, the strength of Whale Song Island, which was almost destroyed, fell drastically. There were only 5 official wizards left. 1 second circle wizard was left with a deputy island master, and the third circle wizard Morpheus was also seriously injured and in seclusion. The entire Whale Song Island encountered an unprecedented crisis. At the same time, after Baron Deepsea escaped with serious injuries, the sea beast tide in this area also began to gradually fade away. From then on, the attacks of the sea beasts became weaker and weaker. In the end, during the month of Northern Wind in 1025, the sea beast tide never came again. This basically marked the end of the sea beast tide in this sea area, but looking at the endless sea, some areas were still suffering from the impact of the sea beast tide. But overall, the sea beast tide had passed its peak period. The next step was to weaken. All of this was within the expectations of the Pan-Plane Wizard Council. Holy Brilliance calendar year 1026, month of beginning. The messenger from the Star Tower brought good news again. After nearly 2 years of resistance, the war between wizards and sea beasts had come to an end. The courage and perseverance displayed by the wizards were admirable. The final victor was still the wizards. The wizards once again proved with their strength that they were the true masters of this sea area. Evil did not suppress the good. Any evil would eventually be defeated. Not long after, the Azure ship's flights to and from the endless sea started moving again. The wizards who had survived the disaster cheered for the joy of victory. The Blacksail Wizard Market slowly resumed its operations, and the usual liveliness gradually returned. However, the president of the Law Enforcement Union was no longer Whale Song Island, but a sorcerer from the Dark Sea Cave. Whale Song Island announced the closure of its shops in the market and withdrew from the law enforcement management of the Blacksail Wizard Market. From then on, it was as if it was in seclusion and did not interact with other wizard organizations. In contrast to the desolation of Whale Song Island, the Grey Tower was thriving. After the sea beast tide, the Grey Tower officially applied to the Pan-Plane Wizard Council and became an officially certified Third Circle Wizard organization. From then on, the organization could enjoy the treatment of the Third Circle Wizard organization. The Star Tower had also sent the reward for the Tower Master killing those dark wizards to the Grey Tower. The total amount was as high as 60,000 ether stones. As the leader of the Second Circle Dark Wizard organization, the heads of these people were very valuable. With these ether stones, the Tower Master could strengthen his alchemy body and increase his strength. He could also solve the urgent problem of the Grey Tower in the void of the treasury. The current Grey Tower, after 2 years of sea beast tide, not only did it not decline, it even felt like it was thriving. After all, compared to the other organizations, the Grey Tower suffered the least losses. In this sea beast tide, Whale Song Island suffered the most. When they betrayed the human race, they were also stabbed in the back by the Sea Clan and were almost destroyed. On the other hand, on the Grey Tower's side, after the Tower Master attained the Third Circle, everyone felt proud and confident. In this sea area, the Third Circle had the deterrence of nuclear weapons. Furthermore, the undead ship, their mortal enemy, had also been eliminated. It would be much safer for them to travel in the future. In the later stages of this sea beast tide, there was still an outstanding high-level apprentice wizard in the tower who had successfully advanced to an official wizard. This person was Winnie. This triple affinity blonde girl, who grew up in the wizard tower, successfully became an official wizard and moved into the White Tower, which made apprentice wizards envious. Winnie was already ahead of most apprentice wizards because of her talent in affinity with the 3 elements. In addition, she was already doted on by Granny Marlene. Under some special care, it was normal for her to become an official wizard after a long time of accumulation. Now including Winnie, the Grey Tower had a legendary knight, 3 first circle wizards, 1 second circle wizard, and 1 third circle wizard. The Grey Tower was much more powerful than before. In this sea region, the former overlord of Whale Song Island welcomed a powerful competitor, the third circle organization, the Grey Tower. The situation in this sea region also changed from 1 super strong to 2 strong. In such a good situation, Levi focused on his cultivation and made preparations to become an official wizard. In the pharmacy room on the 9th floor of the Grey Tower, Levi took a shower and changed his clothes. He calmed himself down and prepared to start making a particularly important potion. That was the first circle potion, Naga's Blessing, that he had been longing for. During the later stages of the Sea Beast Tide, Levi basically did not have to worry about the sea beasts because of the Tower Master's protection. Thus, he went all out to cultivate the meditation art. In the end, he successfully cultivated the Earth Meditation Art to the maximum level 3. Levi. Earth Meditation Art, level 3 maximum, breakthrough available. In the later stages of the Sea Beast Tide, after the crisis of the Grey Tower was resolved, Levi took advantage of the last opportunity and rode the Dragon King Whale to search the sea every day. In the end, he really found a group of Grey Nagas. After dealing with a family of 5 in this group, Levi collected a total of 5 Grey Nagas tears. The Grey Nagas tears were not the Grey Nagas tears, but a blood-red diamond-shaped crystal on the chest of a transcendent creature like the Grey Naga. This rhombus-shaped crystal was also the Grey Naga's main attack method. It could shoot out a ray of light that would knock out the enemy. 1 Grey Naga's tears could be used to refine the Naga's blessing once, so Levi had 5 chances, as long as Levi could successfully refine the Grey Naga's blessing once, he would have a 90% chance of becoming an official wizard. The Grey Naga's blessing would only be effective when used for the first time. Therefore, if Levi could successfully refine it twice, he would have made a profit. Even if he sold it to the tower at a low price, it was worth 4,000 ether stones. If he sold it on the market, it could be 5,000 or even 6,000 ether stones. If he met those rich people who urgently needed it, it might be even higher. After all, the cost of these materials alone was 2,000 ether stones. It could be said that the Grey Naga's tears was the most valuable first circle potion. Needless to say, this kind of potion used to break through realms was worth a lot, and there was no need to worry about sales at all. After all, there were too many high-level apprentice wizards who were stuck at the advanced wizard stage. During this period of time, Levi had been using other first circle potions to practice in order to refine the Naga's blessing. After consuming a lot of resources, he was now confident in refining the Naga's blessing. I don't have many requirements, I just need to succeed once. Levi calmed down and began to refine the potion. He dried the fog lamp grass and ground it into powder. He ground the beak of the bird of joy into powder and ground it into powder. Then he put in the other potion ingredients and proceeded in an orderly manner according to the steps and craftsmanship of the formula. As a pot of blue liquid boiled in the crucible, Levi hurriedly added the fog lamp. Grass enchanted an incantation. The potion turned green, and Levi added the beak of the bird of joy one after another. The potion turned black. Finally, Levi threw the blood-red Grey Naga's tears into it and recited the final assemble potion incantation, Abba Mode. Accompanied by an explosion, the crucible exploded and potions splattered. The water shield on Levi's flying fish robe was activated, and the boiling potions were blocked. Pharmacy proficiency plus 236. Levi's eyes twitched. 2,000 ether stones were gone. Keep going, then he changed to a new set of pharmacy utensils. His heart calmed down and he continued to refine. Boom, the newly replaced crucible cracked again. Pharmacy proficiency plus 222. The second time it exploded again. I'm tired. I'll refine it tomorrow. Didn't I lose 4,000 ether stones today? Failure is the mother of success. The next day, Levi took a deep breath and continued to refine with a calm expression. The third time was accompanied by the chanting of the assemble medicine. After the blood-red Grey Naga's tears were put into the crucible, the originally black potion began to turn into a viscous potion that was like blood. It emitted a fishy smell, as if it was a pot of boiling blood. Then, not long after, the pot of potion was sucked into the Grey Naga's tears and magically disappeared. Finally, at the bottom of the crucible, a gorgeous and beautiful blood-colored ball stopped there. The blood ball emitted a strange phenomenon that made people want to swallow it. Pharmacy proficiency plus 450. It worked. It's not a loss now. If I succeed next, I'll make a profit. Levi used a bottle that he had prepared in advance to seal the potion to prevent the medicinal effect from evaporating. Then he continued to refine. The fourth refinement was successful. Another Naga's blessing was completed. Levi was overjoyed. I've earned it. On the third day, Levi continued to refine. Then he succeeded again. I've made a killing. If these 2 potions were placed in the outside world, countless large organizations would fight for them. Even third circle wizard organizations would fight for them. Although the Naga's blessing was very expensive and apprentice wizards definitely could not afford it, those official wizards, second circle and third circle wizards, would usually prepare such potions for their beloved disciples or children so that they could successfully advance to become wizards. After all, the combination of wizards and wizards had a higher probability of giving birth to descendants with wizard talents. Therefore, over time, wizard clans of various sizes were formed, especially in a huge wizard organization like the Star Tower, which was formed by various large wizard clans. Although the Pan-Plane Wizard Council was working hard to weaken this family attribute to avoid some degeneration and corruption, the effect was minimal. In the end, Levi, who had obtained 3 Naga's Blessing potions, left 2 for himself to sell. Whether he would sell them to the organization or to the outside world depended on the situation. Moreover, Levi still had extra fog lamp grass and beak of the bird of joy. If he obtained more gray Naga's tears in the future, he could continue to refine them. With the experience of successfully refining 3 times, Levi's success rate in refining in the future would only increase. After refining the potion, Levi placed his hand on the Klein crystal. Spiritual Force 20. Spell Power 145. Now everything was ready, and so was the potion. He only needed to polish his spell power to the peak of 200 points, and then choose a first circle spell model to construct it. Then, he could try to break through to an official wizard. There was no need to worry about spell power. Levi could naturally refine green potions to replenish it. Levi had already thought of the first circle spell model for the advancement to the first circle. The first circle passive spell, Rock Body, was an advanced spell of the Stone Skin technique. In fact, the Stone Skin technique was essentially a simplified version of the Rock Body. The Stone Skin technique only strengthened Levi's skin defense, but the Rock Body went deep into his flesh and bones to strengthen Levi's defense from the inside. Therefore, Levi felt that the construction of this first circle spell model should not be difficult for him. It was the year 1026 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, month of flowers. After learning that Emperor Mew was still alive, Levi and Emperor Mew's third team building event was successfully completed. In the final routine spar, Emperor Mew, who had become much stronger, was still defeated by Levi. Emperor Mew was covered in golden light when he fought. It was as if he had practiced the legendary indestructible diamond divine skill. He looked mighty and extraordinary with a sacred temperament. Levi felt that it was about time, so he asked Emperor Mew what kind of breathing technique it was. Emperor Mew told Levi that it was the breathing technique of a golden knight, called the Golden Horn breathing technique. In the legends, there was a type of beast that roamed the astral world called the Golden Horn. It could bathe in the sun and travel through the void. Its defense was unparalleled in the world. There was a golden horn on its forehead, which was said to contain the power to destroy a world. Hence, Levi took out a breathing technique that Emperor Mew was absolutely interested in, the Red Lotus breathing technique. He exchanged the Red Lotus breathing technique for the Golden Horn breathing technique from Emperor Mew. Emperor Mew was naturally happy to exchange breathing techniques, as the Red Lotus breathing technique was a top-tier strength breathing technique that was on par with his family's Holy Ape breathing technique. He had long wanted to use it as a reference. However, when he was in the human world, he could not find the whereabouts of the Red Lotus breathing technique, so he could only give up. He did not expect Levi to have such a collection. As legendary knights, they could help each other and grow together. This was also Emperor Mew's original intention when he joined the Twilight Knights. Although Emperor Mew could not cultivate without the Red Lotus bloodline, at the level of a legendary knight, just observing and learning other breathing techniques might be able to inspire their own cultivation. They would not give up even if it could help them break through the shackles of the legendary realm. In fact, Emperor Mew also knew that bloodlines could be transplanted after birth. It was not that mysterious. It was just that wizards who had mastered the technique of bloodline transplantation did not look at ordinary breathing techniques at all. After all, breathing techniques were more time-consuming than many spells. It was completely not proportional to the final benefits. Even if it took decades to practice breathing techniques to the limit and become a legendary knight, it was only the strength of a first circle wizard. If he cultivated the path of sorcerers, he would achieve even greater achievements. Due to the limitations of knowledge and vision, ordinary knights believed that bloodlines were sacred and noble and could not be changed. Changing bloodlines was taboo and against their ancestors. Naturally, they would not think of transplanting bloodlines to cultivate other breathing techniques. However, Emperor Mew was different from ordinary knights. He was a legendary knight and had received the education of a wizard, so he was not that stupid. The Golden Horn breathing technique that he cultivated was actually acquired. During the vigorous voyage, he encountered a golden centipede-like monster in the treasure of the Golden Knight Gregor. It looked like a human's spine, but it could move. It had many sharp, stinging feet and could penetrate anything, and seemed to have parasitic instincts. Emperor Mew was attacked by this golden spine bone that was suspected to be Gregor. The spine directly drilled into Emperor Mew's body. The devouring process had replaced the original spine of Emperor Mew, and he was helpless against it, so he gradually accepted this reality. He had come to the wizard world to use his knowledge as a wizard to figure out what this golden spine bone was and whether it would have any side effects on him. No matter what, Emperor Mew obtained the golden bloodline and was able to cultivate the golden horn breathing technique. This had always been a secret hidden deep in Emperor Mew's heart. He had a feeling that this golden spine bone was not simple and would become an important reliance for him to break through the shackles of the legendary realm in the future. He even suspected that the golden spine bone was the source of the golden bloodline of the Gregor family. It was this monster who single-handedly created the golden family. During the previous team building event, Emperor Mew had learned from Levi that the Life School of Thought had the bloodline transplant technique. Therefore, he felt that if he could find a supernatural creature with the Red Lotus bloodline and obtain a trace of the bloodline through the bloodline transplant technique, he might be able to cultivate the Red Lotus breathing technique and further enhance his strength. Therefore, Levi also took this opportunity to reach a preliminary consensus with Emperor Mew. That was, if they had different breathing techniques in the future, they could exchange them. Unlike Emperor Mew, these so-called bloodline restrictions did not exist for Levi at all. Moreover, Levi could rely on TNE interface to continuously break through the limits of the breathing technique and fuse different bloodline breathing techniques to mutate into a more powerful breathing technique. As for Emperor Mew, even though he possessed the Red Lotus bloodline and could cultivate the Red Lotus breathing technique to the legendary limit, it would be difficult for him to break through the limit of the breathing technique. For an ordinary legend like Emperor Mew, having one more bloodline meant that he would be able to obtain one more legendary pathway and become stronger. However, if he wanted to truly break through the shackles of the legendary realm, he did not have an effective and clear path to guide him. He also did not have a proficiency panel like Levi's to continuously break through the limits. It was basically hopeless. From Levi's point of view, if ordinary legendary knights like Emperor Mew or Anderson wanted to break through the shackles of the legendary realm, they had to first explore a path for themselves and let them walk on their own path, chasing after their own pace. In other words, his own realm was the upper limit of a legendary knight. As for Emperor Mew's other ancestral Saint Ape breathing technique, Levi had learned from Emperor Mew that the Saint Ape breathing technique's strengthening part was also the arms, which overlapped with his giant breathing technique. Therefore, he did not have that much desire for the Saint Ape breathing technique. However, if there was a chance that Levi and Emperor Mew's relationship improved, he could exchange a breathing technique of the same quality with Emperor Mew. He was curious to use the giant breathing technique and the Saint Ape breathing technique to mutate. What kind of monster would be fused? Will the giant ape breathing technique be born? After obtaining the golden breathing technique, Levi began to prepare the Golden Horn secret medicine. It was almost as he had expected. The Golden Horn beast was similar to the Red Lotus beast and was also a type of dragon clan, so their secret medicine also involved the dragon clan. The most important ingredient of the Golden Horn secret medicine was dragon horn powder. It could be used on the horns of any dragon hybrid with dragon clan blood. Thinking of this, Levi could not help but remember Leviathan. Good heavens, a dragon clan hybrid and a dragon horn. Who else if not Leviathan? Leviathan was born to be a secret medicine material. As a result, the miserable Leviathan was once again used as a drug primer by Levi. Every once in a while, Levi would go to Leviathan's horn and scrape some powder off. Levi only used the trident to scrape a little powder from Leviathan's horn regularly, and it would not cause any damage to it. After all, he was not a great villain. Just like that, he constructed spell models while cultivating the breathing technique. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. It was the year 1026 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, the month of Wheatfield. Levi had successfully upgraded the Golden Horn breathing technique to the 8th level, giving birth to a transcendent defense. When this breathing technique reached the legendary level, Levi would be able to fuse the Golden Horn breathing technique and the Black Snake breathing technique, giving birth to a new breathing technique that could be cultivated to the limit of the 12th level. During the month of harvest, Levi had finally constructed the spell model of the first ring spell, Rock Body, in his mind. His spell power had also reached the limit of 200 points under his persistent consumption of potions and polishing, keeping up with the pace of his spiritual force. Spiritual force, 20. Spell power, 200. Now Levi had completed all the preparations to advance to an official wizard. He told his teacher about his plan to advance, and she said that as long as she was around, she would not let anyone disturb Levi's seclusion. Then, after adjusting his state to its peak, Levi placed the pill that was emitting a strange fragrance into his mouth. The pill melted in his mouth and turned into a strange energy that surged into Levi's mind. He could vaguely hear the beautiful song of the Grey Naga echoing in Levi's mind, calming his restless spiritual energy. Levi entered a state where there was no self or other, just like an old Buddhist monk sitting down. In his mind, above the sea of consciousness that carried spiritual force, even more, vast spiritual force poured into Levi's mind from the boundless void. Levi felt as if his entire body had been sublimated, and he felt as if his soul had left his body. Of course, he knew that this was all his illusion. In the theories of wizards, spiritual force and the soul were different concepts. The soul was similar to a person's true soul and was a unique imprint of a person. If the soul was damaged, a person would basically die. Even if they did not die, they're unique. Life characteristics would be changed. According to the theory of the school of death, physical death was not true death. Only the dissipation of the soul, which was also known as the scattering of the soul, was true death. Therefore, some wizards of the school of death would devote themselves to researching a technique that placed the human soul in the soul box. Through this method, short-lived humans would transform into long-lived extraordinary creatures, like. Spiritual force, on the other hand, was a kind of metaphysical power. Spiritual force was not the same as the soul. If one's spiritual force was severely damaged, it could be recovered through potions or rest. Even if the soul was no longer in the body, the spiritual force would still exist in a container like the body. Therefore, even after the saint scorpions devoured the souls, the living dead still had mental strength in their bodies. This was also the reason why the living dead could continue casting spells. However, the source of mental strength for the living dead was no longer meditation, but the undead core. It was said that at the level of a high-level wizard, the spiritual force and the soul would assemble into one, and the two elements would become one, so it was called the primordial soul. The primordial soul was the core of a high-level wizard. It could do all kinds of incredible things, such as the primordial soul leaving the body, casting spells, elementalization, and so on. As long as the primordial soul did not die, the wizard would not be destroyed. The wizard could protect the physical body in the wizard tower and use the primordial soul to travel outside the sky. Some people with extremely powerful primordial souls could even travel through the multidimensional plane with their primordial souls. Of course, Levi's current spiritual force was far from the essence soul stage. As time passed, Levi's spiritual force became more and more abundant. At a certain critical point, as if a valve had been opened, a powerful mysterious force surged into Levi's mind and limbs. This force made Levi feel lightheaded. He opened his eyes, and his consciousness was clearer than ever before. The cantrip models in his mind were incomparably clear and simple in his eyes. With his current level of spiritual force, learning these cantrips or performing them would be as easy as flipping his hand. At this moment, Levi had advanced to the first circle wizard realm, and his spiritual force had undergone a qualitative change. From then on, for first see Urkel wizards, there was no longer the so-called restriction of spell slots. For cantrips, as long as Levi wanted to, as long as his brain could hold it, as long as he had the time, he could learn any cantrip. He opened the proficiency panel. As expected, the column belonging to the Earth Meditation Art had already changed. Levi. Earth Meditation Art, Level 4, 120,000. Spiritual Force, 21. Spiritual Force, 203. Holding the Klein crystal ball, Levi looked delighted. I'm finally an official wizard. After becoming an official wizard, Levi's spiritual force broke through the apprentice's maximum of 20 points and reached 21 points. It seemed like it was only a point increase, but after becoming an official wizard, because the spiritual force had undergone a change in both quantity and quality, the upper limit of spiritual force represented by 1 point of spiritual force had changed from 10 points in the apprentice level to 20 points today. This meant that an official wizard would have more powerful spellcasting abilities. They could cast many first ring spells without worrying about the problem of spiritual force. As for the spiritual force consumption of the cantrip, it was not worth mentioning for an official wizard. Of course, other than a few auxiliary cantrips, most offensive and defensive cantrips would not be of much use to an official wizard. It's not easy. Since the millennium of the Holy Brilliance calendar, I've been in this world for 26 years. I, Levi, have finally become an official wizard. From now on, a first ring spell will enter my mind, and my life will be up to me. Sigh, forget it. I just left the novice village. It's better not to say such words that only big shots have the right to say. Levi, who was almost 40 years old, could not help but sigh. Although he had become an official wizard late, he had only been a wizard for about 10 years. In Levi's opinion, other than children of the elements, even those with double affinity could not compare to his speed. Jagri had a double affinity, and he had only started meditating not too long after Levi. He even had a third circle wizard as his mentor, and was still a high-level apprentice wizard. He had yet to become an official wizard. Therefore, Levi's cultivation speed was already among the best in this sea area. The reason why Levi became an official wizard so late was because he had spent most of his time in the human world, constantly searching for traces of wizards. There was no other way. Winnie was born in Rome, while Levi was born with no title. He could only play as a small lord in the human world. In fact, it was not a waste of time. Along the way, what had helped Levi the most was not the path of the wizard, but rather the mortal breathing techniques that wizards looked down on, which were the path of knights. Without the path of knights, Levi would not have become an official wizard today. He knew this very well. Levi finally heaved a sigh of relief. After becoming an official wizard, at least in the sea region, Levi was already a true high-level combatant. As a knight, he was already in the legendary three-dimensional state. In addition to his own official wizard realm, it was not an exaggeration to say that Levi was invincible under the second circle. After advancing to becoming a first circle wizard, Levi needed to think about his future plans. There was no need to say much about the path of knights. Right now, Levi still needed the three breathing techniques of Golden Horn, Undying Bird, and Black Whale. Among them, Golden Horn and Undying Bird were the most important. After the Golden Horn reaches the maximum, Levi could let the Black Snake and Golden Horn fuse and mutate. On one hand, he could break through the limit, and on the other hand, he could create a new breathing technique that belonged to him. All in all, Levi had reached a bottleneck in the path of knights. During this period, he could only break through the limits of the Black Snake breathing technique and transform into the legendary six-dimensional state. As for the path of the wizard, it would be Levi's next focus. After advancing to an official wizard, the big stage of the wizard world would completely open up for Levi. After the Earth meditation art had reached level 4, Levi was already very familiar with breaking through the limits of the deep sea, sun, and night crow meditation art. Even without Naga's blessing, Levi was confident that he could bring the other meditation arts to level 4. Therefore, he did not have to worry too much about them. In terms of spells, Levi only had one first ring spell, and that was Rock Body. Rock Body, level 4, 120,000. What was worth mentioning was that after Levi had mastered Rock Body, Stone Skin, which was once at the maximum of level 4, had broken through its limit and transformed into Rock Body, which Levi had mastered. This made Levi overjoyed for a long time. He realized that his idea was right. To learn spells, one had to learn spells that had a clear path to advance in the future. This way, the proficiency gained from low-level spells could be perfectly inherited from advanced spells. This way, Levi saved a lot of time to increase the proficiency of Rock Body. He could start from level 4. In the future, he could also cultivate the fireball technique in this way. Levi's current body of flesh and blood was different from before. Within the flesh and blood, some spell runes could be seen flickering on the bones and flowing in the blood. This kind of passive defensive spell did not need to be cast or chanted. After it was solidified, it would take effect. Of course, although it did not need to be cast or chanted, it still consumed spell power. If Levi's spiritual force was depleted, the rock body would lose its effectiveness. All in all, with Levi's current solid black scale and his rock body, the combination of these two types of defense allowed Levi's defense to reach an extremely terrifying level. Apart from the rock body, the first ring spell that Levi planned to cultivate was mainly the fireball technique and fireball technique of the Burning faction. School of Death's Undead Summoning, Green Smoke Escape, and the Body of Ghost Fire Ocean factions Water Prison Spell, and the School of Insects Sacred Insect Touch. With the level of a first circle wizard's spiritual power, in theory, he could learn at most 20 first ring spells and 1 second ring spell for advancement. However, as far as Levi knew, there were very few wizards who could master 20 first ring spells. If they could master more than 5 first ring spells, they would be considered a senior wizard. If they could master 10, they could try to advance to the second circle. The reason for this situation was that most small wizard organizations did not have that many first ring spells to learn. Secondly, it was very time-consuming to cultivate spells to the point of perfection. Most wizards did not have that much time to master 20 first ring spells. Therefore, the choice of spell for the first circle wizard was also very particular. They required the mental strength of a veteran first circle wizard, which was at least 30 points of spiritual force. Levi could not learn them for the time being, but he could start the construction of the spell models for the other spells. Next, when Levi had mastered all the meditation art of the other schools to level 4, he would be able to form a set of attack, defense, control, escape, and life-saving first-ring spell systems. After stabilizing his realm at home for a while, Levi thought about it and decided to tell Marlene and the Tower Master about his breakthrough into the first ring. In the Ashen Tower, there was no need for him to hide his strength. In fact, he could not hide it either. With the mental strength of Marlene and the Tower Master, it was easy for them to see through Levi's cultivation. Only by showing his talent and potential could he be nurtured by the wizard organization. If Levi had not shown his talent as a legendary knight and pharmacist, he would not have been able to get the attention of the Tower Master and Marlene, nor would he have been able to obtain the care and respect of the organization. Moreover, the Grey Tower was not a dark wizard organization, and there were no elders who would always think of harming the younger generation. Therefore, there was no need to hide their strength and pretend. Levi came to the third floor of the White Tower and found that Ms. Marlene was chatting with senior sister Winnie. Winnie was now an official wizard, and her status in the tower had also risen. However, Winnie's temperament was insufficient, so she was still allowed to experience the tower. Winnie, you have to learn more from Levi in this aspect. Teacher, senior sister, you're all here, Levi smiled. Little Levi, you've become an official wizard. Marlene could tell at a glance that Levi was different. Yes, teacher, I've advanced to the first circle. Levi smiled and replied, Congratulations, junior brother. Great news, haha, our tower now has 4. First circle wizards, only one less than Whale Song Island, Winnie clapped. Levi smiled and thanked her. After chatting with Winnie and his teacher, Levi left. The Tower Master had recently received Harlan's School of Death Inheritance and began to study the knowledge of the School of Death. He was determined to gain inspiration from it and realize his idea of soul transplantation. In addition, the inheritances of other dark wizards, such as the inheritance of the Spider Witch from the School of Insects, the inheritance of the Bone Wizard from the Death School of Thought, and so on, were also used as inheritance resources for the Grey Tower. Any official wizard in the tower could use points and ether stones to buy them. Of course, they were only limited to their own cultivation and could not be spread. These were all restricted by the corresponding contract type confidential spell. Once violated, the consequences were extremely serious. Soon, the news of Levi's advancement to the first circle spread throughout the tower. The Tower Master wanted Levi to move into the White Tower. Levi thought about it and did not refuse. He moved from his small home on the 9th floor of the Grey Tower to the more spacious 2nd floor of the White Tower and lived below Marlene. The White Tower had a complete set of facilities, and because there was an independent isolation circle, it was more private. Moreover, Levi was now an official wizard, so it was only right for him to move in. The White Tower had 7 floors. Other than the first floor, the other floors were already filled with people. The 2nd floor was occupied by Levi, the 3rd floor by Marlene, the 4th floor by Winnie, and the 5th and 6th floors by Marco and Mr. Tim, the 7th floor's Tower Master. Perhaps when the first Tower Master Sulman built the Wizard Tower, he never thought that the small organization he created would one day be so prosperous. However, after Levi and Winnie advanced to become wizards, there were not many high-level apprentice wizards left in the tower who had the hope of advancing to the first circle. In the future, there might not be any new blood for the first circle. After Levi moved, Marco and Mr. Tim sent their congratulations one after another. Manlo was also sincerely happy about Levi's current achievements. Being able to become a friend of an official wizard was obviously something to be proud of and celebrate. It was rare for everyone to be so happy. The Tower Master thought for a moment and said, Let's have a banquet tonight. Let's eat and drink together and have a good time. Let's not cultivate or study today. There have been many good things in our tower recently. First, Winnie advanced to an official wizard, and now, Levi has also become an official wizard. Ha 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 ha, I haven't been so happy in a long time. All right, I agree, Marlene echoed. In an instant, the Grey Tower became lively. In the square in front of the Twin Towers, Jorman's slender body was gathered in a circle. Everyone was eating delicious food and drinking wine, speaking freely and sighing with emotion. Jorman was enjoying the roasted meat of the one-ringed sea snake that Levi had carefully prepared. The precious materials of the one-ringed sea snake were taken out by Levi, and the rest of the sea snake meat was used as food for Leviathan and Jorman. The Tower Master drank a mouthful of wine and laughed. I knew that Levi could become an official wizard. When he first came to the tower, I knew that this kid was not an ordinary person. Now that I think about it, I have a good eye for people. Marlene rolled her eyes at the Tower Master and said, Forget it. You're always flattering yourself. You're just shooting after the fact. The Tower Master giggled and did not refute. His appearance was very comical. It was hard to imagine that this was a powerful third circle wizard. Levi also drank some wine. He could not get drunk. He just felt that it was not bad to find such a warm and reliable organization after coming to the wizard world for so long. Moreover, after becoming an official wizard, the oppressive feeling in his chest was gone. He felt as if he was free to fly in the sky and jump into the sea. When the wine took effect, the Tower Master began to dance the basketball dance, jumping up and down in a comical manner. Under the encouragement of the Tower Master, everyone began to dance the dances of their hometown. Those who had dance partners called for their dance partners, while those without dance partners were left alone. Junior brother Levi, let's dance. Senior sister Winnie wore a golden wavy shawl and a low-cut dress. She was sexy and charming. Her face was red as she smiled sweetly. All right, Levi thought that rejecting senior sister Winnie at this time would be embarrassing for her. Moreover, it was just a dance. After all, when he was in the human world, Levi was also a noble dancer who practiced for 2.5 years. He was someone who practiced this most useless life skill to the limit. Therefore, Levi danced very well and had a lot of temperament. Together with senior sister Winnie, he became a big star in the middle of the dance floor. Everyone applauded and said that the two of them were a perfect match and should be together. All sorts of boos were made. In an instant, Levi felt as if he was dreaming of his student days in his previous life. After the dance, Winnie still wanted to continue dancing, but she politely returned to her seat, glancing at Levi from time to time. Levi was drinking while thinking about how he could use his undying bird. Breathing technique in exchange for Emperor Muse, Saint Ape breathing technique next year. He wanted to try to fuse the Saint Ape breathing technique and the giant breathing technique. Just like that, Levi had the happiest and calmest day since he entered the wizard world. However, after he was happy, Levi quickly entered a state of intense cultivation. He wanted to quickly cultivate all the other meditation art to level 4 and then establish his own first ring spell system. When he was almost done learning spells, Levi could go to the Tower Master to learn alchemy and the arrays that he had been thinking about. He had seen the power of arrays before. If he could master the ability of arrays, he could set up plans in advance and plan before taking action. Perhaps he could win against the strong. During the month of winter, Miss Messenger Eve sent an email. Levi thought it was from Andrew. After all, he had not contacted Andrew for a long time because of the sea monster tide. However, when he opened the letter, he realized that it was not Andrew's, but a congratulatory letter and gift from the Panplane Wizard Council. Dear Wizard Levi, congratulations, you have officially stepped into the world of wizards. The moment you become a First Circle Wizard, you have automatically obtained membership in the Panplane Wizard Council. You can voluntarily inject a trace of your soul into the soul jade sent with the letter. This way, if something happens to you, the Panplane Wizard Council will immediately start the investigation process. You have the qualifications to participate in the public servant assessment of the Panplane Wizard Council. After passing the assessment, you can become a staff member of the major institutions under the Panplane Wizard Congress and enjoy the benefits of the Panplane Wizard Council. At the same time, you have also obtained the qualifications to vote for the representative of the Panplane Wizard Council, casting your sacred vote. You can register your own wizard organization in Congress and lead a group of like-minded friends to conduct magic research and discussions. Finally, and most importantly, from now on, as a member of the Panplane Wizard Council, you should hold your head high, neither humble nor overbearing, and be confident and calm in front of the masters of the multidimensional plane or the gods of the astral world. Because you represent the Panplane Wizard Council, the wizard civilization, a group of unbelievers who will never yield to fate and forever pursue the truth. The only thing you believe in is the truth and yourself. Sauron from the Panplane Wizard Council. There was a lot of content in this letter, and it was written in a small booklet. However, Levi took a look and realized that he basically did not have any real authority. The soul jade was only used by the Panplane Wizard Council to confirm whether Levi was dead or not. Even if Levi was killed, with his identity as a First Circle Wizard, he would probably be similar to Cain and would not be taken seriously. The wizard world was too huge. Although the Panplane Wizard Council had basically respected all the weaker groups of wizards, there was still a long way to go to truly protect the rights of these low-level wizards. To be honest, in a supernatural world where individual power was the main focus, it was already excellent for an extraordinary organization to be able to achieve the level of the Panplane Wizard Council. As for the qualification to be a civil servant of the Panplane Wizard Council, it was fine to just take a look. Not to mention the national examination, just the provincial examination of the Ocean Faction's Star Tower. If one wanted to really enter the job, one had to have a relationship with the higher-ups of the Panplane Wizard Council or be a third circle wizard who was excellent enough. For example, Salman, the first tower master of the Grey Tower. Ordinary wizards could forget about it. Besides, Levi did not really want to join such an official organization. He could see that although the concept of the Panplane Wizard Council was good, in fact, in this huge organization, the complicated power relations and network made him flinch. If he was not careful, he would become cannon fodder in the game of power and fall into the bottomless abyss. He had to be on thin ice when dealing with a group of politicians and ambitious people. It was better to be free. Therefore, just like when he was in the human world, Levi still planned to find a place to farm quietly and cultivate at the same time. Work, Levi did not want to think about it anymore. With his personality, whether it was in his previous life or this life, he was destined to not be suitable for this path. In the end, Levi did not choose to infuse his soul into the soul jade. It was not that he did not trust the Panplane Wizard Council, but there was no need to keep it. He was already dead, so why would he worry about whether the General Plane Wizard Council could help him find the real murderer? Cain was a living example. Levi sighed. No matter what, he had been officially certified by the council and became a member of the Panplane Wizard Council. He planned to buy an island after a while and become the island owner himself. Then he would start fiddling with his living dead, Saint Scorpions, and other things. It was the year 1027 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, the month of beginning. The news that the Grey Tower had produced 2 first circle wizards in a short period of time spread throughout the sea. For a time, the Grey Tower was in the limelight. The Sighing Sea Breeze, an organization that had a good relationship with the Grey Tower, even sent a congratulatory gift. This shocked Emperor Mew when he heard the news. They were both children of chaos, but how did Levi become an official wizard? Emperor Mew was still a wizard and did not know when he would become a high-level apprentice wizard. However, when he thought about how Levi's knight strength was definitely better than his, Emperor Mew felt relieved. Obviously, Levi had his own fortuitous encounter, just like Emperor Mew had his own. In the Grey Tower, after a period of cultivation, Levi's sun meditation art had also reached level 4. After reaching level 1+ of the sun meditation technique, Levi started learning the fireball technique. Just as he had expected, after learning the basic level of the fireball technique, Levi's proficiency in the fireball technique also started from level 4 due to the cantrip he had previously learned, the small fireball technique. Levi. Fireball technique, level 4, 120,000. The power of the level 4 fireball technique was much stronger than the small fireball technique. It had at least the attack power of a first circle spell. However, it was still far inferior to the large fireball technique. During the month of flowers, Emperor Mew, who had been stimulated by Levi, decided to start his inner struggle and closed himself up for a long time. As Emperor Mew was in seclusion, the routine team-building activities of the Twiling Nights were cancelled. Levi could only continue to gain experience. Not long after that, Levi's Night Crow meditation art and Deep Sea meditation art both reached level L. After that, Levi began his long journey of cultivation. Time flew by and another year passed. After this period of cultivation, Levi's first ring spell system had already been completed. Water Prison, level 4, 1893, 20,000. Fireball Technique, level 5 maximum rock body, level 5 maximum. Green Smoke Escape, level 3, 34, 78, 10,000. Because of the special effects of the divine dance of fire and the earth pulse, as well as the fact that both of them were level 4, it did not take long for Levi to reach the limit of level 5 with Fireball Technique and Rock Body. The power of a level 5 Fireball Technique was no small matter. With the buff of Fire Snake Bracelet, Fireball Technique had become Levi's most powerful spell attack. According to the standard of the Celestial Circle shop, the Fireball Technique's attack power should be at B rank. As long as Levi raised his maximum spiritual force to 30, reaching the standard of a veteran First Circle wizard, he could upgrade Fireball Technique to Big Fireball Technique. At that time, Levi would not need too many other attack spells. There was nothing that could not be solved with a big fireball. If there was, he would use another one. All in all, Levi planned to practice the Fireball Technique to the end in the Burning faction. As for the other fancy spells, Levi would temporarily not learn them. As for the level 5 Rock Body, its defense should be at the same level as Levi's when he was in the Liquid Black Scales stage. It was almost at the B-grade defense level. For Levi, it was more than enough. He did not want to cause any trouble, and now that he had stacked so many armors, he could be said to be invincible among those in the same realm. As for Water Prison and Green Smoke Escape, they lacked the foundation of cantrips and did not have an affinity with elements like the Earth Pulse, so they were relatively slow to learn. However, with Levi's speed, it would not take long for him to learn these spells to their limits. Fireball Technique Attack, Water Prison Control, Rock Body Defense, Green Smoke Escape, perfect. Levi looked at his spell panel and felt very happy. Only with such a scientific and reasonable spell combination could the strength of a First Circle wizard be maximized. It was very difficult for another wizard to do this because they could not learn so much meditation art at the same time as Levi. This was the special feature of the proficiency panel. Levi had already mastered 4 first ring spells. He was almost at the level of a wizard, but he still lacked a lot of spiritual force. After all, he had only become an official wizard for a short period of time, and it was impossible for him to improve too much in a short period of time. Apart from the 4 spells mentioned above, Levi planned to cultivate Undead Summoning and Sacred Insect Touch after he moved into his island. He would not cultivate them in the tower, especially Undead Summoning. He did not want to summon some strange things from hell and cause trouble for the organization. Levi's spiritual force was 22 points. Ana MS maximum spell power was 440 points. Ordinary first ring spells, such as Water Prison and Fireball Technique, would only consume about 30 points of spell power. The more difficult the spells were, the more spell power they would consume. For example, Green Smoke Escape and Big Fireball Technique would consume 50 points of spell power. As for the most difficult spell, Body of Ghostfire, it would consume 100 points of spell power each time. Although spell power could be recovered in a short period of time with green potions, it would definitely require a short period of meditation. There was no way to recover it quickly in battle. Potions that could recover magic power in battle were especially expensive. Even Levi, a first circle pharmacist, did not have the formula, let alone others. Therefore, before every battle, a qualified wizard would calculate which first ring spell to use in the battle, how to match the spells to kill the enemy, etc. In a battle between wizards, skills were not randomly thrown around. One had to plan and think carefully before moving. Of course, if he advanced to an intermediate wizard and could solidify his innate spells on top of his spiritual power, this awkward situation would be better. Innate spells were the same as the innate spells of many extraordinary creatures. They were convenient and fast. They did not need casting materials to cast spells and consumed very little spell power. After systematically mastering the spell of these mainstream factions, Levi informed Marlene and set off on the Dragon King Whale. This time, he was going to the House of Archipelagos under the Star Tower to buy an island that belonged to him. He wanted to open up a medicinal garden on this island and build some special breeding bases for Saint Scorpions. Then, he would start his research on alchemy and magic circles. From now on, this place would become his second home. Anything that was inconvenient to do in the Grey Tower, Levi would do it here. Apart from that, when Levi left the Grey Tower, he also used all his points and 3,000 ether stones to obtain the Spider Witch, a second circle wizard school of insects inheritance from the island master. This inheritance included the Spider Witch's insect control notes, as well as the spell to control the red-faced sea ghost spider, the breeding methods of spiders, and so on. In short, whether Levi wanted to use the red-faced sea ghost spider as his main insect in the future or not, this knowledge was priceless to him. After all, Levi did not kill the Spider Witch himself, so he could not get the inheritance for free. However, to be honest, 3,000 ether stones was no different from getting the inheritance of a second circle school of insects wizard. For wizards, the most valuable thing was knowledge inheritance. Just the 1,000 or so low-grade insects, red-faced sea ghost spider and the Spider Witch's bughouse alone, would cost at least 10,000 ether stones on the market. 7 days later, Levi arrived at the island where the Stellar Resource Committee was located on the Dragon King Whale. In his previous life, Levi had struggled in the imperial capital for many years and could not even afford a house. In this life, he would buy an island and become the island owner himself. Wouldn't that be great? Hello, sir, are you buying an island? Please show me your membership card for the Pan Plain Wizard Council. A black-haired witch wearing a short witch dress had her eyes lit up. When she saw Levi, it was as if she had seen a little lamb. Due to the impact of the sea beast tide some time ago, the trading market on the islands in this sea area was not doing well. It had been a long time since a wizard had come to this trading hall. This time, he had to find a way to make this customer buy a big island. 1. The membership card was an identification card issued by the Pan Plain Wizard Council to every official wizard. It was proof that a wizard enjoyed all kinds of membership benefits. In order to make it easier for him to travel in the wizard world in the future, Levi naturally bound this membership card. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to do anything in the future when he dealt with the officials. The membership card was directly bound to a trace of the wizard's spiritual force, forming an immutable spiritual mark. Every wizard's spiritual force was unique, similar to the ID number or fingerprint of his previous life. Therefore, even if someone else pretended to be Levi, or if Levi wanted to pretend to be someone else, if the spiritual force of the witnesses was inconsistent, it would be investigated by the Pan Plain Wizard Council. Levi took out his membership card. There was no portrait of Levi on it, only his membership number and spiritual force imprint. In the wizard world, appearances were not very useful. If one really wanted to do bad things, there were too many kinds of illusions or spells to change one's appearance. The witch named Lena used a special wizard tool to scan Levi's membership card, and some basic information about Levi appeared on a slate. Member number 9527, member name, Levi Schneider Organization, Grey Tower 3rd Circle member level, 1-star 1st circle. Criminal record, none. Levi curiously looked at the trading hall. There were very few wizards here. The real estate industry in the wizard world was in a slump. After experiencing the impact of the sea beast tide, wizards and wizard organizations were tightening their belts to live. Under the guidance of the enthusiastic witch Lena, Levi came to a huge blue light screen. This light screen was a map of this sea area, and there were various islands dotted on it. This is the situation of all the islands in the southern region of the Outer Ring. Sir Levi, you only need to use your spiritual force to sense the green dots on this map, and you will be able to sense the information of the islands being sold. The islands in the Endless Sea were divided into 9 levels. From level 1 to level 9, the elemental power around the island kept increasing. In the 9th region, the best island was the Whale Song Island. This was an island with Grade 3 water elemental power. Of course, this is just an example. Whale Song Island cannot be sold to the outside world. What level of island do you want? Lena asked with a smile. Let me take a look first, Levi said. The area where the Grey Tower and Whale Song Island were located was officially known as the 9th District of the Southern Outer Ring Sea. This House of the Archipelago was just a branch of the 9th District. Levi looked at the screen. He wanted to choose an island that was not too far away from the Grey Tower. As for the elemental power, the richer it was, the better. However, Levi did not force it. After all, he had the proficiency panel in potions, so the elemental power would not affect him much. Black Chicken Island Level 1 Water Elemental Power. Island Title Certificate Number, CXK 250. Price 5,000 Ether Stones. It's too expensive. Levi shook his head. Although this island seemed to be closer to the Grey Tower, it was too expensive. He could afford 5,000 Ether Stones, but it was not worth it. White Belt Island Level 2 Water Elemental Power. Price 8,000 Ether Stones. Level 2 Water Elemental Energy is even more expensive. Also, it's a little close to Whale Song Island. Levi looked at them one by one until he found an island in a relatively remote area of the sea. Although it was slightly far from the Grey Tower, it was also far from other organizations. This way, he would not be easily disturbed and could cultivate in peace. Blackfire Island Level 2 Fire Elemental Power Level 1 Water Elemental. Powered. Price 4,000 Ether Stones, discounted and shocking price. Blackfire Island wasn't that Kane's island. Levi muttered to himself. This island isn't bad. Not only does it have level 1 water elemental power, but it also has level 2 fire elemental power. It's also very cheap, even cheaper than the level 1 Cockcrow Island, Levi analyzed in his heart. Then he asked Lena, is there something wrong with this island? Why is the price so abnormal? Lena smiled and said, don't worry, Sir Levi. The current status of this island is clear. The ownership belongs to the Star Tower, and there are no problems. The reason why the price is so low is that this island is more suitable for the cultivation of the Burning faction. The fire elemental energy on the island is quite violent. If a Wizard of the Ocean faction is on the island, it will be difficult to cultivate. Recently, there has been no need for a Wizard of the Burning faction in the 9th region, so we have been unable to sell it, so we have a promotion. Blackfire Island used to be the island of the magician Kane. Later, because of Kane's death, the island's property rights were taken back. All the assets left behind by Kane will also belong to Sir Levi. 2. As an island salesman, Lena knew every island like the back of her hand. Sir Kane is dead. I wonder who the hell did this. Sir Kane was such a good person. Levi shook his head and sighed. That's how the wizard world works. How about this? I'll buy this island. I can't afford the other islands. Levi thought for a moment and said. In the end, Levi walked out of the House of Archipelago with something that looked like a memory slate. This was the contract slate, similar to the memory slate. They were both special tools developed BV Wizards. The contract slate was the carrier of the contract between wizards. The relevant rights and obligations and the wizard's spiritual imprint were engraved on the slate. No party to the contract could violate the contract on the slate. Once violated, the soul would suffer the backlash of the special contract spell solidification in the contract slate. It was said that other wizards could not resist this backlash except for high-level wizards. As for high-level wizards and above, there were other high-level contract spells used by both parties to form a contract. These seemingly inconspicuous slates were the cornerstone of the wizard civilization system. If any civilization wanted to progress, the spirit of contract was indispensable. According to the contents of the contract slate, after Levi bought Blackfire Island, he would have the property rights to the island for the next 100 years. He was the absolute master of Blackfire Island. If any wizard broke into Levi's territory without Levi's permission, Levi had the right to kill them directly. The protection of private property was very important to wizards. 100 years is enough. Moreover, after 100 years, I can renew the contract, Levi thought. At the same time, the contract slate was equivalent to the title deed or property right certificate of Blackfire Island. From now on, according to the bill of the Pan Plain Wizard Council, Levi's rights to Blackfire Island would be protected by the council, and no one could take it away. In principle, this prohibited some powerful wizards from bullying the weak and killing people for treasures. Of course, in reality, there would definitely be some people who broke the law for the sake of profit, or who had connections and backgrounds to bully the weak. It was inevitable. In the Blackfire Island, Levi found a hidden abyss to hide the Dragon King whale while he swam to the island. The Blackfire Island was now in a bleak state. The staff of the Star Tower who had been guarding the island had long since been evacuated due to the sea beast tide. Traces of the sea monster attack were everywhere on Blackfire Island. Levi looked at the desolate black island and sighed. I have a home. Hahaha, I bought it in full. Blackfire Island spanned 8 kilometers from east to west and 5 kilometers from north to south. It was much smaller than the island where the Grey Tower was located. However, the Grey Tower was prepared for the establishment of the wizard organization. There were also many mortals living on it to maintain the basic needs of the wizard organization. Levi only needed to live on his own and did not need to be too big. According to the introduction of the House of Archipelago, the sea area below Blackfire Island was a huge group of active volcanoes. These active volcanoes had been erupting for a long time, forming this island. The highest peak of Blackfire Island, Fire Dragon Peak, was also an active volcanic crater. The last eruption was 30 years ago. However, these geological disasters posed no danger to Levi. The rich fire elemental energy here greatly increased the power of his burning faction spell. It would also speed up his cultivation of the sun meditation art and burning faction spells. Overall, this was a very good island. Levi's Black Snake's message was fully activated and could completely cover the entire Blackfire Island and the nearby sea area. In this way, he would know what was going on. Suddenly, Levi's face darkened. He felt that something was moving under the Blackfire Island. At first, he thought it was a wild beast, but when he carefully used his advanced perception, he realized it was a person. Soon, Levi found an entrance at the crater of Fire Dragon Peak, Fireplay Master. This is Kane's cave. The deeper you go, the denser the fire elemental power is. There was a wizard who seemed to be secretly staying in Kane's cave and cultivating there. Levi analyzed in his heart. His spider sensing did not sense any danger, which meant that the enemy should not be strong. No matter who it was, Levi had the right to expel them. If the other party refused, Levi could make a move. Thinking of this, Levi's expression was calm. He walked down the cave passage of Kane's house and gradually went down. The temperature was getting higher and higher, but Levi did not feel uncomfortable at all. Finally, in a spacious underground cave, Levi's figure appeared. A wizard in a gray robe opened his eyes and looked at Levi, asking, "Who are you?" "Master of Blackfire Island." "Levi, who are you? Why are you on my island?" After saying that, Levi took out his title deed. The man looked at the title deed and suddenly smiled. "I'm sorry, I thought this was an ownerless island. My name is Terrell, an official wizard of the Azure Fire Alliance. Since this island has an owner, I'll be leaving." "Three," the man named Terrell said with a smile, looking very kind. Levi felt the hair on his arm stand up, and he knew that this was the effect of the spider sensing. "Ha, you want to harm me? Why are you still pretending to be a good person?" Levi sneered in his heart. Spider sense could perceive danger and people who were extremely hostile to him. When a person who could pose a certain threat to him and was hostile to him appeared, spider sensing would alert him. This person's acting skills were not bad, and his smile was very friendly. However, he was a notorious NPC. Under spider sensing, any evil would have nowhere to hide. "Then you can leave. I won't hold it against you. After all, you don't know that this island has an owner." Levi smiled. "All right, Sir Levi, I'll leave now." Terrell laughed foolishly. Then he held his wand and left the underground cave vigilantly. Levi used his advanced perception to monitor his every move. If the other party did anything inappropriate, he would not hesitate to defend himself and kill him here. In the end, Terrell rode his flying wizard tool and left the place. Levi looked at the distant Terrell and pondered. The sense of hostility from his spider sensing had not disappeared yet. Levi knew that the other party would definitely come looking for him again. Naturally, Levi would not let go of someone who was hostile to him. A small slate appeared in Levi's hand. Chanted a spell, and the image of the conversation between him and Kane slowly appeared on the tablet. This was a photographic slate. The solidification spell on it could record what happened within a certain range. It was the same as surveillance, but it was even clearer than surveillance. Moreover, the photographic slate was absolutely objective and could not be faked. Therefore, the contents of the slate could be used as evidence in the wizard tribunal. With Kane's previous experience, Levi had a plan. He was a lawyer in his previous life, so he naturally knew the importance of this aspect. Therefore, he came prepared this time. In the future, if anyone trespassed on his island, he would record it with a photographic slate. That way, killing the other party would be justified. With this evidence, the wizard tribunal could not do anything to him. After Terrell left, Levi immediately devoted himself to the exploration of the Blackfire Island. He first surveyed the entire island and memorized the basic situation of the Blackfire Island. After some exploration, Levi decided to stay in Kane's cave dwelling. Kane's cave dwelling was not bad. It had a lot of space, but it was too hot. However, it was suitable for Levi to practice the burning faction. He changed the sign from Kane House to Blackfire Cave. The soil on Blackfire Island was more fertile than Levi had imagined. Due to the accumulation of volcanic ash, it looked a little dark. After some slight modification, he could open up a medicinal garden and plant some herbs that were compatible with the fire element. They would definitely grow well here. Originally, there was a medicinal garden on the hillside of Fire Dragon Peak that Cain had planted, but it had been completely destroyed because of the sea beast tide. In addition, Levi also found a few good natural caves. He modified them and placed his saint scorpions in them. Levi planned to transform it into a saint scorpion breeding base. He had also received the inheritance of the spider witch's school of insects. This inheritance was much more comprehensive than the sacred insect control technique he had received in the human world. It systematically introduced the basic knowledge of the school of insects and many notes of the spider witch. These were all priceless treasures. As for the thousands of red-faced sea ghost spiders, Levi did not dare to let them out of the bug house for the time being. These strange insects were quite ferocious, and he did not have a special method to control them. If he let them out, they might even backfire on him. The red-faced sea ghost spiders were not something that Levi could compare to the saint scorpions he had obtained in the mortal world. On the ranking list of mutated insects set up by the School of Insects, the red-faced sea ghost spider was ranked 111th, the highest ranking among the low-grade mutated insects. It should be noted that the top 36 of the rankings were all famous high-grade insects, while the 37th to 108th were middle-grade insects. The red-faced sea ghost spider could be ranked 111th, which showed how terrifying it was. This was also the trump card of the spider witch to make a name for herself in this sea area. Levi looked at the ranking list of mutated insects. His saint scorpion was ranked beyond 200, but the saint scorpion on the ranking list was the most ordinary kind. Levi believed that his saint scorpion was of much better quality than those. If he carefully nurtured it, it should not be inferior to the top 200. Moreover, the saint scorpions had the possibility of evolving into middle-grade insects in the future. Although it came from the human world, it was vaguely related to the underworld mythology of some civilizations. In many places, it was respectfully called the sacred insect or dark worm. Therefore, Levi was very optimistic about the potential of these little guys. Of course, it would be even better if he could subdue the red-faced sea ghost spiders. However, the control spell was at the second circle, so Levi probably would not be able to deal with these fierce sea spiders in the short term. After settling his saint scorpions, it was already day 2. Levi could still feel the danger from the spider sensing. He knew that Terrell was probably still thinking about how to deal with him. Levi calmly took out the corpses of the rock troll couple, Green Ghost Carter, Cain, and Little Octo from his storage bag. Little Octo was the nickname Levi gave to the swordsman from the Sea Clan. Apart from Little Octo, Levi had covered the 5 living dead with a layer of alchemy armor made of a mixture of brass and mithril, assembled them tightly to strengthen their defense. In addition, there was also an isolation spell that Levi had asked the Tower Master to solidify on these armors. It could block the spiritual power of low-level wizards. This way, no one would be able to see the original appearance of the 5 living dead. After injecting the core of the undead into the bodies of these living dead, the 5 living dead, who were comparable to First Circle wizards, stood up. These were the 5 generals of the living dead family, Levi's cyberpunk version. Very good. All of you find a place to hide, Levi muttered to himself. Levi also moved the black flame demonic bird to the Black Fire Island. This demonic bird liked hot places to begin with, so it soon fell in love with this place. After everything was ready, Levi settled down at his home on Black Fire Island to cultivate his breathing technique while waiting for Terrell's arrival. 3 days later, Levi, who was sitting on a red boulder, stood up. His aura was a little stronger than before because his undying bird breathing technique had reached its maximum. Levi. Undying bird breathing technique, level 11 maximum, special effect, blood ember solid state, resurrection. Levi felt his body had been reborn. His entire body was covered in layers of blood-colored ashes. These ashes contained traces of magical power. He used the Poseidon trident to open a hole in his arm where bones could be seen. Then, the blood ember quickly surged into the wound. The next moment, something magical happened. The blood ember turned into squirming blood-colored flesh worms and burrowed into Levi's wound, forming a trace of flesh and blood on Levi's arm. In about a minute, the wound recovered. I still can't compete with the regeneration speed of the primary blood clan who rely on the blood river will. However, other than some spells of the life school of thought, other schools shouldn't be able to heal such a serious wound in a minute. Levi wanted to cut off his arms and legs and test how long they would take to grow back. However, after thinking about it, he decided not to. All in all, the level 11 Blood Ember's self-healing ability had improved a lot compared to before. Theoretically speaking, as long as Levi's vital organs, such as his head and heart, were still around, he could recover from any serious injuries through the Blood Ember. Of course, if possible, Levi hoped that he would never be able to use the Blood Ember's self-healing ability. The supernatural organ brought by the maximum of the undying bird-breathing technique was Levi's palm. With a thought, Levi's normal-looking hand suddenly became thin, long, and black. His knuckles were thick, and sharp claws grew out of his fingertips. They looked like eagle claws, burning everything with raging flames. This was the legendary organ of the undying bird, which Levi called the undying fire claw. This pair of sharp claws was extremely powerful and had an extremely strong regenerative ability. Levi slashed gently, and the huge rock under him was neatly cut apart by the undying fire claw. The void seemed to have been torn apart. He gave it a try. The hardness of the undying fire claw was not much inferior to the luminant gold. It could be said that the claw itself was a divine weapon. Coupled with the power of the golden revolving slash, the defensive spell of a first circle wizard would be instantly torn apart. Black scale, flame body, rock heart, frost arm, blood ember, bird claw, dragon spine, whale back, hump, blood wings, ostrich feet, tentacles. Levi admired his peerless appearance and couldn't help but smile. The feeling of becoming stronger was too good. As the undying bird breathing technique advanced to legendary, Levi came to the legendary four-dimensional state, legendary power, legendary speed, legendary defense, and legendary physique. These four important attributes had all reached the legendary stage. All that was left were legendary endurance and legendary perception. The current me is gradually approaching the combat power of a second circle wizard, Levi analyzed in his heart. Of course, it was still far from enough. In addition to the maximum of the undying bird breathing technique, Levi would probably be able to reach the legendary realm within 2 years with the golden horn breathing technique. By then, he wondered what powerful breathing technique he could mutate after fusing the golden horn and black snake 2 legendary level defense breathing techniques. As for endurance and perception type breathing techniques, Levi could only leave it to fate. After all, there were too few of these 2 breathing techniques, especially perception. It was rare to see it. The ones he saw were shallow, and those of excellent quality were very rare. Holy Brilliance calendar year 1028, month of Germinal. Perhaps he was delayed by something, or perhaps he was planning something big. In any case, Levi was already prepared. He was not coming. Naturally, Levi also sent someone to investigate Terrell's information. Then he found out that Terrell was not a member of the Azure Fire Alliance at all. He was once a member of the Alliance, but because he had violated many crimes of the Pan-Plane Wizard Council's law and ultimately deprived him of his qualifications and rights as a member, he became a dark wizard. If he had known earlier, Levi would not have needed to beat around the bush and just kill him on the spot. He could even go to the Star Tower in exchange for the bounty. During this period of time, Levi had planted some seeds of first circle herbs in the herb garden of Fire Dragon Peak. He also used the flower fairies due to water them every day and took good care of their growth. Many of these herbs were ingredients for refining the Sandman Potion. The Sandman Potion could also be used in the first circle wizard stage, but its effect was far inferior to that of the apprentice stage. However, as the only meditation supplementary potion Levi currently had, he naturally could not give up on refining it. Therefore, other than letting Manla continue to collect ingredients for him, he also wanted to plant some himself. Even if these herbs matured in the future and he no longer needed the Sandman Potion, Levi could still use the Sandman Potion to earn money. In short, it was not a loss. After more than a month, the layout of the Blackfire Island was almost complete. Levi looked at his own island with satisfaction. The happiness of an old farmer was overflowing on his face. Farming is really a beautiful thing. However, this island still lacks some servants and guards. I definitely won't be able to take care of it alone. He wanted to refine some alchemical creatures to guard the house and do some chores in the future. Compared to humans who might betray him, these iron lumps and living dead were more obedient. After he mastered the art of arrays, he could also set up some defensive arrays, trap arrays, and attack arrays on the island to make his Blackfire Island impregnable. After all, for a long time to come, the Blackfire Island would be his second home. Before he stepped into the third circle wizard, Levi did not plan to leave the outer circle. Although the resources here were a little poor, the wizards were generally weak. With Levi's strength, if he did not take the initiative to cause trouble, he could protect himself in this sea area. The inner sea region was different. It was the Sea of Dreams. There were all kinds of people there. Only intermediate wizards could barely stand firm. If a low-level wizard like Levi went, he would easily be involved in all kinds of dangerous whirlpools. In accordance with the principle that he would rather be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix, he would farm in the outer circle first, develop, and wait until he reached the third ring before thinking about entering the inner circle. After waiting for a few more days, Levi still did not see Terrell. Since he did not come, Levi could not be bothered to wait any longer. He took Cain away and let the other 4 generals of the Mo family take care of the house. He rode the Dragon King whale to the Grey Tower. With the Dragon King whale's speed, it would only take 2 days to travel from the Blackfire Island to the Grey Tower. If it was the Azure ship, it would take at least 7 days. Back in the tower, all the official wizards were busy. Levi had already become an official wizard and was planning to start his alchemy training. Therefore, he went to the 7th floor of the White Tower and met the Tower Master. "I heard that you bought an island outside. How was it? Did it go well?" asked the Tower Master. "It's pretty good. With such an island, I can be considered to have a second home in the wizard world other than the Grey Tower, haha." Levi laughed. He did not hide the fact that he had bought an island from the Tower Master in Marlene, because he would definitely cultivate alone there for a long time in the future. He would only come back when he needed to attend classes or when there were activities in the tower. This was definitely not hidden from the Tower Master. "That's good. As an official wizard, you have to have your own base," Herman said. Outside the Grey Tower, there were several private islands that belonged to him. These private islands were mineral islands that could be mined for brass ores. Occasionally, some mithril ores could be found. "Hee, Tower Master, you're welcome to visit me in the future. If nothing goes wrong, I'll come back once a month to deal with some matters and classes in the tower. I'll stay on my island to cultivate the rest of the time." Levi was now an official wizard. According to the rules of the tower, he needed to teach at least one course. Levi was currently in charge of the pharmacist course in the tower. As there were very few apprentices who were part-time pharmacists, Levi only needed to attend one course every month. "All right, let's not talk anymore. Let me bring you into the wonderful alchemy world." The Tower Master smiled. In the following days, the Tower Master began to teach Levi alchemy knowledge. Alchemy was a new school. So far, there were not many wizards in the School of Alchemy. Generally speaking, most traditional wizards thought that the School of Alchemy was not the right way. It was impossible for legendary wizards to be born. Therefore, alchemy wizards had a very low status. The Tower Master was also a wizard of the Ocean School of Thought at the beginning, but after receiving the inheritance of an alchemy wizard by chance, he realized that compared to the Ocean faction, he seemed to be more talented in alchemy. He decisively switched to the alchemy faction that many wizards thought was unorthodox and quickly made achievements in this field. In fact, in the realm of Azure Cloud, there were not many people who were more accomplished in alchemy than the Tower Master. As the traditional school of the Ocean School of Thought, there were very few sorcerers who studied alchemy here. With the guidance of the Tower Master, Levi's alchemy knowledge improved very quickly. Half a year later, Levi had basically mastered some of the most basic theoretical knowledge of the School of Alchemy, including alchemy bionics, alchemy materials, alchemy style theory, alchemy runes foundation, alchemy dynamics, smelting and forging, and so on. It was worth mentioning that smelting and forging was a piece of cake for Levi, who had the maximum of level 5 forging. In addition, a new skill appeared on Levi's proficiency panel. Levi. Furnace Meditation Art, level 33679, 10,000. The Furnace Meditation Art was one of the few meditation arts in the School of Alchemy. It was basically an entry-level meditation art for all apprentices. This meditation art was derived from the Burning Faction's Sun Meditation Art and was specially created for the School of Alchemy's cultivation. Therefore, Levi cultivated this meditation art very quickly because this meditation art was also enhanced by the Dance of the Fire God's special effect. Moreover, for someone who had already cultivated 4 meditation arts to level 4, it was naturally easy for him to cultivate this furnace meditation art again. When he was almost done with the basic alchemy courses, Levi took the alchemical creature's blueprint that he had bought from the Tower Master and returned to the Blackfire Island happily. This alchemical creature's blueprint was one of the alchemical guards that had shown during the Sea Beast Tide. Of course, the alchemical guards were only the collective name of the alchemical creatures that guarded the house in the School of Alchemy. Below that, they were divided into different models and levels. The entire alchemical creatures system was similar to transcendent creatures. It was also divided according to the number of rings. However, the blueprints of alchemical creatures above the first circle were more precious. The Tower Master did not have many of them, and they were not something Levi could master now. Therefore, the alchemical guard blueprint he obtained was the zero-circle alchemical creature, Swordsman Mantis. I'll refine 4 Swordsman Mantises in the first round. The cost of building this one is not low. The cost of materials is only 300 ether stones. Among these materials, brass, which was the main material, was not expensive. The expensive ones were the alchemy energy core and the sickle weapon made of pure mithril by the Swordsman Mantis. He prepared all the materials needed to refine the Swordsman Mantis and piled them up like a mountain. After the preparations were almost done, Levi began to refine the Swordsman Mantis. From the beginning of smelting and forging to the engraving of alchemy runes and alchemy, to riveting, assembling, painting camouflage colors, and so on, there were all kinds of alchemy spells in between. Therefore, the engineering involved in the refinement of the simplest zero-ring alchemical creatures far exceeded Levi's imagination. In the end, a week later, alchemy proficiency plus 325. A new skill has been born. Levi opened the proficiency panel. Levi. Alchemy level 1 325, 1000. I can do that, Levi was delighted. This way he was not afraid. Since it could appear on his proficiency panel, he would cultivate it. In front of Levi was an alchemical creature that was about 2 meters long. This alchemical creature was completely black and blended into the surroundings of Blackfire Island. On top of it were precise rivets and various alchemy runes. These runes formed the alchemy style that the swordsman mantis could use. On the back of the swordsman mantis, there was also a pair of folding iron wings. If needed, the swordsman mantis could fly for short distances. The arms of the swordsman mantis were bionic mantis arms made of mithril and were extremely sharp. This mantis scythe could be put away in a non-combat state. If replaced with fingers that were as agile as humans, it could help Levi do some chores. In short, this alchemical creature exuded the beauty of metal. Its streamlined body indicated that it was an assassin-type alchemical guard that specialized in speed. Now, it's time to test my results. Levi chanted an incantation. Seconds and minutes passed. The noisy wind blew past Levi's face. I failed. Levi muttered to himself. This was also within his expectations. He was not considered an alchemy genius. It should be a problem with the alchemy runes. Levi had no choice but to dismantle the swordsman mantis and check it over and over again. Refining a swordman's tower once, even if the refinement failed, could provide Levi with a few hundred proficiency points. It was not difficult to quickly cultivate this skill. It was just a waste of some ether stones. Thinking of this, Levi struck while the iron was hot. After resting, he went back to alchemy. Of course, he did not forget to be on guard while he was doing alchemy. After all, more than half a year had passed, but the spider sensing still gave Levi a slight warning every day. In the past few days, the spider sensing warning had become more and more intense. This meant that the first circle wizard was still hostile to him. Holy Brilliance calendar year 1028, month of North. In the sea near the Blackfire Island, a wizard in a gray robe was riding a flying artifact towards the Blackfire Island. This wizard was Terrell. Beside him was a green-robed wizard who seemed to be from the undead ship. This wizard was Moot, a senior first circle wizard of the undead ship. Although Harlan was dead, there were still some fish that escaped the net and were still at large. Moot was one of them. He was Green Ghost Carter's cousin, but their relationship was average, so not many people knew about him even on the undead ship. After meeting Levi half a year ago, he saw that Levi, an ordinary wizard, could actually spend so much money to buy the Blackfire Island. He knew that Levi should be a rich man, so he had ill intentions towards Levi. However, he had a calm personality and did not do anything that he was not confident in, so he did not make a move at that time. After half a year of cultivation, Terrell finally became a senior first circle wizard. However, he was still worried, so he called Moot, who had cooperated with him before, to act with him. After the two of them killed Levi, Levi's assets were split 60-40. Moot learned that it was Levi from the Grey Tower, and he also wanted to take revenge for being homeless. Hence, he rushed Terrell and prepared to do something ruthless. On the surface of the sea, Moot and Terrell traveled together. Lord Moot later, use your summoned creatures to restrain Levi. I'll use my combustion spell to kill him at lightning speed. Although the other party is just an ordinary wizard, in our line of work we have to go all out. Even a lion needs to go all out to capture a rabbit, don't you think so? Terrell said with a smile. Hearing this, Moot said with a cold expression, Terrell, don't worry. I've long heard of this Levi on the undead ship. He's not only a first circle wizard, but also a legendary knight. He's very difficult to deal with compared to ordinary first circle wizards. We have to treat him as the enemy of a first circle wizard. My disappointing cousin, Green Ghost Carter, was repeatedly tricked by this kid because he underestimated his enemy. I won't repeat the same mistake. I immue it. This Levi looks a little burly and rough, but he's actually a legendary knight. Then we can't hold back. Also, before the two of us kill Levi, it's best not to have any ulterior motives. Terrell looked at him meaningfully and smiled. The two first circle wizards chatted and laughed as they walked towards the Blackfire Island confidently. No one knew what kind of wishful thinking they had in their hearts. On Blackfire Island, Levi successfully refined another swordsman mantis. He quickly recited the activation incantation, and the swordsman mantis swayed and moved. Then its movements became faster and faster. In the end, it turned into a black shadow that was almost as fast as a top-notch Grand Knight. The mithril scythe flickered with a cold light and crackled. The rocks along the way were cut by the scythe of the swordsman mantis and turned into pieces of gravel. After doing all this, the swordsman mantis returned to Levi's side. It put away its scythe and lay there quietly. Not bad, not bad. Levi was satisfied. Under normal circumstances, Levi would not let the swordsman mantises fight. Instead, he would let them do the chores of plowing the herb garden, weeding, and driving away wild beasts and seabirds. Besides, a swordsman mantis could not form much combat power. If there were 10 or 8 of them, even an official wizard could be seriously injured by these alchemical assassins if he was not careful. However, Levi could not refine so many in a short period of time. According to Levi's knowledge, some high-level alchemical creatures could. help their masters do some very complicated things, and complete highly precise and complicated instructions like humans. They could almost be used as an intelligent butler in the cyberpunk style. However, even the Tower Master did not have this alchemical creature's blueprint. Perhaps it could only be found in some ancient wizard ruins or a small number of sorcerers from the School of Alchemy. Levi could only think about it now. No matter what, Levi's first alchemical creature was finally successfully refined. After so many refinements, Levi's alchemy skills had also advanced by leaps and bounds to level 3. Levi. Alchemy level 3 101, 10,000. Levi's alchemy skills should be second to none among the apprentice alchemists since he was able to successfully refine the swordsman Mantis. From now on, you will be the #1 swordsman, Levi muttered to the motionless swordsman Mantis. #1, let's go meet the 2 guests who are about to land on the island, Levi suddenly said with a smile. He stood up and his bones crackled. He stretched his muscles and bones, then put on his robe and strode to the shore. He sat on the reef by the sea, and the photographic slate was hidden in various places to record. On the surface of the sea, Moot and Terrell appeared. One of them is Terrell, and the other seems to be a fish that escaped the net of the undead ship, Levi muttered to himself. When the 2 men saw Levi sitting calmly on the reef, they could not help but be stunned. How is this possible? How did he know that we would come? Terrell's expression changed and returned to normal. Moot also had a solemn expression. No one knew what he was thinking. Moot, don't be fooled by him. He's about to die, but he's still pretending to be profound. If 2 First Circle senior wizards fight him, it's impossible for him to survive. Go, let your summoned creature appear, Terrell said. The summoning array that Moot had prepared beforehand quickly took shape. A huge skeletal snake emitting green ghost fire descended with a bang. It opened its mouth and spat out a thick green poisonous fog that covered the sky and swept over. It was a First Circle Hell creature poison fire bone snake. It was slightly stronger than the Hell Strongman. As soon as the snake appeared, a poisonous mist filled the air. Its huge body charged forward as if it wanted to crush Levi. Levi's expression did not change. With his current strength, he did not panic at all when facing 2 senior First Circle wizards. With a wave of the dark blue wand, the staff's water shield spell protected Levi. Then Levi quickly chanted the water prison spell, and a water cage enveloped the poison fire snake, temporarily imprisoning it. Levi cast a fireball technique, and a fireball with a diameter of 2 meters suddenly appeared. It shot out explosively, and judging from the direction of the attack, it was Terrell on the other side. Levi had already cultivated the fireball technique, the first ring spell, to its limit, so its power was naturally not to be underestimated. When Terrell saw Levi use the fireball technique, which was even more powerful than his, he started to doubt his life. Wasn't Levi from the Grey Tower? Was he from the Burning Faction and Ocean Faction? Boom! The fireball technique exploded in front of Terrell, but it was blocked by his first ring spell Flaming Shroud. At the same time, 5 powerful figures who had been hiding on the island suddenly appeared and attacked Terrell. Terrell's expression changed drastically. He roughly examined the 5 figures with perception. They were all First Circle wizards. One of them was an 8-legged monster. It even waved 8 bone knives and destroyed the fireball technique that Terrell had blasted. The rock troll couple, Green Ghost Carter, Little Octo, Kane, and the 5 living dead, attacked Terrell with all kinds of attacks. For a moment, spells and spell-like abilities intertwined, and saber beams and flames soared into the sky. It was fine if Levi did not make a move, but once he did, he used earth-shattering methods. After a period of indiscriminate bombardment, Terrell's spell defense was completely torn apart. He was surrounded by the living dead army that had been lying in ambush for a long time and had nowhere to escape. Little Octo, who was the strongest among the living dead, was like the god of death, destroying all of Terrell's spell attacks. The 8-Blade sect, which had always been successful, displayed its might again. Before long, Little Octo's bone knife pierced through Terrell's heart. If Levi had not asked them to leave their corpses intact, Little Octo would have torn him into pieces. Although Terrell had just advanced to become a senior First Circle wizard and his strength had increased greatly, he was still no match for the 5 First Circle living dead. In the end, it was Terrell who went up, and Terrell was instantly killed. On the other side, Moot was dumbfounded. We agreed to kill him together, but you died right away. Why should I bother continuing? Levi saw that his enemies were all dark wizards, so he decided not to hide anymore. He unleashed all his legendary 4-dimensional states, including the black scale and flame body. In front of Levi, Moot was like a pitiful, shivering monster. So fast, Moot was shocked. The defensive spells around him flashed crazily, and he felt a chill run down his spine. Almost instantly, Levi's undying fire claw pierced through Moot's spell defense. Then, Levi smiled sinisterly and tore the spell force field apart. It slowly dissipated in front of Levi. At this moment, the poison fire bone snake broke through Levi's water prison. Spell and charged towards Levi's back. Levi used the invincible whale mountain and the recoil of the hump. The poison firebone snake's body, which was dozens of meters long, was sent flying and slammed into the black fire island. It almost fell apart and swayed on the spot as if it was drunk. At the same time, a soul flame smashed into Levi's head, and green flames enveloped Levi's head. Ha 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 die. Moot instantly distanced himself from Levi and was about to transform into green smoke to quickly escape this place. Amidst the raging green flames, a hideous black scale head appeared with green flames on its head. The blood vessels on Levi's face seemed to have turned into a channel of magma. His entire body was filled with scorching energy under the stirring of the furnace heart. Then Levi opened his mouth, and the thick red lotus breath wrapped in long flames instantly evaporated the seawater along the way into a void channel. Boom! A terrifying heat wave swept across. What? At the critical moment, Moot did not hesitate to use his life-saving trump card, the body of ghost fire. Although the body of ghost fire was immune to most physical attacks, it was only partially immune to spell-like breathing abilities like Levi's. The breath dispersed the ghost fire and scattered it into sparks of flames. These flames had just condensed into Moot's figure not far away. Levi descended from the sky. The ostrich feet wrapped in endless black gas crushed Moot's shoulder and stepped him into the seabed. Gulp! Moot took a gulp of seawater. The next moment, the blood-red tentacle pierced through Moot's heart. You, what kind of monster are you? Before he died, Moot's eyes were unfocused, but they were filled with confusion and doubt. Moot had once come into contact with the bloodline modification wizards of the Life School of Thought. Those monsters who were proficient in the School of Mutation, organ transplantation, and bloodline studies transplanted the powerful organs of other transcendent creatures onto their bodies and made them into biological prosthetics similar to alchemical prosthetics. They were used to transform the weak bodies of humans and obtain extraordinary power. However, no wizard from the Life School of Thought could use the organs and abilities of these monsters as freely as Levi. It was as if Levi was not a human, but a real monster. In his fear and confusion, Carter's cousin Moot also died under Levi's claws. In front of me, all evil shall be brought to justice. The dark wizard Terminator, Levi, put away Moot's corpse. Since the summoner was dead, the poison fire bone snake's connection with the human world was severed. The summoning door from hell appeared to retrieve the poison fire bone snake. Seeing this, Levi's blood-colored tentacles shot out and wrapped around the poison firebone snake's tail. You want to leave after offending me, Levi. Leave the energy core behind. Boom. The poison firebone snake's tail was pulled by Levi's vampire touch. The legendary power from Levi erupted, and the furnace heart burned like a nuclear reactor. The red lotus flame body suddenly exerted strength. The poison firebone snake was still in disbelief when Levi forcefully pulled it back from half of its body that was already in hell. Seeing this, ghost fire flickered in the eyes of the hell creature. It seemed to have thought a lot in a short period of time and was quite intelligent. Just as Levi was about to take the poison firebone snake's energy core, the poison firebone snake actually seemed to beg for mercy and nodded frantically. It was Levi's turn to be dumbfounded. He had never encountered such a situation before. Most of the hell creatures were either killed by Levi or returned to hell after he killed their summoner. This was the first time he had suddenly kowtowed to him. In Levi's impression, the hell creatures were the kind that would rather die than submit. This bone snake seemed to be a little special. It had no backbone. Levi knew that his chance had come. He guessed that it might be because of his hell affinity or the bloodline of the black snake with a candle. In addition, the poison fire bone snake had a different personality, which allowed him to completely conquer this hell creature with his martial strength. Levi said, I heard that if hell creatures want to stay in other planes for a long time, they need to sign a contract with other planes and acknowledge them as their masters. Do you know how to sign such a contract? He had heard from the Tower Master that Demon Harland's second circle. Three-headed hell lizard was brought out of hell by Harland. Therefore, the three-headed hell lizard was different from ordinary summoned creatures like the hell strongman. It could stay in the human world forever. All of this had to be built on the foundation of the contract between the three-headed hell lizard and Harland. The poison fire bone snake nodded crazily. It was much smarter than the other one-track-minded hell creatures and knew how to judge the situation. Seeing that there was no hope of escaping, it decided to go against its ancestors and damage the dignity of the hell creatures. On its forehead, a green circular array that looked like a gate to hell appeared. Then, a wave of spiritual force appeared in Levi's mind. Levi recited an incantation when he sensed the energy fluctuation. Almozai. Jewel Rector. Then a green pattern appeared in Levi's sea of consciousness. This pattern could vaguely be seen as a dark green bone snake. It seemed to be a mini version of the poison fire bone snake. Interesting. Sacrifice a trace of your soul to me and form a soul imprint. From now on, I'll be the owner of this poison fire bone snake, similar to the relationship between Harland and the three-headed hell lizard. Levi muttered to himself with a joyful expression. Such a situation was rare. Both parties had to reach an agreement. Most importantly, the hell creatures had to submit to Levi completely and willingly offer their soul imprints to him. Levi had encountered many hell creatures before, but none of them were as obedient as the poison firebone snake. Hence, they were killed by Levi. Very good. You're a snake that knows the big picture. From now on, as your master, as long as you're loyal to me, I won't mistreat you. Levi was in a good mood. The poison firebone snake nodded. Do you have a name? Levi asked. It shook its head. I'll call you Igor then. Levi randomly picked a name. Originally, he just wanted to take advantage of them and turn them into living dead. He unexpectedly obtained a traitorous snake. With the soul imprint, Levi could easily communicate with the poison fire bone snake. Even if it could not speak, Levi could sense its thoughts. Hell is really a good place. I have to go to hell if I have the chance in the future. Although he said that, Levi did not want to step into hell until he was strong enough. Hell was an extremely powerful plane, and it was one of the top planes in the multidimensional plane. During its heyday, it could compete with the gods of the astral world. Although it was suppressed by the gods later on and declined to this day, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. The powerhouses in the hell plane still far exceeded most multidimensional planes. The reason why Harland could enter the hell plane at the second circle was that he had already transformed himself into a hell creature to a certain extent, so he would not be rejected by the plane. Ordinary wizards who did not have strength above the middle level would basically be courting death if they casually stepped into the hell plane. Furthermore, Harland was only at the shallowest level of the hell plane. According to the research of the School of Death's wizards, there might be 9 levels in the entire hell plane. It basically corresponded to the 9-circle system of wizards. Without the strength corresponding to the number of rings, they would be dead if they took the risk of stepping into the deeper hell plane. After subduing the poison fire bone snake, Levi ignored it and found an underground cave for it to stay in. Levi also kept Terrell's corpse. No wonder he took so long to find trouble with me. It seems that he only called for a helper to deal with me after he advanced. Levi recalled the long wait in the past 6 months and could not help but mutter to himself. The spiritual power fluctuation emitted by Terrell was clearly much stronger than half a year ago. That guy wanted to kill him half a year ago, but perhaps he endured it for half a year to be safe. In the end, he only came after he advanced to a senior first circle wizard and found another dark wizard. These days, robbers are getting more and more cautious. Levi could not help but laugh. Levi counted the storage bags of the 2 of them. The total amount of ether stones they had was only about 3,000. As a first circle dark wizard who robbed and plundered every day, Levi could not help but curse them for being poor. All that was left were some casting materials and spell books that Levi already had. There were no spells worth learning. In addition, Levi also obtained 2 wizard tools. One of them was Terrell's flying wizard tool. It was something like a shield with burning factions spell runes solidified on it. The first circle wizard tool, Fire Shield, could be used for defense or flight. It was similar to Levi's Ring of the Wind Spirit. However, its defensive and flight effects were average. To Levi, who was now a treasure and had blood wings, this wizard tool was not very useful. He planned to find an underground black market and sell this useless wizard tool for ether stones. He had bought a lot of things recently, and even with the ether stones he had just seized, he only had less than 10,000. According to Levi's personality, he would not feel safe without more than 10,000 ether stones. The other was Moot's first circle wizard tool, the Trembling Ring. This was a first circle spatial ring. The size of the storage space was comparable to the Ring of the Wind Spirit and the Sea Demon Ring. In addition, it was also solidified with a first ring spell paralysis spell. It's actually this spell Levi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. First ring spell, paralysis spell. It was a famous first ring spell. Its creator was a very interesting ancient wizard, Zoomer. This was a long-lost spell because this spell was extremely useless. After casting it, there was a 1 chance that the enemy would enter a so-called paralysis state. After entering the paralysis state, the enemy would be unable to cast any spells or chant any spells for the next second. As a control-type spell, this effect was indeed impressive. However, the weak point was that no matter how awesome one cultivated this spell in battle or how high one's realm was, there was only a 1 chance of it taking effect. In contrast, the paralysis spell consumed a lot of spell power and took up a wizard's mental power memory space, which was the spell slot. The cooldown time of the spell was a full day. For most wizards, the cost-performance ratio of this spell was too low. Not to mention 1%, even 1/10 of it would be very difficult to play a role in real combat. It was better to learn a normal first circle control spell. Of course, the reason why the paralysis spell was called an interesting spell was because of this paralysis effect. It could not only be used on first circle wizards, but also on second circles and even intermediate wizards. the duration of the paralysis effect would continuously decrease with the advancement of the realm. It was said that only high-level wizards could completely avoid this paralysis effect. Some people called it the luck technique, while others called it the woe technique. In short, this spell had gradually been lost in the long history. Only a very small number of wizard tools that had been passed down from ancient times could solidify this spell. Obviously, Moot's ring was an ancient wizard tool. Levi shook his head. I've always been unlucky when it comes to gaming. Such spells are probably useless to me, but this ring itself is a spatial ring, so I can keep it. Levi put the trembling ring on his left middle finger. His left thumb and index finger were already wearing the ring of the wind spirit and the sea demon. Ring, the progress of the 10-ringed knight has reached 30. His goal was to put all 10 fingers on the ring-type wizard tool. In the end, Levi turned the 2 first circle wizards into living dead as well. The lineup of the 7 generals of the living dead family formed by the Seal of Hell was fully formed. Playing the summoning style meant bullying others with numbers, who would fight one-on-one. The rock troll couple, Carter and Moot, Cain and Terrell, and the sea clans. Little Octo, no one below the second circle could withstand 7 generals. Including Levi, there were only 4 first circle wizards in the Grey Tower, which was one of the top organizations in this sea area. To a certain extent, Levi's 7 generals of the living dead family could already defeat many second circle wizard organizations, not to mention the combat power of those above the second circle. Apart from that, Levi also had 9 first circle subordinates, including the Poison Firebone Snake and Leviathan. All of them were under Levi's command. However, the Seal of Hell's current potential is only so-so. Unless there's a chance to break through the limit in the future, controlling 7 first circle living dead is the upper limit. After all, the Seal of Hell is only a seal created by Constantine's ancestors based on the first ring spell Undead Summoning. Undead Summoning can only summon first circle creatures at most. If you want to summon creatures above the second circle, you need a corresponding special advanced spell. Of course, for Levi to be able to use the seals of a mortal aristocratic family to this extent, even the ancestors of Constantine's mortal aristocratic family might not be as powerful. After solving the problem, Levi continued to cultivate and refine his Swordsman Mantis. Holy Brilliance calendar year 1028, the end of the month of winter, the arrival of the new year. Levi spent a total of several thousand ether stones to refine 8 swordsman mantises. Levi was surprised that these 8 swordsman mantises could even fight against a first circle creature as powerful as the poison firebone snake. It's about time. The 8 swordsman mantises are enough to patrol my territory or do some simple chores for me. I can't afford more. In the future, I'll have to get a blueprint of first circle alchemical creatures from the Tower Master to refine. However, that can only be tried with my furnace meditation. Art and the level 4 alchemical creatures. My current skills in the School of Alchemy are not enough to refine more precise and complicated first circle alchemical creatures. As soon as Levi walked out of the alchemy area, he saw a seagull-like bird soaring in the sky and landing slowly on Levi's Blackfire Island. After the seagull landed, it spoke in human language. Panplane Wizard Council number 9527 Levi, the Panplane Truth Journal you subscribe to has been delivered. After the seagull finished speaking, it left behind a slate and left. Levi took the slate, and the information on it automatically appeared in Levi's mind. This was a special service that Levi had activated after becoming a member of the Panplane Wizard Council. If he paid 1,000 ether stones at once, he would be able to enjoy a major news push service from the council in the next 100 years. Although Levi wanted to cultivate in seclusion, he could not completely ignore the news of the outside world. Only by constantly paying attention to some big events could he avoid being involved in some inexplicable dispute. The general election of the Panplane Wizard Council has been successfully held. The Burning Faction's legendary wizard, the Blazing Sun God Wizard Edmund, has once again defeated the Ice Faction's Frost Witch Gullwig with a weak number of votes. He will be re-elected as the Grand Council Chairman of the Panplane Wizard Council for the 3rd time. Members, in the next millennium, let the Blazing Sun God Wizard lead our wizard civilization to greatness again. Let the light of Edmund's blazing sun shine on the multidimensional plane. Ah, when was the election? Why didn't I a member know? Wouldn't my vote be wasted? Why didn't anyone spend money to buy my vote? Forget it, forget it. Anyway, such a big shots matter has nothing to do with a small fry like me. A group of dark wizards from Chaos City, the darkest and most evil dark wizard organization in the Panplane Plane, has recently created a shocking suicide attack on the realm of Crimson. Many wizard organizations have been implicated, involving nearly 100 wizards. In response, the Chaos City Lord, the Dark Wizard Emperor, and Astor, the Son of Chaos, announced that they were responsible for this matter. Everything belongs to Chaos, and so do the wizards. The existence of the Pan-Plane Wizard Council is a blasphemy against chaos. How disloyal is this? I, the Dark Emperor, the Lord of Destiny, Astor, will definitely bring chaos to the Pan-Plane Wizard Council. Wait for my arrival. Are legendary wizards also so stupid? Looks like the Dark Wizards are going to start causing trouble again. It's better to go out less recently, Levi muttered in his heart. An incomplete experimental subject of the life school of thought escaped from Ms. Rowland's laboratory when the lady assistant wasn't paying attention. She even erased the tracking mark on her own. Ms. Rowland hereby reminds all members that if you encounter this experimental subject, please contact the Pan-Plane Wizard Council immediately. Ms. Rowland will reward you handsomely. Photo attached. Fortunately, I'm in the realm of Azure Cloud. The wizards in the realm of life are too miserable. They're always being disturbed by all kinds of experimental subjects. Levi sighed. Ever since he subscribed to the Pan-Plane Truth Journal, Levi would read the newspaper to relax during his daily cultivation. Unknowingly, half a day had passed by the time he finished reading the newspaper. Levi memorized some useful information in his mind and continued to cultivate. When he was almost done with his alchemy research, Levi borrowed the Book of Cipher from the Tower Master and prepared to start studying arrays. He planned to learn arrays first and then set up a protective array around his cave abode. Time always flew by when one was engrossed in research. While studying arrays, Levi was teaching pharmacists in the Grey Tower and using more first circle potion formulas to cultivate the progress of his pharmaceutical skills. During the month of flowers, Levi's pharmaceutical skills had also reached level 8 and reached the level of a first circle senior pharmacist. However, the cultivation of arrays was still slow and had not even appeared on the proficiency panel so far. This meant that Levi had not mastered arrays after several months of cultivation. Fortunately, Levi was patient. He cultivated the array while advancing his cultivation realm. Year 1029 of the Holy Brilliance calendar. During the month of flowers, before Levi planned to hold a periodic team building with Emperor Mew, Levi's black whale breathing technique reached the maximum level 11. Levi. Black whale breathing technique, level 11 maximum, special effect, whale back solid state, sea swallowing whale. Levi had finally cultivated the black whale breathing technique to the maximum. Levi's back was incomparably broad, as if it could carry everything in the world. His full muscles were beautiful and elegant, and there were ravines crisscrossing it. It looked like the back of a demon. The solid-state whale back had improved Levi's strength quite a bit, but what could really show the power of the black whale breathing technique was the second special effect that was born after Legendary. Sea-swallowing whale absorb a large amount of energy in a short period of time to accelerate blood circulation. The energy will gather in your body, causing your body to expand rapidly. Your strength will also increase as your body expands, but at the same time your speed and agility will decrease. This special effect can't be upgraded, but it will increase slightly as your breathing technique realm increases. Looking at this special effect, Levi directly stored himself in the blood whale's sac and hump. The food energy that was enough for him to use for a year began to flow into his body bit by bit. As the energy flowed into his body, Levi's body began to grow visibly. The blood in his body seemed to be boiling, and traces of aura surged into Levi's limbs and bones. Levi was like a rubber man filled with vitality, expanding from his usual height of about 2.5 meters. 2.7 meters, 3 meters, 4 meters, 4.5 meters, 4.5 meters, 5 meters. After Levi's height reached 5 meters, the energy in his body was almost exhausted. He also felt that with his current realm, reaching 5 meters was his limit. If he continued to expand with his current legendary night body, he might explode. He looked at his adult rock troll-like body and couldn't help but feel proud. Big is strong. Levi reached out and clenched his fist. His fist creaked as he punched the ground. The effect of his casual punch was like the first ring spell mountain giant's wrath. Levi had already transformed into a mountain giant with immense strength. Within a radius of dozens of meters, mountains collapsed and the ground cracked. The rocks were completely annihilated and turned into dust. The terrifying force seemed to make the Black Fire Island tremble slightly. Igor and the Black Flame demonic bird, who were sleeping soundly in the cave, thought that there was an earthquake. They stuck their heads out of the hidden cave and looked at each other. In the end, after seeing Levi pounding the ground, the two of them returned to their abode helplessly. They were already used to Levi causing trouble on the island every day. After transforming into a giant, my strength attribute should be 3 times stronger than before. This is even more terrifying than the enhancement of the Red Lotus blood. The enhancement of the Red Lotus blood on my strength is only 2 times, but the Red Lotus blood wins in all aspects. As for sea-swallowing whale, it emphasizes breaking all techniques with 1 strength. All of it is invested in strength. In order to pursue strength, I even gave up some other attributes. In short, because he was afraid that he couldn't kill the enemy, he used all his strength. Levi analyzed the advantages and disadvantages of sea-swallowing whale and Red Lotus blood. In the end, he felt that both had their advantages and disadvantages. Red Lotus blood also had a weakness. It was in a weakened state after the eruption, but this was not the case for the sea-swallowing whale. About 3 minutes later, Levi's body began to shrink like a deflated ball. White gas spewed out from all kinds of pores on his body. Levi actually shot out like a bullet with the help of the recoil of the airflow. Bang! The next moment, Levi was shot to the surface of the sea. Damn it, it can be used like this. Fortunately, the alternate world is not under Newton's control. Levi was speechless. The speed of the explosion just now was almost not inferior to the full speed of Levi's blood wings. If he was caught off guard, he could also catch the enemy off guard. He could rely on the deflated push to close the distance and use his close combat advantage to take them down in one move. Suddenly, Levi's expression changed as he felt a strong sense of hunger. This hunger reminded him of the gluttonous desire to devour everything after he cultivated the black snake breathing technique for the first time. He immediately took out a large pile of dried meat that had been roasted with Levi's secret condiments and a large bucket of bread potion from his storage bag and threw it into his mouth. After doing this, the energy in his blood whale's sac and hump began to fill up, and the feeling finally dissipated. Levi ate all the food in the storage item before burping in satisfaction. Therefore, there are some insignificant side effects after using the sea-swallowing whale. It's the intense desire for gluttony that even a legendary knight can't tolerate. This seems to be the bestial instinct of the extraordinary bloodline in my body. Otherwise, a legendary knight like me wouldn't have almost lost control of my hunger. In the dast, Levi thought that those Ordinarv knights had become lunatic knights because of hunger. Now, it seemed that lunatic knights had a deeper reason than extraordinary bloodlines themselves. The path of a legendary knight was to evolve into the form of the original ancestor. How to control the beast nature of the bloodline with the willpower and perseverance of a knight might be a problem to consider in the future. Alchemy maniacs became insensitive because they lost their humanity, while lunatic knights became bloodthirsty and violent because they accepted their bestial nature. There's still a long way to go on the path of a knight, Levi sighed. In addition to the second special effect, the legendary organ born from the black whale breathing technique was also relatively normal, which was Levi's lungs. After he advanced to legendary, Levi's chest, which was originally filled with lungs, became even bigger and squeezed a lot of space, making Levi's chest even fuller. The lungs of the black whale. This is the supernatural organ born from the black whale breathing technique. Levi opened his mouth and took a deep breath. An endless aura surged into Levi's lungs, as if it had become a bottomless pit. About half an hour later, Levi stopped breathing. His size did not look any different from before, but his body was much heavier than before. This was because he had absorbed a lot of aura and stored it in his black whale's lungs, causing the aura to turn into an extremely heavy liquid. I can breathe like Leviathan. I don't need to surface for 3 days and 3 nights. I can sleep in the sea. With the lungs of the black whale, I'm almost half a sea clan. I can fight more freely in the sea. This is an extremely useful supernatural organ for an environment like the endless sea. In the future, when I encounter the so-called sea beast tide, I'll hide in the mouth of the dragon king whale and go wherever I want. Moreover, Levi felt that this black whale's lungs did not only have this function. There should be other magical uses, but he had yet to discover them. Levi came out of the water and touched Leviathan's head. Then he took out the Poseidon trident and began to sharpen Leviathan's horns. Levi patted Leviathan's head and said, "Go have fun. It's good for your blood circulation and longevity. I'm doing this for your own good." Leviathan nodded and returned to the deep sea in satisfaction. Levi returned to the black fire cave with the dragon horn powder that was enough for him to use for a period of time. Now he had cultivated the black snake, blood beast, red lotus, undying bird, and black whale breathing techniques to the maximum of the legendary realm. However, he was still not in the legendary 5-dimensional state. He could only call it the legendary 4-5-dimensional state because the black whale breathing technique was also a part of the lower dimension of strength. In addition, there was also the strengthening of the arms of the giant breathing technique and the strengthening of the legs of the ostrich mountain breathing technique. Levi had also broken the limit of the giant and ostrich mountain breathing technique some time ago. Now, these two breathing techniques had both reached level 10 and were advancing towards the final level 11. In Levi's current breathing technique system, only legendary endurance and legendary perception were far behind. Some time ago, after the delivery business in the human world and the wizard world was restored, Andrew had sent a batch of breathing techniques. However, none of them were of the type that Levi wanted. Furthermore, the quality of these breathing techniques was getting lower and lower. This meant that if he were to collect breathing techniques under normal circumstances, even with Andrew's ability, he would definitely gain less and less in the future. Andrew had also asked Levi if he should just let go of the fight. Levi thought for a moment and told Andrew not to be anxious for the time being. The human world was not chaotic enough yet. Currently, the multidimensional plane's power that had descended on the human world was still too little. The main problem was the scattered disasters of the Blue Frost and the Blood Clan. They could not make the churches of the Seven Kingdoms panic. After some time, more powerful existences should infiltrate the human world. More and more dark wave items would arrive. They would definitely start a war with the church and the hidden power of the church. At that time, a large number of large families would definitely be destroyed. At that time, with Andrew's ability, he should be able to obtain many useful breathing techniques. He could even go straight to Heavenly Mountain and snatch the inheritance of the Van Helsing family that was suspected to have landed there. According to the news that Levi had received, the dark wave was accelerating. The day of chaos in the human world was not far away. All Levi needed to do was to wait patiently. In the middle of the month of flowers, the annual team-building event of the Twilight Knights arrived as scheduled. Levi came to the island where he met Emperor Mew early in the morning. This time they changed the place. The island had gradually fallen apart because of the long legendary battle. He sat there and waited quietly. The Dragon King whale was waiting for Levi in the deep sea. Not long after, a huge sword dragonfish rode the wind in waves. On the back of the sword dragonfish, Emperor Mew laughed excitedly. "Haha, Commander, I'm here. The sea beast mount you gave me previously is really good. In the future, I won't have to wait for the Azure ship when I go out. That lousy ship doesn't have many shuttles and its speed is slow. It's too torturous on it. Although this sword dragonfish isn't a first circle transcendent creature, it's still a descendant of the dragon clan. You have to cherish it in the future," Levi said. Some time ago, Levi had chanced upon a sword dragonfish. He thought that Emperor Mew was still taking the bus and did not even have a personal mount. It would damage his reputation as the leader of the Twilight Knights. Hence, he spent some effort to tame this sword dragonfish and gave it to Emperor Mew. Emperor Mew insisted on giving him 500 Ether stones. With Emperor Mew's capability, it would definitely take a lot of effort to save up 500 Ether stones. At first, Levi refused to accept it, but in the end, he could not refuse. He reluctantly accepted it. The reason why he gave the mount to Emperor Mew was because Levi had ulterior motives. He wanted more than just the Ether stones, he wanted Emperor Mew's Saint Ape breathing technique and his loyalty as a legendary knight. "Captain, my strength has improved greatly after I entered seclusion. You have to be careful from now on. I am no longer the Emperor Mew of the past." Emperor Mew shouted confidently. Levi smiled and said, "Bring it on. Let me see the results of your cultivation." Emperor Mew grinned. Black hair appeared on his body, and he was covered in layers of pale golden scales. Levi knew that this defensive skill was the golden horn breathing technique. Judging from Emperor Mew's appearance, he should have cultivated the golden horn breathing technique to level 9 gaseous golden scale stage. Levi sighed internally. The proficiency panel was excellent. He started cultivating this technique much later than Emperor Mew. Moreover, he had to balance between the many breathing techniques and meditation arts of the wizards. The golden horn breathing technique was just a passing lesson for him, yet his achievements in this breathing technique were already stronger than Emperor Mew's. Levi's golden horn breathing technique was already at level 10, and he would probably reach its maximum next year. However, he naturally wouldn't show off in front of Emperor Mew. He only used his black snake breathing technique to fight against the latter. "Bring it on." Emperor Mew jumped up high like an angry gorilla. He swung his fist high into the air and brought it down on Levi. Levi didn't dodge, instead using his black snake scale to tank Emperor Mew's attack. Bang, the two of them fought on the island. Smoke and dust filled the air as they fought from dusk to night. Levi's damned special effect, favored by the night, automatically took effect again. Levi's strength began to grow uncontrollably. "I'm sorry, Emperor Mew, I can't help but become stronger with this effect," thought Levi to himself. His all-round physical fitness was getting stronger by the minute. As his strength increased, it became more and more difficult for Emperor Mew to deal with Levi's attacks. Eventually, Emperor Mew was struck to the ground by Levi's iron fist and could not move. "I lost again," Emperor Mew sighed. Levi consoled, however, "You are much stronger than before. This is my ancestral Saint Ape breathing technique. Take it and use it. You can return it to me after you're done practicing it," said Emperor Mew. "This is the Black Whale breathing technique, the breathing technique of the Montenegro mountain family of the Emerald Kingdom. It is comparable to your Saint Ape breathing technique," said Levi. He had made a copy of all the breathing technique inheritance diagrams he had obtained. He kept the copies in a special storage bag. If he wanted to establish his own faction or family in the future, these breathing techniques might come in handy. "I really envy you. Not only are you stronger than me in the path of knights, but you are also far stronger than me in the path of wizards," lamented Emperor Mill. "There's no need to be envious of me. I just had some fortuitous encounters. Everyone has their own opportunities. With your strength, you will go down in the annals of history as a top-notch legendary knight. I reckon that even the Blood Knight might not be a match for you." Levi suddenly thought of Anderson in the human world. I'm still far inferior to him. The Blood Knight is unfathomable, and I can't compare to him. However, one day I will definitely surpass him, Emperor Mew said. He had the golden spine bone, which was a true treasure. As long as he could study it thoroughly, he might be able to truly stimulate the power of the golden bloodline. By then, he might even surpass Levi. Captain, when I have enough capital in a few years, I will leave the realm of Azure Cloud. This place isn't suitable for me. I want to go to the realm of life, informed Emperor Mew. The realm of life. Are you trying to comprehend the mysteries of the golden bloodline? Or are you planning to learn more breathing techniques? Levi asked. Emperor Mew nodded and replied, I have reached the end of the path of a legendary knight. What lies ahead is unfathomable for me with my current level of comprehension. I want to make myself as strong as possible first. My only option is to learn more breathing techniques. The path of wizards is also a good choice. Although the talent of the Children of Chaos is limited, there are still some ways for you to advance to an official wizard, Levi suggested. I know, but I realize that I might still prefer knights. Only this kind of physical battle can make my blood boil and give me the satisfaction I crave, Emperor Mew explained. All right then. If you need any help, you can let me know, Levi offered. Everyone had their own aspirations, and there was no problem with Emperor Mew's idea. Perhaps joining the life school of thought was the only way out of his current predicament. However, entering the realm of life from this realm was expensive. Even with Levi's current wealth, he could barely make a round trip. Although Emperor Mew was a legendary knight, it was still difficult for him to accumulate many ether stones and safely enter the realm of life. After all, the laws of the Pan-Plane Wizard Council only protected official wizards, not legendary knights. Levi could only wish Emperor Mew the best. Emperor Mew said, "Oh right, leader, I heard from Sage Mason that there is a powerful fifth circle wizard in the Star Sea. Her name is Flower Witch Alina. She also has another title, the Flower Knight. It's a pity that she's too powerful. Otherwise, we could have recruited her into our Twilight Knights." The Flower Knight is a legendary figure like the Blood Knight. As expected, she has also become a wizard. Moreover, she has advanced to the fifth circle in such a short time. She is an intermediate wizard. She is already a prominent figure in the Endless Sea. You are right, we are too weak now. We are not qualified to invite her to join us, said Levi as he smiled. However, given some time, Levi might be able to catch up to the Flower Knight. After talking to Emperor Mew, Levi did not return to Blackfire Island. Instead, he went to the Grey Tower. The Saint Ape breathing technique required the bloodline of an ape with a strong affinity with the earth element. Levi was unsure if he could find such a creature in the Endless Sea. He found Manla and asked him to look for Saint Ape secret medicine ingredients. It would be best if Manla managed to find a first circle transcendent ape creature. Although Levi had a great ice ape king in the human world, it was an ape with an affinity with the water element. Moreover, the blood of the great ice ape king was barely enough for Levi to cultivate the giant breathing technique. Therefore, the great ice ape king couldn't provide more for other breathing techniques. He also completed his pharmacy lessons in the tower. After that, Levi, Winnie, and Marlene had a small tea party. During the tea party, Levi learned that the island master of Whale Song Island, Morpheus, had recently come out of seclusion. However, Whale Song Island had been keeping a low profile lately and had not caused any trouble. Morpheus is actually still alive. Levi sighed internally. How wonderful it would be if Baron Deepsea had killed off Morpheus. Damn it, no good deed goes unpunished. Levi wondered, but now that the Tower Master is a third circle wizard, he's not afraid of Morpheus. I wonder who the fifth circle wizard backing Morpheus is. What is his intention? Why would he pay such a huge price to save Morpheus? Apart from Morpheus, Baron Deepsea was also still alive. They were both threats to the region. Levi planned, after we return to Blackfire Island, we must work hard to set up the array and upgrade the security measures there. That way, we can cultivate in peace. Levi went to the Tower Master's room. The Tower Master asked, "You're finally back. Did you succeed in refining the alchemical creatures I asked you to?" Levi took out the lowest quality swordsman mantis he had refined. "I suppose this can be considered a success." "Tower Master, what do you think?" asked Levi as he smiled. "Not bad." The Tower Master looked at the swordsman mantis and tapped on it, listening carefully. "There are still some flaws in some places. It's not perfect. However, for a beginner like you, it's already terrific that you can refine a zero-circle alchemical creature like the swordsman mantis, which requires greater precision. It was not a waste for me to personally guide you." The Tower Master revealed a satisfied smile. The Tower Master replied, "Don't get cocky. Your current skills are still far from refining a first-circle alchemical creature. I'll give you an assignment. This book is filled with alchemy runes and alchemy styles that will be used to refine first-circle alchemical creatures. Study it well. Only after you've mastered all of this will you be qualified to try refining a first-circle alchemical creature." He had been learning about arrays for some time, but still hadn't achieved anything. This time, he made up his mind. He wouldn't stop until he obtained an array skill on the proficiency panel. After returning to Blackfire Island, Levi began to study the Book of Cipher day and night. During this period, apart from cultivating the necessary breathing techniques and meditation arts, Levi spent the rest of his time studying arrays. Finally, in the month of Flowing Fire, Levi's proficiency panel changed. Levi. Array level 1000. Levi mumbled, "Finally, I did it. Next, I'll start making the simplest zero-circle array in the Book of Cipher." Levi was overjoyed. He had registered the path of arrays, the most challenging path to cultivate, in his proficiency panel. Next, he could start cultivating it. Just like potions, arrays were not an independent school of study. There were no special meditation arts for array wizards, so there was one less thing to worry about. In the future, Levi only needed to work on this one skill. The Book of Cipher recorded dozens of arrays of various sizes. Among them were 4 types of second circle arrays: see Demon Cage, Swarm Shark Dance, Misty Forest, and Lightless Shield. They were a control array, a killing array, a confusion array, and a defense array, respectively. There were 6 types of first circle arrays, and one of them was the Shadowless Maze array that allowed Pinas to hide his aura completely and even fool Marlene. The rest were all zero-circle arrays, which could be set up by even apprentice wizards. Of course, there was also a difference in difficulty among the zero-circle arrays. Considering his current situation, Levi decided to start with the simplest one. This array was called Cloud Mist. According to the Book of Cipher, it was a relatively unorthodox array. This array only had one function, and that was watering plants. It was similar to the automatic greenhouses in his previous life. Levi now had a large herbal field on Blackfire Island. The herbal field was usually guarded by 8 swordsman mantises. However, these alchemical creatures could only follow the most straightforward watering instructions. They could only use ordinary water, which could only fulfill the basic needs for the growth of herbs. Levi needed to personally use the flower fairies' due skill to water many herbs, especially the first circle herbs. The water from this skill contained rich elemental power and factors that were beneficial to the growth of herbs. It could promote the development of herbs and increase their efficacy. Watering the plants himself would waste some of Levi's cultivation time. If he could refine the Cloud Mist array and make a few sets to cover all of his herbal fields, he could rely on the arrays to gather the ingredients that were beneficial to the growth of herbs and nourish them continuously. This way, Levi could free up his time. Refining a Cloud Mist array required 144 types of spell runes and 12 array items. Each array item needed to be solidified with the corresponding spell runes and placed at a specific position. It was relatively easy to find the materials for crafting such low-level arrays. Levi had asked Manla to collect some from the Blackcell Wizard Market. These materials allowed Levi to craft about 20 Cloud Mist arrays. The materials for crafting a Cloud Mist array cost about 100 ether stones, which was not expensive. It was much cheaper than making an alchemical creature like the swordsman mantis. Levi had calculated that with the size of his herbal field, 12 Cloud Mist arrays could cover all the herbs that needed nourishment. Therefore, he only needed to refine 12 arrays successfully. On Blackfire Island, Levi went underground with these materials to refine the arrays. There was a fire cave deep in the abode where he lived. Red lava, rich in raging fire element power, flowed in the fire cave. Levi mumbled, "It's a pity I don't know how to make weapons. Otherwise, this lava would be perfect for making weapons." Crafting items for arrays was similar to crafting weapons, but arrays were much more complex. Even the simplest Cloud Mist array required 144 different spell runes. Levi had to imprint these spell runes into his spiritual force before he could solidify them onto the array items, similar to solidifying ordinary spells. Fortunately, the Book of Cipher was extensive and profound. Although it only recorded some low-level arrays, it was an encyclopedia of array knowledge. It detailed how to start from zero basics to forming beginner arrays and becoming a qualified array wizard. In addition, Levi had some talent in this field of study, so he now had some confidence in refining the Cloud Mist array. He placed the materials for the array into a special refining vessel and lowered them into the lava. He began to refine them. As he refined them, he also needed to recite the corresponding incantation and perform the related hand seals. The refining cycle of the array was long. Levi focused all his attention on refining the array items. He cultivated meditation arts to recover his spiritual force during breaks. He even temporarily stopped cultivating breathing techniques. He was determined to complete this array as soon as possible so that he could move on to refining the few first circle arrays he wanted. Half a month later, Levi finally completed the first Cloud Mist array. His first attempt was naturally a failure. After the array item was inserted into the ground, it could not be activated. This was inevitable for his first attempt, but Levi was not discouraged. At the very least, this failed refinement had increased his proficiency by nearly 200 points. The process helped him to grasp the knowledge he had gained from the book firmly. Levi was refining arrays while comprehending the Book of Cipher. His array proficiency was increasing rapidly. Refining arrays was much more complicated than Levi had imagined. He failed again and again. However, with sufficient money and time, he had nothing to fear. It was the year 1030 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, the month of beginning. Levi officially entered his 40s. However, he looked no different from when he was in his 20s. After all, Winnie had mistaken him for a 40-year-old uncle long ago. In the past half a year, Levi had been devoted to only one task, refining arrays. After a total of 12 failures, Levi had gone numb. He took out the 13th set of array items and went to the herbal field on Fire Dragon Peak. Most of the herbs Levi had planted had already sprouted and grew nicely. The four swordsman mantises patrolled the herbal field like robots in an orderly manner, preventing some hateful seagulls and other seabirds from stealing the precious medicinal herb seedlings. Levi chanted an incantation, and 12 array flags embedded with ether stones flew out. They turned into streams of light and surrounded a herbal field where blue fire grass was planted. Then, streams of white light shot out from these array flags and connected with each other, finally forming an array. As the array activated, wisps of white smoke diffused into a mist. The mist filled the herbal field and lingered. Drops of nutritious dew condensed on the leaves and roots of the blue fire grass. I succeeded. Levi heaved a deep sigh of relief. With this success, refining the other arrays would be easy. The cloud mist array consumed very little energy, so it did not require a lot of ether stones to sustain it. After the first activation, it could rely on the power of the ether in the world to form a perfect cycle. Moreover, this array was initially created to make it convenient for pharmacists to manage herbal fields. Therefore, this array had some unique features. If too much moisture in the air affected the herb's normal growth, the array would automatically shut down. Not bad. Next, I should strike while the iron is hot and refine all the remaining materials so that my array proficiency can reach level 3 as soon as possible. Levi revealed a gratified smile and returned to refining arrays. 2 months later, Levi had successfully refined 5 arrays from the remaining 7 sets of materials. In the end, Levi, a newbie in the field of arrays, successfully refined 6 arrays out of the 20 sets of materials. Logically speaking, Levi should be proud of such a result, but he was still slightly disappointed. After all, he was a man with a proficiency panel, so he had set a higher standard for himself. 6 arrays could only cover half of Levi's herbal field. He needed to refine another 6. After all his hard work, Levi's array proficiency reached level 2. Levi. Array level 2, 1052, 5000. Regardless of how the process turned out, after half a year of dedicated training, Levi was finally on the right track to refining arrays, which was considered the most challenging path. He estimated that he could refine a true first circle array when his array proficiency was at level 4. When that happened, he would be a genuine first circle wizard, a first circle pharmacist, and a first circle array wizard. The 3 skills of a wizard were arrays, weapon making, and pharmacy. Levi had already grasped 2 of the 3 skills. Although Levi wanted to keep cultivating arrays and break through to level 3 in one go, he had no more materials and could only stop for the time being. He continued cultivating the breathing techniques and skills he had put on hold for a long time. Levi had grown sick of only cultivating arrays over the past 6 months. He needed a change of pace. Raising his array proficiency to level 4 in one go would take at least 3 to 5 years. After all, refining arrays consumed too much time, money, and energy. Compared to arrays, pharmacy was much more manageable. Furthermore, repeatedly refining the identical arrays would give fewer proficiency points as Levi became increasingly familiar with them. Levi had to refine more types of arrays, just like how he practiced his pharmacy. Through this process, he would accumulate more practical knowledge and experience of different arrays. Only then would he be able to increase his array proficiency quickly. At present, half of the herbs on Fire Dragon Peak were covered by his arrays, which gave life to the originally desolate Black Fire Island. The 4 swordsman mantises shuttled through the mist, patrolling the area without stopping. Levi arranged for the other 4 to patrol the surroundings of the island. After returning to his cave abode, he cultivated the deep sea, night crow, earth, sun, and furnace meditation arts. After that, Levi took out the Klein crystal and checked his current spiritual force. Spiritual force, 25. Spell power, 500 points. Then Levi looked at his proficiency panel. Levi. Deep sea meditation art, level 43567, 20,000 night crow meditation art, level 47844, 20,000 earth meditation art, level 4 10,234, 20,000 sun meditation art, level 4 10,001, 20,000. Furnace meditation art, level 34399, 10,000. Levi mumbled after the first circle. The effect of the Sandman potion has significantly weakened. I have to find a better replacement. Otherwise, I will take at least 5 years to advance to become a senior first circle wizard. However, the formulas for meditation supplementary potions are too rare. Even Ms. Marlene only had the formula for the Sandman potion. Where can I find better formulas? Levi sighed, feeling somewhat helpless. He was starting to understand why knowledge was the most valuable thing for wizards. Whether it was spells, various potion formulas, alchemy blueprints, or array blueprints, it was only possible for wizards to obtain them through a teacher or with a large force supporting them. However, there was nothing he could do about it. There was no news about the inheritance of the Duncan family. The inheritance of the Van Helsing family might be in Heavenly Mountain, the forbidden area of the church. Levi would not venture into the most dangerous place of the Church of Holy Light just for a chance of the inheritance being there. He could only focus on cultivating the meditation arts that were supported by the special effects for now to increase his wizard realm. Knowledge, I lack knowledge, sigh, I'll take things slow. Rome was not built in a day. Besides meditation arts, Levi did not neglect his cultivation of spells either. Putting aside the cantrips, Levi had maxed out the 4 first ring spells. Levi. Fireball Technique, Level 5 Maximum Water Prison, Level 5 Maximum Rock Body, Level 5 Maximum. Green Smoke Escape, Level 5 Maximum. With Levi's current spiritual force, he could learn another first ring spell. For his 5th first ring spell, between Undead Summoning and Sacred Insect Touch, he chose the latter. Levi realized he did not need Undead Summoning for the time being since he already had the Level 7 Seal of Hell. At the highest level of Undead Summoning, he could summon 2 first circle hell creatures in battle, such as 2 hell strongmen. They would be of little help to Levi. Sacred Insect Touch was different. Since it was a first ring spell, the number of sacred insects Levi could control with it would be much greater than that of the cantrip insect controlling technique. He might be able to control up to 10,000. With the current strength of Levi's sacred insects, 10,000 of them attacking in full force could pose a huge threat to official wizards. The most important thing was that his sacred insects had growth potential. This meant that as the sacred insects evolved, his first ring spell would become stronger in the future. When Levi's spiritual force improved further, he would still cultivate undead. Summoning, the summoning spell was the basic spell for many second ring spells. Even if Levi did not use undead summoning after cultivating it, the proficiency points would not go to waste and would be passed down into advanced spells built upon it. Theoretically, a first circle wizard could learn 20 first ring spells, but Levi's current spiritual force needed to be improved. His foundation was still weak, so he needed to choose which spell he learned carefully, and the order in which he learned the spells was also crucial. Levi made up his mind. Manla will continue to collect the refining materials for the arrays. Next, I'll start constructing the spell model of the Sacred Insect Touch. Too many Saint Scorpions are in my breeding base now, and they're almost beyond my control. He took out the manuscript for the insect controlling technique. The spell model of the Sacred Insect Touch was recorded in this book. Sacred Insect Touch was considered a medium difficulty spell among the first ring spells. With Levi's current level, it took him less than half a month to successfully construct its spell model. During construction, Levi discovered many structures in the insect controlling technique were similar to that of the Sacred Insect Touch. It was apparent that one of them had referred to the other. In short, since Levi had already established the foundation of the insect controlling technique, he could construct the spell model of the Sacred Insect Touch smoothly. To Levi's surprise, the proficiency points of the insect controlling technique were passed on to the Sacred Insect Touch. Levi. Sacred Insect Touch, Level 3 110,000. Cantrip Insect Controlling Technique, which used to be on Levi's proficiency panel, had disappeared and was replaced by Sacred Insect Touch. This is perfect. This has saved me a lot of cultivation time. He could control 1,000 Saint Scorpions with the Level 3 Sacred Insect Touch. This number was the same as the insect controlling technique at maximum level. Levi struck while the iron was hot. He cultivated this newly learned spell with his breathing techniques and meditation arts. It was the year 1030 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, the month of flowing fire. Levi had upgraded the Sacred Insect Touch to Level 4. The number of Saint Scorpions under Levi's control had reached 3,000. Although it was still far from his estimated 10,000, it had at least solved his immediate problem. Levi no longer needed to control the population of Saint Scorpions. For now, he could let these little guys mate freely and select more outstanding offspring, eliminating inferior individuals. Apart from that, Levi had completed the remaining 6 cloud mist arrays. With that, he had resolved the problem of watering and fertilizing his herbal field. However, the proficiency points he gained from repeatedly refining the cloud mist arrays were getting lesser. Levi estimated upgrading his array proficiency to Level 3 would take some time. In terms of breathing techniques, other than the Saint Ape breathing technique that had just reached Level 3, the Golden Horn breathing technique, the Ostrich Mountain breathing technique, and the giant breathing technique were all approaching level 11. The golden horn breathing technique was expected to reach the legendary stage before the end of the year. Levi lacked the ingredients for the secret medicine for the Saint Ape breathing technique, so he stopped cultivating it after reaching level 3. In the future, when he had the secret medicine, he would continue cultivating it more efficiently. This would save Levi precious time. He had too many skills to cultivate, so he had to learn how to allocate time and resources reasonably. Levi was on the right track, be it the path of mites or wizards. One was enough for him to gain a foothold in the endless sea. The price of all this was that Levi's funds were being depleted. After a long period of secluded cultivation, Levi's current reserve of ether stones had plummeted to below 5,000 ether stones. This made Levi extremely insecure. Although he was only a first circle wizard, his daily expenses were higher than some second circle wizards because he was learning too many things. He sorted out the spell books, wizard tools, and other things he had obtained over the years. He planned to go to the Blacksell Wizard Market and sell these things for some money. He also wanted to see if he could get some potion formulas from the market. Levi had yet to register as a pharmacist. Although his potions were authentic and high quality, he could not sell them in certified stores. Therefore, Levi could only set up stalls or sell them on the black market. During the Sea Beast Tide, the president of the Pharmacist Association in this region, Angus, was killed by Baron Deep Sea. According to the Pharmacist Association's regulations on the administration of the pharmaceutical industry, the president of a branch of the Pharmacist Association had to be at least a second circle pharmacist. As the only second circle pharmacist in the region, Marlene did not want to be the president. As a result, the Pharmacist Association in Area 9 was merged with the Pharmacist Association in Area 8. The headquarters was very far away from Levi's place. He did not have time to get certified for the time being. Anyway, the potions he refined now were mainly for his own usage. Riding on Leviathan, Levi left Blackfire Island. He left the rock troll couple, Terrell and the poison fire bone snake Igor to guard the cave abode. He set off with the other 4 generals. He left behind 3 first circle living dead, 1 first circle transcendent creature, and 8 swordsman mantises. They were enough to deal with most intruders. There was no need to leave all his living dead as guards. Bringing some with him could increase his combat strength and help him deal with possible crises. 3 days later, Levi arrived at the Blacksell Wizard Market. As usual, he had Leviathan be on standby in the sea. Levi changed his appearance and flew with his blood wings. When he was about to approach the coastline, he jumped into the sea and swam to port. This was Levi's first time here since the Sea Beast Tide. Usually, he would ask Manla to help him purchase goods here. The market was almost as lively as before the Sea Beast Tide. Many people had set up stalls here again. Levi's body emitted the spiritual force of a first circle wizard. As he walked, he could feel the fear and envy of the apprentice wizards. There were few official wizards in the Blacksell Wizard Market. Everywhere he went, he would attract the attention of the apprentice wizards. Naturally, Levi enjoyed their gazes. Long ago, he had also hidden in the crowd and looked at the awe-inspiring wizards. This time, it was finally his turn to show off. As usual, Levi looked around to see if anyone was selling breathing techniques, but he found nothing. He arrived at the Celestial Circle shop. This time, the waitress who greeted him was no longer the beautiful witch, Irene, but another witch. Perhaps Irene had died in the Sea Beast Tide. Do you have formulas for any first circle potions? It would be best if they were formulas for meditation supplementary potions, Levi asked. Just shook her head. I'm sorry, Lord. Aside from formulas for some common potions for apprentices, I don't have any other potion formulas. Most potion formulas are kept secret by major wizard organizations and pharmacists. Even our Celestial Circle shop rarely has them in stock. All right then. Levi felt a little disappointed. He couldn't even buy a single formula for first circle potions in the Celestial Circle shop. Potion formulas were truly difficult to obtain. He asked for other items he needed, such as the blood of an Earth Affinity Transcendent ape. However, they did not have what he needed either. Just said, Earth Affinity Transcendent apes are commonly found in the Earth realm. Helpless, Levi walked out of the Celestial Circle shop. He had only bought a few insignificant items here. He was mainly here to sell his items. The items he had looted weren't suitable for sale in the Celestial Circle shop. He would have needed to explain the origin of the items. Levi couldn't be bothered to explain. Moreover, the Celestial Circle shop was established, so they took a huge cut of the profits. He might as well set up a stall outside himself. Levi walked on the street and found the busiest place with the most human traffic. He came to a stall owned by a high-level apprentice witch and took out an ether stone. Beautiful lady, would you mind letting me use this stall for a day? Levi asked. The rogue witch's eyes lit up when she saw the ether stone. Then she felt the spiritual force of Levi that was several times stronger than hers. Her expression changed slightly. Lord, my name is Terry. I don't mind. You can use this stall for free. I was just about to close for the day, Terry said. You are a smooth talker. Take this. I'm in a good mood. Levi stuffed the ether stone into Terry's hand and then took out the things he wanted to sell. After a while, a variety of items were displayed on the stall. The most valuable item among them was the first circle wizard tool, the fire shield. There were other items like spell books, potions, quasi-wizard tools, etc. These were all items that Levi had no use for. The items filled the stall, and Levi even put up a sign, buying first circle potion formulas, alchemy blueprints, herbal materials, alchemy materials, and breathing techniques of various grades. Blacksell Grocery Merchant Gerald. After arranging the things, Levi closed his eyes and covered his face with a copy of the love history of ancient witches while waiting for customers to arrive. He was dressed luxuriously and had a big belly. He looked like a fat merchant who loved money more than life itself. A passerby commented, "Wow, there's actually a first circle wizard tool for sale. Unfortunately, the item is for the burning faction. Lord, is your wizard tool up to spec? Why isn't this potion certified? Is it authentic?" From time to time, apprentice wizards came to ask for prices, but after hearing Levi's prices, many of them shook their heads and left. Levi was not in a hurry. He just wanted to let the people in the market know that he was selling a real first circle wizard tool here. He wanted to use this as a gimmick to attract more people. There were so many things in his stall, there would be people who wanted them. By the next day, most of the items in Levi's stall had been bought, except for the first circle wizard tool. Levi had sold everything else cheaply, so he had earned about 2,000 ether stones and barely recovered some of his wealth. Although Levi was not a registered pharmacist, some people still could tell that the potions Levi refined were genuine. Slowly, as word of mouth spread, even though Levi sold potions without a license, people still bought them. After all, Levi sold his potions at lower prices than registered pharmacists on the market, and the quality of his potions was better. Of course, he could only sell the potions sparingly. If he did it too frequently, it would damage the interests of other registered pharmacists and disrupt the market. The Pharmacist Association would likely investigate the matter. If that happened, Levi would not be able to bear the consequences. Levi made an exception this time. In the future, he would still have to go to the Pharmacist Association to get certified. The potions that Levi was selling at the stall were all the apprentice potions and first circle potions that he had concocted when he was farming for proficiency points in pharmacy. In addition, he had 2 bottles of Naga's blessing potion that he had yet to sell. He had to be careful when selling such a precious breakthrough potion because it might draw unwanted attention to him. He might be targeted by some people with ulterior motives. Unfortunately, after so many days, Levi had only bought a few basic breathing techniques, none related to endurance or perception. He was somewhat disappointed. 3 days later, Levi packed up his things. "I've sold almost everything. It's time for me to leave," Levi thought. The only thing left unsold was the first circle wizard tool. Levi planned to sell it in the future. A tall and thin wizard wearing a black robe and a hood stopped in front of Levi's stall. Levi could feel the spiritual force of a first circle wizard from him. "Sir, this first circle wizard tool belongs to the black-hearted arsonist, Terrell Wright." The first circle wizard suddenly talked to Levi through the secret transmission spell. Levi's expression did not change. He also sent a voice transmission. "That's right. It seems that you have a keen eye. How about it? Do you want to buy it?" Terrell was a dark wizard, so his death was justified. Levi would have handed Terrell's head to the Star Tower in exchange for a reward, but he did not do so because he made a living dead out of the corpse. Hence, Levi was not afraid of being recognized as Terrell's killer. Kanker explained, "I am a dark wizard hunter, wind-chasing arrow Kanker. Terrell once escaped from me, and he was no weakling. I didn't expect him to be caught by you. I don't have enough ether stones on me right now, so I wonder if you can accept a barter. I also have some things that might interest Vu." As the name implied, dark wizard hunters were wizards who actively hunted down dark wizards, whom the Pan-Plane Wizard Council wanted in exchange for bounties to make a living. Generally speaking, dark wizard hunters had much combat experience fighting dangerous and cunning dark wizards. Their combat strength was a little higher than ordinary wizards, and they often had some miscellaneous spoils of war on them. Levi thought, "My spider sensing does not detect any abnormality. It seems that this person has no ulterior motives. His spiritual force is stronger than mine. He might be a senior first circle wizard. Kanker is not as simple as he looks. Sure, but this fire shield can only be used by members of the Burning School of Thought. Are you sure you want to buy it?" Levi reminded. Kanker's residence was in the bustling Blacksale Wizard Market near Levi's stall. It was a small 3-story wizard tower. He usually lived in seclusion in this bustling market. "What a small wizard tower," Levi commented while looking at it. "This is not a real wizard tower. It lacks many of the functions normal wizard towers have. It's just a shelter for me. I'm just a nomadic wizard. How would I have the money to build a wizard tower?" Kanker smiled wryly. It must have been difficult for you to reach your current level as a nomadic wizard, Levi complimented. After becoming an official wizard, one could start building a wizard tower. Generally speaking, a wizard tower was a place for wizards to cultivate, similar to the temples and monasteries of religious groups. There were not as many wizards in ancient times as there were now. Back then, all official wizards would build a wizard tower and find apprentices to do odd jobs there. Most wizards did not interact much with each other. They would stay in their towers and do their research. However, with the evolution of the wizard civilization, especially the establishment of the Pan-Plane Wizard Council, the relationship between the wizards became closer and closer, and the number of official wizards also exploded. In this day and age, very few first circle wizards would build their own wizard tower. They would only consider building their wizard tower after reaching the second circle. In this era, many wizards had long given up on building their own wizard towers and chose to use the towers of others to cultivate. An actual wizard tower was something that only grand wizards were qualified to establish. Levi knew little about this, but he roughly knew that under the wizard tower system, with the grand wizard as the core and official wizards of all levels as branches and leaves, it formed a perfect wizard ecosystem. In this system, the tower master was at the top and ruled everything. The others had their duties. When official wizards of the wizard tower advanced and became stronger, it would be like the roots transporting nutrients to the rest of the tree. They would allow the tower master at the top to enjoy increased spiritual force. The tower master's strength would also affect the official wizards under him. Furthermore, wizards were born to seize the fortune of heaven and earth, unravel the mysteries of the universe, pursue the untouchable truth, and defy the heavens. Therefore, it was said that after the fall of a high-level wizard, their wisdom would return to nature. Since long ago, wizards had discovered that it was more effective to meditate where high-level wizards had fallen. Some talented people could even occasionally feel the mark of truth of the deceased high-level wizards. In other words, they would obtain enlightenment and fortuitous encounters similar to the deceased. They would gain many strange benefits. Of course, such fortuitous encounters were not always good. An intermediate wizard named Pucci once triggered the mark of truth in the Star Sea. Rumor has it that he obtained the secret technique of a grand wizard's step of ascension. After that, Pucci went crazy and became a mad wizard more dangerous than some dark wizards. He kept muttering, I understand, ha ha ha, I will become a god. In the end, Pucci was imprisoned in the Abyss City's underwater prison in the Star Sea for leading an evil cult in the wizard world. Later, he seemed to have died suddenly in prison. The secret technique of the Step of Ascension also went missing. The evil cult he left behind still had many followers, and they continued causing trouble. They became one of the factions of the Dark Wizards. Miraculous incidents occurred where high-level wizards fell. The wizards compared these phenomena to whale fall in nature. They named these phenomena wizard fall. The discovery of the wizard fall phenomenon made wizards yearn even more for the towers of high-level wizards. In some closely knit wizard communities, even if the high-level wizards were traveling in another plane, they would do their best to return to their wizard towers when they felt their time was coming. Their deaths would bring more value to the wizard towers, and they could leave their last mark on the younger generation of the wizard world. All the wizards in a wizard tower were closely connected under its ecosystem. These wizard towers still existed in many wizard factions. There were strict requirements and restrictions on the recruitment and expulsion of members. After the tower master advanced to legendary, the wizard tower would rely on the powerful spiritual force of the legendary wizard to transform into a legendary demiplane. The legendary wizard was like the god of creation of this demiplane, and the other wizards of the wizard tower could also obtain various benefits. In short, a rising tide lifts all boats. Wizard towers were an unfamiliar concept for Levi. He only knew a little about it through some general education classes. Kanker's tiny wizard tower was very quiet, in stark contrast to the hustle and bustle of the market outside. Sir Levi, do you want some wine or any other drink? Kanker asked. I'm good. Just take out the item you want to barter, replied Levi as he smiled. A red-haired witch in a loose nightgown came down from the second floor. Do we have a guest? The witch asked. This is my partner, Tina, Kanker said with a smile. She's an official wizard of the Burning School of Thought. Levi smiled. From the looks of it, Kanker wanted to buy the fire shield for his wife. Kanker took some items from his storage bag and laid them on the ground. Among them were first circle wizard tools, spell books, potions, and casting materials. Sir Levi, does anything here catch your eye? Levi carefully examined the items on the ground. He did not need more wizard tools, as he had plenty of them. Levi looked through the spell books and found spell books from all factions. Kanker was indeed a dark wizard hunter. He should have obtained these spell books from killing dark wizards. Suddenly, Levi noticed a spell book with a green cover titled Nature's Secret Language. This is a spell book of first ring spells I obtained from killing a dark wizard from the School of Spiritualism. It is a rare item in the realm of Azure Cloud. It should be enough to exchange for your fire shield, Kanker said. All right, it's settled then, Levi said. He had long wanted to learn the school of spiritualism's beast-taming spell, but never found a spell book. Now that he had come across one, he naturally would not let this opportunity slip past him. Levi wanted to learn beast-taming mainly to cultivate his breathing techniques. He did not expect the beasts to provide him with much combat power. Levi said, "My name is Gerald. I am a wizard grocer. I often come here to purchase things. If you have some good things in the future, we can establish a long-term cooperation." Kanker was a dark wizard hunter. There were all kinds of dark wizards, so he might be able to find something good. "No problem. You are a straightforward person," Kanker said happily. Levi bid farewell to the couple and left the Blacksail Wizard Market with his newly acquired spell book. With his current spiritual force, he could not learn any spells in nature's secret language. He needed to accumulate 27 points before he could cultivate the spells. He was just preparing for a rainy day. The trip to the Blacksail Wizard Market had temporarily brought Levi's Ether Stones count up to 7,000. However, he still felt that more was needed. Pharmacy, alchemy, and arrays all required enormous funds to sustain. Levi mumbled, "I have to find time to visit Area 8 and get registered as a First Circle pharmacist. That way, I can sell my potions in the Celestial Circle." However, Levi planned to wait until he advanced to a senior First Circle wizard and became stronger before going to Area 8. The money he had was enough for now. It was the year 1030 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, the month of the Northern Wind. During this period, he refined a zero-circle array called Spider Web Alert. This array was based on the design of the spider web. Once someone accidentally touched the array, it would alert the owner, Levi. Levi had refined 10 of these arrays and set them up all over Blackfire Island. He had even installed several around his cave abode. This way, when immersed in the meditation arts and could not sense the outside world, he would still be alerted if anyone accidentally entered his territory. This would significantly increase his safety. He had successfully raised his array proficiency to level 3 by refining this array. Levi. Array level 3 230 for 10,000. Levi sighed, "I'm getting closer and closer to level 4, but I'm getting poorer and poorer. It takes money to gain proficiency points so quickly." Levi looked at the remaining 3,000 Ether Stones and fell into deep thought. He thought, "Why don't I just become a dark wizard hunter? With my ability, I should be able to do well. Forget it. If I do it too often, I might expose myself." Levi shook his head and dismissed the idea. His current spiritual force was only 26 points, 4 points away from the standard 30 points for a First Circle senior wizard. It would take him another 2 to 3 years to break through. He had been actively looking for a better meditation supplementary potion formula recently. Unfortunately, such a thing was too rare, and he had not found any. By the end of the year, although Levi had reached a bottleneck on his path as a wizard and could not break through for the time being, his breathing techniques had progressed smoothly and considerably. He had finally reached the legendary realm in the Golden Horn breathing technique he had obtained from Emperor Mew. Inside the cave, Levi stood before a mirror, looking at the golden horn protruding from his forehead. The horn was about a foot long and seemed to contain mysterious energy. However, Levi had yet to thoroughly study it, so he could not utilize this energy. It was a legendary organ born from the Golden Horn breathing technique. Levi called it the Golden Horn. So far, Levi's only use for it was to throw people. This horn was extremely sturdy, as if it was made of bright gold and was not afraid of being damaged. Levi. Golden Horn breathing technique, level 11 maximum, special effect, golden scale solid state. The Golden Horn breathing technique and the Black Snake breathing technique were practically twins. Even at level 11, both had only one special effect, one with black scales and the other with golden scales. The defense of the solid golden scales was similar to that of the black scales, comparable to the strongest first ring defensive spell. In Levi's opinion, this might be the unique characteristic of the Black Snake and Golden Horn breathing techniques, which pursued the ultimate defense. Therefore, Levi had few thoughts about activating their second special effects. He would just let fate take its course. After reaching the maximum of the Golden Horn breathing technique, just as Levi had expected, the functions of the black scales and the golden scales completely overlapped, and there was no way to stack them. Therefore, he prepared to assemble and mutate these two breathing techniques. After pushing the Golden Horn breathing technique to its maximum, Levi did not immediately start assembling and mutating it with the Black Snake breathing technique. He spent a few days adjusting his condition to its peak. This was the first time Levi had broken through the limits of a legendary grade breathing technique. He did not know what would happen next, so he could not help but feel a little nervous. On Blackfire Island, the swordsman mantises patrolled around the clock. The 7 generals of the living dead family hid in the dark, ready to deal a fatal blow to intruders. The poison firebone snake, Igor, also guarded the island from his cave. Traces of colorless and invisible energy crisscrossed and surrounded Levi's cave. Once an intruder broke in, an alarm would be triggered. Blackfire Island was now impregnable. In this region, no one could trespass onto the island aside from the second circle wizards from the large organizations. With such thorough preparations, Levi took a deep breath and assembled the black snake breathing technique and the golden horn breathing technique in his cave. Breaking through the limit of a level 11 breathing technique required 10 points. Maxing out a level 11 breathing technique contributed 8 points. Therefore, Levi needed an additional 2 points to aid in assembling the two breathing techniques. Fortunately, Levi had prepared beforehand and learned a basic defensive breathing technique to its maximum of level 5, which provided him with just enough points for this assembly. Let's begin. Levi focused internally. The majestic black snake with a candle and the domineering golden horn beast began to clash. As soon as they clashed, Levi could sense that the black snake was slightly inferior to the golden horn beast. It was at a disadvantage right from the start. After all, the black snake breathing technique was once a breathing technique at the maximum of level 9. Thus, although they were both legends, the black snake's original level was not as high as the golden horn beast's. Levi was mentally prepared for this from the start. He looked at the black snake, which was constantly at a disadvantage, and sighed. The golden horn beast would be the dominant of this assembly. The golden horn beast quickly pressed the black snake to the ground. It flapped its wings as if announcing its victory. The black snake coiled its body around the golden horn beast, binding it tightly. This was the first time Levi had experienced such an intense assembly. Deep down, he hoped that the black snake would win. After all, this was a breathing technique passed down from his ancestors, and it had grown stronger with him. In Levi's opinion, the black snake breathing technique had always been on par with the golden horn breathing technique. However, from the looks of it, even though Levi had forcefully broken through its limit to level 11 with his proficiency panel, the black snake was still slightly inferior when assembling. Oh well, I'll take whatever I get. At this point, he had to break through the limits no matter what, so Levi was not concerned about which side emerged victorious. Anyway, with the proficiency panel, this mutation should be successful. As for what type of mutation came from, he had no control over it. This assembly lasted for an exceptionally long time. The assembly of the night owl and the man-faced spider could not be compared to it. The mutation only ended on the third day. Levi peered inside of himself. The black snake and golden horn beast had disappeared entirely. In its place was a gigantic object that surpassed the seeds of other breathing techniques. It coiled around Levi's heart. This giant had a slender and powerful snake body. Its entire body was covered in black gold scales interlaced with gold and iron. The pair of golden dragon wings on its back covered the sky. Its head was still the same as that of a black snake, but a single horn shone with golden light on its forehead. When the giant snake extended its golden tongue, a candle could be seen burning with golden candlelight. The eyes of this giant were emitting a faint golden light, and it was majestic. Looking at the new life seed, Levi had a strange expression. He muttered, "Why does it feel like a hybrid between an eastern and western dragon?" Levi opened his proficiency panel to see what changes had happened to the black snake breathing technique and golden horn breathing technique. Levi. Golden snake breathing technique, rank 11 1/300,000. Special effect, black gold scale solid state, dragon's intimidation. Black gold scale, a black scale formed by combining the characteristics of the black snake with a candle and the golden horn beast. It has extremely high defense. The introduction is simplistic and very general. It's still written in the same tone as before. Levi could not help but complain. As for how high extremely high defense was, the proficiency panel did not specify. Levi had to test it himself. He turned his attention to the second special effect unique to this assembly. Dragon's Intimidation. You have obtained the power of Dragon's Intimidation that only dragons above the sub-dragon species have. Consume a certain amount of spiritual force to perform Dragon's Intimidation once. All dragon hybrids below the sub-dragon species will be affected by Dragon's Intimidation to a certain extent. All existences with weaker spiritual force than yours will also be affected by it. This special effect cannot be upgraded, but it will increase as the purity of your dragon bloodline increases. My defensive breathing technique finally has a second special effect. It's not easy to get to this stage. However, why does this special effect feel like the seal of dragon might? Could it be that the Winchester family is also a descendant of the dragon clan? Levi did not use the seal of dragon's might much after maxing it out. He only occasionally used the special effect of dragon affinity to tame beasts. Now, it seemed that Levi's previous suspicions were correct. The black snake with candle and the golden horn beast were both dragon creatures, but the golden horn beast was slightly higher. These two breathing techniques had become the new golden snake breathing technique. Levi's future evolution direction was no longer just the black snake breathing technique or golden horn breathing technique, but a whole new path of evolution. Although the name golden snake did not imply that it was of the dragon clan, a golden snake should be stronger than a hunchback dragon. Dragons were mighty, but there were still some powerful snake rulers in the multidimensional plane that were not inferior to dragons at all. In the future, Levi's evolution did not necessarily have to move towards the dragon clan. Instead, he had to combine the advantages of the dragon clan and other powerful existences to create a perfect, all-rounded, extraordinary existence with no shortcomings. This was the path that Cars from JoJo dreamed of becoming an ultimate creature. Levi analyzed, although this dragon's intimidation special effect was part of the breathing technique, it's apparent that it is a pure mental attack type skill. However, this mental attack doesn't come from a spell but from the trace of the dragon bloodline in my body. If used well, it should be able to play a significant role in battle. So far, it's equivalent to the low-level Conqueror's Haki. After studying the newly mutated breathing technique, Levi touched the golden horn on his head and stuck out the golden snake tongue in his mouth. The golden horn and the black snake's tongue are still here, but the black snake's tongue has now been renamed the golden snake's tongue. Levi heaved a sigh of relief. The snake's tongue was very important to Levi. He could not lose it. Even though the breathing techniques had mutated, these supernatural organs still existed. The mutated golden snake had perfectly inherited these two supernatural organs from the black snake and the golden horn beast. Now I have to test the defense of the black gold scale. It should be stronger than the pure black scale and golden scale. Otherwise, this mutation would have been a waste, Levi muttered. Levi focused his will, and a black gold gas emanated from his legs and condensed into hideous scales that shone with light. These scales were a little rougher than the black scales from before. They were less dense, but it was obvious that their defense was stronger. Without hesitation, Levi took the Poseidon trident and stabbed it at his calf with the power of the golden revolving slash. Such an attack could break all levels of first ring spell defenses except for grade A defense. Clang, sparks flew in all directions, and the crisp sound of metal colliding echoed in the cave abode. Levi watched as the revolving force stubbornly attached to the black gold scales slowly dissipated. The black gold scales were also forcefully pierced by the revolving force, leaving a small bloody hole in Levi's leg. However, the bloody hole quickly healed and disappeared after a few minutes. This level of injury was like a needle prick for Levi. It took the revolving force so long to penetrate the black gold scale, so it's indeed stronger than the black scale. However, this test is inconclusive because I didn't use my full strength. I need to continue testing. He then covered his entire body with black gold scales and had the living dead Cain cast a fireball. Without any hesitation, the latter bombarded Levi with a fireball. Boom! Flames soared into the sky as the fireball exploded. Levi was enveloped in raging flames, yet he emerged unscathed. He shook his body and dusted the flames off him. After the flames dissipated, the black gold scales were only slightly charred. A small portion of the scales had cracked from the force of the explosion, but it was not a big deal. The attack posed no threat to Levi's safety at all. A fireball with grade B attack power cannot break through my black gold scale. I wonder if it can block the attack of a second ring spell. Although Levi wanted to experiment further, he wouldn't throw his life away battling a second circle wizard, so he could only give up for now. Although they were both at level 11, the black gold scale's defense was definitely stronger than the solid state black scale. The solid state black scale was almost as strong as a grade A first ring defensive spell. This black gold scale should be at least grade A+ or grade S. However, Levi could not test whether the black gold scales could block an ordinary second ring spell attack. He felt it should be able to do so for a short time. Levi muttered, although it's good that the breathing techniques mutated and assembled, it also means that I need to adjust the secret medicine. He continued, when my golden snake breathing technique reaches the maximum of level 12, it will be time for me to break through the shackles of a legendary knight. I wonder what kind of changes will happen after level 12. No matter what, he was probably the only person who had created a breathing technique that surpassed the legendary grades so far. It could also be considered a new chapter in the path of knights. After the birth of the golden snake, Levi tried to cultivate the golden snake breathing technique without using any secret medicine. Sadly, he discovered that his cultivation speed was extremely slow. Even with the proficiency panel, if he did not rely on the secret medicine and continued cultivating other skills simultaneously, it would take at least 15 years to advance the level 11 golden snake breathing technique to level 12. After level 11, the breathing technique seemed to have reached a watershed. Its dependence on secret medicine increased further. Without secret medicine, it was difficult to cultivate the breathing technique. Levi felt that the secret medicine would be the key to his breathing technique cultivation. After becoming a legend, the materials needed for the secret medicine needed to be updated. Many of those mortal materials needed to be eliminated and replaced with extraordinary materials with similar functions. If one could still rely on ordinary secret medicines to cultivate before becoming a legend, then after becoming one, if one wanted to gain experience quickly, one would need corresponding extraordinary secret medicines. Moreover, simple concoction was no longer possible. The next secret potion might require Levi's pharmaceutical knowledge to carry out the refining. Fortunately, I'm a pharmacist. This is my forte. Levi was glad that he had made the right decision to become a pharmacist. Whether it was a knight or a wizard, they could not do without the profession of a pharmacist. Currently in Levi's breathing technique system, other than the golden snake, the only ones that needed cultivation were the saint ape, the giant, and the ostrich mountain. Now that he had successfully broken through the limit once, Levi planned to break through the limit of the red lotus breathing technique. In the following days, Levi began to study the golden snake potion while cultivating. First of all, there was no doubt that it still required snake blood, dragon horn powder, and ambergris. As for the other ingredients, Levi quickly found suitable transcendent-level substitutes in the wizard world based on his own pharmaceutical knowledge, replacing the ordinary ingredients. After Levi's test, the effects of the potion made from Jormun's snake blood were much better than the blood of the first Circle C snake he had obtained. Therefore, he guessed that if the dragon horn powder and ambergris were also extracted from the bodies of second circle transcendent creatures, the effects of the snake potion would be even better. For the secret medicine after the legendary realm, the main ingredient had to be at least a first circle transcendent creature to be effective. The higher the grade, the better. Levi believed that he could rank his snake potion. If all the secret medicines were refined by first circle transcendent creatures, it would be a level 1 secret medicine. If all the secret medicines were refined by the second circle transcendent creatures, it would be a level 2 secret medicine. The current situation was that among Levi's snake potion, only the snake blood was of the second circle. The dragon horn powder and other materials were all of the first circle. Therefore, his snake potion was only at level 1.5 at best. Of course, there was nothing he could do about it. Levi could not encounter a mixed blood dragon with 2 rings and long horns, and even if he did, he would not be able to defeat them. Now, he could only make do with Leviathan's dragon horns and ambergris. Or rather, he could think of a way to let Leviathan advance to the second circle and continue to take advantage of Leviathan. However, this was also unlikely. Transcendent creatures like Leviathan did not have the concept of cultivation. Their growth limit was dead, and it was very difficult to break through. Unless they had some special fortuitous encounter, it was possible to break through the shackles of their bloodline. Finally, after half a year of research and experiments, during the month of Germinal in the year 1030, one of the Holy Brilliance calendar, Levi had successfully developed the extraordinary version of the snake potion. After consuming the medicine, his cultivation speed would be 3 times faster. In other words, if he consumed the first-generation secret medicine, Levi would be able to raise the golden snake breathing technique to level 12 within 5 years. This was basically what Levi had expected. When he reached level 12 and truly broke through to the legendary realm, he might have the capacity to fight against a second circle transcendent creature. At that time, he would think of a way to capture a second circle transcendent creature to take over Leviathan's position so that Leviathan could retire in peace. After solving the problem of the secret medicine, Levi officially started cultivating the golden snake breathing technique. This breathing technique was improving at a slow pace. After the golden snake breathing technique was on the right track, Levi began to cultivate the other skills gradually. Before the golden snake breathing technique reached level 12, he had to strive to break through the limits of more legendary breathing techniques, and then his wizard realm would also reach the level of a first circle veteran wizard. Apart from training, Levi did not forget to study his golden horn. He felt that the main function of this extraordinary organ was not to protect his head. Unfortunately, Levi tried for a long time, but nothing came out of golden horn. He guessed that the level of the golden snake breathing technique was not high enough, and the extraordinary organ had not fully developed yet. When his breathing technique level increased, there would be a day when the golden horn would not disappoint him. During the month of flowers, Levi and Emperor Mew fought as usual. Levi, who had the defense of the black gold scale, could almost deflect all of Emperor Mew's attacks. The more he fought, the more frightened Emperor Mew became. In the end, he was unwilling to admit defeat. As a legendary knight, Emperor Mew could feel that Levi's breathing technique had improved. It was obvious that Levi had gone further than him on the road to becoming legendary. Emperor Mew had no choice but to accept all kinds of missions when he returned to Sighing Sea Breeze. He tried his best to earn money so that he could enter the realm of life as soon as possible and stay away from the leader. It was the year 1031 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, month of northern wind. Levi's furnace meditation art had reached level 4, and he had almost fully comprehended the first circle alchemy runes, an alchemy style given to him by the Tower Master. If not for the fact that Levi only had 3,000 ether stones left, he would not have been able to afford the cost of a first circle alchemical creature. He had to get a blueprint of a first circle alchemical creature from the Tower Master to refine it. As his proficiency in the Earth meditation art and the Sun meditation art increased, Levi's spiritual energy also increased. Spiritual force, 27. Spell power, 540. It's about time I can cultivate nature's secret language. Levi was excited. He had long wanted to learn this spell from the school of spiritualism, but his spiritual force had been insufficient before. Now that his spiritual force had caught up, he immediately took out the spellbook and began to study it to construct the spell model. From the introduction of the spellbook, Nature's Secret Language was a basic first ring spell in the school of spiritualism, and there were corresponding advanced second ring spells behind it. Its status was similar to undead summoning in the school of death. Basically, if one wanted to learn the advanced animal taming spells of the school of spiritualism, one would need the first ring spell, Nature's Secret Language. Thus, Levi could not be tricked or taken advantage of by learning this spell. In less than a month, Levi had completed the spell model of Nature's Secret Language, and he had officially entered the beginner level. Levi. Nature's Secret Language, level 1000. After learning Nature's Secret Language, Levi suddenly realized that the beast taming skill that he had long forgotten in a corner, the one that he had cultivated alone during his mortal days, had suddenly changed. Levi. Beast taming, level 3 maximum. Discovered superior skill with the same function can be fused. You can do this. This was the first time Levi had encountered such a situation. He had never expected that a mortal beast taming skill he had cultivated could actually be fused with a spell. Then let's try fusing. Beast taming isn't very useful to me anyway. Only Wild Heart is somewhat useful. Then Levi started to merge beast taming and Nature's Secret Language. The fusion only consumed an insignificant amount of spiritual force, and it ended very quickly. Levi looked at the newly created skill on his interface and was delighted. Levi. Nature's Secret Language, level 3110,000. Special effect, Nature's Heart. The proficiency of beast taming has been completely inherited to Nature's Secret Language, and the special effect Wild Heart has been upgraded to Nature's Heart. Nature's Heart, your affinity with extraordinary creatures and your talent in beast taming spells have increased. Simple description, powerful effect. Not bad. It's equivalent to giving me the talent to cultivate the school of spiritualism's beast taming spells. It's similar to some wizards with special talents. As far as Levi knew, other than the most basic and necessary wizard talent elemental affinity, there were also some special wizard talents that were not necessary but were also very useful. They were also called second talent. It was extremely rare to see a second talent like this. It was comparable to an elemental child. Once it appeared, it would be snatched away by the major wizard organizations. For example, the machinery heart of the School of Alchemy, the Queen of Insects of the Insect School that could only be borne by witches, the extreme Ice Walker of the Ice School, and the sound of all things of the School of Spiritualism. His Nature's Heart should be a decent second talent. With this second talent, Levi should be able to make some achievements if he switched to the School of Spiritualism. However, although the School of Spiritualism was better than the School of Alchemy, and there was barely a great wizard to oversee it, it was still considered a small school, and its future prospects were not very good. Moreover, true wizard apprentices of the School of Spiritualism needed to start training with their own spiritual beast from a young age. Only then could they truly unleash the power of their spiritual beast. An official wizard from the School of Spiritualism could contract multiple spiritual beasts in their lifetime. Without a spirit beast, one could not be called a true wizard from the School of Spiritualism. The spiritual beast was completely bound to the spiritual force and soul of a wizard from the School of Spiritualism. It was equivalent to being directly bound to his life. It would rise or fall together and could not be replaced. The growth limit of the beast directly determined the future level limit of the wizards from the School of Spiritualism. The spiritual power cultivation of a wizard, as well as the breakthrough and advancement, were all closely related to the spiritual beast. It was said that after becoming an intermediate wizard, a wizard could fuse with their own life beast, condense their innate beast soul, create a spiritual space, and so on. All of these required a lot of time and energy. Levi had learned enough, and even if he had the proficiency panel, it was impossible to take care of all the guilds. Moreover, in his opinion, Although the school of spiritualism had obtained extraordinary combat power in a short period of time by relying on their spiritual beasts, they had undoubtedly set a shackle on themselves. It was definitely not Levi's style to bet his entire future on his spiritual beasts. Of course, for those ordinary children of chaos and gifted wizards who did not have a proficiency panel, it was a good choice to walk the path of the school of spiritualism. In short, Levi was not too interested in the school of spiritualism. His creed was that rather than borrowing the power of a spiritually connected beast, it was better to become a spiritual beast. This was similar to channeling himself. The reason why Levi had learned nature's secret language was mainly to tame some extraordinary creatures to be used as a drug primer. Levi's taming methods were definitely not as gentle as the shamans of the school of spiritualism. He would directly beat them half-crippled before capturing them alive and bringing them home to slowly train them. Levi believed that as long as one had a similar level of intelligence and was afraid of death, there would be no supernatural creature in this world that could not be tamed with one's fists. If there was, it would be because one's fists were not hard enough. With the special effect of nature's heart, Levi's speed of cultivating nature's secret language was not slow. 3 months later, in the year 1032 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, the month of vitality, Levi raised this spell to level 4. Levi. Nature's secret language, level 4 2567 20,000 Nature's heart. A level 4 nature's secret language could form a contract with a first circle transcendent creature, and a first circle nature's secret language could at most form a contract with 2 first circle transcendent creatures. However, it should be after reaching the peak of level 5. From the looks of it, the early stage of the school of spiritualism is actually quite good. After all, I could control 2 first circle spirit beasts with 1 soul ring. However, under normal circumstances, extraordinary creatures of the same realm were not a match for wizards. After all, the natural spell-like abilities of extraordinary creatures were too few compared to the spells that wizards mastered. Although I'm at the 4th level of nature's secret language, I don't have a transcendent creature right now. Levi felt helpless. Levi ended his closed-door cultivation and went to the herbal field on Fire Dragon Peak. Currently, the seedlings of the herbs in the herbal field were growing healthily. However, these herbs generally needed more than 10 years to mature, so they could not be harvested for the time being. The swordsman mantis and mantises patrolled the herbal field without complaint. The corpses of some seabirds were everywhere around the herbal field, turning into fertilizer to nourish the land. These were the medicinal thieves who had been shot down by the swordsman mantis. Seeing that nothing had happened in the herbal field, Levi checked the magic circles he had set up all over the island. After confirming that there were no problems, he went to the living room of his cave abode and picked up the newspaper sent by the Pan Plain Wizard Council some time ago. Then, he used his mental power to check on the major events that had happened recently. A wizard said that he encountered an experimental subject, that Ms. Rowland had escaped from the laboratory some time ago. Ms. Rowland had sent her assistant wizards to the realm of Azure Cloud to capture and contain the experimental subject. I would like to ask the wizards of the realm of Azure Cloud to be careful when they go out in the near future. If you encounter this experimental subject, please contact the Parliament in time. Do not capture it yourself, or you will bear the consequences. Why are we in the realm of Azure Cloud? Levi had a bad feeling. Ms. Rowland was a 9th Circle Grand Wizard from the Life School of Thought. If an experimental subject created by a powerhouse like her escaped to the realm of Azure Cloud, it could be a disaster. Levi did not pay attention to this news at first, nor did he look at the picture of the experimental subject. Now that the experimental subject had escaped to the realm of Azure Cloud, he had to take a look, in case he did not know he had met it, and then foolishly went up to seek death. He looked at the picture of the experimental subject and realized that it was a tree. What the hell, trees can run away in this day and age. However, this was the wizard world, so it was normal. This tree looked like a Christmas tree. It was covered with fruits of various colors and shapes. There were human-shaped fruits, beasts, birds, and everything else. These fruits were tender and juicy, and their color was full. It made people want to have a taste, and it also made Levi inexplicably think of the ginseng fruits from his previous life. Yes, if we meet this tree in the future, we must take a detour. Levi memorized the tree in his mind. The realm of Azure Cloud was so big that the probability of him encountering this tree was almost 0, so he did not take it to heart. The Black Sun Steeple and the Boiling Beast Blood have recently joined forces to raid the Abyss City, the Deep Sea Prison. Even though the warden stopped them in time, there were still many dark wizard prisoners who escaped from Abyss City. All wizard organizations in the Endless Sea are requested to make preparations for protection and reduce unnecessary travel. Under the premise of ensuring your own safety, fight against the dark wizard forces to the end. Anyone who kills the dark wizard fugitives mentioned above can use proof to receive double the reward from the Star Tower. Levi muttered with a complicated expression, troubled times. The Black Sun Steeple and the Boiling Beast Blood were two famous dark wizard organizations in the Endless Sea. Levi knew that the leaders of these two organizations, Black Sun Adam and 100 Beast Berserk Witch, were high-level dark wizards from the Dark faction and the Life faction respectively. Levi did not know their specific strength. In short, they were powerful existences who could kill him with a glance. They were able to get away with it for many years under the law of the Pan-Plane Wizard Council. It was enough to show how powerful these two dark wizards were. On the stone tablet were the names and characteristics of these fugitives, as well as the spiritual imprints they had collected when they were imprisoned. As long as he recorded these spiritual imprints, Levi could sense the spiritual fluctuations emitted by them if he encountered them in the future to determine their true identity. Then he could choose to avoid them or take the opportunity to kill them. Otherwise, it would be impossible to find a dark wizard who was proficient in shapeshifting and disguising just by relying on a portrait. After reading this issue of the newspaper, Levi silently returned to his cave abode and continued cultivating. Levi was already prepared to break through the limits of the Red Lotus breathing technique. He had learned a lot of strength breathing techniques, so he was not worried about not being able to do so. On a sunny afternoon, Levi injected 10 points into the Red Lotus breathing technique in his cave abode. On the proficiency panel, the Red Lotus breathing technique had also undergone some changes. Levi. Red Lotus breathing technique, level 11 1/300,000, special effect, flame. Body solid Red Lotus blood. I'm so disappointed that there's no third special effect. The Red Lotus breathing technique's limit breaking was a fusion of the high level and the low level, so there was no problem of mutation. After breaking the limit of this breathing technique, other than being able to continue cultivating, it did not bring any other changes to Levi. As more and more Dragon Clan breathing techniques break through the limit, the demand for blood from mixed blood dragon creatures above the first ring will increase. I can't keep taking advantage of Leviathan and Jorman. I have to actively look for other mixed blood dragon creatures. Not only were there mixed dragon race creatures, but there were also extraordinary earth-type ape creatures, as well as undying bird bloodline creatures with 1 ring and above, and whale bloodline extraordinary creatures. All of these required Levi to prepare in the future, so as to facilitate the subsequent cultivation of the 6-dimensional breathing technique. Then, Levi rested for a while to adjust his mental power and condition. He then struck while the iron was hot and broke the limit of the Blood Beast breathing technique, which could also break the limit. Levi. Blood Beast breathing technique, level 11 1/300,000, special effect, Blood Wing solid, blood contract, 1,000 faces. Just like the Red Lotus breathing technique, the Blood Beast breathing technique's breakthrough was very calm. There was no difference, and there was no third special effect. Levi was completely clueless about the specific conditions to activate the special effect. At that moment, he concluded that there were 3 possibilities. The first was that the breathing technique was born naturally, such as Red Lotus blood and bone shrinking transformation. The second was the fusion or mutation of breathing techniques, such as 1,000 faces and dragon's intimidation. The third was something even more illusory, similar to the birth of a blood contract. Although there was no third special effect, Levi was not disappointed. The special effects he had now were more than enough to use. The Blood Beast's secret medicine also needs to be improved and iterated. In the future, the Blood Clan members needed to refine the level 1. Blood Beast's secret medicine may have to be obtained from the human world. After all, the human world is currently experiencing the disaster of the Blood Clan. The main ingredient of the Blood Beast's secret medicine that Levi had used before was originally from a mortal animal called the bloodthirsty bat. Later on, after Andrew was born, Levi changed the main ingredient to Andrew's blood. Therefore, the cultivation of the Blood Beast breathing technique advanced by leaps and bounds and soon reached its limit. But now that the Blood Beast breathing technique had broken through its limit, Andrew's secondary blood breed bloodline was obviously not enough. Levi tried it out, and the old version of the Blood Beast's secret medicine was better than nothing in terms of increasing his cultivation speed. As for Knight Anderson, the effects of his blood might be slightly better than Anderson's, but it was definitely limited. They were both secondary Blood Clan members, so the effects were not much different. Anderson was stronger than Andrew not because of his Blood Clan bloodline, but because of his legendary Knight cultivation. With Levi's current Blood Beast realm, if he wanted to refine a real transcendent level 1 Blood Beast secret medicine, he would have to refine it with the original blood of the primary Blood Clan members. As for the primary Blood Clan members, they were basically hard to find in the current wizard world. After all, they were not stupid. They could comfortably be the ancestors in the human world and treat mortals as food. Then they could change their appearance at will and get away with it. However, in the wizard world, even if official wizards were not everywhere, there were still quite a few of them. Any one of them could at least fight with the primary blood clan members. If they encountered a stronger one, they would be captured and brought back for experiments. This was the most terrifying thing for the primary blood clan members, because these wizards would not kill them or let them commit suicide. They could not be reborn in the blood river. They could only become slaves to the wizards forever, until the long life of the primary blood clan came to an end. They would die of old age or torture the wizards to death. After the primary blood clan members died of old age, they would truly die. Their souls would forever sleep in the endless blood river and become a part of it, unable to be reborn. Therefore, if Levi wanted to capture primary blood clan members alive, he would probably have to make a trip to the human world. He planned to do all of this after he advanced into a first circle veteran wizard, or after he had reached the 12th rank of the golden snake breathing technique. Of course, he would need enough money. He had been in the wizard world for more than 10 years, and he needed to return to the human world. Other than the primary blood clan members, there were many other problems that needed to be resolved. It was obviously not worth it to waste 4,000 ether stones on 2 round-trip tickets just for the blood clan. After the red lotus and blood beast breathing technique, among the remaining legendary breathing techniques, the undying bird breathing technique could not break through the limit due to insufficient points. Therefore, the only breathing technique that could break through the limit was the black whale breathing technique, which was also at the peak of level 11. After resting for a while, Levi followed suit and broke through the limits of the black whale breathing technique. Levi. Black whale breathing technique, level 11 won 300,000, special effect, whale. Back solid, see swallowing whale. As a result, Levi's breathing technique was in a good state. The golden snake, red lotus, blood beast, and black whale all broke through the limit of level 11 and slowly moved toward level 12. As for ostrich, mountain, and giant, they were getting closer and closer to the peak of the 11th level. As for the remaining undying bird, hunchback dragon, and human-faced owl, these 3 major dimensional breathing techniques were temporarily unable to break through the limits. The saint ape was the worst. Due to the lack of secret medicine, Levi had never cultivated. For a long period of time, Levi's main task was to prepare all these transcendent exotic potions for the breathing technique so that his breathing technique cultivation speed could catch up. At the end of the month of vitality, Levi had a group of living dead and bone Igor watch the house while he rode the Dragon King whale towards the Grey Tower. He had to go back to class tomorrow because he had a pharmacist class. He could also take a look at the recent situation in the tower and get a blueprint for a first circle alchemical creature from the tower master, because he was worried that there would be dark wizards coming out of abyss city to rob him. Levi was very careful along the way. He basically stayed in Leviathan's mouth and advanced in the deep sea area. This was the benefit of having the black whale's lungs. Levi was equivalent to half of the Sea Clan, swimming in the sea with Leviathan. The next day, Levi arrived at the Grey Tower safely. It had been a month since he had come, but everything in the tower was as usual. After arriving at the Grey Tower, Levi first went to Manla's shop. Manla saw Levi and could not help but smile. What a rare guest. From the looks of it, your cultivation must have improved recently. It's all right, I've gained something. Manla, do you have any clues about the formula of the meditation supplementary potion? Levi asked. Manla shook his head. I've asked around for you. There are too few of them. I suspect that the meditation supplementary potion formula you want is not even in the sea area. After all, even a second circle pharmacist like Granny Marlene doesn't have it. How can anyone else have it? Levi couldn't help but sigh. You are right. For many official wizards, it was already good enough to have a meditation supplementary potion like the Sandman potion to increase their cultivation speed by 10. They did not dare to ask for a better potion. However, I've helped you find clues about the extraordinary ape creature you wanted. Manla suddenly changed the topic and smiled. Oh. Tell me, because he did not have any secret medicine, the Saint Ape. Breathing technique had not yet taken off, so Levi paid special attention to it. I heard from a material supplier that there's a first circle extraordinary creature called the Red Sand Ape in the Yellow Earth continent of Area 7 of the Outer Ring Sea. This creature has great strength and thick skin, and it lives in the desert of the Sea of Quicksand. If you want to go there, I can find you a guide who's familiar with the situation and routes there, Manla said. The Yellow Earth continent was actually an island in the Endless Sea. Wizards called it the Yellow Earth Island. However, this island was too big. Its area could be ranked in the top 10 in the entire Endless Sea. It was about the same size as a mortal country. Many mortals who lived on it called it the Yellow Earth continent. Levi thought about it and decided that it would not be too late to go after he had advanced to become a first circle veteran wizard and mastered the big fireball technique and the body of ghost fire. In any case, it seemed that there should be a group of red sand apes living there, so it would not go extinct in a short period of time. Levi also learned that Manla's daughter, Dora, was doing quite well at sighing sea breeze and was now a mid-level apprentice wizard. This gave Manla hope for her life. He worked even harder to save money so that his daughter could go further on the path of a wizard. If she could become an official wizard like Levi and stay in the sighing sea breeze as a teacher, Manla would die without regrets. After exchanging pleasantries, Levi left behind a piece of Etha stone and left Manla's store. When she heard that Levi had returned to the tower, Marlene immediately asked Winnie to call Levi to her room. Levi saw that Ms. Marlene was in good condition and was in high spirits. Not bad, I can feel that your spiritual power is getting closer and closer to that of an experienced wizard, Marlene smiled. Junior brother Levi, what's your current spiritual energy level? Winnie asked. I'm 27 now. What about you, senior sister? Levi smiled. When Winnie heard this, she said with a dejected expression, I only have 23 points. I clearly advanced to the first ring earlier than you, junior brother. How could I be surpassed by you? Winnie felt that she might have a fake triple affinity. She was not even as good as Levi, who was one of the children of chaos. Don't forget, I'm an official pharmacist. If Winnie wants to be like me, you can come to me to buy potions, Levi joked. Forget it, I'm a poor man. I can't compare to a rich pharmacist like you. Winnie shrugged and said helplessly. Winnie, if you worked as hard as Levi, you wouldn't have fallen so far behind, Ms. Marlene suddenly said. Granny Marlene, but I feel like I've already worked very hard, Winnie pouted. It's far from enough. Levi doesn't leave his house all day. He just stays at home and cultivates. He'll go into seclusion for 10 days to half a month. Can you do the same? Marlene asked. You've already advanced to an official wizard. You're no longer an apprentice wizard like before. An official wizard isn't the end of the path of a wizard. On the contrary, this is the starting point. If you don't change your mindset and improve your mental state and perseverance, you'll only be left further behind, Marlene criticized. She called Levi over this time because she wanted to use Levi to attack Winnie indirectly and let Winnie know the importance of hard work. Now, looking at Winnie's ashamed expression, she knew that she had almost achieved her goal. Marlene stopped reprimanding Winnie and said to Levi, Levi, your current pharmaceutical skills are considered to be very advanced among the first circle pharmacists. When do you plan to get certified as a registered pharmacist? Teacher, the Pharmacist Association in Area 8 is too far away. In the middle, we have to cross a dangerous sea area in the uninhabited area. I plan to cultivate for a while more before going there, Levi said honestly. Okay, don't forget about this. I know you don't like these empty titles, but only after becoming a registered pharmacist can you truly establish yourself in the pharmacist industry. In the future, you can get to know and make more connections with pharmacists, Marlene reminded him and told him about the benefits of becoming a registered pharmacist. Levi knew about this, but he liked stability, so this matter had dragged on for a long time. Oh right, teacher, I just learned a simple zero-circle array some time ago. It can replace the apprentice to complete the watering work of the herb garden, and the effect is better. Do you want to install a mulch for the small garden? Levi asked. On the one hand, he wanted to repay Ms. Marlene's kindness. On the other hand, he wanted to use the funds in the tower to refine the array and increase his proficiency in the array. Although the proficiency given by the cloud mist array was very low now, it was still progress. Marlene's eyes lit up when she heard that. She smiled and said, not bad, not bad. You can learn anything you want. I didn't expect you to be a magic circle wizard now. The tower master will be happy to know. Go and set it up. When the time comes, the money tower will reimburse you. Levi nodded and left Marlene's residence happily. He heard that the tower master was in seclusion again, so he did not disturb him and returned to his residence on the 4th floor of the White Tower. In the following period of time, he would set up a magic formation here, so he might not return to Blackfire Island for a few months. With the living dead and bone snakes that he had left behind to guard the Blackfire Island, nothing would happen. Levi went to the small garden and measured it. He found that he needed to cover all the medicinal fields in the small garden. At least 20 sets of magic circles were needed. He asked Manla to prepare the materials while he prepared lessons, attended classes, and cultivated in the tower. After Manla had prepared the materials, Levi immediately started to refine the cloud mist array. Now that he was at level 3, refining the simplest zero-circle array took a lot less time than before. The success rate was also especially high. Basically, he could refine a set in a week. Although the proficiency points given by a set of arrays were very few now, there were still a few dozen points, which was very impressive. The reason why Levi stopped refining on Blackfire Island was purely because he had no money. Now that the problem of money was the funds in the tower, Levi had no issue. It was the year 1032 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, the month of flowing fire. A total of 22 sets of cloud mist array were completed by Levi, and they were all set up in the small garden. After the magic formation began to operate, the entire small garden area was shrouded in smoke, like a fairyland. It's too beautiful, Winnie said in surprise. The efficiency of watering with this magic circle is much higher than that of an apprentice's cantrip. The cost is not very high either. The wisdom of the ancient magic circle wizards is indeed unfathomable. Marlene looked at everything with satisfaction and could not help but praise. Very soon, Marlene had also paid Levi the money he had spent on refining the array. Apart from that, she also gave Levi an additional 1,000 ether stones for his hard work. This was a pleasant surprise for Levi. He happily accepted the ether stones and opened the proficiency panel. Levi. Array level 35679, 10,000. Not bad, I'm getting closer and closer to level 4. He earned money and gained experience points. It was killing two birds with one stone. After he was done with the matters in the tower, Levi did not disturb the old man because the tower master was still in seclusion. Just as Levi was about to leave the gray tower, Ms. Marlene came looking for him again. On the third floor of the White Tower, Levi, in half a year, the Star Tower will be holding the once-in-a-decade Haitian Wizard Festival in our 9th Division. Do you plan to participate? This gathering should be the highest level and largest gathering in the Outer Circle area. Only official wizards were qualified to participate. I plan to bring Winnie to broaden her horizons. If you go, come and gather in the tower. We'll set off together. It is said that there will be many beautiful and smart witches at the festival. Marlene narrowed her eyes and smiled. Haitian Wizard Festival. Levi said softly. That's right, it's a rare opportunity. In such a grand event, you can see many wizards from other regions of the Outer Ring. Even some intermediate wizards might come to participate. Wizards from all factions and professions will gather together to exchange their insights, sit down and discuss, compete in magic, and learn from each other. It will be a wonderful and unforgettable encounter, Marlene said. Is there a potion formula at the gathering? This was what Levi was most concerned about. I bought the recipe for the Sandman potion from a second circle pharmacist at the last gathering, Marlene said. All right, teacher, I'll go, Levi said without hesitation. Yes, remember not to spend money recklessly during this period of time. Save it for the gathering, Marlene said. Levi thought to himself, teacher, why didn't you say so earlier? If I had known earlier, I would have kept many ether stones. Now he only had 4,000 ether stones left. If you're short of money, you can participate in the arena challenge of the assembly. You can earn a lot of money if you get good results. The arena challenge of the Haitian Wizard Festival is friendly and there will be no safety issues. Marlene seemed to have noticed that Levi was out of money, so she said. After saying goodbye to Marlene, Levi returned to Blackfire Island. As soon as he came back, he found the bone snake Igor devouring the corpse of a sea monster. Levi did not know what the use of this skeleton snake was. It seemed that a sea beast had accidentally entered the Blackfire Island and was caught by Igor. Seeing that Blackfire Island was fine, Levi returned to his cave abode. There's still half a year before the Haitian Wizard Festival. I'll have to prepare at least 10,000 ether stones to participate in such a large-scale meeting. What I lack the most now is a potion formula that can greatly improve my meditation speed. This is definitely one of the most expensive potion formulas, second only to the potion formula for breaking through realms. I might not be able to buy it without 20,000 ether stones. There was still half a year left. Levi was determined to plan properly in this half a year and see how he could gather this money. He was a pharmacist, so he should not be short of money. The problem was that he had not sold much medicine until now. It seems that the matter of getting certified as a pharmacist has to be brought forward. If I could get it verified earlier, I could sell the 2 sets of Naga's Blessing at the Haitian Wizard Festival. I might even earn 10,000 ether stones, Levi pondered. Apart from the 2 potions, the most valuable items he had were his magic tools. The Ring of the Wind Spirit, the Sea Demon Ring, the Trembling Ring, the Flying Fish Robe, the Green Gloves, the Fire Snake Bracelet, the Flaming Carpet, and the Pot of Equal Value. These were all the first circle wizard tools that Levi had. It seems that other than this flaming carpet, everything else is somewhat useful. Levi began to feel troubled. Moreover, the flaming carpet had already been destroyed. Even if Levi disposed of it, it would not be worth much. He had to be careful to prevent the matter of him killing Cain from being leaked. Although Cain had been dead for so many years and the Star Tower would not continue to investigate, it was always right to be careful. Pharmacists can't earn money for the time being. We can only start with alchemy and arrays. Thinking of this, Levi already had a plan. He had been low-key for too long. Now that he had the strength and ability, just like when he was in the human world, he could almost make the name Golden Warhammer. If he wanted to rely on alchemy, potions, or magic circles to make money, he had to make a name for himself and let more people know him. If Levi was only focused on keeping a low profile and being cautious, it would be very difficult to make money. The next day, Levi packed up his things and headed to the Blacksail Wizard Market. He did not change his appearance this time because he was already an official wizard and a member of the Pan-Plane Wizard Council. He could change his appearance, but he could not change his identity documents. When some wizard organizations or wizards entrusted him to create a magic circle, they would definitely ask for his identity documents. Moreover, he was not doing anything bad. There was no need to make it seem like he was meeting with the underground party every day. In the Blacksail Wizard Market, Levi came to the enforcement union in the market. The current president was an official wizard of the Dark Sea Cave. The relationship between the Dark Sea Cavern and the Grey Tower was neutral, neither good nor bad, and there was no interaction between the two sides. In fact, the Dark Sea Cave had nothing to do with most of the wizard organizations in this area, because their organization was based in the deep underwater cave, which was said to be the ruins of an ancient wizard organization in the Third Ring. When they arrived at the enforcement union, the apprentice wizard in charge of guarding the door saw that Levi, an official sorcerer, had arrived. He quickly said respectfully, "May I know why you have arrived?" "My name is Levi, a first circle wizard of the Grey Tower. I want to establish my own small business in this Blacksail Magus market," Levi asked. "Hello, sir. We need to talk to our president about this. I'll go and report it now." The acolyte was about to go back when he saw an old wizard in a black robe standing at the door with a smile on his face. This was the wizard of Black Water, Elimin. As a first circle wizard, he had long sensed the arrival of Levi, an official wizard. Naturally, he had to come out and see what was going on. "Sir Levi, you want to rent a shop, right?" Elimin laughed. "That's right. Sir Levi, there is no need to spend money. The Blacksail Wizard Market has a policy. If an official wizard from our organization enters, there is no need to pay rent," said Elimin. Levi did not expect such a good thing to happen. It made sense. As an official wizard, he was also an influential figure in this sea area. Being able to open a shop in this small market benefited him. The market manager would definitely be happy. After all, with the influence of an official wizard, he would definitely be able to bring more influence to the market and attract more people. "We're all the masters of the Blacksail Wizard Market," Elimin said happily as he happily put away the 50 ether stones. Levi knew very well that in the future he would have to deal with the Blacksail Enforcement Union. He could also see that Elimin was a person who was good at doing things. If he had a good relationship with him, he would be able to avoid a lot of trouble in the future. In the end, Levi found a small room near the White Sail store. After tidying it up, a simple small shop was formed. The small room was not big, but it was used to sell potions. Later, the pharmacist who forged the medicine was arrested and imprisoned, and the shop was closed down. Levi wrote the name of the store on the sign outside the house, Warhammer Joint. Business scope, Arrays Alchemy. Unlike potions, arrays and alchemy did not need to be registered with the association. After all, even if these two were fake, they would not harm people. At most, they would be useless. When Levi became a registered pharmacist in the future, he would add potions as well. On such an ordinary afternoon, Levi's first small shop in the wizard world opened smoothly. As it had just opened, the shop was empty, so there were not many customers. Levi returned to Blackfire Island and spent a month refining 2 sets of cloud mist and 2 sets of spider web alert. He also refined an alchemical creature, the swordsman mantis. Among them, the cost of the cloud mist array was 100 ether stones, while the cost of the spider web defense was 150 ether stones. The cost of the swordsman mantis was the highest, at 200 ether stones each. Therefore, Levi only made one to see how the market reacted. It would be a waste if he made too many and could not sell them. The cost of this batch of goods was 700 ether stones, which made Levi's reserve of ether stones even more stretched. If he could not sell them this time, he would suffer a huge loss. Levi placed all the arrays on the shelf. He planned to buy a set of Cloud Mist Array for 299 ether stones, Spider Web Defense for 399 ether stones, and Swordsman Mantis for 499 ether stones. Because there were no merchants selling these things in the Blacksail Wizard Market, Levi did not know the market price. He blindly marked the price based on the time cost and material cost. Just like that, Levi's first batch of goods was put on the shelves. On the first day, there were very few customers. Basically, no one came. Levi did not hold any grand opening ceremony or anything, but just quietly opened the shop for business. Levi was not in a hurry. While waiting for customers, he would stay in his shop and cultivate, not wasting any time. The next day, the president of the Blacksail Enforcement Union, Elimin, came to Levi's shop after learning that he was open for business. "Mr. Levi, I heard that your shop has opened. Why didn't you tell me? I would have sent someone to congratulate you on your opening ceremony." Elimin smiled with his old eyes, looking like an old fox. "I didn't expect Sir Elimin to visit my store despite his busy schedule. Come in and have a seat," Levi smiled. After entering, Elimin looked at the array on the shelf and could not help but be shocked. "Sir, you are actually an array wizard," asked Elimin. "I know a little. I can only make some simple zero-circle arrays," Levi said. Then Elimin looked at the cloud mist array and said, "How is the effect of this formation? Can it replace the flower fairies do?" Originally, Elimin had wanted to get close to Levi and build a relationship with him, but he did not expect to encounter something he was interested in here. "Of course, there's no problem. Our Grey Tower uses such an array," Levi said. In the end, Eliman spent 600 ether stones and left with the array while humming a song. Over the next few days, more people came to Levi's store. To Levi's surprise, after a week, the first batch of goods was sold out, earning him a net profit of 1,000 ether stones. Later, Levi found out that it was Eliman who had introduced some customers to him. Eliman was very smart, which made Levi feel that the 50 ether stones he had spent at the beginning were not wasted. It was the tier 1032 in the Holy Brilliance calendar, month of harvest. In the human world in the Emerald Kingdom, Flower City, a man wearing a gold mask placed a rough but extremely well-made armor in front of the staff of Shining Tavern. The tavern staff asked, "Golden Warhammer Master, is this your new work?" The muscular man with the golden mask nodded, "That's right." The staff member said, "All right, Master. We'll arrange the auction immediately." "In addition, Master, there's something I have to tell you." The golden masked man said calmly, "Tell me." "The Lord of the Northern Icewind Territory, the Earl of Silver Mountain, wants to contact you through us." "I don't know," the staff member said with some difficulty. The golden masked man said without hesitation, "No problem." "Yes, Master. We will inform the Earl of Silver Mountain." The staff member left the place as if he had been granted amnesty. In front of this golden Warhammer Master, he felt like a lonely boat that could be drowned at any time by the aura of a powerhouse. Earl of Silver Mountain. Why was he looking for the golden Warhammer? Andrew muttered to himself as he quietly returned to the Black Snake Castle. The golden Warhammer was Andrew's transformation. When Levi left the human world, in order not to waste the status of the golden Warhammer vest, he had prepared dozens of armor and weapons for Andrew. He asked Andrew to go to the Shining Tavern to auction one every 1 or 2 years. Therefore, even though Levi had left the human world for more than 10 years, the name of the golden Warhammer was still passed down in the human world. The chess game in the castle was empty. There was no one playing chess. Since the disasters of the Blood Clan became more frequent, there were more rumors about vampires in the human world. There were constant incidents of vampires attacking humans. It was not only the Emerald Kingdom, but also the other 6 countries. This was undoubtedly something Anderson did not want to encounter. He bid farewell to Andrew and began his long journey through the 7 kingdoms. The former Blood Knight Brad was now Anderson, and it was hard for him to change his old habits. He still wanted to try to save some pitiful people in this suffering world, get rid of the evil in front of him, and do the good in front of him. That was all. On the other hand, Anderson was also looking for other legendary knights. Just as Levi had thought, he wanted to establish a Twilight Knight Legion made up of legendary knights. This way, everyone could interact with each other, and perhaps it would be helpful in breaking through to the legendary stage. After Anderson left, Andrew lived alone in Black Snake Castle, completing the mission that Levi had given him. 3 days later, at the Shining Tavern in Icewind City, Andrew saw the slim Earl of Silver Mountain in the box. The Earl of Silver Mountain had a head full of silver hair, and his face was more weathered than before. In the long blue frost calamity, this Earl had experienced too many things for his family and people. "Master, long time no see," he sighed. "Earl, why are you looking for me?" Andrew asked. "Master, do you remember me saying that our Silver Mountain clan's breathing technia is also of Durfect Oladivi?" he asked. "Yes," Andrew said calmly. "Due to some reasons, I don't have much time left. I won't keep you in suspense. I want to use half of our family's wealth and even our family's breathing technique to ask you to do something." "What is it?" "Bless my heir, my son, for 20 years a hum." The Earl of Silver Mountain suddenly coughed. "Your heir." Andrew could not help but recall the information about the Earl of Silver Mountain. The Earl of Silver Mountain liked men, so he did not marry in his early years. It was not until he was middle-aged that he was forced by the pressure of the family inheritance to marry the daughter of an old earl and give birth to a son. If he counted according to the time, this child might just be 20 years old and was still a young man. Andrew thought for a moment and felt that the Earl of Silver Mountain was worried that his family would not be able to withstand the pressure from all sides without a grand knight after his death. Therefore, he used his ancestral breathing technique and wealth as a reward to let Golden Warhammer protect his heir for 20 years, so that his son, who is only a quasi-knight now, could develop and become a real grand knight. "Why is the Earl looking for me?" Andrew asked. "I believe in your strength." "Most importantly, I believe in your character," he responded firmly. "Give me some time to think about it." Andrew's heart was calm. He planned to write a letter to ask for his master's opinion. He also wanted to mail some things. After returning to Flower City, Andrew started writing letters. Ever since Levi became rich, he had Anderson write to him every year to report on the situation and send him the breathing technique. In Area 9 of Realm of Azure Cloud on Blackfire Island, Levi was counting his recent business gains. 7,000 ether stones. Levi heaved a sigh of relief. In the past few months, he had earned more than 3,000 ether stones by selling arrays and alchemical creatures. Adding on his previous savings, he had reached the 7,000 ether stones mark. Among them, the best seller was the Spider Web Alert Magic Circle. After Levi's reputation and fame gradually spread, many official wizards from nearby wizard organizations came to Levi to buy the array. On the other hand, the sales of Cloud Mist were not as good as Levi had imagined. He had conducted a private market survey and found that most apprentice wizards could not afford to buy such a thing. Although some official wizards could afford it, they were used to taking advantage of the free labor of apprentice wizards. They gave up the idea of buying the Cloud Mist arrays. As for the alchemical creature, the swordsman mantis, because of its high price, which was comparable to a cheap first circle wizard tool, the number of people who bought it was not as many as Levi had expected. So far, only 2 were sold. Levi felt that the purchasing power of the wizard in this sea area was too low. Even official wizards might not have enough spare money to buy alchemical creatures. Even though an alchemical creature like the swordsman mantis was really useful, whether it was guarding the house or being his guard, it was definitely not inferior to a top-notch Grand Knight. No matter what, I still made some money. In the future, when I have free time, I'll occasionally make some and slowly sell them. This was his first time doing business in the wizard world, and Levi felt that it was a success. At least he did not fail, and he still made a profit. Overall, the environment for starting a business in the wizard world was much better than in Levi's previous life. Days passed, and Levi's life was peaceful. The Blackfire Island was also safe and sound, and he did not encounter any dark wizards. In general, most wizards were law-abiding and well-behaved. There were not as many villains in this world as there were in the online novels of his previous life. Tranquility and peace were the main themes during this period of time. During the month of the Northern Wind, there were only 2 months left before the gathering. In the Black Fire Cave, Levi came out from his state of cultivating the breathing technique. His eyes shone brightly, and his body was covered in frost armor. It was as if he had turned into an ice sculpture, causing the originally hot cave to become a little colder. Levi opened his mouth, and cold air gushed out from his mouth. It turned into a foot-long ice arrow and shot out like a bullet. In the blink of an eye, it had already pierced through a stone wall in front of him. Breath into an arrow. Such power is comparable to the first ring spell of the School of Ice, Ice Arrow. Levi felt the power of the ice arrow and was in a good mood. Before he set off for Area 8, he had also trained another breathing technique to the peak of level 11, which was Levi's giant breathing technique. The spell-like ability just now came from the legendary organ of the giant breathing technique. The legendary organ of this breathing technique overlapped with the position of Levi's black whale breathing technique. They were both lungs. Right now, it was as if there was a piece of ice that would not melt for thousands of years in Levi's lungs. It was also like 2 gates leading to the icy hell. The cold air spread in Levi's chest, forming a sharp contrast with the hot air beside his heart. Through this frosty lung, Levi could shoot out indestructible ice arrows from his mouth like some ice-type extraordinary creatures, enough to pierce through steel and shatter ordinary first-circle magic defensive force fields. Now my lungs can be called chilling whale's lungs. It can store a large amount of air like the sea beasts, and it can also exhale cold air like the frost giants. Levi was very satisfied with the legendary organs of the giant breathing technique. The ability to spit out ice arrows was simply a lethal weapon. Who would have thought that a wizard could spit out ice arrows? After all, Levi's ice arrows did not need to be cast or chanted like the wizards from the School of Ice. If he were to ambush the enemy would most likely be hit. Of course, with the current chill in Levi's lungs, he would need to rest for a long time after breathing out a breath of cold air. Similar to the red lotus breath from the furnace heart, the cooldown time was relatively long. It was suitable to be used as a trump card and not as a regular attack method. The giant breathing technique was the same as the black snake breathing technique. They were both breathing techniques at the peak of level 9, but Levi had used the proficiency panel to strengthen them again and again until now. Levi. Giant breathing technique, rank 11 maximum, special effect, frost arm. Solid state, frost blood, eye. Other than the legendary organs, the giant breathing technique had a second special effect after reaching the peak of level 11. This was also a pleasant surprise. Frost blood in the Jotunheim plain known as the Giant Kingdom, there lived a group of frost giants known as the Frost Remnants. They were born powerful and possessed endless strength. They controlled frost and had bone-chilling frost blood flowing in their bodies. The owner of this frost blood comes from the ancestor, who wielded the frost battle axe and attacked the gods of the astral world. Now that the ancestor has fallen, his bloodline will not be severed. A trace of the power of frost blood has awakened in your body. Your affinity with the frost element is extraordinary. This special effect cannot be leveled up, but it can be slightly improved as the concentration of frost blood in your body increases. This time the interface introduced a little too much. Levi could not help but complain. The frost blood's ability was similar to the 4 elemental affinity, giving Levi a passive halo. The effect of the halo was to increase the speed at which Levi could cast ice spells or meditation techniques. However, Levi did not have any ice spells or meditation techniques on hand, so he did not know how effective it would be. Interesting. If I activate more abilities similar to the Frost Blood, will I become omnipotent? No matter what faction I belong to, I'll always be a little genius. Levi removed the frost power from his body. He was now preparing to set off for Area 8 to get certified as a registered pharmacist. Before he left, he had also used a breathing technique, which made him more confident this time. The only one who hasn't reached the limit of the strength breathing technique is Ostrich Mountain. Levi sighed in his heart.